it or some sort, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like he's with a girl. Let's say for example, an 60-year-old meets a 21-year-old, and he's falling in love with her, right? And you say, bro, but she's maybe trying to take his money or whatever, but he's just in love, bro, with her. That's it. There's no you changing his mind
Mm-hmm.
unless because we're not just these programmable leader machines that can be, hey, you follow this programming and we do so. No, that's not how we operate in higher level than the programming that is being bombarded through our vision or our
Yeah.
periphery. We are way more powerful than that. But if we let the guard down, like what our parents did and our great grandparents, they left their guard downs, we get the mess that we're in.
Yeah. And
From
honestly,
Boston,
yeah.
that's exactly my friends say that to me. They're like, you could be right, but I just love space, and there's not much you could do for that because that's a faithful belief, so I'm not trying to
Right.
change their faith.
Yeah. And it's okay. I mean, I'm at a spot now that if I'm wrong and it's absolutely not flat and all this stuff about space time and it just appears to be this way and it's this wild mystical trick that it looks stationary. If I'm wrong, it's okay. I'll pick the ball back up. But I'm not going to without like absolute evidence. But the Globers, they won't budge, or they won't even let Austin talk sometimes. He's like, "Hey, look at this. This is what Einstein said. This is what," and he references what great thinkers of the past said. But I think it's that point where they're saying, why are you even asking? It's been told to us. Like, we know the answer. Stop. And then they start with their script. And then, I don't get mad at them when they do it. It's just like, are we here to talk, or are we here to argue about religious ideas? Because I do think the globe versus flat it can be categorized as religious because it's faith based, if you will.
No, if
The thing
you
is,
got good evidence,
we have to have an aware periphery of our surroundings, and we do, because here in the internet we can communicate ideas, meet other people, we can do a lot of talking and sharing of information here. But this doesn't compare to the real thing when you go to the real world out there. Like people go out there and get things done, and people want to also explore and know things in the real sense of things, like the things that you can touch and get dirty with or go to the waters. That's the real stuff. You have a big amount of people today that think they know is the real thing, but they have a perception of that in their imagination that was given to them through the screens. And whenever they go out there, they kind of like confirming their bias that they live in this fantasy system. And yeah, it works pretty well. I mean, and it could be tweaked to be better, but the control system, they're too greedy. They work like in a parasitic way of evil. They need you to be dumb and dependent on them. Like they need you to be their parasite so they can take your energy and your efforts. Just talking the internet about globes. Running Boston.
Mm-hmm.
Good hearing from you, sir.
Yeah, man. Thanks for sharing today. I'm gonna kind of put up myself on mute. I gotta do some chores, but I always enjoy everybody's insight, regardless of what they think about how this place got here. Or really, the fun thing is, I'm oftentimes interested in how you got to where you are today in your life. Like, yeah, we talk about the earth or religion. A lot of those things are exterior, but if we were together, like any one of us, if we were together having a meal and just hanging and doing some like outdoor activity, it'd be so much fun. And a lot of times in here, it's you get crossways with people because there is a delay and everybody has to take turns and stuff like that. But I think everybody here is super chill, deep down, super chill people. So thanks for sharing your thoughts with me.
Likewise.
Hail Satan and the globe Earth.
Hardly. Hey, good morning. It's always nice to have to hop online, and you just never know what the conversation's going to be. It's, and I like what Pumpkin said too, because I was like, oh, she's talking my language, But I do like the shape of the earth because what Witsit said, it is true because it always comes back to the why or the spiritual component to it. It's funny. I'm not really into movies or anything. But there was this new movie that came out, Nefarious, and it was coming all over my Instagram thing, and I was like, wow, that's really weird. Anyways, long story short, like I haven't been in the movies in like 5 or 6 years. I'm not really even into them. And but this one, and it's only showing in a few select places. We had to drive. I had to plan it with my friends for 2 weeks and drive 45 minutes to go see the movie, which was really a feat in itself. But the baseline of the movie was like they got the demons kind of wrong, of like they thought some of them were the watchers, but I don't even know if I have that figured out yet. But the crux of it was the demons were like saying that they were jealous of the humans and everything, and that his master, the demon's master, which Satan, whatever, um uh that it's making it so much easier. We're just doing it naturally now, that they don't really even have to do a lot of the work that, and the guy, this guy's on death row, right? And he's gonna be died, and they have to send a doctor in, and so anyways, this guy gets in this guy's head, and so the crux of it too is that the demon explains that it happens gradually, like at a young age. You do something bizarre and twisted, and you kind of like it or whatever, and you invite it back in, like you want more. And then, something else is a little bit more depraved. And over, the course of your life, you invite it in. And it's not so much that people are demons, it's our decisions are kind of like against our creator. I hate to say demonic.
Well, there's demons in the chat right now for sure. They come and visit us.
You could be feeding other people with that behavior, even organisms inside of you. You could feeding them. They could be kind of like feeding from your evil doings or evil acts.
I don't think
Arabic, which is very similar to Aramaic, it calls Satan Shaitan, and the devils are the Shaitani, and that's where we get the word the devils, right? But it really just means evil spirit, and it's clear in the Quran too that humans are Shaitani as well, as some are.
That makes sense.
Against the creator, right? So, attack his creation and leave doubt. Boom. People are like, okay, wait a second. My grandparents, my parents, they believe in God, but you know what? We have more technology now. Why? Maybe I should explore this and listen to these philosophers and these modern day scientists and things like that. So, at the end of the day, we all have to, and like I think it was said it pretty well, that do you spend your time learning anyways, I don't want to get preachy or anything like that, but we're all here day in and day out trying to figure out the creation, and I'm pretty sure everybody knows there's a creator that knows the shape of the earth.
Almost everyone.
They just aren't, it's not their time yet, and you do have to change your life. You do have to make decisions to change your life and to walk a different way. Sure, there's so many people that say they believe and blah blah blah, but do you walk it out? Are you a fan or are you a follower?
Did you just say you have to be a flat earther to get the real relationship with God?
No, but I tell you, it brings him a lot. It feels like he's a lot closer. And I wasn't religious.
Argument.
Yeah. But I also understand why there's a lot of atheists, because the end time church, I really kind of believe that's part of a Babylon. That's a spiritual component to come out of her, my people.
Is there such a thing as
metaphysical? Can't he be close to you, even though it's a planet? Can't he be close to you anyway?
It's a planet. It's that's what they tell you, Don.
No, I'm saying hypothetically, couldn't God be close to you because he's metaphysical and omnipotent?
He
Be
can
close
do
to you
anything.
on any model.
Yep, he could.
The creation and the creator are definitely very real.
But
It's
why
not
do
like
you
a
need
thing
to?
like in
Why
the
do you need to
imagination of
feel?
your. It's not like a thing that you can make up of your mind. It's the antecedent to everything you experience, bro. It's not. There's no question about it. It's not a
I
debate. It's not
believe
an
in it.
opinion
I
based
believe
thing.
in it. But she's
Not
trying to
like
conflate
the
it with flat
imagination
Earth.
part of it.
Well, the
Conflating
reason
it with flat Earth, and that's why I'm questioning.
Yo,
well,
why
because
don't you guys let Dawn get a word out?
there's
What? MZ's
No,
butting
Cindy,
in
we both
after I'm
kept
asking Blaze a
talking.
question. What are you talking
I
about,
know,
mate?
Dawn. That's why I was saying, Dawn, why don't they let you get a word out? They were both over talking.
Oh,
yeah. Sorry, I'm
well, you
sorry.
said it wrong.
Well,
Blaze.
why I think it's important, why I talk to my friends, and why they call me out and expose me sometimes to new people, is because even if you are a believer, it's still huge because there's a lot of believers that believe in aliens. Could our creator, create other beings from other, planets? Of course, but
Don't a bunch of atheists believe in aliens? So they believe in something. So how can they be atheists?
right.
Yeah, but I mean,
What is the difference between atheist and agnostic? Can people talk about? Tell me, give me something, please. Appreciate it kindly.
Did you say pan agnostic?
Oh, come on, man.
Morality, you're so low.
I'm sorry, I'm at work, so I don't want to scream and talk too loud. I just want to answer your first question, Gemsy. I don't think the belief in aliens is exclusive to atheists. I mean, I've met flat earthers that believe in aliens, And then I just want to try and reiterate Blaze's question to Don, but maybe phrase it.
Like an agnostic could be a diagnostic without the die.
Real quick, Nate,
Yeah.
you're coming in super low, buddy. It's hard to hear you.
He's at work.
Okay, I'll just try later. Sorry.
Yeah, I could hear him because I turned it up. The answer to Don for me personally, which is the distance thing, if Christ ascended into heaven and he's physical, or he has a spiritual body. But anyway, as a Christian, I used to think that heaven had to be outside of creation, and the heliocentric model told me that the universe was ever expanding like super fast and was so big. So my mind was trying to wrap around heaven ever increasingly gaining like distance. But if the true Earth if the flat Earth model is true and there's a dome or a firmament and he really is looking down on us like we're grasshoppers, that brings him from millions of light years away to like 10,000 miles or 15,000 miles. It makes it more personable, and that's my answer on that.
If Jesus has to be outside the universe, but can't he just fly around metaphysically around the Earth, around the planet?
Right. I understand your point of
10,000 miles.
omnipresence and omnipotent and being everywhere all at once and near us, but the mind of like a child, if you say heaven is outside of creation, and if creation is infinite space, then a child will think heaven is super far away. But if you tell a child we live underneath a dome and God is right above us straight up, then that does bring him closer.
What if heaven is just the sky and not outside of creation?
Yeah, I hear you. But did you grasp what a child would think if you said outside of creation versus just above the dome, like the difference in distance?
I get your point, but that makes me think people have had a bad teaching about what heaven is.
I would like to address Boston. The extension to what you were saying is actually so there is the roof, the ceiling, the roof, and then there's layers, and then above that is that place that you're talking about, heaven. People say heavens, but there's layers, and then above that is the actual structure that is described in the structures and is depicted by almost in everything, and is the actual structure that is above.
Hey, Jamesy, when did you confirm that physically by yourself?
I mean, I'm just addressing Boston. Don't worry about that.
Right. It takes faith. It does. But believing in, dark energy and dark matter making up 84 or 90% of all things, that takes faith too, because you didn't go there and measure dark energy and dark matter. Like, it is a faith-based, regardless of if you believe in God, the God of the Bible, or space, no God, or whatever. No reason to get, like, I guess, pointed.
That heaven that we're
with
talking
it.
about can also be here. Can heaven come to earth, and we can have heaven and earth. We can. It's a thing. But we have right now what we're doing is this parasitic behavior, animalistic, hacked, weaponized version of ourselves. And yeah, well done, guys.
Yep.
You're fucking up. You're fucking the whole shit up, guys. Well done.
It's all right. I agree with you that the Most High, the reason why one of God's names is the Most High is because He's on the highest layer of the heavens, and He is looking down on us. I also believe that the New Jerusalem is physically above us now, and it's a 1,500-mile cube city that will lower down after the sky rolls back like a scroll and Christ returns, and the earth is refined with fire. The New Jerusalem is going to come down. There won't be a need for the sun and the moon anymore, because the light source will be coming from New Jerusalem, and everyone will see this huge cube city from everywhere on the plane. And that may sound crazy, but no more crazy than we're seeded from aliens, or we came from a Big Bang, right?
Yeah, to me, it's more crazy than that.
It's more crazy.
But what if
it's true? It's more crazy. You know what is more crazy? It's not more crazy. Bro, Boston, you said the cube, right? It's not that crazy what you said, because I will kind of like adjust to what you said. It's not a cube. It's an actual it's a pyramidic shape that will give you it will give you this pyramidic shape, four-sided or whatever. It's a pyramidic shape, and then it will give you an actual perfect sphere as well around the pyramid, like a perfect ratio of the rainbow that we see every day from the sun and the moon. You see that?
Cube, a pyramid, and a sphere.
That's the source. The source of the sun and the moon and the luminaries will give you the perfect ratio for the 360-degree rainbow that we see every day.
Do you know why people built pyramids? Every one of them was oriented toward the equinox.
Yeah, they are aligned to the luminaries, and the luminaries are aligned to the pyramid in the sky. So yeah, pyramids on the ground aligned to the luminaries.
No. Sometimes they're aligned with luminaries, but they're, primarily the sun. Like, it's measuring, the equinoxes, the solstices, like that's their calendars. So if you don't have a sun and a moon, there would be no need for pyramids.
You can make a sundial, and in the middle of the sundial, you can make a pyramid shape or a triangle, and you could tell the time of the day.
But you wouldn't need time. You don't need time in a new day.
Same as a church or any mosque. Get to the afterlife.
Yeah, you don't need time because it's eternal, right?
Yeah, no, for account, it's not about time the way they sell it. That, you need to be tracking this whatever accounting, and kind of we have to operate certain ways, so we account our day, how much we can do during the day, and that kind of stuff.
But we won't have to work hard.
I agree. No, if we concentrate on efficiency, and we can grab the version that we're using right now that is so corrupt, and forget about the corruption, and clean all these wasteful wars and invading and killing our neighbors and that kind of stuff, we can grab all of the energy, and everybody concentrate where they're standing to be productive, and concentrate on family, community, nation, and keeping the laws, low criminality, productivity. Bro, you use the resources, and things can be very, very well accomplished. But we have these politicians just telling everybody how to behave and what to do, when to do it, how to do it, and it's stamped by you guys, right? You guys get a stamp to be a
what?
Pumpkin.
Let's let Don get in. I want to hear Don for a second.
The clock is only a tiny part of the pyramid's purpose.
Oh, you think so?
It's a spiritual building, because they believe they could go to heaven the same as Christians do.
How do you know?
Because you can read all about it online.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Don, did you hear anything, Don, about the top of the pyramid actually being able to with like alchemy, they could use the energy and create gold.
No, I don't really believe that.
Have you read about it though? Because I ran across something that was saying that once, and it may be
Not
wrong,
really.
but it was interesting.
I
One
believe
thing
they were
there's
fascinated with gold at the time, but I don't know.
there's one thing a lot of people overlook when it comes to like the pyramids and stuff. And I know like the pyramid of the pyramid of Giza is 108, 36, 36, and as far as its dimensions go, which follows the water molecule geometry of being 108, 36, 36 at the center nuclei. I just thought that's interesting, how prophetic that is, that they knew that at that time.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
It probably has some sort of gematria thing that we're not aware of.
Well, I know that the number 108 is very significant within like the Vedic cultures, and there's something profound about that geometry.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, I just had a thought. It was interesting. So, if you think about everybody in this room right now, anyone that can hear my voice, we're ultimately all the authors of our own life. Like, if you want to talk about, we're telling each other our beliefs. Oh, no, I don't believe in that at all. Oh, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I like that. But ultimately, we're all just trying to figure it out, and there really shouldn't be any reason to get aggravated. So, like when I hear someone talk about aliens seeded us or anything, you can say anything you want that differs from me. The only reason a person will get mad is if they're acting like a toddler, saying, "Nuh-uh, my story's better. Nuh-uh, what I have in my head is the right one." It's like, well, hold on. We're here because we're not totally sure about anything. We're just trying to talk. What do you think? Oh, interesting. It's interesting to me how sideways it gets when somebody thinks that their story is getting infringed on, where I'm never trying to push Christianity on anybody or my beliefs. I'm simply saying what I think today, and it may change. 100%, it's going to change. So, thanks for keeping the peace. Today's been, pretty smooth. Some days it gets real weird, but just notice as you listen and ask the question, why did it get so weird and aggravated if we're just talking about beliefs and if all we're doing is sharing our story or what we think, right?
I can answer that. Because
Yeah.
Christianity has oppressed humanity for over 2,000 years. And if you include all the other Hebrews oppression, which is what it comes from, I'd class that as 4,000 years.
Right.
And that's why people get triggered, because they know it's oppressed people. So they get very triggered as soon as it's brought up.
Right, but I subscribe to the Messiah as being the Savior in Christianity, but I'm not pushing it on you, and I'm not mad that you don't follow my way. I'm chill.
You're guilty
totally
by
chill.
association.
Well, but what if you're wrong, and what if Christianity is being attacked because it's the one true life-giving truth that there is to find, and it's been grabbled?
What if unicorns are real and Moloch is more powerful than Jesus? What if?
Well, no, that could be, and I'm not upset if that is true, but are you upset if Christianity is true?
No.
Or is it a possibility in your mind? Like, is it possible that it could be?
0.01%, whereas I give Flat Earth 1% chance.
That's okay. Thanks for sharing your thoughts.
Hundredth of the likelihood of Flat Earth. I'm very certain Earth's not flat.
Okay, who else was trying to get in? Because that's all I was going to say is thanks.
Blaze, I just wanted to address. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Does somebody else want to say something real quick?
No, just a quick one about the pyramids. They would have naturally been aligned to a prime meridian as such. And our prime, it wouldn't have faced the same alignment as we do today. So I wonder where their prime meridian joined up onto, if that was the prime meridian, obviously it's not the prime meridian today.
I agree.
Okay. Is it okay if I address Terality? He said, I just wanted to know if it's possible to believe in a globe and be very close to God, or is it the only that only something exclusive to belief in flat Earth? Or if so, and it says, why would the creator care about what my opinion on the shape of the earth is? And why would the creator let that affect my relationship with him or her? So my interpretation is it's okay. So it's not a salvational issue, but yet possibly could be, because in the scriptures, our Messiah warns us, be careful that you're not deceived. Be careful that you're not deceived. So I don't even know what that means. And then there's some other scripture that says, if we don't love the truth, he's going to send us a strong delusion. So my thing is, I think things are set up to fail, right? What do we call that? Trojan horses. And so all these believers, I think there's some things set up that when they happen, it's going to make people push their Bible away and say, you know what, this isn't true. This is fake. Nothing, because they didn't read it, right? They just went to church on Sunday, sat there for an hour and listened to a 40-minute sermon. And so they would be open to the possibility of aliens from other areas coming in. They would just be exposed more to a deception, with other entities coming. And so when you know the true shape of the earth, well, when you know that we live on a stationary plane that's enclosed in some capacity, nobody's coming in, nobody's going out. That gives us a little bit more comfort, right? So that seems to be one deception handled. Now, are there going to be creatures? Yeah, there's going to be some kind of weird, funky stuff that's going to be these entities. Yeah, that might look a little alienish, but what does alien mean? In the Bible, at some point, it just meant you weren't from around here. That's all. At one point, we called people coming from Mexico illegal aliens, right? So that's my 2 cents. I think that
I'm afraid your feelings about what's comforting have no bearing at all on what's true.
well, I mean, you're not wrong, right? But I do a little research.
Blaze, I think you have
Mhm.
a pleasing voice and could be an audio book
I don't think
narrator.
so. No, and I wanted to say, it's so inspiring. I've been in this walk, the spiritual walk, for 7 years because I had nothing. I mean, a lot of people, I could see how they had something, went to church and they walked away from it. And I'm coming to it with a blank slate. And it's so encouraging to hear new believers like yourself, or that you're reading your scriptures for yourself, because clearly you are. And then you're always so sweet and so nice. And it's such a reminder for all of us other believers how to handle ourselves and how to represent our creator. Because I think sometimes I forget that, with my reactions and my little snippy, snarky comments and texts or whatever. So thanks for bringing leveling up.
Well, I think love is the key, and I think that we all are friends, even if we differ on beliefs. I think we're alive. I think we're alive more than most people. There are a lot of people that are just going through the motions. They're not very happy, and yeah, it's a pleasure to be here.
It is, isn't it?
I'm
Because
comforted to be on a planet because it's so far to other places. There's no other places we could see with people.
have you ever
We're
done your
comforted
own
that no one can come here.
have you ever done your own experiments, Don?
Yes, little ones.
Like, I could say the same thing. I did a little one. Every night, I track, like I was tracking Ursa Majors and Ursa Minor. And it just fascinated me how they just go counterclockwise around the North Star all the time. And so I've recently learned on my iPhone that it takes pictures of the night sky. Of course, it's not that great, but it looks cool.
Not in the south,
And
they don't, Blaze.
pardon me?
Not in the south, they don't.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, Oh yeah. Oh, what are you so what are you saying? So they go counterclockwise in the
around
north,
something
and
else.
then they
Yeah.
go.
You can't see him. You can't see him from the south. Then.
Yeah.
But the stars, she said. Which,
Yeah.
there's more in the south, and they don't go clockwise around
Yeah, but
Polaris.
don't you find it weird? It's like a plane up above us.
No, it's
And
not like a
then
plane. It's all circles to the horizon right beside me.
yeah. Well, I mean,
It's all,
obviously you like this conversation. So you're here for whatever reasons, and we're happy that you're here.
I don't know how that's going to help.
Well, other people are listening when you're talking to, my friends in here that are way more intellectual and knowledgeable about the scientific stuff. Other people are listening. It's not just, the debaters in here, my friends. They're not just debating you. They know that other people are listening.
Yeah, me
So
too,
it's good
Buzz.
that you're here.
Me
I
too.
don't know. I think what makes interesting people in here isn't necessarily that they're only involved in the FE stuff, because that to me makes it difficult to understand the person. It's all the different variations of all the people that I think help knit together this idea of who we are, who I am, who they are. All this. Yeah.
I'm disagreeable. Some of the things Christians
You're
and flat earthers say.
You're
and
super
I do
disagreeable
enjoy
too.
it. I do enjoy it.
And see, this is what I always get at. I have a conspiratorial mind. What does that mean? It means that I've always been questioning things. I'm not going to say I've always been a critical thinker, because that would not be true. But my whole thing was like, why? I want to understand things. And so when I had my little spiritual conversion, like the biggest thing that I was drawn to is that there's so many conspiracies within this AKA religion that is not biblical, right? It's one doctrine, one way. And then next thing you know, you have all these other things. And I don't call myself a Christian, because for so many reasons that I'm not going to get into. And I understand why people are turned off for the church and everything. And I think Christians get a lot of things right, but I just don't want that label. And I've done some research on that, and it's like, ooh, wow, wow, okay, that is interesting. So
I have the label, though. If you think that guy, that Messiah, is the key, that makes you a Christian.
no, it doesn't, because
By
I don't.
what language is?
Because doesn't Christianity mean that Jesus? They believe Jesus is God and Messiah. So my thing is, in the scriptures, it was called, the way, right? Or the Nazarene, the sect of the Nazarenes, hence my name, but not the Nazarene denomination that's out there now,
I think he
so
was God.
no, I think he is now ascended to, yeah, he is a god now, yeah.
Do all people ascend when they die?
Pardon me?
Do all people ascend when they die into God?
Did I say descend? I meant no, I didn't. Yeah, I think a lot of people did I say it wrong? Ascended.
Ascended.
Yeah, ascended.
Ascended.
I think, yeah, a lot of people, where do we get rest and peace?
So he's not special in that way.
My Messiah is very special. He's the king. All authority has been given to him.
What makes him special over other
Because
men?
he believed what he read, and he acted accordingly.
I believe some of the things I
You know
read.
what? Okay, let's take it like this. I believe Messiah was the first and the last egoless person to ever walk this earth. And
Oh,
you know
that's
what? They
pretty
didn't
special.
have the conversation of what the shape of the earth was. They just knew it back then, right? They were so close to the creator, and they just got deceived with like choices.
He's not God, but somehow he managed to evade ego that every other human has.
He is a god. He's the son of
He
God.
is a god now.
He's not the Most High.
Get your story straight, Blaze.
You can't be related
So,
to God and have like
actually,
a big ego.
In Islam, we say that he is the Messiah, and that he was blessed with the pure spirit. So in Islam, he was actually born talking. He came out of Mary and immediately was talking to people. And he always knew what people had in their stomachs, in their storehouses, what was going on in their lives. He was supported by the pure spirit. So maybe if that's what you get by being egoless, then yeah, I could support that he was the first and the last egoless person.
Yep. I mean, do you
But
know how hard
I
it
don't.
is?
I have to make it clear though. I do not believe he's a god. There's only one God.
Right. Well, where do you think that? I mean, I understand where you're coming from. So you must love the fact that what I just said right there, because you know, when Muslims find out that I'm a believer or whatever, they're like, okay, yeah. And then when I say, I don't believe in the Trinity, and they're like, oh, you're one of us. I'm like, no, I believe in the scriptures, but the scriptures have been twisted. But anyways, they didn't talk about the shape of the earth because they just knew what it was. Right?
Yeah,
There was
great.
no, and that's what gets us because, we have all this technology. Those people were barbaric, cavemen, and they didn't know, and blah,
Pumpkin.
Right, but
We're
they
getting
weren't
too
like, oh,
smart.
I'll just take a plane, and they're like, oh, you can use Google Earth. It wasn't
Did,
then that they had.
did Muhammad have ego, Pumpkin?
Yeah, yeah. He
Oh my
actually.
God.
It was
So
recorded in the
Jesus has got a
Quran.
special power that
It
Muhammad
was
didn't have.
recorded in the Quran that he was talking to someone who like only like partly cared to hear what he was saying, and some like homeless guy or beggar came up and he like frowned at him.
So
He
Jesus,
thought more
you,
about how he looked than what was in his heart.
for some reason, Jesus had a special power that even Muhammad didn't have.
He's the
Ego.
Messiah, dude.
Oh my God.
He was born of a virgin.
Fairy tales, people.
That's what the Quran said you'd say.
Yeah.
But what? So Muhammad's a prophet, but he's not the Messiah.
Right. Correct.
Is there ever going to be another Messiah, or is he the only Messiah?
Muhammad is the seal of the prophet.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, is
Jesus
Jesus
said,
the only Messiah ever
yes.
until Jesus the sequel?
No, there's no sequel.
What do you mean? You don't think Messiah's coming back?
Okay.
Not until after the earth is dead and we have our new land created for us.
Oh,
And
okay.
when we are
Jewish Messiah?
resurrected, he will be resurrected.
Not even the
Oh, okay.
Antichrist, Jewish Messiah.
No, there's no Antichrist.
Okay, wow.
What? I thought, who's the Mahdi or the Mahdi or something?
That's a dude.
That is something that is barely mentioned in the Quran that people basically use to take over their religious like groups as a cult, and they go, "Oh, I'm the Mahdi," and so they build this big character like he's someone who's going to come and
Oh,
take
that's it.
control or whatever.
Another
Yeah. So
D. What's this D mean? Put it all over the place.
D
Mahdi.
Mahdi.
D. DT.
No.
Dios.
But wait, isn't Dajjal like the false Messiah?
Yes, but that is in the Hadith, not in the Quran.
Mm. So have you always been a Muslim?
No. I was born and raised primitive Baptist. If you've ever heard of that,
Primitive.
it's like 4 points Calvinist.
I don't even know
And
what
then,
I know what the Calvinist, predestination, but that's about it.
yeah. So we believed in predestination, election, once saved, always saved. All that kind of stuff. Very old fashioned. And then eventually I left Christianity because my siblings were like going hard into atheism. And so at that point I went and became agnostic. I refused to take on another religion, having just rejected one. And so I just asked what the truth really was. And as I delved into trying to figure out what that was, like looking into dimensions and stuff like that, looking into the unseen, the more I could figure out about the unseen, like the more evident it was that there is a God and there is a creator, and he's the origin point of all moments. Like he is our reality. And we really have no business doing anything here but being in total submission to he who is in total benevolence toward us. And so
let
I
me ask
kind
you
of
this.
followed my own monotheistic religion for a while, before I finally realized that if God had guided me, then he would have guided other people too. And so that meant that he definitely would have left for us some sort of text. And so I began searching through all the religions that I could find. I started with the Bible. I found a lot of truth there. I couldn't figure out how God could have a son. It really rubbed me the wrong way. So I kept searching. And I looked through all the religions I could think of for 2 years. And when I found the Quran, it was like I just knew. The more I read, the more I knew, and it was just like immediate recognition. And it's the only religion on earth that just the only well-spread religion.
Did you resonate with the structure and the instructions that you're like, you knew what your creator was expecting from you?
Yeah, and the way that it was said too, because it's told in first person perspective.
Yeah, it's easy to read. I have one. It's definitely
Oh,
easy
you
to
do?
read and understand. Yeah. The last guy I dated, well, I mean, anyways, like 7 years ago. Anyways, he gave me one. I sent him a Bible and he sent me one, and I was like, wow, this thing is easy to read. It's like, there's, it's not in symbols and
Mhm.
patterns, and well, at least I didn't see that. So that's cool. But it's see, I believe things a little differently. See, I believe Messiah became. I believe he was predestined. Um, and I don't know where he was or what capacity. I think he was appointed. I don't know, but I believe Messiah became the Son of God. Maybe he was the Son of God up above, but I feel like he became the Son of God through his obedience. Because it talks about how King David is always going to have someone on the throne, and Moses talks about um God is going to raise up somebody from their brothers, like a prophet like him. And so all throughout the back of the book, Paul talks about how we're going to be saved by the man. And I believe that Messiah, and see, this is where I differ, because everybody focuses on the divinity of Messiah, which he is. Please don't get me twisted. I do believe he is divine. How he got it, I'm just not sure yet. But I focus on his humanity. I can't even go throughout a day without somebody pulling in front of me going, "Are you serious?" Or giving a flippant response or something. And I'm like, every day, I'm like, how did he do it? He washed someone's feet knowing that this person was going to betray him, right? He came into this world preparing to die. And he was so gracious. I just don't understand how he did it. He was so devoted. So anyways, I have a little bit of a different twist. I'd love to talk to you sometime, do a Bible study. If we could do if you have prophecies in your book, I would love to be able to compare, because I think you guys have something it's called, I forget what it's called, but it's like our Gog and Magog, Zhuge and
Yeah, Zhuge and Majuj.
yeah,
Yeah.
Zhuge and
Yajuj
Majuge,
and
yeah.
Majuj. Yeah.
Because I think our central planners, they want us divided, right? But if we started talking to each other and everything, and we would, there's not peace, because that's the way they designed it, right? Let's face that.
Mhm.
But
Right.
maybe sometime we could have a study. We'll do a study.
A Bible Quran study.
Yeah, we used to do that
Yeah.
at another server, and I learned quite a bit. It's good to
Yeah.
know, and typically Muslims definitely know the scriptures, but they kind of not in full context, right? Because I know that
Well,
you guys are like, well, Go ahead.
I grew up with it, and we read the Bible all the time.
But did
So,
you study the front of the book?
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
actually, our denomination was a lot more heavy on the Old Testament than all the other churches, it seemed like.
Well, because the reason I say that is because a lot of the churches, they just focus on the back of the book, right? And I find it
Mhm.
interesting though, because if you like the structure and the instructions, that they're right there. Um, you know, so it's strange. Like,
I know.
uh,
I was reading some of the Psalms to some of my Quran alone friends, and they're like, "Wow, this sounds just like the Quran." I'm like, "I
yeah.
know, right?"
No, I'm talking about the Torah, right? You guys,
Yeah,
your book says that you believe in the Torah, right? So,
yeah. The
um,
Torah and the Psalms and the Injil, which means the good news.
the back of the book as well.
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I know you guys love to use Paul against the Christians.
Well, yeah. My
And he's
mom
so
says
good for that,
that
isn't he?
he's I know, he's so terrible.
No, no, he's not. No, listen, Messiah handpicked this guy because Messiah said, I did not come to bring peace on earth, but division. You're either going to be a truth seeker and figure it out, like, because I trust my Messiah. He picked him. I know it's very controversial. There's a lot of people that don't like him because they think that he's against the Torah. And then the Christians are like, no, Paul said that, Messiah did everything. So it's this very, interesting
If you
type.
say that God picked him, then I'll agree with you.
No, I say that Messiah picked him because
I
that's what
don't think because the Messiah was already dead at that point.
well, okay. So where do you think Messiah went?
He was one of the 3 people who ascended to the heavens. All right, so we had Enoch, Elijah, and Jesus. And every time one of these people ascends to the heavens, there becomes a strong rumor because of Satan that they're going to come back. And that's why Jesus had to tell people that he wasn't Elijah.
Well, okay, so you believe that Messiah ascended.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's cool. Okay, because a lot of times when I talk to someone of your faith, um, they don't think that he died.
That's because they follow the hadith, which has nothing to do with the Quran.
Yeah, right. Okay, so there's truth in our scriptures, right?
For sure.
Do you
Yeah,
know
I grew up
anything?
with
Do
it.
you know
I
anything
try
about?
to tell people.
So sorry. Do you know about the feasts, the biblical feasts?
You mean like in the dream?
No, 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 no. It's in the Torah.
Oh, I'm not sure then.
It's God, our creator's timeline. It's his tempo. It's his appointed times that he, like, the Sabbath, right? He literally built the
Mhm.
Sabbath into creation, right? He wanted us to rest and from, all of our toiling and work and, maybe study and reconnect with him, worship a little bit, like, gather together. So his feast, Passover, right? You've heard of that. Unleavened bread, first fruits. That was a rehearsal for when Messiah was coming. So he died um, and was resurrected. He died. They crucified and tortured him on Passover. The next day was unleavened bread, right? So he was in the ground. And then the next day, when Father raised him, I mean, see how I called my creator father? Like, it's just like a family, like an authority thing. I didn't come from directly from our creator, right? I was born. But
Mhm.
so anyways, Messiah came through those on that timeline and that on our creator's tempo for Passover, right? And he was here for 40 days. And then Shavuot was like to me, from my count, another 50 days. And then so that was the spring feast, right? So I think I'm expecting him to come back for the fall feast, which is Feast of
Mhm.
Trumpets, Atonement, and Sukkot, and then the last great day. So, that's what I kind of meant when I said you study the front of the book a little bit, because to me, that's the tempo that we're on.
Well,
And
there's a problem with that if you put it on my line, because the Quran says that God created the world in 6 days and he did not rest. And he said the
wow.
Sabbath is for
But what
people
would make
who
you
fight about what it's about or when
but
it is.
that's so interesting, but what would make you think that would be true? Didn't that come like 600 years later?
Well, because listen to this.
Oh.
Does God need a rest ever?
Well, I mean, I would imagine it's pretty freaking hectic. I don't see how he does it.
No, well, because God does not exist within time. God exists without time and within all times. At all times, God is never compromised in any way. He only has to say to something, say be to something, and it becomes.
Right, but here's
Like
the
we
thing.
cannot become exhausted by creation. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
but you know what's really funny when you're saying that? I can tell you so many times where he was so freaking annoyed with the children of Israel. He just was like, I can't handle it anymore. This is ridiculous. So to me, that is a creator that has emotions and that he's just like, we're made in his image. So that's what it tells me a little bit, I think that I don't think he has a body exactly like ours, but it says that he has hands and he has a mouth and, he has a backside and things like that, I don't know about his feet, but
I don't like to conjecture about a body of God because one, to me, inherently it feels a little bit blasphemous. But also, if I were to speculate about it, I would be talking about something about God that I just do not know.
Oh, fair enough. So, don't you find it a little interesting that the Bible, they had to take the Bible and I think Shakespeare off the best-selling list for books because no book would ever be number one?
Because what? Oh, because no book would ever beat them, right?
Right. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not here to change your thoughts and stuff, but from me, my logic just tells me study the oldest book that was, I
Yeah.
believe inspired, and your book has, it talks about the Torah, so why wouldn't I go to the originator of the Torah to get that and to understand that and to compare it to, a book that came a little bit later. And I do believe that the Quran was inspired. Yeah, I believe I could see how people would think that. And see, I could see how someone else, and you know what? We'll probably change the subject here in a second. And you and I will talk, but I could
Mhm.
definitely see how people would resonate to the Quran because there is structure, it
Mhm.
seems like, you're the creator says, "Okay, be set apart, and I'm gonna show you how to be set apart from this world." But see, that's in the front of the book of the Bible, right? It is, and
Mhm.
not many people understand that because they are preached at from the back of the book, but people are waking up and being really restless. There's a real big, surge of revelations happening, apocalypse, right? Because that means unveiling and revealing, right? It doesn't mean what Hollywood makes it mean. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. I know, hey, SE's here. I know he doesn't, you know, and there's some other people. If anybody wants to chime in, good
No one
morning.
wants to chime in. You two should hash this out, please.
No,
This is a
there's no
pretty
hashing.
interesting
It's just
conversation.
there's no hashing. I just totally respect, the fact that that she sees that the creator said, you know what? I didn't create swine for food. She's like, okay, whatever you say, even though it tastes really, really yummy. I understand. And there's other things that I'm sure that you do as well. And as far as alcohol, I mean, it's not really good for us. I mean, it's the hardest drug on every organ of our bodies, you know?
Yeah.
So
And just
I
to be
respect
clear,
that.
in the Quran, it's not like you better not drink. It's not like haram like all the Muslims say. It just says don't do it.
Yeah, moderation, right?
No, it doesn't say
No,
moderation. It just
no,
says
it
don't do
says
it.
don't do it.
Okay. Well,
So it's not forbidden in the way that other things are. Some things are explicitly forbidden, like pork.
What about premarital sex?
No, it's not expressly forbidden. It actually is just, it lists punishments. So it's punishable.
So sex outside of marriage.
Yeah.
Right. What and so do you believe in demons? I forgot we had that conversation.
They're jinn, yeah.
Yeah, the jinn, right? So
Mhm.
you believe that how do you believe that they affect the world?
I believe the ones who are defiant against God come and do Satan's bidding and they interact with the world. I think, and it's hard to list exactly the ways in which they do that. I mean, I personally think that some magicians are in league with them, but a lot of people who practice witchcraft, they basically exchange deals with these. They don't know that that's what they're doing, but that's what they're doing. And so they will lure them into doing worse and worse things by giving them a little bit of their power. And their power is not magic. It's just like the way that when birds fly, it's not because they're magical, it's because that's the way their bodies work. So these jinn are doing things the way their bodies work, and to us it's magic. And so they're doing these things for these people who are committing all sorts of horrible things in efforts to get these things done through witchcraft. Moreover, I'm sure they're involved in all sorts of ways in corporate stuff. I don't know. All I know is that.
Mhm. Oh, sorry.
But
Sorry.
but it's important to note that they are people, and they had societies, languages, religions, prophets, and they were here before we were.
Okay, so we agree a lot. Would you say that they appeal to ego and they have to be invited in? Because let's face it. So, ego says, I want that, that Porsche. I wanted I want a lot of money so that I can date XYZ, I mean, that is like appeal. I I want to be my own god. Would you say that's how they affect
Well,
humans?
I would say that's how evil spirits affect humans. The jinn are an actual race.
Like the watchers, the sons of God, or
No, they're not sons of God. They fancy them. Okay, the ones who are disobedient to God think themselves gods over humans because their bodies, to them, they think are so much superior to ours, and they think
where
we
they
all
come
ought to be worshiping them.
but,
They are the same race as Satan. So
but where does
they're
Satan come from?
from a people called the John. So the John were what the angels are.
So they were
And
created.
so, yes, they were created.
Okay. Yeah, I'm down with that. So you know the story of Genesis 6, right? The watchers, the sons of God, the angels, came down and they left their first estate. I mean, it doesn't say they left their first estate until the back of the book a little bit, but
Hmm.
apparently they were supposed to come down and teach humanity government, righteous government, and to do things and teach how creation works and everything like that. What'd you say? I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you said something. And so they found the daughters of man attractive. So that's when they left their post essentially and took them as wives. And they had giants in those days. Do you subscribe to giants?
Actually, I do. I've seen a lot of evidence for giants, and no matter how much they try to shush it up, more evidence keeps surfacing. I personally think they are the children of jinn and humans, and since there are still jinn and still humans, they're still giants.
Have
What
you
about
heard that Genesis 6 story before? I'm curious.
Yeah, I mean, I read most of the Bible. you know, like I mean, it's been a while, admittedly.
yeah. Do you subscribe to First Book of Enoch?
Not necessarily. It has so many things in it that I'm a little bit like not sure if I want to believe in that many things all at once. So I'll look at it again, but I definitely subscribe to the book of luminaries that he has.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, it's essentially First Enoch, right? Because I'm not down with second and third. where Enoch turns into Metatron. No.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is because I avoided the topic of the shape of the Earth for 2 years for many reasons, way over my head. But it came around 2 years later, and first Enoch, and I was like, "What? Are you serious?" So, I had to give it a thought. So, people that come in here and they are ballers, but they have that they're believers and stuff, and I ask them, I'm like, "Who taught you lived on a spinning ball?" Like, I think Jimsy said earlier.
Mhm.
It was man, right? And then I
Mhm.
say, "Well, why don't you give the creator an opportunity to teach you what you live on?" And that's what he did for me. Now, sure, I did a teeny bit of research, 3 weeks, best I could. And I'm using my senses because it really doesn't take a scientific mind to figure out what you walk on. It really doesn't. As much
Yeah.
as, these guys come in here and, the Globers and complicate it, our side, the fixed and immovable side, I mean, hats off to them because they know both models and they're trying to open up these guys and girls' minds and they know both models. And I don't care to get to know the other model that much anymore because I'm like, boom, handled, I got it. But yet,
Yeah.
to be able to defend the creation that I say is fixed and immovable sucks sometimes that I can't, spout off the things that these guys do. That's why I come in here and I listen because even if I don't understand it, I still love the debating and I can grasp a couple things, you know? And I do appreciate the conversation. I just love it because you never know where it's gonna go in here, and to go walk outside your door and have a conversation with some depth that's not water cooler talk. "Oh, hey, what series are you watching on, Netflix?" And, and what like, just, that whole stupid,
Mhm.
worldly kinda conversation. There's depth to this conversation.
Yeah. One of maybe my favorite thing about the Quran, or if not, then one of my favorite things, is over and over and over and over, so many times it says, "Then will they not use reason?" Like,
Yeah.
you gotta reason it, baby. I'm tired of these people not being willing to reason it.
Yeah. It because they love what they've learned, and it's like, it's a deep dive. They but see, that's so weird. They're blinded, and maybe some have written books. Some still have to pay for their education. How could I still be paying for an education that is pure lies? Well, obviously there's some truth in there, so forgive me for that. But the math works, right? So these are people that say that are just scientific. I hate to say intellectual, but I don't know. They really like that whole depth of the math, and the math works for them, but blinded with common sense, but like planes flying on a spinning ball, flying out there at the ridiculous speeds. Come on, man. I mean, it really is basic. How's a plane, like, for a normal person, forget these intellectuals, for a normal person, like, I said that to somebody a couple weeks ago, and they're like, "Yeah, that is a little weird. I'm trying to figure that one out in my head." I'm like, there's nothing to figure out. Like, take a spinning ball, take your globe, and spin it around, right, 1,000 miles an hour east, and have it hurling out there. How's a plane gonna fly? How are we not hitting planets and stars and other things and
Oh
satellites
my
not
God,
hitting us
mate.
and people dying from it?
And there's Polaris right over our North Pole all along. Like, what the fuck?
They're really far away on the globe model. There's no chance of accidentally bumping into the moon.
Well, you guys have a model, but we don't. So, at least we're being
Yeah,
honest.
you should meditate on that.
They only pretend to have a model. They have like
Right.
one little thing where they have like the solar system going through space. You rarely see one that's any accurate at all. And then you're just like, wait, where's all the other stuff? And they're not passing through any like stars. Nothing's moving the way it should be. We can't observe the sky the way that we observe it on Earth. Like, there's so many problems with it.
So many.
Here's the simplest way to put it. They think the ground that you stand on, there's some of that in the sky.
What?
You know? Like, they think there's ground in the sky.
Well, these girls both believe there's a type of spiritual place where people can exist in the sky.
No, not a spiritual place or an actual.
Yep.
Really? So when things are bright, when you get closer to them, they don't get brighter?
Well, it's normal for something to be bright when the sun's shining on it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. And if it's that bright, when you get closer to it, it should be brighter, should it not?
I don't know.
Try it.
If the moon is a rock in the sky and the sun's reflecting off it, it'd have a specular highlight.
I don't know what that means.
Not only that, why is there no real reflections of the moon reflecting light onto the lunar moon crater? Like, you'd see reflections coming off of the surface onto the bottoms. You don't see them.
Reflections of what?
Meditate on it, Don.
Oh, I have.
You look into what a specular highlight is.
The pictures supersede, or what do you call it? A suspension of disbelief. That's what the pictures evoke in you.
Reflections
They don't
of
evoke
what?
reality.
What did you mean when you said reflections?
The moon landing. Well, if you're going to have objects sitting on the surface of something reflecting, well, that reflection will hit the objects, but that's not what's happening. You see the source of the sun. You see the source of the sun lighting up the objects, but no reflections of the sun lighting up the objects.
You mean you don't see the bottom lit up?
You don't see any reflections, bro, of the moon
Reflections of
reflecting
what,
light.
bro?
You don't see any reflections of the moon reflecting
I don't
light.
know what you're talking about.
Yeah, all the tinfoil on that moon lander, lunar lander would have been reflecting the light, is what he's saying. Anyway, and it isn't.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that's fake anyway, don't I?
Oh, the moon lander, the max speed, 32,000 miles an hour. Max speed moon lander could travel, leave Earth, and travel all that speed in 6 days, 460,000 miles.
No, I don't believe it anyway. I'm just saying your reasoning about the light shining back onto the bottom of the lander is probably wrong.
There's just no reflection. Like, if you have a reflected surface,
you can't explain the
light
reflection
would,
of what
would be,
when asked.
If you have
Because
a
the moon is
reflective
supposed to be-
surface,
Supposed to be, you mean light?
the images,
Supposed to reflect light.
the images that you see are not reflecting, showing the reflecting body of the moon.
Yeah, we're not saying it's a mirror. We're saying it reflects light.
He's just pretending to not know what you're talking about.
What you trying to explain it for him?
Don, you think there's land in the sky, and you don't even think anyone ever landed on it, bro. That
Right,
doesn't even make
here.
sense.
Listen here. If you had a light bulb, all right. If you had something reflecting light, all right, such as the moon being super bright, such that it can cast moonlight here on Earth. That's how bright it is.
Yeah.
All right. If you have something shiny, such as aluminum foil or the likes, chrome, whatever, then it ought to be reflecting back some of the extreme brightness that's bright enough to get across and reflect across the Earth.
Yeah, like the bottom of all cars on a sunny day.
Yeah, except you don't see that on the moon landing. Is what we're
We
saying.
have to bring up the pictures that we both think are fake and discuss it hypothetically.
All right, let's do it.
There's really no point.
He's going to discuss the images that he admitted already that the moon lander was fake. He's going to discuss the images
We're,
with the
we're
Moonlander in
already
it.
doing that. I'm saying it's
So
not. It's
you've
the same
already
as any
admitted that the
car.
Moonlander, admitted the Moonlander is fake, but yet you're going to discuss the pictures with the Moonlander in it.
So are you and Pumpkin. That's what you're doing.
Oh, not at all. I don't need to engage, dude. Not at all.
You
You've
came in and
clearly made your
discussed it.
you've clearly made your position, and it's it is what it is, right?
I just think it wouldn't be any different to any car on top of some dust, on a sunny day.
It was dusty. Where's the dust clouds?
Well, the gravity holds the dust down to the moon.
Wouldn't it be a big impact when it landed, given that there's never any atmosphere there? Wouldn't it be a big, like, wow, dust everywhere? Because
It's a small debunk of the feet in the photos. Yeah,
whatever. You're determined to believe what you believe.
of course I am.
So do you accept the mainstream scientific explanation of the moon?
Not quite. No, I believe it's a ball in space in orbit.
But
well, it's a start. You're starting to question authority, which is a good start.
Starting for like 5 years. Just starting now.
Anyways, I encourage a relook into Genesis 6 for everyone. I really think that's an important part of the whole story that it gets glanced over so quickly too. So, and I think Enoch expounds on it, and that's the reason that Enoch 1 has been so pivotal in most people's walk or seeking of truth.
Some of the main details from Enoch.
What was that?
After a while, you realize you're smarter than these mainstream scientists and politicians.
Yes. Can you tell us more about Enoch quickly?
What do you want to know about it? I don't get it.
You said it was important for a lot of people, so I'm wondering which bits you think were important.
It explains like who the Watchers were, where the Great Deceiver came from, how he came about, why he did what he did, who he is, his name, all that.
Right. Yeah, that could be important, that information.
Yeah, interesting that they would remove it, huh?
The Quran calls Satan Iblis before he fell.
Yeah, I would check out Enoch just because the story is there's 200 Watchers that were here to help man and then took wives with the daughters
They
of
weren't
man.
here to help man.
Well, I'm just going with what I'm going off the translation of Enoch.
Yeah.
And the reason they would help man is because they would teach them the secrets of the earth essentially.
Have you thought about Enoch being fake and added afterwards, or someone else's book not really connected, or do you think it's definitely part of it?
No, I think Jude quotes it. I think the Messiah quoted it. I think it was the first scripture. I think it was the first scribe ever on earth.
No, I think there's some before that, but I agree it's a real book, and it relates to Hebrew people. And I think it touches on all the science fiction, New Age shit as well.
I think the science fiction stuff came from that book. I think everyone got their ideas from that book. I think that's how science fiction came about, was because the truth is stranger than fiction.
Well, I could debate if it's true or not, but yes, I definitely think that's where it all comes from. Big epic stories. Can he not be stopped? This evil one. Can't God just stop it?
I think a 5-year-old asked me that the other day.
Yeah, it's logic that we need to know. So for me, the answer is, if he stopped it, there'd be nothing else for him to do.
You want
So,
to be this conversation ends up coming down to you want to be a robot. And it's just we've been over it many times before what free will is.
you saying God needed a challenge?
No, he wanted a people that wanted him.
Why can't he stop Satan?
What'd you say?
Why can't he stop Satan after all this chaos?
He did. Satan's defeated, bro. He's a defeated foe. He has a time limit.
Oh man, wish.
What do you think, Pumpkin? That Iblis can't be defeated?
No, he can be easily, but God is using him to enact his trial.
Oh God! What the trial? Putting people on trial to see if they fall for evil.
The trial is to see who can be the best in conduct.
Yeah. I mean, relate to that. Life seems like a challenge, a type of game.
I had an interesting reference the other day. They were talking about these, the three kings. We all remember, well, when I was at school, they did the songs, I don't think they're allowed to do that anymore. But I had so I always think of them as that's why I keep posting that Persian Magi, where we get words like magic. This etymology of mag, the word mag. This is interesting, and I heard someone referring to these three kings as witch kings. Has anybody ever heard that?
Yes.
Witch kings.
Shamans, priests, kings. What you can think of them, or magicians.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Do you know that they were hiding the information from the king, though?
But what's interesting to me is like I said, the trickery is really in the words, isn't it? Not just the words, because apparently they played the sweetest music as well. They could stop a standing army with the sounds that they made. Yeah, this is fascinating to me. It really is.
A lot of symbology in the three kings, and you can almost imagine three respected guru priest kings from the area, but half believing the story, so coming to see the special child. Right? You can imagine it happening.
Yeah, I kind of see it like you got the druids over on this island, then you got the Brahmins in India, and the Persian Magi, and they kind of, as I say, when you go back far enough, they all kind of are saying the same thing. In fact, it said the differences are so little, it's not even worth talking about. So that's really interesting to me. It was just much simpler. I think we overcomplicate.
Magicians, respected, smart men coming to see a special child seems normal, but there's lots of layers on top of that, like what the three gifts meant, who the three kings were related to, what their lines were, and all of that. And there is other special children that have had three men come to visit. That's happened before.
Yeah, there weren't any wise men in the Quran in that story.
They called wise men in Quran.
No, just there was nothing like that. It was, I guess that's what the Christians did to cover up what what the story was really going on. I don't know why they would cover it up, to be honest. It seems more miraculous to me. But it says that Mary went off by herself while she was pregnant. And then when she came back, having given birth, God told her not to talk to anyone. And so they're like, "Oh, Mary, you've done something terrible." And
Yeah.
she was like, and she just pointed at the child, and they were like, "What? You expect us to talk to a baby in the crib?" And Jesus spoke to them.
He's not the first one to have done that.
Hmm?
I've heard that archetype happens before. The mother goes off, comes back, and says, "This child came from God." And people are a little bit suspicious that it could be the cult next door, not God.
Okay, well, slander her all you want, but it's not.
Well, I'm saying it's just
I think
happened.
I think in her story that she just said, Dawn, she said that the baby was actually speaking. So does that happen all the time?
No, but it's a cool story. I mean, I could write that, couldn't I? When I have my
Could you?
special child, I can write in a book that it was talking straight away.
Yeah,
Thanks.
go ahead and
Like
write
Dawn,
anything like the Quran. I challenge you. Seriously.
sounds
I will totally revoke everything I've ever said about the Quran
Don't
if
be
you could
silly.
write anything similar to it at all.
It's hypothetical that I already could write something if I
No.
could be bothered.
Yeah, right.
I like
Of course
this
I
kind of
could. Of course
argument.
I
It's
could.
kind of like when people go to an art show, they're like, I could do that. It's always the I could do that, I could make this, I could do this, I could do that. The
Yeah, he
question is,
says that not
so
even having
Dawn,
heard it.
have
It's
you?
terrible logic. The only reason
Have
you believe it is because no one can copy it, when logically they could.
No, they couldn't.
Terrible reasoning.
So how many books have you written, Dawn?
None yet. I haven't started my writing career.
Oh, but you know that you could easily write something that would compare with the #1 selling book of all time.
Me as a human man, it's technically possible. I could teach myself to write something that has all of the same logic in it that completes that challenge.
I like when people start going down this line of thought, right? Because it's like, it would be like me saying, I could have done this within my sports career, or I could have done that within anything, right? We can all do anything,
Would
right?
you
The
agree,
question is,
Napalm?
though, like, have you? Like, this thing has been created, and people do reach pretty miraculous heights with the things that they can do and can create. But to
Believe that
just say
challenge
that
has already been met, yeah.
hey, I possess the ability to do this, yet I choose to do nothing. Is that an accomplishment that you feel like expressing? Does that build
Napalm.
your ego, or is it?
Let's say I start my cult and my writing career in the next 2 years, and at the end of my book it says, if no one copies this book, it proves everything in the book true. Do you think that would be good reasoning to make everything in the book true because that's written at the end?
It says to challenge people to create anything it's like. So that's why I
The
continue to
question's for
challenge you. Go
Napalm.
ahead, try it. It can't be done.
The answer's no. That's terrible reasoning to make a book true.
I mean, can you do it? It says even if all the humans and all the jinn were to band together to make it, they never could create its like.
It's been done. Loads of people have written.
No, they haven't.
Spaghetti
Dude,
Western Bibles.
I searched all of the internet for years to find the right religion. I neglected all other duties in my life to this pursuit.
You found it very comforting for
Just out of
yourself. That doesn't mean
curiosity,
it's true.
guys, do you guys know what the second most popular book of all time is besides the Bible? There's only one other one besides the Bible.
Shakespeare.
It's
Harry Potter.
Euclid's Elements is the second most printed book in world history besides the Bible.
That doesn't sound true.
More than the Quran.
Well, that's what I read. It was Euclid's Elements. It was
That does-
printed. It was printed more around the world for all kinds of cultures. Kings were educating their people on it.
Yeah, but
So
there were
according
like
to history, it's Euclid's Elements.
Citation, please.
Is
Yeah.
Euclid's Elements older than the Quran?
It is indeed. Yep.
Yeah. But its translation was not.
Euclid's Elements was translated all around the world for all cultures. I don't know the name of the king. I read this once. That a lot of countries did end up using this to teach their children to be independent of the government.
Hey, Don, do you think you could write something much better than Euclid's Elements as well? Is that an easy task?
I've never heard of it, honestly. I don't know what it's about.
What? Okay.
You've never heard of Euclid's Elements, bro? It's like
No.
it's like, come on, man! It's as famous as the Bible.
What's it about?
Geometry.
Oh, yeah, I definitely won't be
It
reading
makes
that.
sense that would be. It makes sense that would be the next book because it is the geometry of reality, basically.
If you told me it was about water, air, earth, and fire, I might give it a look, but if it's about geometry, definitely not.
It was the #1 taught book in the world until the Bible came out, and the Bible overtook it. Euclid's
I just got
Elements.
done listening to Bev saying there's the geometry of something, doesn't it?
But that's only before the press, though, because the press was invented for the Bible, and then thereafter it wouldn't have been superseded by something the Bible had already surpassed. So that couldn't be the second most published book.
That's what they state when it comes to empires and where these books ended up
But if you think about that for a second, Pumpkin, if it's the book that's most widely being distributed prior to the press, meaning the one that is being scribed more often than any other, except for the Bible, wouldn't it stand to reason that once the presses got running, they would probably start printing that book as well?
Yeah, but we know already that we have way more Bibles in press than we have of the other, like.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that means
And it's
that
not even close.
anything that comes close to the Bible's publication would have to beat out Euclid's Elements. It would have to. It's not even on the same scale, before the press and after, or the beginning of the press and now.
Hey, is Jeremy there? Jeremy, I want to say a word to you, buddy. Hey, man, I want to apologize to you if I've ever treated you like you're a douche. You're not a douche. You're a human being and worthy of respect. So I'm sorry if I may have offended you.
Well, I mean, if that's what you're doing today, we're gonna be here all fucking day because, I mean, you've been a douchebag to a lot of people, so it's all good though. I mean, whatever. Shit gets intense in here. I don't know why you come at me crazy for no reason sometimes.
Well, I apologize if that's the case, dude.
It's fine. It's fine. It gets heated in here. I know how it is. I will hold a grudge against you forever now, though.
Well, it's up to you. Forgiveness is key, though, bro. Just to let you know.
No doubt. It's fine, Data.
You're on Jeremy's
wouldn't
list.
make sense that-
Truthers don't like lists, Jeremy. Remember.
It would make sense that Euclid's is the second published book, right? Because that's the geometry of reality. Would you say
Yeah, I
that
like the way you
statement,
said that. Yeah. I like the way you said that exactly.
Because I just got done listening to. Go ahead.
No, go on. You were just listening to Bev, you said?
I just got done listening to Rumpus on Bev saying water is the geometry of water or something. And Bev was like ripping him because he's like, the geometry of that doesn't even make sense. But it makes sense there where I say it, like the geometry of reality. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. We went over Rumpus's thing yesterday. Yeah, that was funny as hell.
What's Bev doing then in the chat where he's saying he's got these proofs or whatever? Does anybody know anything about that?
That's the Rumpus and the Blue thing. Yeah.
What's he on about? What's Bev on about? Do you know, SE?
Well, it's best if he explains it. It's best he can only do it justice.
I've never actually. Has he got a server on here? Maybe shoot me an invite and I'll go and listen.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'll shoot you an invite. I'll post it
Yeah.
in the thing. Yeah.
Cheers. Because the first thing I saw him typing yesterday was he's got proof for the dogmatic globe, something like that.
Yeah.
The fact that he used the word dogmatic pretty much says it all.
Yeah, this is a thing with Blue and Rumpus and level, horizontal, all that stuff. It's so funny, bro. Just listen to the last the one Jeremy said. Listen to the last show, and yeah, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Hey, I'm out on a bike ride and I've been listening. You guys are crushing. One thing about the Book of Enoch that wasn't mentioned is how it definitely describes the sun and the moon as being the same size. And then it talks about in great detail what the sun and the moon do, like their motions and the sun comes out of gates. And like they say, you can sit in a chair and notate where the sun rises every day. And it doesn't slowly shift to a different position. It'll just come out of a different gate at the end of 30 days. And if that's provable, then it's like, oh, the scriptures were right. And I don't know, I haven't done it. I haven't sat in a chair and notated the sun for over 30 days, but that'd be something fun to try.
Yeah, it might be hard to set up and figure out how to do.
I mean, I imagine you could have a camera on a tripod in the exact same location and snap a picture when it rises and you can see it, and do that for 40 days and see if it jumps over or if it shifts. I got to get going again, so y'all have fun.
Well,
There you go, bro. Sent an invite.
I remember singing a hymn about the three kings. We three kings of Orient are. So maybe that's Christians trying to write in the idea that the kings come from the east, like further east, China and all.
Well, it's interesting
India.
to me because if you look at the Orlinda book, the sort of bad guys are called Magi. And so this word is this like I say, the etymology, mag, M-A-G, this seems to go way back. And the video I learned this from is Asher Logo, so I always promote his stuff because I think he's great. And the video itself is called Holy Men to Dark Magicians, which is a brilliant title. And that's what seems to have happened in my, I don't know, it just seems like something that started out with the best intentions and then, power corrupts and corrupted absolutely. So we see this degeneration over time. This idea of
magic.
people burning at the stake with these priests saying this is with the attitude of this is going to hurt me more than it's going to hurt you. That is like, oh, it just grinds my gears to think of that. to be honest.
So I'll give you a little taste, bro, about the dogmatic globe. Okay? Get your appetite wet. Blue has 5 laws. 5 laws of globe. And Rumpus has 5 laws of globe.
What do you mean?
So,
They've made up what they think are laws of globe logic.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
What are the 5
logic.
laws?
That's right. That Don knows it. Yeah.
Can you lay them out?
I can give you. I think I have Rumpus's laws saved. Hold on. I'm not sure if because Blue is new. Blue, I just saw them yesterday. Blue's 5 laws, but I'll make a meme of them. But I'll post the Rumpus's. Hold on.
So they've totally bitten Bev's script and going to run with it for the next month at least, maybe 2. Utter
Montreal, question
arsehole.
for you: Are you a Christian, Montreal?
Yeah, I was born a Christian. Yeah.
So you believe in Jesus Christ?
Don't you remember you named me the devil? Don't you remember that conversation we had? Did you
So
forget?
just want to clarify, buddy. You don't believe in Jesus Christ, right? Because I do remember you being shocked and surprised that I do. I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, it's not I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I'm a Christian. I have a Christian name. I was born Christian. I was baptized. But as I grew older, I realized that the Bible is just, well, see, I don't really like to get into this because people get offended. But let's just say, no longer do I believe in that philosophy.
Well, the idea is what you conveyed to me is that it was written by man, therefore it's fallible, and therefore the intent behind it being written by man would you indicated that you disavowed it because it's it is written by man and it is fallible, but everything that you've ever exposed your eyeballs to is written by man. Wouldn't you think that your creator would want you to at least have some type of information and material accessible to you that would just teach you basic instructions before leaving Earth, essentially, and that it wouldn't be in your best interest to focus on the concept that it's written by man, therefore it has to be fallible when everything you consume is written by man?
Look, I'll be frank with you, right? To me, the Bible was written for a certain people a certain time ago. It has nothing to do with us today. That's my belief. Now, I know it goes contrary to all the Bible believers, right? But I can't help that, man. This is the way I see things. Been around
That's
a long
fine.
time.
I'm just curious to know why your logic is the way it is, because unlike you, I guess I have sort of similar roots, but I left it years ago. I was like, this isn't for me. But then I end up coming back full circle because I actually went through reading the Quran, the Talmud, the Hadith, the Torah, like in bits and pieces, not to completion, and then of course the Bible. Have you done that to deduce out of all of man's writings what would be, because there's beautiful writings in every culture, but wouldn't you want to adhere to some value that some writing and some values that actually are just founded in like family, trust, love, not hatred and so forth? And if you read the Bible, I mean, you just read Jesus Christ's words, I mean, that's essentially foundation of it. So how would you, in your mind, not accept Christ's words if you compared it to everything else as man's writings, and they seem logical, reasonable? You know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is there's no inherent evilness into the words that Christ speak, but you've decided to brush it away as it's written by man, therefore it's fallible. But the message in itself is not fallible.
Well, look, if you live long enough, right, you see what people write and then you see what people do, right? So what people write is one thing, but what people have done is totally a different thing. So I use logic. You accuse me of not using logic. I think you and people that believe in these books and these words and these so-called scriptures written and by God towards man, he only chose one certain tribe to give this word to, but then he went to another tribe. Like, if you want to believe in these stories, that's cool, bro. But I've lived long enough to realize these are just stories. And by the way, I do believe in a creator. So make what you wish of that.
So what I'm hearing is that you've gone through all of the information, let's say, all the religions. You understand that all these religions are quantifying a creator, and they have certain traditions behind it, certain beliefs and certain practices. Have you gone through them and understanding their practices and their beliefs, and then concluded, just even if you didn't believe it, but conclude which would be the more simpler, I suppose what because Christ came and rewrote new laws, right? The New Testament is essentially trying to tell the Pharisees and the Sadducees that what your traditions are. Their traditions are wrong. They're not necessary to pay homage to the Creator. You can do this, and therefore not only can you do this, which is alternate to the previous traditions, that all Jew or Gentile can be accepted into heavens, which is a big slap in the face if you consider what your stance is that this book was created for one group of people. But that's not what Jesus teaches. Jesus teaches it's not for just one group of people, it's for everybody, right? So have you done that? Have you compared all those teachings and just deduced what is the better frame?
No, I've deduced all religions are nonsense, stories made up to control man. That's been my experience. That's what I think. And there's really no logical argument you can make against that. There's absolutely nothing that you can say or do to convince me or any logical person that your God is superior to any other God or any other religion. There's 4,000 religions in the world. So anything you say after my statement now is all belief, and I'll respect that. But don't try to get the upper hand or say that you know something superior to somebody else, bro, because it ain't gonna work with me.
An excuse.
So it's
No
not.
one
It's
in
not about.
religion
It's
thinks
not
that
about.
there's no
It's not
religion
about.
better than another.
Hold on. I'm not saying anything is better or worse. You're conflating. You're conflating the idea that I'm inferring that when you get a certain type of teaching, that teaching is superior. What I'm saying is if you've gone through the teachings, there must be something that you get out of it that would make sense to you in a way that would build a foundation of belief, if you will, that is not attributed to the idea of man writing these words to control you, but the words being created to liberate you. See, you don't look at it as a liberation, you look at it as a confined, controlled speech. But I think that's where they've convinced you not to look into it for what it is, because if you believe that it's meant to control instead of liberate, then what are you reading exactly? Because when I read Christ's words, it's about liberation. It is not about conforming to man. It's
How do you know that
conforming to
Christ
God.
words?
Hold on, it's conforming to God and God's laws. Because really, the only laws we need are written in Scripture.
How would you know that
So
Christ
what's your objective here
words?
now? Is your objective to convince me of your God? Or to show
No,
that I'm evil or something that I don't believe? What's your objective?
I'm understanding your logic because out of all the people that debate flat Earth and globe, there's a really interesting phenomenon that I'm writing about, which is there's a lot of flat earthers that are anti-Christ, and I'm really interested in how they determine that
I'm not
philosophy.
anti-Christ, bro. I'm not anti anything.
You're
I
anti-Christ
just
if you
don't
don't believe.
believe
If you
in
don't
your
believe,
stories. I don't
according to
believe in your stories, bro.
I get it. It's not my story. Again, you have determined all of your reasoning and logic from men's teachings. You have to admit that. That's a fact. You eventually develop your own opinion through the knowledge, and then you gain wisdom by applying that knowledge. So you're saying that all of your knowledge has given you the wisdom to say that these books are meant to control, where I see these books are meant to liberate. Now, they
Okay,
liberate in
can we
different.
coexist in our beliefs, or shall we fight about it? What do you
Well, here's
think?
the best part. Here's the best part about it. Prior to the flat Earth movement, prior, let's say, to a new world that they want to impose on, there is a form of respect, dignity, commerce, trade that was built on principles. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal, don't, founded in Christian Judaic values with Roman law. This is just what the system was founded on. This is why they're trying to destroy this system. Because the system inherently was founded in Christ, in my opinion. That's what I see. So
the system was brought about by King Constantine of the Byzantine Empire. That's where this system, one of my kin, on top of that, it makes me sick. One of my kin did it. Yeah,
I get it. It's trying to amalgamate other groups of people into the Christian foundation because the Christians were speaking up. They had to appease the Christians by at least acknowledging them, which is fine. But set aside for that, all of our belief systems in the West was family orientated, was work hard, build a family, own property, own a home, be independent, be autonomous. This is really the foundation of Christianity. And so when you say it, hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So what you're saying is that if it was to be, the book was made to design to control people, then why was there so much liberty, Montreal?
Why? I can say the same thing for the Buddhists. I can say the same thing for the
We're not
Hindus.
talking about the Buddhists. We're talking about your idea that religion is written by man to control man. But I'm questioning that. I'm questioning your logic on that because if you look at United States and slavery, Britain and United States were the two major government organizations or whatever movements that abolished slavery. They were Christian men that did it. And in fact, Christian men are the reason why you have liberty in the United States and Canada. So if they want to remove, let me finish.
Let me know when I can talk. Let me know when I can talk.
If they want to remove that, they have to destroy the idea that it's founded in good. This is my opinion. And you are an example of what I think of you being brainwashed now, saying that it's controlling man, when it's the opposite. It's designed to give you liberty.
Okay, is this the same Christianity that gave liberty to the millions of Indians where I sit right now on their land and where you sit right now, you fucking hypocrite? Is that the same people that did it?
Okay, so now you want to talk about war. Now you want to talk
That's why
about...
I don't want to talk with you people, man. You know what?
No.
End of story, bro. Believe in your religion.
You have no logic.
Because you're not gonna enjoy talking with me, bro. You're not gonna like it.
Do you think reparations or taking land from somebody because they took the land is the way to deal it? You're being the exact
Go to
creature.
a church and pray, bro. Don't preach to me.
You're being
Go
the exact creature. You're being the exact creature that the Christians fought against, which is you do not represent liberty.
Come on. 10 minutes later and you're a devil again.
You don't represent liberty, SC, if you think that all religions are designed to control man.
Don't preach to me, Bubba. Don't fucking preach to me.
Dude, I get teachings from rabbis. They don't believe in Jesus Christ as the savior, but I still listen to the rabbis because they got good teachings. Some of the things with life and life lessons are fundamentally true across all belief systems. The thing is that you are trying to say to the world, hey, I don't trust any of man's teachings, but yet my beliefs are based on their teachings. And I don't believe religion because it's controlled. You got it backwards, brother. God is supposed to liberate you.
You have no clue of what you speak, bro. Go to Saudi Arabia right now and start preaching, bro. They'll chop your head off. You'll disappear. You have no idea of what you speak.
If I was in Saudi Arabia teaching the word, well, that would be a different argument altogether. But I would be liberated because I'd still be allowed to have freedom of speech to do this. And this is what Flat Earth to me is essentially, is the last litmus test of freedom of speech. Because it's announcing to the world, I don't care what facts are presented to me, I'm going to believe what I believe. And I'm going to speak truly what I believe. So it's the last, Flat Earth is the last litmus test for freedom of speech.
What about freedom of thought? To not believe Christianity is based
thought
on
and speech. You can think that, but then you'd have to present it with logic. And if you look at all cultures and all nations,
I don't have to present all of my thoughts, do I?
If you look at all cultures and nations and you look at history, they all genocide their own people, whether Indians enslaved Indians, whites enslaved whites. It's like you have to realize when Britain and the United States came up and they created this system, Judaic Christian values based in Roman law, it was founded in liberty. That's why the Constitution is rooted. That's why the Constitution is rooted in God, and why the Bill of Rights is rooted in God.
You agree
It's
with
because
Roman law? Romans
we get
13.
it's what we were given. Okay,
You agree
it's
with
what
it?
we're
Morals,
given.
ethics, and rights exist regardless of God, regardless of Scripture. Morals, ethics, and rights exist
Yeah,
regardless of God.
Not
who gives
regardless
them
of
to
God.
you? Who gives them to you, man?
Life experience when we learn that we don't like
Who
when we're
gives them
treated
to
poorly.
you? Who gives them
Life
to you,
experience.
man?
Life
Who
experience.
gives them? Who gives them to you, man?
What do you mean give? I wasn't
The
given
universe.
shit.
He believes the
I
universe
work for
gives
my
it to
shit.
him.
I work for my stuff in life.
Sure. You were given life by your parents,
I
right?
wasn't okay. That's
You were
fine by my
given life by your
parents.
parents.
That's fine.
Their parents would set you up with a structure of living. They give you food, they give you shelter, they give you a home, they give you love, they give you caring. That is a system that was created because it was nurturing healthy, wonderful families and, well, a wonderful, healthy society. If you start perverting that and saying there is no God and I get my laws and rules from man, well, then you're subjugated to what man has dictated to you. And I'm saying I don't
Did
need
I
to.
say I get it from man?
I don't. Well, you must, because you believe
No.
that they're inherent. They're inherent, but who are they inherent from? Where did you get them? In your house, you get them from
No
your
clue.
parents. If
Oh,
your
sometimes, yeah.
parents, they get them from
Sometimes.
their parents. So go back down the line, dude. The point is you have to have.
Oh, so let's go back down the line. Let's do that, believer.
Yeah. So again,
Who's the first dad?
if you're
Who's the
going
first
to
dad?
if you're going to denounce God, you
Prove
have to
who
have
the
a
first dad
logical
was.
reason.
Prove who the
If
first
you're
dad was.
if you're going to denounce God and creation, then you're going to have to back it up logically,
do it.
which means that
You
you
can't
have
do it.
you have a lot of philosophy and metaphysics of how and why God doesn't exist. The argument is I don't need man
I'm not
to
saying
tell
that.
me
I'm
the
saying I
laws.
have morals and
I
ethics
don't need
regardless of
man.
God.
I don't need man to tell me the laws because they're inherent in most
Somebody needs to
men.
fucking mute this
Which means
piece
you
of
don't
shit.
lie, you don't lie, you don't cheat, you don't steal, you
Can we
don't
move on
kill.
from something?
Right?
Can we actually go to a topic, Data? Because usually I
Yeah.
respect what you
So
have to say,
if
but this
you're
belief shit
triggered,
is funny.
if you're triggered by a
It
belief,
doesn't
then
matter
you're
if I'm
not
triggered. We should
acknowledging
probably talk about the earth, huh?
you're
Just
not
keep talking,
acknowledging
though.
your own you're not
Even if
acknowledging
I'm
your
triggered, I still got
Shut the
more.
fuck up. No one
Data
cares.
did this on purpose. He knew my opinion. He knew he'd goat me in. This good Christian man did this on purpose. You are a
ridiculous.
disgrace to your religion, bro. Really, you are.
Just a talking
Hey,
point to him. It's not a religion. He doesn't have a relationship with God. It's a talking
It's
point.
just a reason to be right about something.
well,
It's not about
I
a reason
pulled.
to be right. It's calling out your fallacy by you claim to use logic
Let's see
and
how I'm
reason.
right.
Everything that you've ever learned is from man's writings. So if that is a fact, then logically you have to deduce what is correct in the writings. And how do you do that? Well, inherently there are laws written in men's hearts not to kill. On average, we're not killing everybody because it's in our hearts not to do it. That is a written law that comes from our creator.
No, it's
That's my
not. It's
Yeah, but
just
do you
there.
see
that's
that?
It
my
happens
Hold on.
that's
regardless of
my
God.
logic. That's my logical reasoning for why we
Do you believe?
naturally are good to some extent. Is because our creator is good. So we are
Jumping
part
to
Okay.
of
conclusions.
creation.
You're jumping to
We have
conclusions,
good.
Data.
No, I'm
Do
looking
you
at
see
facts.
the?
Yeah, you are, and you're making flat Earth look stupid. I'm done.
I don't
Yeah.
care what you think, dude. Flat
Can I say
Earth
something?
again.
Ada,
Flat Earth
can I say
again
something?
is
Wait
full
a
of
few minutes. Listen.
antichrist
Holy crap!
people.
Yeah, just take a ticket.
Which means it has to rooted in communism. So flat Earth, Karl Marx and flat Earth is synonymous, buddy. If you didn't know what Karl Marx thought of a flat Earth, then you guys are doing the same shit.
Okay, now can I speak for a second? Do you see the hypocrisy in your statement? Try to make me look illogical and try to make me look antichrist, right? That this is the second time you're trying to do that because of my beliefs. But at the same time, you preach goodness, but you neglect the fact that your religion destroyed a whole continent worth of people, destroyed their culture, destroyed their religion, destroyed their way of life, killed their animals, committed basically genocide in the name of your religion. And you have the gall to sit here and preach to me and other people? Bro,
So
look in the
again,
mirror. Look in the
did the
mirror.
Muslims do it? Did the Muslims do it? Did the Muslims kill millions of people? Did the Jews kill millions of people? Did the Russians kill millions of
So it's
people? They
permissive
all
now.
did.
Okay.
So now, no, again, you are trying to target
Just a
one
terrible
particular
case.
thing. You're trying to target one particular thing when all cultures are responsible for it. So it's a bullshit argument. First of all, it logically would be that our Creator would want us to live with family, would want us to have our own property and our own home. Are there evil men that want it and are greedy for it? For sure, absolutely. But the law that's written in our hearts is the law that will come up because we come from creation, meaning we don't need those extra laws unless we're dealing with evil men that don't follow God's laws. That's why man additionally writes laws, is because there's people in this chat that don't believe God exists. Therefore, they are subjugated to man's laws. They don't follow them, they go to jail, they get arrested, or whatever the case is. They don't inherently have God's laws written in the heart. That's why they have to follow man's. I'm saying I don't have to follow man's because God's laws are written in my heart. Now, am I a perfect human being? Absolutely not. But I am an observe and report, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of anti-Christ flat earthers.
So that is your objective, to point me out and others as antichrist flat earthers? Was that your objective today, good Christian man?
So my objective is to observe and report, and if there is a consistent follow through with an argument or a position, then it has to be documented. I don't give a shit what you believe, bro. You can believe it's flat, spirit on. The point is why is there so many flat earthers that are anti-Christ? That's a very interesting question to me, considering if you claim it comes from creation, and if you claim that you've read the Talmud, the Hadith, the Zohar, the Torah, if you've gone through and actually are a researcher and you're a flat earther, then you must conclude what philosophy you're going to take from that. What is
I
the
never
best
said I
philosophy?
read those fairy tales. No, I never said I read those fairy tales.
Well, then
Then
your logic is flawed because you're saying that you don't need to participate because you think it's man writing, controlling man. Well, do you think they don't write about the cosmology of the world to control man? Do you think they talk about medicine to control man? Don't you think they put in the education system to control man? So your argument is so flawed, it's illogical.
Dude, you want to believe in a book written by Jews 3,000 years ago to control your ass? You do it, bro. I'm going to laugh at you, and I'm going to say it out loud.
Here's my advice to you. Just go read what Jesus said alone. Forget about any other religions. Just read what Jesus said in his parables and his teachings. That's all you have to read and listen to is that. That's it. Because there's nothing inherently wrong or evil with any of it. Zero. There's no weird traditions to practice. There's no bloodletting. There's no sucking a baby's penis. There's none of that stuff.
Circumcision.
I don't need to read any book that you recommend.
Torturing for heresy.
If you compared the teachings, you'd realize there's nothing inherently evil with it, is my point.
I could care less about your teachings, bro. I could care less about who you think.
Worshipping
not my teachings. The fact is that you're on board with the communist, socialist Russian agenda here, dude. That's what they want you to think.
Well, my God is Zeus.
Opinion
My God
noted.
is Zeus. How do you like that?
Again, I'm not offended by your belief system. I'm just calling your belief system out because you claim to not believe the Bible because it's written by man, but everything you believe is written by man. So you don't really have an argument, do you?
I'm calling your system out. Your Christianity is barbaric and has murdered a lot of people.
How did you learn? So did the Greeks.
Barbarians
Sorry, the Greeks.
you are.
You know what the Greeks did, dude? You know what the Greeks did?
I'm one of them.
The Greeks, you know what the Greeks did? The Greeks came in and took over empires. They stole everything. They never conquered people by war. They just came in and took it over and stole it from the people.
Just like you did, just like your people did, my people did, all the same thing. Yeah, but you think your God is better than all the other ones.
I'm saying Jesus Christ's words are, because they have nothing to do with government genocide, government organizations taking over land, greed, political wars. That's nothing to do with Christ.
Yeah,
it's the teachings
you don't
that Christ
have to
says.
apologize to Catholics. The Catholics are their own thing.
You can believe in anything you want. Just don't think you're superior or you can preach to anybody else.
I don't think you're superior. I'm calling
stay
you
quiet.
logic.
Don't goat me into God arguments because I don't buy your bullshit, man.
It's
as
literally
simple as
the
that.
logos, bro.
You're gonna have to learn to live with it, bro. It's very simple.
You literally said, I don't believe the Bible because
preach
man
your
wrote it.
bullshit to me.
But everything that you read is written by man.
Hey, SC, who are you to come against Logos? He's got divine Logos. Don't mess with it.
Yeah, he's the God. He's gonna preach to me. Piss off, dude.
That's ridiculous.
Believe whatever you want. Just don't preach
the
to
idea
me.
is that you have no logical reasoning to believe what you believe because everything is written by man. regardless of whether or not you think it's right or not. It's still written by man. You've just decided that what you have gone is correct, but yet you haven't done the research, have you? You haven't read the
You want to
Hadith. You
pray
haven't
to a Jew?
looked at the
Go
Talmud
pray
and
to a
Quran. You
Jew,
haven't read
bro.
any of
I
the
don't
stuff.
pray to no Jews. I don't pray to no man. You understand? If
When
I'm gonna
flat
pray, I'm gonna
earthers,
pray
Yo,
to
Dada,
when
Zeus.
just let it
flat
go,
I
Dada.
ain't
earthers,
gonna
Dada,
pray
let
to
it
no
go.
Jewish
when
God.
flat
I'm
earthers,
not Jewish,
make
bro.
globers, when flat earthers make globers, right? Flat Earth data. That's what
Yeah,
you're
no
doing.
shit.
Scaring people away from the truth.
I would love for anybody to fact check the idea that Montreal claims that the Bible is written to control man, at the same breath read other material and think that it's not designed to control man. It's illogical.
No, it's not.
When did I ever
Just
say that?
let it go. Let it
When
go,
did I
Dada.
ever
Let it
say
go.
that?
I just want to say something real quick that, human beings are inherently tribal, right? We're tribal. There's always been factions. There's always been war and conflicts, whether it's the white man, the Spanish and the Native Americans, or the Mongols and the Chinese. Listen, there's always been war. There's always been conflict. So the idea that you can blame the Christians for conflict is a little bit absurd. And also, the Church of England and the papacy in Rome, they persecuted believers of Messiah. They killed their own people. So-called Christians killed other Christians because they observed the Shabbat. They observed the seventh day. You know what I'm saying? So, like, the idea that you had conflicts throughout history of all different people, man. Like, you can't be like Christians are responsible for all wars. That's a
I didn't
little bit
say that. I
absurd.
said this continent. Okay? This continent. Your Christianity, this is a fact what I'm gonna say now. You guys gotta hear it. I don't care. You took Indians, their kids, you took their
Oh
children,
my
you put
goodness.
them in camps, yeah, and you taught them Christianity forcibly. Now you got to live with that, my friend.
I
Don't
don't
be
have to live in
preaching
nothing.
that your religion is better than any other
When
one.
I'm not saying
Okay?
that, bro. I'm trying to
Don't
set the
give me
record
the
straight.
fuck and don't get me started because I'm gonna give it to you
Okay, so there's
as it
hypocrites.
is, my friend.
So there's
Don't
hypocrites in Christianity. Wow. Am I supposed to be
No, not
surprised?
hypocrites. By design, you slaughtered a whole fucking race. You
No, bro.
understand that?
That's against the
Yeah, you
scriptures, bro. It's
slaughtered a
against the word
whole
of God. You
race.
can't be doing that, bro. First of all, there's
I
hypocrites
don't
in
give a
every
shit, bro. You
organization.
want to preach? I'm going to preach to
I'm not
you now.
preaching, bro. I'm not even preaching, bro. I'm saying
Slaughtered
that
a
there's
whole
hypocrites in
race. Listen
every
to my
organization.
words.
Yo, brothers, this ain't a good
I'm
time.
sick and tired of this fucking
You
bullshit.
guys are not gonna make sense to each other right now.
No, I'm just saying that there's hypocrites in every organization, in every school, in every organization, whether it's the cops, whether it's judges, there's tyrannical judges, there's hypocrites in all walks of life. You're pointing out the hypocrites in history that persecuted innocent people. So what?
Okay, but let's park the car for a quick second on the idea of what SE is saying. Now, SE is taking the idea of what happened with Christopher Columbus, who brought from Europe, he brought the enslavement idea through Catholicism to the Indians, and he went on his tirade and did his thing. Right now, the what's being portrayed by data is what was taught by Jesus Christ, and these are two, in fact, different things. And this is why, even when I bring up the topic of I state scripture, what's written, I don't care about religion. Religion is a 3D man-made construct. We have to get clear on what was stated in scripture and remove the cloth of religion from this entire thing, because you say religion and wars start. You guys just demonstrated that. Thanks for listening.
So, like, there you had the Puritans that first came to this country that did not murder Native Americans. You had the Quakers, right? The Protestants that came here from religious persecution by the Church of England. Because, like I said, you had Sabbath keepers, right? And they were obedient to the word of God. They loved their fellow man, right? Regardless of their skin color. And they did not practice the pagan feast days like Christmas. The Massachusetts Bay Colony and when you had the 13 colonies, they prohibited the observance of Christmas and other pagan feasts like Easter. And they escaped religious persecution from England. And they were Christians, right? And they were escaping other Christians. Peaceable people. So it's a bad thing when you group everybody into one group, bro. You can't do that. That's all I'm saying.
And we don't want one where his life would be pretty boring. We want diversity, culture, and we want debate, right? But if you have no integrity, dignity, and you don't respect fellow man, you don't have any Christ-like abilities in you, then you're going to disavow these people as human beings, and that's what the communist Marxists want to do.
Yeah, but Lion, now you know what it's like to be a global. You know, when you guys just group us all into like one group of stuff.
See, I was never a glober, dude. I just looked at or a flat earther was looking at reality for what it is and the metaphysics and philosophy behind it. And if you're going to claim that everything's written by man, then how can you possibly believe the Earth is flat or it's spherical?
That's what's up, Data. I actually agree with what you just said. That's what's up.
I'm not here demonizing Globers. I've never done that.
I know. It's not about globes. I was just saying something.
I was polarized to demonize Globers for the fact that the way that they portrayed for, held responsible for the chaos and or in Christianity in particular, held responsible for the chaos and disorder. That's just propaganda. Of course, being subjected to stuff that you're not trained to understand, and then eventually training through it, through trial by fire, you end up changing your position as far as what you think is responsible or who is responsible.
Hey, can I chime in? I pulled over again. I'm on my bike ride. It won't take but a second. If we rewind 30 minutes, SC kindly asked to not go into this subject because he's made his mind up. And I agree with everything you're saying, Data. I'm a believer. I'm a follower of the Messiah, et cetera, et cetera. But you also have to know that the sovereign creator of all is taking care of SE. And I know that you want to preach, but it sounded to me like you were trying to beat him into submission with logic. But he's a logical man. He really fights for the flat Earth with great logic. I have a lot of love for him. I care for him. Now, if he understands Scripture or religion or Christ and all that stuff properly or not, I have peace knowing that the Father knows how to reach him better than me, and that he's gonna do that. So I'm not beating you down. It's just I feel like if we're gonna win anybody over to any topic, be it flat Earth or Christ, it's gonna be done in love. And if he says, "Kindly, sir, I don't want to talk about this. I've made my mind up," then we should pray silently for him or pray as a group. Kind of, you know what I mean? Like, because it just went south because you forced your way into the conversation.
Well, here's the thing, though, is that I do enjoy some of the things that Montreal says, and so my curiosity towards Montreal is if he considers himself logic, he speaks in logical consistencies at certain levels. Then how did he get to the position where he thought everything, this particular case, this particular book is written by men to control?
Not only that, he just committed a genetic fallacy.
Well, I thought the same thing about the Bible. I totally thought the Bible was to control people. But I mean, I guess the main thing is he doesn't have a problem answering questions of how he got there logically. The problem arose when you said that he's illogical. And I know where you're coming from because you see clearly, right? In your mind and who you are as a person, you see it all so clearly. But where he's at, we got to trust that the Creator's got him and loves him. And if he doesn't want to talk about it, you can't logic him to death.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to push him or submit him into a position. I was just trying to get him to admit that if you're going to believe that everything is written by man, why are you attacking the Bible when you should be attacking everything, even Zeus? If that's your logic.
I didn't attack you, hypocrite. You goaded me into this. You deliberately did this on purpose.
Montreal.
You apologized to Jeremy,
let him finish.
And then, like a little sneak, you attacked me, bro. But it's not gonna. These things ain't gonna work with me. You know that, right?
So let me apologize to you, SC. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm really curious on how you view your logical reasoning to it. You believe in a creator, but you don't believe in the Christ story. This is rooted in a conversation we had, 2 years ago, whatever it was, where I confessed that I believed, and you were shocked by that belief. And what you did is you're like, you can't believe that, but you're a flat earther, you can't believe that. You were shocked by it. So I thought about that for a while of why you had held that position. Then I listened to you speak. I listened to you, have an opinion on things, and some of the things you say are valid and as far as wanting to know an answer to it and having reasoning for the question. But when you said that it's written by man and it's written to control, where it confuses me and where I'm intrigued is everything you've read. Even your Zeus is written by man. So why have you concluded that to be true and Christ not? How did you determine that?
Dude, I feel like he was joking about Zeus, but maybe not.
Yeah, I was. But that was just. Yeah.
Montreal,
I'll
you've said
tell
that
you why.
before, though.
Because
You always
if you
always
allow
go back
me,
to Zeus. Yeah.
if you allow me, I'll tell you why. Because it's been my experience, right, that whenever I see religion, right, and I'm not picking on Christianity. It's my religion. I was born into it. I was an altar boy, so I speak of experience, right. Whenever I see people talk about religion, to me, and what I've seen in the world, what I've seen in history, right? Maybe whoever wrote it with good intentions. Maybe I made the statement wrong, but the people that control it now, the people that use it now, they use it for ill intent, right? They use it for control. This is my point. Do you get me now? I believe that there's no possible way that a God that created us came here and told somebody to write a book. I don't believe this, bro. It's illogical. It's completely illogical. Why would the creator of all beings go to one group of people and give him that writing? But then all the other cultures have
Well, let me
Zeus,
answer that.
have Thor. Let me finish. Have
All right.
Thor, have Buddha, have this, have that. The Indians have a million gods. Why do you think that
I will
this
tell you why.
particular?
Hold on. I'll be real quick.
Let him finish. I don't think. Did you
Yeah,
finish?
let Montreal finish, man.
They get triggered. I know they get triggered.
Let
I was
finish.
almost
Let me
finished. I had
finish. All right,
two
go
more
ahead.
words to say. Why is your particular God and this particular book the right one? It's totally illogical.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
There is
I'll
no
give you an
Hold
logic
on.
example.
Let me
there.
reply. I gotta go. I gotta go
Somebody
to this
else was before
data.
you. Yeah, go ahead.
Data. Let me go. I gotta go. Literally, I gotta go. So there's a lot of smart people, right, that believe in flat Earth. Witsit is an example. There are other smart people that have good logical thinking, imperial thinking, and still have come to the same conclusion that Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Yahuwah, and his only begotten son are the only true Elohim compared to all these religions. We didn't just come to this by pure faith alone. We compared and contrasted all these different so-called religions and gods. I did myself, right? And with that understanding, you have to understand that if there is a creator that exists above all other creators, and he manifested himself in history numerous times, manifested himself in history to his people that were humble, meek, and obedient, right? Beyond a reasonable doubt, manifested himself. He did it in Egypt in front of the pharaohs. He did it, and these pharaohs were worshiping other gods. And the Israelites came out successful and victorious
This ain't quick, bro.
Wait, but hold on, I'm almost done. People were in awe when they seen the Israelite God work his wonders in the world with the splitting of the sea. And this happened throughout history so that there can be no denying who is the ultimate Elohim. And this is recorded throughout all different cultures. They talk about the Elohim of Israel, right? So when you compare these so-called religions,
now, bud.
hold on, under scrutiny, compared the Veda, compared the Quran, compare all these other religions under scrutiny, their wisdom collapses. Now, there might be some truths, but under scrutiny, their scriptures collapse under their own weight. Anyways, I'm done.
That's essentially what I'm referring to as a philosophy. And if each religion has a philosophy, we've as a society have gone through the motions. We've settled in Western society to represent these things. But I think if anything good, like liberty, freedom of speech, autonomy, all that stuff, if you want to subvert it, then you have to pervert the liberties and pervert the freedoms of speech and pervert ownership, which if you look, that's what's been slowly happening. So that means good was initially implemented, and now evil is coming in to subvert it. Why would that be the case if it was a false belief or a false organization or a false religion? It would indicate to me that it would be a true religion or a true organization because it's being attacked and subverted.
You know what they say, bro? When you're in a cult, you can't see that you're in a cult. You ever hear that saying?
Well, Montreal, I never was into God until flat Earth, buddy. Like I was never into Jesus Christ the way I am now because of flat Earth. So that's not true. I had to go through the motions. I had to read some of the Quran. I had to read some of the Torah, even getting into the Zohar, the Kabbalah. I had to go through it all because, and let me rephrase that. That's not 100% true. I had to go through the material, the lectures, the videos to summarize. Now, I would listen to rabbis, I would listen to imams, I would listen to pastors. Now, here's the thing with some imams and rabbis, some of the teachings are way better than the fucking Christian pastors, pardon my language. Why? It's because you're not really learning much from these modern Christian pastors these days. You still learn a little bit more from the imams and the rabbis. So that to me is like quite interesting because back in the day, what would you learn from a pastor or Baptist
I
or
like that you
Protestant?
didn't
What would
link flat Earth to belief on that one. That was good. Thank you for doing that.
what are you saying?
You said Flat Earth Data said that it wasn't because of flat Earth that he got into Jesus.
It was because of
What
flat Earth, buddy. Flat Earth is what got me into Christ. It was flat
Wait,
Earth.
so
It was
the
well,
Earth measuring flat led you to merely believe in a storybook guy?
no, the
It led you to
discovery
compare
of
all the
this,
storybooks?
the discovery of how the subversion of Christianity created a globe model based on presuppositions, then subverting the globe model into something where the singularity, the Kabbalah, like it's like a chain of events, like a chain of actions that you can see from the beginning. The whole point
Right, but
is
that's
if you
far more
notice,
anecdotal.
if you
Mhm.
notice,
And isn't something about
are they
like
listen?
like
Are they trying to subvert the freedom of speech in the United States? Are they trying to subvert liberty? Are they trying to subvert everything that was founded in the Constitution, which was under God?
I mean,
Yes,
I'm
they
not going to
are.
express an
So
opinion on that.
Yeah, but
that's what they're trying to do, right?
here's the
Oh,
thing though,
good.
like if that's Data's journey, right? If that's the path that he has been on and where he's currently at, you can't discount that that's his path. I mean, if
Not at
that's what
all. He's got
happened to
empirical experience, but listen, he's trying
right.
to link flat Earth to belief in Jesus, and
No,
those
I
two are
don't
mutually exclusive. Jesus and flat Earth have nothing to do with
I,
each other. Nothing.
He
don't
said
here's
pretty
the
much
thing. I don't think he's
it led him through a path of looking for a creator practically and looking through all he just explained he went through.
So he
yeah.
could have said
To me,
spiritual awakening. He didn't have to say
sure.
flat Earth.
Either way, I
If it
think what he's
wasn't for
saying
flat
is
Earth, if it
yeah.
wasn't for the paradox, if it wasn't for the teachings of Neoplatonism, the realization of Neoplatonism, and then the future Gnosticism, you wouldn't have understand the subversion. And so that's why I had to write about the subversion, because going from Neoplatonism to Gnosticism is a way to subvert culture and identity. So if you're going to subvert culture and identity, there must be a reason why you're doing it. Well, there is a reason. You're attacking the liberties and the foundations of Christ or God's, the rule of God, the laws of God, which means I don't rely on man's laws. I rely on God's laws. And if I look to God for my laws and my reasons, that is a problem for the people who want to subvert it.
Right.
Hey,
So
Data, let me ask you a
Data has
question
a good
after you're
point
done.
there. Yeah, Data has a good point there. Just kind of the logic of if you look to some other authority as to where you need to find your behavior, your morals, and how you should act, if you look to another man for that, is that freedom or is that oppression or is that something that is a controlling aspect if another man has written your laws, right? I think, and that's kind of what Data is saying is he looks to God, what he calls God, the creator, however he wants to define that, and the laws of God and the laws of nature as the supreme laws. Meaning, what is the controlling aspect of that compared to being able to be controlled at the whim of anybody who decides that they need to put pen to paper and tell people what they should or should not do, right? And I had a question for you, Essie, real quick. I get it. I understand, this idea that religion is controlling, and it certainly can be, and people can use the apparatus of religion and people's beliefs and faith in a creator against them. Certainly, deceptive people can do that, and I think that's been demonstrated quite a bit throughout the ages. So, would you say that if all people who follow religions are controlled by man, would that mean that only the agnostic atheist is uncontrolled thus being not controlled by any man?
Well, that was the case before, but now now the government took over, so there's nowhere to run actually. So that's a good point. No, we're all still controlled, but just the religious ones, just they're a little bit more controlled than the rest. That's the way I see it, and no disrespect by any means.
Well, because you're controlled by the state, and you're controlled by something that the state has to trust in.
Yeah, like
it's like
pastor.
if they,
yeah,
like they made like we have a pledge of allegiance that we take, but I think it could almost be shortened to like, on the state we depend, in God we trust. You know, play ball, right? Because that's kind of the truth of it, really.
Do you think there's anywhere where you could escape authority?
Somebody talking?
Just so you know, Montreal, I don't actually think ill will of you or think you're evil at all. In fact, I'm just really curious about your line of thinking. That's it. So
Yeah, but you don't have to be a dick about it. You can ask me like
look,
politely.
my name looks fair enough. My name has been Flat Earth Data. I've been accosted, name called, you name it, for fucking years. So I'm sort of detoxing from the abuse that I've endured for the years having that name. For the fact that all I wanted to do is
you were always like this though. Like from
dude, no, you don't
2015,
understand.
2016, you were like this though.
You don't understand. People are attacking my family before I got into the debate.
I don't care. I was on. You were in a friendly place, dude. I didn't need you to go.
No.
You know you did.
Oh, he's a special boy because he's a flat earther. Uh-oh. Yeah, we all deal with it, Data.
You all deal with what exactly?
Can I ask everybody a question now that we're calm?
What do y'all deal with it exactly? No. This guy said we're all flat earthers. We all deal with it actually. What is it we all deal with exactly? Be specific.
The shunning, people that coming against me, my person, in my family, tons of it. Yeah. So what?
So I never had that in reality. I never had that in reality. In fact, I had the opposite. All my family got together over it. That's the difference. What happened online was opposite of that. Online, I was abused. Like I said, I had a YouTube channel with 700 subscribers, dude, up to 1,000 comments on my channel. So of course I engaged because it was all new to me. But how I was treated, how I was handled, and then also what they did to my, social media stuff. That was at the beginning. So of course, if I was treated that way in the beginning, didn't trust anybody. So if you're not trusting anybody, you're not going to, whether you're flat or globe, you're just not going to have that position. So
But you didn't trust anybody in my room because
I answered your question. I don't know if you want to try to, make your position look stronger or high horsey or whatever. But yeah, I said what I said.
I heard what you said, but you're also just going to try to discount it anyway, and that's not.
Listen,
my problem.
I spent 2 years in Gems for about 12 hours a day. All right, there's no excuses. Play like a champ.
Yeah, Jeremy, you might have been predisposed to, or your disposition might have been already inclined for debate. See, I was not into conspiracies at all. Didn't know anything about this stuff. And the fact that what I had read was quite disturbing, which was unrelated to Flat Earth at the time and ended to be evidently true, was, of course, all these agendas that are now unfolding. I discounted it all. I laughed at it all until I actually started reading the paperwork. And then, like I said, when I got into light, that was the ball game. And then when you are asking basic questions, simple, honest, genuine questions, and you're continuously verbally abused, email after email. Of course, again, you're being new to it, so you didn't know that you were programmed not to answer the emails. You were curious to know what they were saying. So
okay, can you stop talking long enough for me to ask you a question?
Yeah. So anyway, that particular journey, it puts a chip on your shoulder. So that's why, as of recent, I've been apologizing, because as you learn and mature,
that's a no.
You learn and mature, right? You'll learn how to navigate the waters. But go ahead, Montreal.
Oh, thank you. So let's say now.
Before let me make a quick comment. Jeremy, the difference is that you're a masochist, bro. All right.
I'm a what? A masochist? Yeah.
Uh-huh. So, Data, let's say I was to come to you now and tell you, hey, Data, man, bro, you know what? I just joined a new church. Sounds really great. They have a lot of stuff. It's great. All they demand of me is, well, they have like a couple of 100 laws, can't eat pork, and all they want is, when my son gets born, they just want me to chop off their top member there. What would you tell me, bro?
Well, like I said, traditions to me don't make sense in a lot of those things, and that's why I summarized my reasoning by just reading what Christ wrote about. And so what I'm saying is there's no tradition in there of doing that to your willy or whatever. It's just the way of operation. And what happens when you die, and the reconnection of the earth and paradise, all that stuff that you're promised to a certain degree, by trying to live as sinless as possible. So which is better for the world, essentially, better for the environment, better for business, better for raising kids. So that's just synonymous with the teachings.
To
So
chop off their willy.
hold on, if I came to you and I was really focused on that tradition, well, you'd have to be like, well, why are you focused on that tradition? What does it signify? It had to be a signification of something. So what you end up seeing is every culture has a branding, and it doesn't matter what it is. We could discuss branding through all of them. They're all going to be bizarre at some level, and you want to localize that one bizarre trait to negate the whole parables of Christ. It just doesn't make sense. It's illogical to do that.
No, you're going ahead. You're trying not to dismiss this absurdity, right?
Bro, dude, do you know what other religions do for traditions?
I don't care what other religions. This
But
is.
but
Let
you
me
are
finish.
you are
Finish.
hateful towards one because of a tradition. I agree with you. The tradition is outside of my conceptual understanding, as far as a connection to the Creator. It doesn't seem logical to me. But again, I'm just going to emphasize: there's many traditions and other religions that do not make sense to me either. So that's why I do not focus on that. Because essentially, if I'm trying to recruit somebody, as you say that recruiting people are doing, and they're recruiting a religion that suggests that's part of the tradition, I think you're focused on a hate towards it to justify your reason why you don't want to listen to the parables of Christ.
Bro, the Muslim religion, their tenet is to take over the world. The Christian
right.
religion, their tenet was to take over the world. Who do you think you're talking to, bro? Do you think you're talking to somebody that doesn't know history, or what? What are you trying to get out of this, bro? There's nothing that you can say
I was
that could
curious about your line of thinking.
legitimize your religion, bro. There's nothing above any
So
other one. There's no logical statement that you can make, bro. Get
here's
over it.
here's my religion, though, dude. I don't think you understand. I don't have traditions. I don't practice anything. So when you say my religion, you're invoking your concept of what religion you think Christianity is. I'm saying Christianity's been subverted. Constantine is the amalgamation, or maybe the day that they took over Christianity, because it's all about subverting it. So if you're going to, because it's very offensive to a lot of people for whatever reason, if you can tell me why it's really offensive, you set aside the traditions and just the writings, then maybe you can enlighten me.
It's not offensive to me. What I'm trying to show you is what your religion is based on. Christ and all this, right? The people, these are the book and all that. These are the traditions of these people. These people demand that the foreskin of a baby be cut off. It's a cult, bro. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's
Listen,
a cult. When somebody demands your flesh,
Yeah.
you should fucking think about why you're in that religion, bro.
Run if they demand your blood or flesh. Fucking run.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not in any organization that participates in that. Now, like I said, again, you seem to be discounting what I'm saying. There are going to be people that do not have to do that to their willy to follow Christ. Do you understand? It's not a commandment whether you go to hell or heaven over it.
No, but it's
Right?
based on their religion, bro. Why
So
can you
again,
not fucking
how
see the
many
obvious?
how many Christian
Why?
religions how many Christian religions are there? Do they all do that? I don't think so.
I don't care. They're all based on these devil worshippers, bro.
Let's bring up another religion in comparison with other traditions. There's more that do other weird things, right? So listen, if you're going to hate on a tradition, that's
Holy shit.
fine, but you're not looking at the overall impact of the parables and teachings. You're focused on a tradition that, well, as far as I'm concerned, Christ said you didn't have to do it anymore.
Oh well, I guess that makes it okay then.
Yeah, it makes it
Well,
okay. Wipes it all
Jew
out.
and Gentile can go,
Yeah.
so that means you don't have to cut off your pecker anymore, right? whatever.
Oh, thanks. Is that all I don't have to do to join your cult?
Well,
Thank you, man.
wouldn't it be the idea that that's the purpose of Christ, is to come and to remove the traditions of old because they're unnecessary to communicate and have a relationship with the Heavenly Father? I mean, that's
Now, wouldn't
essentially
it be better to be a free man and screw all these people, tell them all to go to hell, and just live your life like a good man, do unto others as you would want them to do unto you, and don't tell me that's a
agree
thing
with
from
you.
Christ. I know.
That's even
Yeah,
how
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
as our
That's
Creator.
all you need to do. You don't gotta pray to nobody. You don't gotta put anybody above you. Just live and let live, man. How about that?
Well, the problem with that is that you have to look at there's still evil men, regardless of your idealistics, and because there's evil.
That's why God invented guns.
Yeah.
Next.
So sure, you have guns, but then you have evil men who use guns against innocent people who
Then you
have
get a
guns.
bigger one and you get more good men. Next.
Sure, but at the end of the day, if you want, a successful, let's say, countries, well, then you're going to have to negotiate. Where that comes from. The negotiation usually comes from some sort of empathy towards families, feeding your citizens, right? I mean, if you're a good leader.
Incorrect. Wrong. The negotiation comes from from the winning army against the losing army.
So who's
Next.
the leader in your world, bro? Because if you're talking about being
Me. I'm the
Sure.
leader. Me. Yeah.
Okay. If somebody comes in and takes something of your property, who are you going to go to? Are you going to deal with just you, or are you just going to go down and shoot
If
him
I
with
can
your
handle
bat?
him myself, yeah, I'll take a bat and chase him off my property. Yeah.
Okay. So you have a world where there's no laws and vigilantism is
No, I didn't say that. No. If I can't
Okay.
handle it, we have a police force for that. Next. Where's your God?
So again, what I'm saying is you're always going to be leaning towards a center figure. It doesn't matter whether there is. There's always centralization going on in human existence. There's always going to be somebody above you with more power than you. Bottom line. Doesn't matter your
Obviously.
ideals.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Well,
so where does God come in?
So
Where does God
if you
come
have
in?
if you have a leader of this world, who's his
Bro,
boss?
the leader of this world is the people that you pay taxes to, bro.
Yeah, I
Wake
understand.
up. Wake
Okay, I
up.
understand. Yeah, that's just obvious, right? I mean, you don't have to
That's
say
not a
wake up.
people. That's just an idea. A government's an idea. That's not a certain people.
Yeah. So you guys are
Oh,
in La
those
La
are
Land
your
or
gods.
something?
Those are
You're
our
living.
gods, whether
You're
we like
currently
it or not. Those
you're
are
currently
your leaders. You
you're
can pray
currently
all you
living in a.
want. You're gonna pay the tax man, no matter what.
Sure, there's
How
nothing
do you,
wrong with paying taxes. Taxes are
didn't he
good.
didn't he go over how to declare sovereignty before, or how to declare
Try it.
being
Tell
a?
me how it works out for you. Go ahead.
You got to pay
It works
taxes,
out
man. I
great.
don't know where they're
It
getting.
doesn't work.
I don't know
You
where
know,
they're getting the money.
Right,
Take
it
a
does
breath,
work.
Taylor. You got to pay taxes, dude. We got to have like fire departments and shit. Even if you got rid of the whole government system right now, we still need all kinds of utilities and shit. Roads got to get fixed. Like you got to pay taxes, man.
I agree.
I've paid enough taxes for everything that I use in the public forum in 2 years, much less the over a decade I paid them. So, we need our taxes just for the basic necessities. That's why they spent $6 trillion on the air going to kill everyone story.
Well, the basic for taxes is
Well, I
that
mean,
you're doubting the human kindness, and you're doubting your fellow man that they would donate what is needed to your neighbor without knowing them. So taxes is like forced donation, and what that implies is that we are not humane enough to see somebody in distress and help them. It's an evil
yeah,
idea
obviously
to
the way
begin
they're
with.
doing it right. I thought you were done. My bad.
Yeah, no, I was just saying it's just a on its face alone, it's a bad idea. Meaning it's assuming the worst in humans. Taxes. Yeah.
No, dude. Obviously the way they're running it right now is corrupt as fuck. Yeah, I agree with it, but still, like, even if we shut everything down right now, started from scratch, like, everyone's got to chip in a few bucks to be able to, we want to travel, we want to get water to our house, like, fire departments, all kinds of shit we got to chip in for.
I don't think anyone's
Yeah.
denying that. Yeah, definitely we need.
I'm denying it.
Well, I mean, if everyone does the sovereign citizen thing and we all stop paying taxes, isn't that what happens? Or
I don't think that's what that means exactly. I would think that's more like if you're in the case of the IRS is coming after you for income tax, where you traded your time for money. Do you think that's a fair tax?
I think yes, because of the idea, if you're worth more in your own mind, you can make it, and when you do so, you create your own liberty even more. So the opportunity that's presented is the most idealistic form to get out of poverty, and if you don't exercise that, then probably you're going to remain in poverty.
I mean, however the taxes get
tell me that
collected, you
all
got
the
to have
time.
some kind of system.
That
However
it's
the
sovereign.
taxes get collected, you got to have some kind of system to collect them, whether it be off how much you work or how much you buy or just per person, something.
Where is the gain though? Where's the profit in trading your time for money? Because I agree that you should pay taxes on profit, but where is the profit?
They don't tax your labor; it's voluntary. Says it right in the front page of the book.
I agree with
If you
that.
agree,
I
if you
know.
agree, you owe taxes on your labor. Guess what? You owe taxes on your labor. If you believe that, you don't have to believe that.
Now you're gonna get this guy all fired up.
I'm sorry. I'll calm down. I mean to get on you guys.
The only way it works, which they don't
Your
hide from
mic cut
you,
out. Explore flat
is to
Earth.
open your own business and apply all the tax loopholes that they use. The system is set up for both, but most people don't exercise it. Just go to your accountant, open up a sole propriety, and fucking paint pictures on the side and write off all your fuel, all your 30% of your phone bill, all that stuff. But nobody does it. Nobody exercises the loopholes that they themselves use, that they wrote for themselves, but you also have access to.
Doesn't matter. They're gonna take 30% corporate tax no matter what you do. It's theirs.
That's not true.
It
I
doesn't
know
matter.
for a 100% fact that's not true. I know people making hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I'm not going to even say how, because then we have a bunch of people that are like going to try to find a way to mess it up, where legally they have the IRS sending them a letter giving them full approval and that they're completely and entirely tax exempt, and that they are not even allowed to inquire into any of the expenses or money that they make for over a decade.
And
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
these laws have been
For those
sitting
legal
there.
scholars out
These
there,
laws
that tailbird's a tinkle.
they've been
By
sitting
the
there,
way,
dude. Nobody
1906.
exercises them really. The
1908.
mass majority of people started waking up and utilizing these rules, then they'd be like, whoa, where am I going to
Well,
get
I
my
hope
tax money from? Because if you want to pay less taxes, that's what you have to do.
you don't. I'd hope people in this room do that. I mean, yeah, that's the important part. I would agree if you're talking about people outside this room, but to say no one does this, like I'm incorporated, I'm a business.
See, a law of the land, common law, is if you had an acre of land, live in your cabin, and I was living in my cabin over there. But when you enter a system of contract like we're in every day of our lives, if you know you're in good contracts, you're not arrested in jail, you're working, having a job, paying taxes, get educated about it more and more. You put your money into a trust fund, and then you can borrow against your own trust fund 10 years after you've accumulated money. So there's it's all there for you. It's just you can be sovereign by using their system, if you will.
But you don't even have to do that. You don't have to write it off. Like there's ways that they just will literally tell you. Like you even businesses, whatever, they'll send you approval via EIN. And be like, okay, we have no business saying anything to you. So it's just that most people don't know it. So that's why
Does
the
that work
system
in
works the way it
Canada?
does.
I
don't
wonder
know
if
about
that.
I don't know.
Yeah, so what you do, Montreal, is
Probably.
open a sole proprietor. You're allowed to make $60,000 a year, tax free. And what you can do is you can write up to 30% of like your cell phone bill, your hydro bill, all that stuff, and you get that back. And then you open up an online thing, try to sell an item. You don't sell it, well, you pay. You have to write off your money, the cost for the website. You know what I mean? So
Well, Canada's built very similar to America, right? Like you have the same fundamental protections in general. Like you guys have a charter, right? And you have for like ensured pursuit of liberty. You have free expression, spiritual expression. So
It's more of a code.
I would imagine, yeah, you can do it.
It's like a territory that runs off the code. People believe that they want to believe the code. They want to believe the legal society. So they join that society, and it's a great system. If they want to join it, that's up to them. It's They're just doing what they all believe is the right thing to do, like legalese and the system we're in, the Constitution, all that stuff. They believe that it's the right way to govern a country.
Well, this is the world that we live in, Mike. There's going to be a bunch of people that are going to just do it to get by and not inform themselves forever. And in fact, that's going to be the vast majority of people forever. So the option is either just go along with them or, just take care of yourself and try and inform other people around you that are going to inform themselves and then take action. It's that kind of a good thing that most people are ignorant like that, because the whole system would collapse if they didn't have like people to leech off of. So just kind of step back and take care of you and yours, and you don't have to partake in that system, like provably.
Well, nobody would end up paying taxes.
Community of brothers that you all have the same beliefs, and you can just be with them. You don't have to be around people you don't have the same beliefs. And if you really don't want them enforcing their beliefs upon you, then you got to take measures. You got to study, how they really don't have any authority to do that to you. But you better have some witnesses and a community set up. You can't just go alone. I mean, you try and fight the legal society by yourself, you're going to lose. You need assistance of counsel. You need another man. You need several men to stand with you as a community. All have the same beliefs as you. Just like the legal society, they can wear costumes and do whatever they like over there in their legal land. I just want to be with my brothers who believe the same thing in a community, and if they come up against us, we all have to stand up together, and we don't have to retaliate, but we have to prove our authority that they can't. A man can have his opinion, like SE. He's allowed to his opinion. There's free will, and he's equal to me. I'm not over him. I can't order that man to do nothing. Only thing I can do is defend myself against any behavior that he exhibits that's evil towards me. Then I have to defend myself against him. Otherwise, I need to just leave him alone, and he needs to leave me alone because he has different beliefs than I do. That's all. You should never point at one man and say that's what you believe and it's wrong. A man, just because he believes something doesn't make it wrong in his eyes. But if he's doing something that cause you harm, now then you can stand with your community and you can, find out who's right or who's wrong. But that's the common law. But codes, you're right. It's a contract. It's a big, long one. When you sign that W-2, you agree to 660,000 codes in the IRS code. But I don't sign it. I autograph it. Say, I'm a fact. I really don't believe in the fiction. Please leave me alone. I'm willing to agree because I'm not a terrorist. But don't come after me and try to harm me because I will defend myself. That's all.
Well said, bro. Live and let live. Yeah.
That's right, man. Be equal to each other. Don't think that you can say something to your fellow man and he's got to do it. You order another man around, you're going to compensate him, period. You're going to give him fair and just compensation for ordering him. If he goes and follows your orders and you didn't want to, you didn't believe in his orders, you go and follow those orders, the man's got to compensate you for that. So you got to be careful. Don't be try to be above another man. You're not. No man is. The legal society is not above man. They were created by a man. That whole thing only exists on paper. It's a language. So if you choose to believe that the paper's real, the ones they wrote and the codes they wrote, because I'm not a code decipherer, I don't know what those codes mean, and I don't want to know. Look, it doesn't matter because they interpret their code. They can make pink mean purple. They can make black mean mountain. They interpret their code. They have every right. It's a public language. But if you want to be in that society and you want to follow those rules, those codes, at me as a man, I don't want to get monkeying around with no codes. I don't even like their multi-syllable words, their language. I don't like those. I don't like their math. I don't like any of that. I mean, I like basic, measurements of things. But to get into those stories they tell in code world and balls in space and crazy, crazy stuff, I don't choose it. I just choose not to be a part of that kind of stuff. But you got to let a man be a man and don't try to tell that other man what he should believe or not. That's just dumb. First off, you may never convince the other man, but until he does anything wrong to you, you need to leave him alone for what he's got trapped inside his head. I'm done. You guys go ahead. I apologize.
As a matter of fact, I was sitting back listening to you guys for a couple hours talking about religion. I didn't say a word, not a word. Even Blaze, and by the way, Blaze does it nice. If you wanna do it like Blaze. You know what I'm saying? Uh, she even invited me into the conversation, and I said, "Nah, it's a nice sunny day. I don't want to start with the religion."
Yeah, well, see, I mean, I think you have all the right intentions. You're, you don't do nothing that bothers me. You say a lot of things that I don't believe in. I don't agree with, but I'm not going to sit here and judge you for it. If I get drunk, that might be a whole different thing. If I have a few drinks, watch out, man. I get kind of nutty. I think every man does. But look, I'm trying to just do that kind of stuff in moderation. I do it like maybe once a month, or I try not to do it very often. But yeah, I need
I
to
was even
unwind.
listening. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was even listening to the way you guys told, and I go, wow, they did it nicely, like without insulting him. Who was it that was preaching the other day? The German guy. And you guys were telling him, bro, we love you, we're with you, but and I was saying, oh, okay, there, look at that, like, well done,
Yeah,
You know what I'm
you just
talking
have
about?
the word teaches you a lot of stuff about how you're supposed to act on earth, how to govern yourself accordingly with your fellow man. And bothers me like people aren't even willing to give their fellow man their name. But I don't mind doing that. I love giving my fellow man my name. But it's when people start using that kind of stuff against you, and making up codes and all kinds of crazy stuff, then I can't be a part of that society. I got to live in it because it's a common law around here. Everybody believes the code. So I try to not be a terrorist. I get I get insurance. I get all that stuff. I never turn down a benefit from them. Why would you turn down a benefit? But
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, if everybody would just live and let live, we'd have a better world. But no, there's some people that just gotta convince you to do things their way. Oh, it's been like that
free
throughout
will.
history. Yeah.
I'm going to give you free will just like I got. And look, until you start causing harm to me, then I'm not going to, there's no red flags going to be coming up anywhere around you, But if I start seeing behavior that you're exhibiting that could be dangerous to me and my community, yeah, I got two choices: either flee, or defend myself. And that's what most of the Protestants, when they came to this country, they fled. They fled that tyranny from the Roman Catholic Church. They were burning people alive with their Bibles and stuff, so the people fled and they came over here. They couldn't really fight them because they were in control of everything.
I think they came over here to set up shop. The Freemasons and shit and all the Illuminati, they couldn't run their game like they could in England or France or all those other countries because they were established for a long time, right? So they wanted to set up their shop with the money thing and all that, and they came over here and ran wild with it.
That's really, I like that a lot. You give them free reign over a scene that they've never been in before.
The Spaniards fought in this soil first before anyone. I mean, the Spanish. I haven't studied enough about it, but the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, a lot of people that don't get brought up a lot. It's always the Pilgrims that came over and killed the Indians. Well, they didn't talk about the Spaniards that come out and wiped out most of them before they even showed up.
But
Like, just picture it. You're in a
remember what Christopher. Sorry, Jeremy. Quick sec. Remember what Christopher Columbus did, right? If you guys took the time to take in pieces of how he came, and he was on a tirade. We're talking about like cutting off people's hands, scalping them, raping, pillaging, plundering. Like this was the OG tirade of the space. Please, Jeremy, go ahead, man.
Yeah, the stories from Christopher Columbus. He was a sick maniac. He used to feed people to dogs and chop their legs off with swords and all kinds of sick shit. Yeah, but just picture it. You're part of this elite group. You're over in England or whatever kind of Middle Earth shit they got going on over there. You're doing good, and there's this new country, and you're like, light bulb goes off. We could go over there set up our shop, our whole money game. We can make all the rules for our money game. We can go over there and we'll just kill it. And that's
Talk
what they did. They
literally killed it.
They literally did. And sorry, Jeremy, to cut you off. Right, like that's exactly it. They came in and additional lands to be conquered that haven't been explored yet. If you're doing well in one place, why not increase the expansion, control more?
Yeah, why not go take the land over on those people over there that did absolutely nothing to us? Yeah, that's like a good idea. Yeah, and let's convert them to Christianity while we're at it. Yeah, let's do that too. Let's take their children, put them in private schools away from their parents. Yeah. Let's do that. And then let's take the moral high ground when we talk. Yeah, good idea.
I think a lot of that was the subversion of the original people and many people after them who came over fleeing religious persecution, right? Eventually, those sects that were being ran from came over and infiltrated and brought it back, right? To regain some control. But you have to look at, I mean, sometimes we paint with a very broad brush as opposed to talking about people on an individual level and what should be attributed to them or not. I know sometimes in the discussions it's you did this and you did that, when you might just be referring to somebody that's a Christian or a Muslim or a white person or a male or any of the categories you want to place people in, right? And then project onto an individual things that maybe a group that they may or may not fall into has done, or a small portion of people in that group have done. And I think that's not necessarily the best way to argue against somebody. But if we look at the people who were fleeing some religious persecution and adhere to the Bible, I mean, I don't know about you, but it doesn't seem like the Amish are controlling anybody or taking over any money system. It's almost like they do their best to just remain away from those they choose not to participate in their system with. And they say, hey, this is our beliefs. We're following the beliefs of the Creator. We'll interact with you guys a little bit, but all we ask for is our space. And they're very peaceful people that are, there's a decent amount of them throughout the whole entire world. And they're completely under the radar. What have they done to anybody, right? These are good Bible believing people.
Oh yeah,
by the way.
I never said a harsh word against them. Never will
Of
I.
all colors. Of all colors. They all believe the word.
Yep.
So,
I think most
I
of
don't
the
like being lumped in. I
major.
don't like being lumped in with a white person that I don't agree with. I mean, when you say, "Oh, he was white," and the whites came over here and they murdered and killed everybody, I don't like being lumped in like that, and that's what's being done here.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
like you need to
there's a
judge
hatred
everybody
for
by their
white people,
individual.
and I happen to be white. I happen to be freckle face and blue eyes.
I never said white. I said Christians. I never said white.
Yeah, I know you didn't, but I wasn't talking about USC. I was talking about just the nature of the world and how a lot of there's a lot of people demonize the white man, and I'm just, unfortunately, I'm lumped in with that group, and I don't like it, but I have to defend from it a lot because people, they have those kind of crazy beliefs. But yeah, of all colors, of all races, of all nations, there are word believers worldwide. They believe the word. That's what they choose to do. Now, when the Catholics and they go around killing everybody and taking over land and setting up shop, like Jeremy was saying, yeah, that's kind of behavior. They were already kicked out of 82 countries, so they said, well, why don't we just start our own? Yeah, they kicked out of 82 countries, and they set up shop here. They put freedom of religion in place so they could not be removed from here. Now they run this place. The whole place is Jesuit ran. And look at every university, Jesuit college everywhere, Catholic schools. They set up the public school system. This
And
is
that's
where
what
I was raised.
I look
I was
at.
born here.
To take that for a quick second, I look at the idea and think, could the victim have written the story? And that's what we've been paying attention to, a story that's been written by the victim and enforced continually by the victim.
That isn't how history's written, though. Because if you were a victim, you wouldn't have the power to enforce the narrative.
But Crypto, I know you're a smart dude. I'm asking you to actually just like expand your thinking. Right? I realize that, yeah, we're consuming it from potentially, yes, they're the victims, but what if in fact they weren't actually the victims?
Yeah. Well, obviously, the easiest way to be in power and not be challenged for that power is to make everyone believe you're the victim. If that's what you're saying.
My point exactly.
Yeah,
I
okay.
appreciate.
So,
I mean, I appreciate I appreciate the clarification that was rendered on your part. Truly, thank you.
yeah, fair enough. Just on the idea of like groups and individuals and stuff, I do think that people go too far one way or the other. Like, I mean, does anyone here think that the only thing you inherit from your parents is your skin color? Is there anyone in here that thinks that?
Oh, you got your characteristics there, bud. Don't forget that.
Yeah, virtually everything about you is heritable, right? There's a few things that aren't, like accent, for instance. You get your accent from your environment, but virtually everything about you, the physical nature of you, is heritable. So, I don't know, like, yeah, we're all individuals, but we are ultimately products of our groups as well.
Well, that's the argument, isn't it? It's nurture versus nature. So if we're nurtured into the line of behavior and thinking, then yeah.
But it's both, isn't it?
Well,
Like
I thought from a contributing standpoint.
Maybe yeah. When you think about characteristics, if you claim that to be nature.
No, but it's always no. I'm saying everything is always both, right? So, like, there's no organism that doesn't exist within an environment. So, what you are only given access to is an organism within an environment. So, you can only make intelligent statements on the variation between those organisms based on the environment, right? But you can't say what that organism would be without an environment. You can't make an intelligent statement on either as like independent characteristics.
Well, you definitely need something to bounce off of. You need you know, you can't have nothing to interact with. Obviously, I mean that wouldn't be reality, right?
Yeah, of course. So when people are like nature versus nurture, well, no, it's always both. Everything about you is nature and nurture. It can't be any other way.
Well, are you saying that the characteristics? Well, one has to be a larger driving factor in highlighting the characteristics. Because if you have two parents, you know, they're crazy, does it necessarily mean that that individual kid will be crazy because of the nature of his nurture? I don't
How
believe that.
heritable that characteristic is, doesn't it? And also how you define like, I mean, there's yeah, I mean,
What's
crazy.
interesting, you know what's interesting about that then? Let's look at Karl Marx and his family. Apparently Karl Marx encouraged drug use among his own children, right?
Okay.
So if you look at his characteristics from him and his wife, they were into drug use and all this other stuff. So the characteristics were handed down to his children. They're then introduced to drugs at a very young age, I think 11 or 12 and something like that. Like opioids, essentially. They ended up, I think some of them committed suicide and some of them died of ODs. So do you think that if their nurture was kept away from their nature, in other words, they inherently would have nature characteristics from their parents, but they weren't nurtured by those characteristics, would they be different people?
Well, as I said, it's always both. So, for instance, like if I'm like fairly olive skinned, right? So the example I always give is like tanning. So if you put like a redhead and me in a cold environment, I'll be slightly browner than him. But you put both of those people in like a hotter environment, I'll go a lot browner and he'll just go red. right? So the environment has a completely different effect on the individual based on their characteristics to begin with. So you can't separate the two.
You're looking at it as maybe a biological thing there, where personality is maybe inherently biological, but it's not going to represent itself in the change that you're referring to. So it's kind of I don't understand the analogy there if you're talking about being affected by the sun or the temperature change. I'm talking about if you have characteristics of your parents' personalities, they're inherent.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, there's
But
been...
hold on. But then you're not nurtured by those characteristics. Are you saying, are you saying you're guaranteed to have those characteristics from your parents just because they're based on nature? Because I see kids that are sometimes unlike their parents at all. It's just depending on how they're nurtured.
No, that's almost entirely the opposite of what I said. There's no guarantee of anything, but everything is both, right? So to give you an example, there's been a few studies on like the heritability of political opinion and the heritability of religious, let's just say religiosity, right? And these are both highly heritable characteristics. That doesn't mean that there's a guarantee. There's actually a correlation factor. Like if it was one, then it would be guaranteed, but one doesn't exist in heritability, right? But in terms of, say, if your parents are both right-leaning, there's something like a 0.8 correlation with the children also being right-leaning in terms of political opinion, right? That still means
is that just by nature alone or nurturing?
Didn't finish it.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah. So yeah, there's going to be elements of, well, the child that went and also bear in mind, like, humans make their own environments as well, right? So there's that to consider as well. But without going to that extreme, these things are known. Like, people generally inherit, and they're like, Gio put it in a really good way yesterday. Archetypes, right? So your parents will be of an archetype. That doesn't mean that you'll have everything that they have, but you'll be way more similar to them than a random person on the street. And the reason is because you've inherited these kind of genetic tendencies, let's just say. And then if you share a similar environment, then it's going to represent in a similar way. On average, not every time.
Would that be when you say on average, would you think that would be more, well, I guess would be psychologically speaking, like if you notice that people are easily susceptible, you get people to follow, people like to follow in groups. So like, for instance, you're programmed in groups, like in school, like remember Valentine's Day, you'd have to write a Valentine's card or something, give it to a Valentine. You were excited to be a part of that group. Right? So is there, you're basically, you're saying your disposition to be excited to be part of the group is driven by the characteristics of the nature, but you can change your environment, your nurturing, based on how you like the psychology of being part of the group. Like there's some people that don't want to be part of large groups. There's people that like the hermits, so forth, right? Anyway, man, it's fascinating. I guess that what you're talking about. I never really looked at it like I think it's one or the other. Really, there's more black and white nature versus nurture. You can have these characteristics driven by nature, but I think it's depending on how you're nurtured. That and what we classify as good and bad and characteristics, right? I mean, essentially, I think if it was on average.
Yeah, but bear in mind as well.
Man.
So here's an interesting question for you. Is your family nature or nurture?
Well, my family would be like the community I share with my family would be nurturing, like it would be nurture, right?
But you're genetically related to them, like you have the same blood and.
Well, and if we're talking biology, then yeah, would be that would be nature, I suppose. Yeah.
It's both, then, isn't it? Like, so it's not only do they form your genetic makeup, but they also nurture you. So,
yeah, but we're talking about the psychological choice they make. Is it driven by? You say by both, but I think there's always going to be a more dominant factor. Like, in other words, let's say you had two people, parents were murderers, their characteristics, you inherited them. Like I said, I would think that if you were nurtured by the same characteristics, then maybe those same characteristics would be evident and nature would be evident. Like your biology is the reason why you did it, in other words, rather than opposing to the psychology being the reason why you didn't. So if you
Yeah, I mean, so studies have been done on this stuff. Like, I don't know about murder study. I don't think that there's been done many studies on the children of murderers. Not that I'm aware of, but like, there've been loads of studies based on like,
that's the extreme case, right? Obviously, I'm trying to make an extreme case so we can look at
yeah,
that
yeah,
particular event, because you're saying that biologically I should turn a shade this color because biologically I'm from that nature. And I'm saying no, it can't be just that. Like, you're attributing. You're not turning browner because of your nurturing. You're just solely on your nature on that part, your biology, right?
well, it's environment though. So like when you talk, normally when people talk about nature and nurture, that's kind of like a layman's way of saying environment versus genetics, right? So if by nurturing you're just talking about the social environment, then yeah, I understand why that's different. But I was looking at it from a biological perspective. You've got genetics, you've got environment, right? So
Yeah.
obviously,
So I actually,
the
and
sun
that's
is
what
your environment, but it's not your social environment.
well, that's what you inspired me to think about, because I was thinking, but is it both nature and nurture? And that's why I thought of the extreme experiment, or the extreme idea of two parents that are being crazy people raising another child. Are those characteristics of those two people biologically by nature going to transfer into the child if it's also nurtured? So the idea would be is if that child wasn't nurtured by those characteristics, would it still
Yeah.
end
So
up having that nature biologically, right?
yeah. So to answer that question, you can just look at adoption studies. So they'll, you can look at adoption studies where like identical twins or whatever are adopted by different families. And what you find is that the twins end up liking the same music, and they end up liking the same colors, and they end up being extremely similar to each other, even though they were raised in completely different households.
Right.
So
Yeah.
there is a
Okay.
pull of nature there, but I wouldn't say it's all powerful. But also bear in mind, all you're still able to access is those two individuals in those environments. You're not able to see them out independent of an environment. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's why the
So
only thing you can.
if they do have essentially the same nurturing environment, then perhaps they would emphasize the more nature of those characteristics, as opposing to them not having. Like if you look, have you seen a study with two twins that have totally different lifestyles, or are they just kind of in the same nurtured lifestyle?
To be honest, I haven't read this stuff in a long time because very few people I talk to are interested to talk about this stuff. So I would need to re-familiarize myself with the. Oh, so.
Well, I also find it interesting too. It seems a lot of people who are very successful have very tragic stories of parents or something that's happened to them, but yet they've still, they've still turn out really good, right?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, it can happen. I mean, obviously, there's always going to be exceptions to any rule, right? So that's the whole point of rules, is that they're to be broken. But when you're talking about populations, the only statements you can really say about populations is what tends to happen, right? Obviously, individuals can always buck any trend. So, but then also that it gets deeper into it. And the reason I wanted to start talking about this is because someone was saying about, I hate being lumped in as being a white man because of all of this kind of stuff. And yeah, I agree with you. I think that's very lazy analysis when people do it. They're like, oh, the white man did X, Y, and Z, or the black man did X, Y, and Z. It's lazy analysis, but also you have to understand there's elite samples of groups do have tendencies, right? So what I would suggest is a much more intelligent analysis to say that maybe the psychopathic 1% of white people are very dangerous people, right? That doesn't mean that we're like them, but it means that we should be aware that that's true. So that's how I would phrase that, is that when you're looking at an elite sample of kind of nasty people, those people, and there'll be those groups in all, those subgroups will exist in all other larger groups, right? So it's just something to be aware of. It's just to not be so general as for the analysis to be useless.
tell a lot about a man just by the company that he keeps. You know, so it's not necessarily like an individual thing, but yeah, I can tell a lot by the company that a man keeps. I can tell a lot about that man. But yeah, I choose to be around people that are like minded. And that's who I choose to have a community with. I think everybody has that right. Everybody has a right to their own nation, their own beliefs, their own customs, their own. What they don't have a right is to go around and murdering people that don't believe the same thing they do. Poisoning them, yeah, just poisoning them all to death. That's real nice.
Yeah. But anyway, look. So daytime. I mean, if you want to talk more at length, we can. I'm afraid that we might be killing the room with a topic that people don't care about. So maybe we can have a conversation in DMs at some point.
Bring back the room. I found it so boring. I was watching Carl Monk the Code. I don't know. It's all right. We're all good.
I mean, people walk down the street all day and they don't even bother to look up.
Your mic's messed.
Bro, your mic's horrible, bro.
Still saying your mic's gone.
Still ain't gonna work.
Can I know don't. Oh, sorry, Crypto. I was I was listening to that conversation. Somebody else was getting bored, but I was actually kind of interested a little bit because when I first went to college and I had to go through remedial English, so I had to learn how to rewrite papers and all that fun stuff. And well, the first project they wanted us to do, so she gave us a project to look into, was feral children. You ever heard that term, feral children? Anybody know what those are? I don't know if you guys are talking about this or not. Yeah. But it's basically children that were not raised in a human environment, basically, or typical human environment. Like there was actually cases of children that were raised by wolves. That's not too far fetched, But the thing, after I did the research and did all the work, they discovered that there was a limit. Like when they took these children and tried to put them back into society, their language was a key component. It can only go so far. And even some of their behavioral, patterns could not be molded back into, typical human scenarios. But one of the things when I came out of that, one of the things that kind of would keep the thing fluid, not necessarily would lock it in either direction, was language. Like there was a girl that her and her mother by the father were locked in a room, and the father didn't want the kid, and so the father didn't want the child saying anything, like saying any words at all. So the mother and child developed their own language, sign language. They didn't know sign language in general, like modern, but they developed their own. And when they were finally brought out of that environment, she flourished because of her language. Like even though she was confined, with not all the social parameters, but that relationship with her mom and the language she gained, even though it wasn't English or anything specific, it helped her break free, be able to go back and be normalized into human society. So what I would say on the nature and nurture, it is both. You can't, but it's not one or the other, but there is a limit. There is a limit on each side. What I mean? Which means the old old adages, you can't teach a dog new tricks, old dog new tricks. That's true. It's once your neurons get locked into a specific biological framework, it's hard to break out of that. It's hard to let go of some things, let go of beliefs, let go of patterns that you've held on to all this time.
Yeah, I mean that is.
So,
yeah, I mean that is slightly different. You're talking about developmental patterns as well. Obviously, they kind of intersect, don't they? So you're talking about like you've got genetic potential at a certain age, for instance, like a 9-year-old is never going to be able to lift as much as a 16-year-old, even if they're genetically identical, right? Because of course one is a 9-year-old, one's a 16-year-old, and so yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. I'm not sure exactly where it intersects with the previous conversation, apart from, like, are you making a comment that the nature and nurture thing is kind of combined, and then once the environment changes, then there's a variation within her behavior? Was that kind of the point?
Well, I mean, like even when they took like some of these feral children. Okay, let's go back to the ones that were feral, which means they were raised by animals, right? They were pulled out of that environment and put into normal human interaction. There was a limit on how far they could progress. Like, when they were taken from one environment, from the animal environment to normal human interaction, they could not go, like even learning to read or learning even their language, like I think the average human has 10,000. That you use to communicate, whatever that term is. But they were limited to maybe a few hundred, and they couldn't go past it. There's like a limit to that. So that's what I'm trying to say. I think that you need both genetics, which you necessarily, like a chimpanzee can never understand and read Shakespeare, but you have to, but at the same time, if you don't have the right environment, you can never read Shakespeare. You know what I mean? So it's both. I think it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, undoubtedly, people have a genetic potential. Like, there's a certain amount I can lift. Right? If I go to the gym every day for 10 years, I have the right training, the right nutrition, and all the rest, I will only be able to bench X. I can't go above X, right? So there's the concept of genetic potential. But also, I wouldn't have even been able to reach my genetic potential if I didn't have a bench in the first place. So that's environmental. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that the genetics have to interact with the environment, because the environment informs your genetics in terms of how it's expressed, right? So anyway, whatever.
No, I agree. I mean, when I took anatomy in college, that was one of the things I came out of when I got done, because you put stressors on the body, it causes your bones to get denser. You know what I mean? Or when like you said, you're working out or lifting weights, the muscles are torn down, but they're rebuilt back stronger. But there's even neurochemical things too involved. There's how the different hormones that are released, also what that does as well. That's why working out makes you feel good. There's a euphoria afterwards. So it's all interconnected. That's why I said you can't. Your genes cannot express without having pressure from the environment. They can't be. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway.
Oh, this brings up an evolutionary thought. Oh my goodness, here we go. It's been discussed in here that what causes changes in a species to another species is environment and a population, right? I mean, so that means that genetic information would have to be changed, not just in one animal, but multiple animals, right? And so that to me seems somewhat problematic. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like they say that's what happened, but what are the odds of the same genetic mutation occurring through huge population of a group of animals. What are the odds of that happening? And it all be beneficial for all that population. I guess there must not be no Globers in here.
Just give it enough time, bro.
That's true. Give it more back to that time thing again.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but I actually I went back in time about 7 million years. I put down a cup of like an empty cup. I put a tea bag next to the cup, and then I put like a jar of sugar next to the sugar. And I came back 7 million years later, and there was a cup of tea there waiting for me to drink. So, I mean, you know, there's evidence of evolution.
Yeah, I thought about that too. I was like, I've got all the necessary ingredients in my cupboard to make everything from cupcakes to cookies to cakes to Dutch babies to pancakes to waffles. All that, they're very closely connected. They're not within far distance from each other. So if evolution is correct, enough time will occur, then there should start appearing in my room, in my kitchen, cupcakes, pancakes, all this stuff, biscuits, that I don't even have to cook. They just appear just over time they will appear, right?
Paul, I'll go to your house and eat all your cookies.
All the building blocks are there, guys. All the building blocks, the milk's in the fridge, eggs in the fridge, flour's on the shelf, sugar's on the shelf, baking powder's in the cupboard. Now I'm out of syrup, so your pancakes and waffles might taste a little off, but
Pancakes and waffles are the same thing, man. They're just shaped different. I'm blown away. They're the fucking same thing.
The thing is, as well, who was I actually talking to? Sorry, who was I talking to? I'm trying to see your name.
it's Paul, Paul.
Oh, Paul. Yeah, I mean, I used to be a lot more kind of, let's just say, hot on genetics. I used to read a lot of genetics papers. I'm less familiar now, but I would like to get back into reading that stuff. But everything I knew or understood about heritability seemed to go directly against what any theory of evolution I'd ever heard. Because I mean, I only really know about human heritability. I don't know anything about animals in that sense. But it's like you can analyze, like, you know, parents, children based on all sorts of different metrics. You can talk about the heritability of height is about 0.52. Heritability of political opinion is about 0.8 in the study I've read. You know, there's a physical and a non-physical characteristic here, right? But I don't know then if that heritability is so strong in parent to child, how that would then be able to evolve over time. You know what I mean? I don't think that those two ideas are compatible. But anyway.
No, I agree with you. I mean, see that, and I mean, like, back to, you know, if you say, like, you know, I heard you talking about that. I was going to mention this in the midst of that initial conversation, because that's usually like a Richard Dawkins argument. If you were born in India, you would be a Hindu. If you're born in, Arab country, you'd be a Muslim. If you're born in the U.S., you would be a Christian. Well, if that's the case, where did Richard Dawkins come from? Because he's an atheist, and he's from England, which is was predominantly English, you know, probably Christian ethics. So where did he come from?
Did he actually make that argument? Because he's a biologist.
Yeah, I can go find the clip. Let's see, hang on.
Okay. Well, if he made that argument, I think he did it knowing how stupid that argument was. Because if a geneticist was to analyze like heritability, it wouldn't be based on the heritability of Hinduism. It would be the heritability of religiosity, right? So unless he was making a statement on, I don't know what kind of argument he could be making.
I think it's just he's committing the genetic fallacy He's probably he's talking to people that don't know how to think through, maybe the concept or whatever. So I think that's probably where some of that comes from. I'm trying to find it.
Well, maybe I should listen to the full clip, but if a biologist says that, then that's shocking because they don't understand genetics, or at least genetics research.
Back to nature and believe the nature of the earth, I think this would be a better place. I think man has a lot of talents that are inherent. Like I've seen beautiful painters, beautiful musicians, composers, and you name it, but they got us busy talking about CGI cartoons in space instead of really focusing on the true nature and inheritance that we've received from our father. We could probably learn how to do a lot of things that we don't even focus on because of this nonsense. We can't even focus on the true dimensions and measure of this place where we live. And that'd be, I think we need to start focusing.
On a side note, even in the heliocentric model from the discussion of the last couple of days, they can't even understand the full extent of the universe, even in their own paradigm, because they can only see the observable universe. Because if things are traveling at twice the speed of light, that means there's light that will never reach us, ever. It can't reach us. It will never reach us. So there's a limit to even their own. They can never know everything. Go ahead.
They shouldn't have been even.
I can't reach and touch them. I don't even know what they are. I can't go up there and just start monkeying around with them. I think it's a cartoon. Looking at the sky is like looking at a cartoon to me. Something that I can't go out and touch. All I can do is see it. So it's not like tangible to me. It's just lights that move, and they move in patterns and stuff. It's like a cartoon. It's like a big clock, but anyways, everybody says that. But yeah. So when they show pictures of images, they're not even pictures. They're just images of these data sets and stuff. Getting data back and making images out of it. It's just, look, man, we need to focus on our abilities that were given to us by our creator, and what a special creator he is. Just look he created a whale and a seahorse, right? Just the difference between a whale and a seahorse is like amazing. It's incredible. But imagine what we could do if we weren't focused on, cartoons and Disneyland and, Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse. And just imagine what this world would be like if we could free our minds and just live as nature's provided us. Together, just different colors. Everybody has their own different inherent traits that they're good at. I think a lot of it has to do, with where you are, but I think everybody was meant to be in their own spot. Like when they brought Africans from Africa, they didn't bring their food with them. The food that was nutritious for them. The plants and the animals they could eat in Africa were placed there, I believe, for a reason. Even there's a famous doctor named Dr. Sebi. He says the same thing I do. Says that we're all electric, and when they moved all them Africans over here, they didn't bring the food with them, right? And so so he focused on their diet, and he kind of proved that people are supposed to be in a certain spot where certain kind of plants can be grown that can be beneficial to you. And I think we were placed there, but now we run all over the world with airplanes and all kinds of crazy good stuff. But we shouldn't think that you shouldn't have an ability to do that. Good morning. But I'm thinking that the globe model is just a big slowdown distraction for what man is really capable of. Man, there's been some beautiful people that's lived on this earth. Lots of talent. Lots of natural, inherited talent. They got it from somewhere. Who knows what we're capable of? We should be focused on that instead of focused on cartoons and space and all that nonsense.
Just real quick, I just dropped
Hold
the
on,
link
man.
for Richard.
The thing with the light that you said about at the edge of the universe going double the light speed, we shouldn't even get that light to be redshifted to know that it was going that fast. You know what I'm saying? Like that, you would never even get that light if it's redshifted that much to where it was going double the speed of light. Like it would never get to us.
Do you know what they claim? They claim the gravitational lensing is witnessed. That's what it is. That's what they attribute it to.
Well, and I did hear Charlie say this. Probably nobody caught it, but I did hear him say this. They actually measured like the light at each like different stages. Let's say they measured the light at Alpha Centauri, then they measured the light at another star, and then they measured the light at one galaxy. And through this progression, of measurement, that's how they was able to calculate, because it seemed to be increasing as they go out. That's how they determine that out the outer edges that light is traveling twice the speed of light, or the universe is expanding. That's how he said they determined it. Not that they could see it,
but we would never
determine it.
Yeah, but we should never even get that light. If it's redshifted that much to where it was traveling at double the speed of light and now it's redshifted that much, we would never get it because it would never
I
reach
agree.
us because it's going faster than the light.
That was my argument. That's what
Like
I
if the
said after he
space is
actually agreed.
expanding faster than the light, if the space is expanding faster than the thing traveling through it, then the thing traveling through it should never get to us. This is where Essie's stupid river argument comes into play.
I'm glad you admit it's a stupid argument.
Sorry, Essie.
Now the question though is like, is the Alpha Centauri traveling faster than the speed of light away from us, or is the Andromeda? Well, actually, they said the Andromeda galaxy is actually coming toward us. I think, which that's interesting. Where you got one coming at us. How many others are coming at us? It's expanding outward. Well, if everything is expanding outward, why is there anything even coming toward us? Right? Why is that actually?
There's a local group. The local group is coming toward us. Everything outside the local group is going away from us.
So the middle is.
Hey, Dan on the water, dude, you're hot micing really bad, bro.
Thanks. Sorry. I need to
In the center too.
hit you guys
It
up
is
when you're done. I need to hit you guys up on something.
Well, it just seems problematic. Even if the universe is expanding, why is there anything coming at us? Go ahead.
Hey, I was hoping I could bounce it off you guys. At one time, we'd maybe inefficiently triangulated the sun to be at about 3,500 miles up by measuring noon, in one place, then high noon in another place, and we'd come up with that number as flat earthers, and it probably isn't accurate, to think that the sun and moon are only 3,500 miles up. Does anyone still think that?
Pretty silly to think that.
If you wanted to devise a circle circumference size from a celestial body, you could do so from angle to the sun, apparently. So you would get an 89 degree measurement to the sun. If you
That works.
70,
That works out. But if you look at something that is in the sky, maybe 20 degrees above your horizon, then call one of your buddies 3,000 miles away and see what they see, and they see it to the west as well. Well, there's your 3,000 miles, and it's still to the left. So obviously, it can't be both.
If I wanted to determine
1,000 miles high and also 3,000 miles away for both people, when you're calling your buddy and he's still over his left shoulder to the west, thousands of miles as well.
If I wanted to determine a circumference and a radius of my local position, I could do so by getting an angle to the body. And if I moved 70 miles, I would get that 1 degree change. It would give me my radius and my circumference that way on a circle. So you could do it that way very easily. Now, whether you could prove the angle that you're measuring to the star was the distance that gave you the degree, create your circumference and your radius, that's a different argument.
Okay, Dad, I need you right now really bad. Okay. 2 days ago, I spent 3 hours with a guy whose career was in plotting courses, hands-on satellite engineer. It was really hard to doubt this gentleman's life. He told me a
Yeah,
lot about what he
sure.
did. He made a lot of sense. He was compartmentalized in the way he was. He was ignorant to other things in the way he was. But what he described and what he knew, I don't think he was being fooled, and I don't think he was fooling me. Therefore, I got to push my outer world at least to the 22,000 miles he thinks he's at, whether that's vertical or not. That could still be horizontal going around a plane, and he's looking at data and thinks it's going elliptical, But he was talking for sure about adjusting elliptical orbits as it came around the Earth so he could stay locked on Russia. And as his rotating craft that he designed was experiencing a precession, he had to figure out a way to counter that. And so they'd mark a spot on the Earth and they'd check it every time they came around, and they would adjust the craft accordingly to stay over target. Otherwise, they needed like 3 craft to stay over target because it kept drifting. So that kind of stuff was pretty fucking convincing, And I don't feel like being a dumbass as a flat earther, and I'm a little concerned about the shit we spout. I was fairly sure that the 3,500 mark we had calculated and several people had calculated to be accurate. But it can't, everyone can't be right. So is this guy looking at data insufficiently? He admitted there was compartments around him he didn't know about. He admitted there was programs that they don't tell us about, but he was really fucking sure of space and gravity. So that puts my space at least out to, let's just say 22,000 miles. Just when I felt crushed by that, I realized that all of the K-series satellites, all of Hubble, everything that we know of is in orbit. And I used to think of that shit 22,000 miles being really far. Fuck, it's not even anywhere near the moon. All that shit should be close. If I can see the moon, all that other shit should be super visible. So that was my only reprieve. That and the fact that he had never practiced anything about Coriolis ever. That was the only.
Dan, the moon's really, really far away, and it's really, really big.
The question was the question originated to the distance to the sun and the moon, and I said for practical purposes, you can take your car, mark an angle to the position of a, let's say, Polaris, and then drive 70 miles and then see if it actually measures a degree change. How you apply that, it's still going to be associated to a radius and a circle. And so within that parameter, or within that understanding, you're still going to be able to have a circle and a radius. Now, when you're talking about orbits of things that I cannot falsify with you, but have a conversation with, no. What I can do is take my car, drive at 70 miles, get an angle to a position, and show you there's 2 ways to interpret it.
This guy was
flat or round, but if you do it again successively, when you have that 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship, that is indicative of a curved surface. You can't trigonometrically stand for a flat surface in any way, shape, or form.
So again, the principle that I suggested still holds true for the calculation of a radius or a circumference. Is if I get a height to something and I move a distance to it and calculate the other angle and then known distance, and I can get obviously the radius value between the point of the GP of that position I'm measuring, and then with that radius value I can get an approximate circumference. Now the thing with in even the globe model, the angular 1 arc minute is not 100% 1 nautical mile. It's actually like 1.0018 nautical mile. So over the distance of more degree change or arc minute change or whatever you want to classify the measurement unit as, you're going to increase in error. Just fundamentally, even in their own mathematics, they even tell you So if you're claiming to measure 3,000 miles, how many error just alone with the transfer of degree or whatever you're measuring is going to be off in that distance? Just even by
Not
the
only
normal
that,
math.
not only that, you can just do Aristarchus's simple test that it do. In fact, you can see it almost intuitively a few times a year. You look at a quarter moon, you see the quarter moon, you see the sun, you measure the angle between feet, the sun, and the moon, it's quarter moon, and you can get an angle. Using simple trigonometry, you would determine that the sun has to be 300 to 400 times further away, even by crude measurements, 100 times further away. That doesn't work out for a 3,000 mile moon because the sun would then even still be way too far away for a flat Earth.
Aristarchus's sun was 9,000 miles wide and 1 million miles far away. So
Correct.
if you can
Yeah,
create, if you can claim to create angles based on trigonometry at one methodology, and then claim to do it the same methodology, but the angle is more precise, you're
correct.
you're gonna just feed me another story.
What's wrong with more precision? You have a problem with more
Because
precision? You
because
think they
let me
have
finish this. You're interrupting me. So why I think it's horse cocky, or what do you call it, poppycock, is because the idea is I can take the number 108, multiply it by the diameter of the new sun, which is 86,400 miles, and I get the distance to it. So even in Aristarchus' calculation, he uses the 108. So it's just kind of silly. That's all.
numerology. That's just nonsense. You know this to be true. We have
So
accurate measurement.
it's
Wait, now you're
nonsense.
interrupting
It's
me.
not
Now you're
mine.
interrupting me.
Well,
Now
it's not
you're.
mine.
I
It's
was
Aristarchus,
talking,
right?
and you didn't like what I said, so you started talking over. So stop it. So now we have more precision in our measuring tools. We know we can measure the center of the sun with equipment like telescopes with a center point. We know we can measure the center of the same exact way with digital technology and pixel counting. All these things are allowing us to they couldn't do back in the time of Aristarchus. Newsflash, wow, they were primitive back then. We are advanced today. So we measure these angles, and you would agree that those angles are probably pretty close to being, very accurate and much more accurate than they were. And when we do that, we have a half moon. We can do it either side of the half moon. If you know, oh, it's not quite a half, well, then do it a little bit before, a little bit after. You'll get angles that are indicative of the sun being angularly, trigonometrically, hundreds of times further away. That's just basic common sense.
So again, Aristarchus has the 108 in his formula. You just said it was numerology nonsense, and then actually originally started with Aristarchus as an example. So is Aristarchus a nonsense example because he uses the 108? The reason why, that's the first question. The second one is the reason why I use 108 is an example is to show you that you can both use in your model now, use the 108. So just to clarify, it's numerology and it's nonsense, but yet I can use it to determine the distance of the sun in your model. Does that make sense?
It's numerology. It's coincidence.
Yeah, 108's all over the place. Oh, my bad, Sam. Hold on. 108
Coincidence.
is all over the place in their model.
Change your units of measure, that 108 goes away instantly. That's what numerology means. Don't be an idiot and think that numerology.
No, it's not a unit of measure. It's not a unit of measure. It's like how many times the Earth's diameter can fit in the sun's diameter or some shit like that. Like it's all over your model, moons in between the moon and the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about 108 earlier and the significance behind the ancient megalithic structures and even the water molecule residing at 108 36 36 angular geometry.
Anyway, Dan, regarding your argument with satellites, how do you debate a unfalsifiable argument as far as his operation of what he did, and then claiming it's compartmentalized? And listen, I can agree with you. In class, if you learn about triangulating satellites, they use law signs. It's not. They're not putting a curved surface when they calculate the angles to the satellite dishes over the distance, and they get 22,000 miles to the satellite. So they teach that in class. So is that going to convince me? I haven't applied what I learned in class, but
I was just with somebody who had seemingly applied it his entire career. He had seemingly.
Here's the thing:
really enjoyed math.
here's the thing. Here, I understand, but here's the thing: he should be just using a straight line between 2 points for the two towers to triangulate the satellite dish, and if that's the case, it's Euclidean, meaning he's not accounting for
the extra added degrees that would be between the 2 points. For instance, if it was like 2,000 miles, right? You would have to add in, and it was a curved surface versus a flat surface. You would have to add in a degree change based on the arc between
Well,
those
he
2
felt
points. And
he
I
felt
don't
he
see that
was
in the math, right? So I see what it
he
is
felt he was seeing
two.
data from a position in space. He was seeing what they were supposed to. In other words, they chose a target. He felt he was whipping around the Earth and seeing his target. So for him to be fooled, and to even have the cycle like a circuit, like for instance, today they're using the word orbit for balloon satellites. So clearly they're stretching the word orbit from free fall to a circular cycle or a circuit.
But an orbit is a free fall motion.
Right, but they're using the word out of context today. So
Well, I talked to a physicist yesterday, an astrophysicist, and he told me that the machine uses a form of not propulsion, but what's the other one?
Levitation.
No, it's another. Obviously, you're trying to change the direction of the device, but it's he used another word, not propulsion. Anyway, he said it's up there. No, he said it's up there, and I said, well, how? I said, is it 17,500 miles up there? And he first agreed, and then kind of like, well, I didn't say that, and I was like, well, you said that it's not locked in geosynchronous. It's not locked to the Earth's rotation. It's independent. And if it's in orbit and it's independent, it has to travel at 17,000. The ones at 22,000 miles, they're the ones that travel at 9,000 miles an hour.
A reaction
So,
wheel?
No, the satellites at 22,000 miles apparently travel at 9,000 miles, and the ones that are low orbit, Earth, are traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. That's the claim is, right?
it depends on whether it's in lockstep or not.
Well, that's the issue as well, is how does it form lockstep, right? And according to their model, it has to be at 36,000. Is it 36,000 to get into lockstep? Or there's two processes. Let me finish. There's two processes in getting into sync and then unsyncing. In other words, you can't have a satellite traveling 17,500 miles, obviously syncing of the rotation, because it wouldn't be considered geosynchronicity, right? So apparently there's two forms of delivery in that process, and it has to do with the particular escape velocity.
Just let me ask you two questions. Have you considered the distance to the sun and moon, and can you give me that in a number without a calculation and without a long explanation? I just want to know how you feel.
Well, if I just look at the basic, okay, so they say that it's 0.53, right, in arc minutes, right, or degrees, pardon me, 0.53 degrees, and you do simple small angle calculation, which is if you assume, let's go 30 arc minutes as a size, and we multiply it by 57.3, and we divide it by the degree of 0.53.
Call me when you come up with the number. I'm going to move on.
I'm telling you the number. I'm just telling you the process, how the
I
number
don't
can
want
be
to know the
derived.
process.
Wait,
I want to know how
he
you
came
feel.
past the
I want to know how
27,000
you feel. I want to
It's
know
not-
how you feel. I don't care
About what?
about the math or
Okay, so
whatever.
here's what it is. Close light causes diffraction of light when it's closer to an object. So when I look at the physicality of light, the only way for me to have light interfere with an object and to diffract it, calling corpuscular rays, what do you want to say it, whatever you want to call it, it has to be close to it, because if a light is, unless it's, of course, the claim is bigger and farther away, the idea is it still has to be in a proximity of an object to interact with it. And that's the physical nature of light and diffraction. So
Good
that
answer.
would
So I still don't have anything to go off of in terms of mileage. Okay, so if I believe, or if I believe this guy thinks he had shit at 22,000 miles away, my logic says it's left and right in a big circle, that it isn't going up and over any kind of ball. I'm sticking to that for now. Do you think he could be fooled? The guy's not dumb. Do you think this guy's entire career could be wrapped on a ball as well?
Well, then again, it would be part of the intellectual honesty of at least asking him if he understands the contention or reasoning behind wanting him to qualify his,
He enjoyed the math so much.
Sure. So would
That's
it
and
be?
it was his job to establish orbits and adjust orbits, which is a lot closer to the chore than we're used to talking to people. It's not real, whether he's getting real data relayed back to him. He's my second customer who makes satellites. And the other guy admitted, I go, couldn't they just be sending you data? You don't know that it went up. And he goes, well, yeah, you're right. So in that case, the security measures guy doesn't really know what's happening in space. He is just looking at numbers and codes. This guy was actually watching flight paths and then adjusting it and making corrections over the years to newer designs. I have to believe.
Dan, back to what Data was saying. We have a 37,000 kilometer height for the geosynchronous orbit, and that speed has to be around just under 7,000 miles an hour. So it's going very slow considering how fast the ISS is supposedly going, right? Correct?
I've never heard those 37 and 7 numbers ever. I've heard 22.
36,000 feet, Zanuck? What? Huh?
37,000 kilometers is the geosynchronous.
Oh, don't use kilometers. Come on. We're don't use that.
About 20,000
miles. It's 22,000 miles out and 17.5 in speed. We get it.
No, 6,700 miles per hour.
Yeah. So here's the problem, Zanuck, is that the Saturn V, as it launched to the moon, had 3 stages, and it had 3 capsules. So the first 2 were to get it to the ISS, basically, right? And the third capsule was to break escape velocity. The thing is when you read about the satellites going up, none of them are designed, unless it's just solely on fuel and momentum, and they only have a certain amount of fuel and momentum for a certain height. Well, they got to gain momentum to escape the Earth, right?
Yes, they do. They're not escaping the Earth's gravity. They're only getting into orbit.
No, if you are at 17, if you're at 200 miles, you apparently are not geosynced to the Earth, because now you're traveling at 17. Now you're traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. You're not geosynced. You're not synced up to the Earth.
You're right. Absolutely right.
Satellites 22,000 miles away, traveling 9,000 miles an hour, are also not synced up with the rotation.
6,000 miles. They are synchronous, though.
Is it 6,000? Oh, my apologies. I thought it was 9,000.
Around 7,000.
Okay, there you go. So I was wrong there. Anyway, I don't have 100% of it. I can't know everything, obviously, and I don't admit to know everything, and I don't want to know everything. It's I don't want to be God.
Okay.
Anyway, the other ones, the geocentric, they get locked. That you say are not the 22,000 mile ones. Which ones get locked at the surface of the Earth? Geocentric. I can't even say
geostationary.
Geostationary, or whatever you call it, geosynchronicity, or whatever you call it.
Geosynchronous and geostationary.
One is locked with the rotation, and the other isn't. Now, here's my question: what mechanism can you demonstrate that shows that they are the same apparatus, but they function in 2 different physical worlds?
They're not 2 physical worlds. One's
got to be exposed to air. One's got to be.
Hold on. One is matching the angular velocity from an inertial perspective of the Earth. So it appears to be locked in a position, which it is, because we can point our satellite dish to a location in the sky, which represents that satellite, which is going around the equator at a geostationary position, and it's always there.
Okay, so the rocket was launched. Hold on, the rocket was launched,
and it's going 7,000 miles an hour, and it's about 22,000 miles away from the surface.
There's no satellites syncing with the rotation of Earth.
Well, yes, that's what geostationary means.
So the difference between.
Do you understand what that means? Before we go any further, Data, do you understand what that means?
I have the understanding that when it's geostationary, it's locked in with the rotation of the Earth. Okay?
Yes, I just said that. You said it wasn't.
Meaning that it's not going to deviate from the location that it's locked in, which means it has to be traveling at the speed of rotation. That's what it means.
The angular velocity of rotation.
So if it's traveling 1,000 miles, it must be synced at 1,000 miles. Now, apparently,
no, that's not. That's why I asked the question. It's made a statement. Because you know how radiuses work. The bigger the radius, the bigger the circumference. And if you have 1 revolution per fixed period of time, the tangential velocity will be a lot faster as you go out to a greater radius and have a greater circumference. The point is, data, slow down. So what happens is, if we want this object to be in a orbit, in a free fall, it has to be 22,000 miles above the surface, and it has to be going 7,000 miles an hour to be going at the same rate of angular rotation as the Earth.
And you need to have one rocket that has a low Earth orbit, ones that travel at 17,500 miles, right? But they're only 250. They're only 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, apparently. This is what your astrophysicist told me yesterday.
But I'm trying to interpret what has been told to you, and you seem to be confused about.
So there's satellites traveling at 250 miles above the surface of the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour. Why are they traveling at that? Because that's the speed you need to travel to maintain gravity. Okay.
Maintain gravity, maintain a free fall around the Earth, which isn't falling or escaping.
So if maintain the gravitational centrifugal point to where you can appear to be in free fall, and you don't.
We all know. Yeah, we know whatever you want to call it. It's a balance.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan, for digging in. It saves us some time. Appreciate it.
Well, I mean, so what I'm looking at, if you look at the images I'm posting on the screen, it looks like we're overlooking. It may not just be the distance that determines geostationary, geosynchronous. It's where it is on the equator, according to
the equator is the equator.
No, apparently you can only have this particular functionality at the equator or thereabouts. So
because
no, it's not because
that is 90 degrees opposition to the axis of rotation. So it makes sense that if we have some geostationary, it's going to be the spin. Anywhere else will not be geostationary. It could be geosynchronous, but it's not geostationary. Do you know the difference between the two?
So if you have a body that's rotating, and something is synced with it, that would be the geosyncing that you're referring to. The one that I'm invoking here is the one that's claimed to be at 250 miles, traveling 17,500 miles, because it has to maintain the balance, right? As opposing the other one is catching up with rotation instead of balance, because the other one's based on gravity, the other one's based on rotation.
No, they're both based on free fall.
Oh, the gravitational field gets worse. It gets less, though. You see, you get less farther out, right?
I guess the problem is maybe you're just maybe I don't know, maybe just I don't want to say confused or misunderstand. I don't want to be condescending, but do you know how you go from 7,500 miles an hour at for the ISS, for example, and you wanted to somehow move the ISS into a geosynchronous orbit? Do you understand what you need to do to the ISS going that fast to go out, thousands of miles more to be in a geosynchronous orbit? What would happen to the velocities and the momentum and all the
what
physics
you would
of
have
it?
to do,
I think
you would have to go from 17,500 miles. You'd have to have another way to inject energy to travel at 25,000 miles, but then you'd have to have a way to slow down to 7,000 miles to reach 22.
Okay, so you don't. So
hold on. It's not. I don't know. Listen, if the ISS is going right now, technically, theoretically, if I threw another containment of energy on there, another fuel, I just attached a fuel canister to the ISS traveling 17,500 miles. And that fuel was enough to propel me to 25,000 miles an hour, I could escape Earth's gravitational field. The problem is that when I escape at that velocity, what is going to slow me down to 7,000 miles an hour?
That's why I want you to go look up what orbital mechanics, and just it'd probably be in the first chapter. You're clearly confused.
Explain it. That's not an answer. Telling me I'm confused, and go and look it up. Just explain it. You claim to be a teacher, so do so.
Okay. This, by your attitude, I'm not going to help you. You're just being obnoxious.
No,
I have the answer. It's an easy answer. If you studied it, you'd understand it. You think you know because it's not intuitive. I mean, even if we talk to even like rocket scientists, actually a true rocket scientist, he puts these satellites into orbit. He explains it, and he talks about how the intuition is correct for most. What you have to slow down.
Danik, it's called trajectory to the moon, and when it's called the trajectory to the moon. Do you know what it is? They give you the process.
I'm sorry.
They give you the process of how they do a trajectory. It's called shooting straight to the moon, right? And this has to do with the 3-stage rocket and leaving the surface of the Earth. Now the thing is that if you're going to tell me that it's going to slow down, that it has to go by a heavy mass body to be then picked up by another gravitational force, which in this case would be the moon, right? Because you can orbit around the moon too, right? According to your,
I suggest you look up angular momentum and then study that, and then it'll all make sense. Because right now you're very clueless on that.
So angular momentum, sure. you're still having to increase velocity and create momentum to escape a gravitational
That's
field.
creating momentum. You cannot be created in
Then now you're in the vacuum of space and where there is no resistance. Now you have to figure out how you're going to slow down the escape velocity at 25,000 miles that you've now attained. Now you have no resistance against.
I have a question for you.
So,
Which
so
has
this
more
not
momentum?
this is not my model. This is
Well,
what you
I know.
explained. So
Stop
if
talking.
hold on, I'm almost done. So if that is true, can you please tell me what mechanism? Because I haven't read past this point, obviously. What
The answer is
mechanism
what I'm
will?
going to say next. You stop.
Let me finish. What mechanism is used, either mechanical or metaphysical, to get me to stop traveling at that speed, slow down, and hit the right speed to lock synchronicity?
Is the momentum different from the ISS at 100 or 250 miles or at 22,000 miles per hour? Assuming it's miles away, 20,000 miles above the surface.
Only way to get out to
Listen to me. Is the momentum higher or lower for the object that is in low Earth orbit or in geosynchronous orbit? Same object in two different positions. Would the angular momentum be same, different, greater, or less? Why don't you tell me?
So if you have a
You can't
gravitational
answer, can you?
field,
So we can't go any further until you can answer that question.
the angular momentum is dragging objects along due to the gravitational field. Is that a wrong inference?
That's
Based
incorrect.
on your
No,
model?
that's incorrect.
Okay, so
No.
what would be dragging the body with the surface of the Earth if it was not the gravitational field?
It's in free fall.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't work on gravity, it just
Following a
works on free fall.
geodesic. It's following a geodesic. It's in free fall.
So
there are no forces acting on
a
it.
geodesic is the bending of space-time, so it does rely on gravity then.
Well, yeah, of course, yes.
Oh, okay. But before it didn't. It was not.
I
It
didn't
wasn't
say
that.
it
It was
didn't. I
free
just
fall.
said I wanted to ask you if you knew what the angular momentum change would be for an object in low
And
Earth
I
orbit.
asked you,
Well, you can't ask
does gravity cause the angular momentum? Does it drag the object along? You said no.
No,
You
it
said it's
doesn't drag
following a geodesic, which is gravity then. So
It
which
doesn't
is it?
drag.
Is it
What
not
do you mean
gravity?
drag? I don't know if these terms you're using. I'm not familiar with dragging.
Well, dragging is trying to give you a thought of the idea the
You're
object
not.
is being carried along by the surface of an object that has a gravitational field due to the center of mass. So if this object is moving based on that premise, that's according to what gravity says it does. You're saying that no, it's following a geodesic, but that's what gravity is. It's a geodesic. It's a bending of space-time. So it doesn't use gravity. It uses free fall. Which is it?
It does. It uses the geodesic, which is caused by gravity. This gravitational effect is
So
the
it doesn't
caused
use
by the
free
bending of
fall.
space. You don't need to talk over me when I'm just speaking very quickly to get it out. So just settle down. So what we're saying is that I don't think you understand the difference between the angular momentum of an object in low Earth orbit or in geostationary position, because you've already shown that you don't.
My contention is, Zanuck, which you're not addressing, is the idea that you have this motion due to a synchronicity due to gravitation. You call it geodesic, center of mass, whatever you want to call it. My contention is that if you leave the escape velocity to the gravitational field, what then in return slows it down to get the 7 miles an hour for synchronicity? Can you explain the mechanism?
That's why I wanted you to go from you're going to step 7. You're not past step 1 yet. Angular momentum is something you got to address here.
Can you just answer the question?
No, you're not reaching escape velocity. You're not going escape velocity. You're not slowing down either. These aren't happening.
To get to 22,000 miles, you have
angular
to, because
velocity.
to get to 22,000 miles, it has to travel at least 25,000 miles to do so.
Does the angular velocity go up or down?
You keep interrupting me, Zanuck.
Does the angular velocity go up? Okay, so you don't know.
The ISS is traveling at 17,500 miles. Technically, if another fuselage went up there, you attach it to the ISS, and you had it around an orbital path that was in line to shoot to the moon, you could ignite that fuselage and send the ISS past 25,000 miles, breaking the gravitational field. That's great. Now it's on a trajectory to the moon. My question to you, Zanuck, is what mechanism invokes you to slow down the speed?
That's why I'm trying to get you to understand basic orbital mechanics. Why do you think if we had no atmosphere on the Earth, what do you think the orbital speed would be for something along the surface? Do you know?
The lunar lander has a max speed of 32,000 miles an hour.
You let me finish a thought, so it might help you.
You asked
You
me a
have
question.
you're going to be near. No, I didn't ask a question. It was a rhetorical because I was actually giving you the answer. You're not going to give me an answer, so I give it to you. So near the surface, I think that speed is around 22,000 miles an hour. Why is it 22,000 miles an hour for something with no atmosphere on the Earth near the surface, and then 17,000 miles an hour at 250 miles high?
So Zanuck, if you're not going to answer my question and then respond by asking me to answer your question,
We're playing that game.
it's not a way to have a conversation. I simply want to know what mechanism you're invoking that after you reach escape velocity, how does a satellite slow down to 7,000 miles an hour and sync up with rotation? You claim it's orbital mechanics. Orbital mechanics. That's all you've said. I want you to explain it, please.
I said I'm not going to be your teacher. I want you to look it up yourself.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thanks, Zanuck. Thanks for playing, bud.
I'll give you a hint. You're not having to slow it down. You don't need to slow it down.
I understand that, Zanuck. I'm asking you to explain it. Thanks.
No, I don't want to explain it to you because you're obnoxious to talk to.
Yeah, I haven't interrupted you, called you names. I've been pretty cordial.
Yeah, no, you were totally interrupting, and you're being obstinate. You're not thinking this through, and you don't want to discuss it. You just want to prove that your numerology is.
I've been reading about it the whole time, and you've been talking, and I know nothing about it. But what I have determined is that we're confusing things often, like what we forgot that where it's orbiting makes a difference between geosync and geostationary. Its speed isn't always a factor. Of course, the different weight of your craft is going to establish different speeds and distances, but it appears here escape velocity is in reference to being unpowered, and it also is in reference to escaping gravitational fields, which nothing is doing because it's either exiting ours and entering another. So it's a very escape velocity is a confusing term. We've orbital station keeping is going to be more about angles than slowing down. But
think about the wrench on the
escape velocity is exactly how they got to the moon. It was a very poignant part of the 3 stages of the rocket launch. And without the 3rd stage, they wouldn't have been able to break the gravitational field of the Earth as claimed.
They did have to
so this is all of their teachings.
They didn't break the gravitational field of the Earth.
I understand, but this is their model. So if they're not breaking the gravitational field, then first of all, how are they invoking free fall if they claim it's a geodesic? It's either a free fall or it's a geodesic.
Well, going to the moon's different than the ISS, so don't flip flop things.
You're still technically in an
It's not flip flopping. The ISS is still relatable. No, it's still relatable to the idea you have something in a medium.
One's in orbit, one's not, man. One's in orbit, one's not. So it is different.
And by the way, did you see that
one is in a position that has apparently broken the escape velocity to achieve its distance of 22,000 miles. I'm asking you, what if you have an object like in Newton's laws of motion, if it's in motion, it will not be impeded or stopped unless an acting force upon it, right? So if that's the case, what are you invoking as the impedance for this object that has now broken the escape velocity to achieve its point in space?
I'm not firing up a rocket again. I mean, that's not so crazy to think.
So that's the answer, huh? Those are the answers,
I'm
hey guys.
asking you, what's so crazy about saving?
That's an answer,
fuel
eh, Dan?
For the chore?
You're asking me another question, Dan.
No,
that's not an
I'm saying,
answer.
what's so fucking crazy about saving fuel for that chore?
Now you're getting upset. Interesting.
No, I asked you for the 3rd fucking time to make sense. I adore you. Fucking make sense.
Yeah.
Making sense would be if an object has a escape velocity, and all objects apparently have escape velocity, a necessity to leave Earth.
Hey Dan, tell me
especially
velocity, please.
So escape velocity is not my terminology. There's a 25,500 mile an hour number that's required to have any object leave the gravitational field of Earth. This is what's stated.
And it doesn't. And it never did.
Okay.
I don't think it. As far as I can tell,
listen, Dan, maybe you should talk to him because even though he's giving you a hard time, he's not listening to me whatsoever. Please tell him about the fact that it wasn't at escape velocity, and if it wasn't for the moon, it'd still be orbiting the Earth. So it didn't have escape velocity.
It's typically stated as an ideal speed, ignoring atmospheric friction. Although the term escape velocity is common, it is more accurately described as a speed than a velocity because it's independent of direction. The escape speed is independent of the mass and the escaping object, but increases with the mass of the primary body. Now, this is getting too far for me to understand, but I'm there. It's in order to be escape velocity, for some reason, it has to do with quote unquote here non-propelled. So it's really about when you run out of fuel, do you have enough speed to continue where you're going?
Yeah, so they have a formula for you guys. It's called escape speed, which is square root 2 big G multiplied by mass over distance.
So your question is, how the fuck would they slow down? And I'm asking you, why wouldn't we save some fuel for that and a different mechanism?
Okay, so that's what I also asked. I also asked what is the mechanism?
No, you didn't answer though, and you're smart.
I asked what was the mechanism.
Smart enough to answer me, man. You're
He's
pissing
not
me
smart,
off.
Dan. He's being really silly right now.
No, the guy's brilliant, and he's pissing me off. So why wouldn't I, as a designer, save fuel to slow down? Where's the mystery here?
So I'm glad you said fuel and you said slow down. Those are two things that invoke a mechanism. Fuel is useless without a fuel is useless without something.
What's wrong with my design?
Fuel is useless unless it has something to interact with. You have to have a transfer of energy. So if I have this constant rate of motion, escape velocity, that doesn't require propulsion, how am I then going to invoke a transfer of energy? Where does it come from? Please elaborate.
No transfer energy. The object will have an elliptical, and depending the direction and orientation of this projectile, a rocket, for example, that is not being powered, leaves the Earth and going toward the moon, it starts to slow down at the top of its elliptical path, and almost to a stop, and then would start going back to the Earth.
It escaped the gravitational field. It has enough energy now to leave.
Finish the thought. Seriously, you said you're not. This is why I didn't want to deal with you, because you are a jerk and you can't see it. I mean, this is your blind spot, Data. Your blind spot is you don't know what you do. You really don't. And I'm here to help you. I have my blind spot too. You right now are obviously being just contentious for no reason.
I'm not getting answered. I'm getting obfuscated and red herring.
The conservation of momentum and momentum, all the conservation laws, this object will have an elliptical path, and its velocity will change throughout its path. There's nothing needed or required to make those changes in momentum. Nothing.
What elliptical path has it adhered to? Because elliptical path is caused by the center of mass according to gravitational attraction, right? So if you're going to break the gravitational field,
you're not breaking it.
That's how you escape the velocity. That's how you escape the Earth, is by reaching a certain. Why do you keep interrupting, Xanax? So to escape the gravitational field, you have to have a certain distance and a certain.
Dan, have fun with him. If you want some help, I'll help you, Dan.
If you have an object,
I've been pasting everything we're talking about. He's not reading any of it. He's speaking from his mind instead of.
That's right. He's trying to do an intuition point, which is completely incorrect.
I think you're brilliant, and I appreciate you a great deal. But today you were no help.
Don't fluff him, please. He doesn't need that.
He was no help. He's still
still not getting an answer. What mechanism is
confusing
involved?
me a great deal. I
I
asked him how far away the moon was. He couldn't fucking tell me. He's got all these questions here about things that.
Can you tell us what the moon is?
I can tell you that my prior calculation must be wrong of 3,500 miles because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. For instance, it just doesn't. It doesn't. I mean,
Dan,
first of all,
can I ask you a question, Dan?
I have no.
The 2160 that the size of the moon is, right? Where did that 21? The diameter of the moon is 2160.
Okay. Where did
that number come from, buddy?
You tell
Because
me.
I'll tell you this. Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. That number was used over 3,000 years ago with the number 108 before anything else. So if you want to hold on, a lot of this stuff, these ratios devised, started obviously with the fingers, thumbs, but then
as you got into the Greeks, they used to hold a coin with a certain diameter size. They would hold the coin up in relation to, this is how it started anyway, from what I researched, up to these bodies. And they would have a ratio distance and an estimated ratio. And this 108 would be applied by sacred geometry. So what a lot of the ancients did is they had a set of sacred geometry numbers, Platonism or whatever, Platonic solids, and one of them was the moon, which is 2160. Now the 2160 is like, is it a square? I can't remember exactly what the but it was based on assuming the world is founded in this sacred geometry ratio based system. And so they stuck with the 2160 this whole entire time. The moon is basically 2160. And if I take 108, I can get the distance to it. So if it's 2160, it's 2,160 miles in diameter. Now, if I can take the 108 and get a distance of 232,000 miles or 237,000 miles, can I prove that nonetheless, Dan?
I don't know. I'm still trying to answer your last questions.
2160. If you can tell me why they landed on 21. I know there's this guy named Randall Carlson, I think. He's a YouTube guy. He's into sacred geometry. I think I got some of that information from him. And of course, everybody knows about Marty Leeds. But if you dig deeper, it looks like the Platonic solids, obviously this geometry and the ratios, like the pentagram, also is associated with the 108 because you could take an isosceles triangles, 236 corners, and 108 is the pyramid top. Well, if 108 is the pyramid top of that isosceles triangle, or the degree of it, quite interesting that you can take this other geometry and add to it and get distances and locations of planets.
Okay, I got the answer to your question. Ready? It says here, in other words, if given escape velocity, the object will move away from the other body, continually slowing, and will asymptotically approach zero speed as the object's distance approaches infinity. So they're saying it slows down on its own.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. So the mechanism is its own self is slowing it down? It doesn't make sense because in reality, anything slowing down would have to exactly, but it had to break the gravitational field to get escape velocity, which means the gravity gets weaker, not stronger. So if you were to break the velocity of the field, or break the field due to the velocity and momentum, that means you would maintain that momentum. You wouldn't slow down unless there was other ways to invoke it. And so Dan just proved my point again. That's their answer. It just slows down.
That's what they say. So how far away do you think the moon is? I've been asking like 5 times.
We don't try to make claims.
I don't know. I don't know, but
Thank you. That's enough. That's enough. That's how I feel. That's what I needed you to know. I mean, I just need to hear it from you that you're not sure about everything because you talk like you're sure of everything. And
I'm just telling a story, Dan. I'm telling a story of the metaphysics and philosophy of devising a model.
I had to deal with a man face to face who I liked a lot, who told me a lot about his job for 3 hours. And his job, it's contradictory to flat earth basic premise, is that there is no deep space. Well, I just realized after all of that, the 22,000 miles isn't very deep. When I used to think of it as being really the fuck out there, it means all the shit out there is between us and the moon still. So they're full of shit that we can't see this junk. They're full of shit. It would be everywhere. So that's my only redeeming factor, is this guy says there's all this stuff out there, and I'm saying, show me. Where is all this?
In early writings that I remember, most of the astronomers were estimating the planets to be 220, like the distance of the moon, in all fairness. 220,000 miles, 230 miles, I think, 200 and, maybe I may be wrong, like 300,000 miles to Mars, right? They were all relatively closer to the moon, these earlier astronomers, before the astronomical unit came out.
Okay, follow me on this and then elaborate. Since we still have the relationship of the sun and the earth to figure out which is moving, can this guy, a satellite guy, be operating in any body we can understand within what we call the solar system without the fantasy of deep space? In other words, can you and I have a solar system, local, like a local sun and an ice plane, let's say, and have a system with planets, because it appears that those are different than stars, different elevations and stuff, is some of that shit possibly up there, and could that possibly have any spherocity to maintain any of their stories?
What's the functionality of his work? Like, what's the purpose of it? Just out of curiosity, what's his functionality? What's the purpose of him doing what he's doing?
Spy satellites, primarily spy satellites.
Well, at the end of the day, you probably want to be closer to the surface and not really moving very far, because you want as much detail as possible. So at 22,000 miles, okay, if that's where you need to be to get.
So what they know, actually, what he did is, and this is great because he explained everything to me. It was extremely elliptical. So they were 22,000 miles out at a brief point, but they were also really fucking close when they looped around. Now, I don't know how that kind of orbit can maintain, oblong like that, what they call elliptical, but he did describe it as getting very close when it came in. And he was having to deal with the precession of that orbit so he could make sure that they came in the right spot every time they hooked it around. So it was interesting, totally believable. He was hands-on with the issues at hand.
Why would a satellite guy come to you, dude? That just sounds pretty far-fetched.
Well, he's 75 years old, and I was in his home, and the shit used to be all classified, and he wasn't allowed to talk about it. Then when he went to talk about it, nobody knew what he was talking about. The fact that I knew the names of satellites, the speeds of satellites, and the issues operating satellites, he was fucking thrilled. He had someone to talk to. He'd been compartmentalized and under security measures his whole life. Plus, nobody understands.
So you got the velocity of 17,500 miles. You got the velocity of 7,000 miles an hour, and you got a mechanism that's supposed to invoke these elliptical orbits. I've always wanted to know how they got them there, and like I just told you just stated to me, would totally render this guy's theory useless for the fact that you just admitted that the device just slows down on its own. When there's no answer for it, it's absolutely ridiculous. So whether or not
I asked you why wouldn't I bring propulsion to do the chore? I asked you that.
Well, then you're invoking the idea that this momentum that you've created through the thrust can work in a extremely low pressure environment.
Yes.
Well, that's
I believe that. I believe that to be true. I think the nozzle shape will create a difference from one end to the other in what do you call it? In pressure, and I believe thrust could be created by the shape of the nozzle because you have a differential from the front to the back.
Well, the way I see when a gas is interacting with a low pressure environment, it doesn't have a vector direction. It ends up to be even more of a scalar where it just goes in all directions. So that's what I see gas doing, is not creating a you'd have to use another mechanism.
Feel very confused about that too.
So that's not an answer. So if I have a hypothetical chamber that's all a vacuum, and let's say, just as an example, the one piece is open, and I fire a jet stream into it, it's not going to create pressure directly at the back of the box in the way that you need thrust to manage. It would divert outwardly and create pressure all over the box, not in one vector direction. That's what you would get if you took a thrust nozzle, or a nozzle that was thrusting fuel. You would put it into a chamber like that. You wouldn't get the target at the back. It would spread all out.
Well, I mean, going back to Gemini, they claim to be able to shoot jets of something to do EVAs and to move about. So they claim to be able to shoot stuff around and maneuver for a long time. They really
all
do.
the stuff that you're invoking for satellites would make the moon mission possible, because you're looking at controlling elliptical orbits through gravitational fields. You're looking at controlling momentum through the idea that the apparatus just slows down, but yet can do so in a manner that wraps around a gravitational.
When you throw a ball up in the air, does it slow down?
So we're talking about reality now?
Yeah, the reality. If you throw a ball straight up in the air, does it slow down?
The buoyant force of the air would provide a resistance against.
Oh God, no, that's what I'm talking about. In a vacuum, if you're inside of a vacuum, you can survive with your spacesuit. And you threw a ball up in the air, would it slow down? Straight up, ball straight up.
The fact is that the vacuum.
You can't answer the question, can you? Is this? I'm trying to help you because I feel your pain. That you're just
the vacuum. The
But
vacuum
so
itself would
that,
have a little bit of atmosphere in it. So if the
no
vacuum
atmosphere.
was large enough and the ball would fall far enough, eventually it would slightly slow down because it's not a true vacuum.
No, I'm throwing it
But
straight up.
because it's a
Is
short
it going to
distance,
stop and change
because
directions?
it's
Yes
a
or no?
short distance, you're not going to observe that phenomenon.
Oh my God.
But yet it's
You know,
claimed that a
this is
vacuum on Earth is
why
not
I
a
dated
true
her
vacuum.
to talk to. He doesn't use his brain. It's like it's turned off. If you throw, you know, I'm going to stop asking you questions and just give you the answer.
Xanax, did we observe the ball losing the kinetic energy that we invested in it? It would dissipate the ball, and then the powers of the vacuum would then take over on the ball itself.
No.
What are you talking about? If I pick up an inanimate object being the ball, which is
It has an
potential
acceleration.
fun, I need to drive my point home, then you can have the floor. I'm picking up an inanimate object, which is potential energy, and I'm going to use it, I'm going to throw it, therefore I'm investing my energy into the ball. We are going to observe me investing that energy into the ball, and that energy I invested into the ball dissipates, and then the powers of vacuum would take over. Please, Zane, go ahead. That's my thought.
No powers of vacuum. You're investing of energy. I know what you mean. Applying a force to it, and then it's released, and then it has an acceleration only in one direction, which is down to the ground. That acceleration does not change the entire time. However, its path will go from a velocity that relative to you, which is high, to an apex, which is stopped, and then travel back to you, which would increase that velocity till it made an impact. That impact would be equal to the force that you applied to that object initially. So it's very simple. You're making it way too confusing.
See, what I like is Zanuck believes in the globe and he believes in gravity, but he actually just tipped his hat to the idea of somebody investing energy in something in order to observe gravity happen. Thanks, Zanuck. I appreciate that, man.
That's a real weak argument and position. But okay, if you sit on that, you want to die on that hill, that's fine. We could actually go over that if you'd like, but I don't think it's worth it. Now you know that you just said it yourself by you invested in. You said, "quote invested energy." You applied a force to an object. If that was not applied, that object would be very happy sitting where it was. Once you apply that force, its acceleration will be exactly related to the weight of that object, which invokes gravity. And it's
there we
have
go.
to. We know we drop something. It has acceleration downward. We can measure the acceleration.
What kind of gravity, Zanuck?
And what I like the
Is
idea
it following a
is that you're
geodesic?
taking gravity and you're inserting that, and you're aligning it with the weight of the object, which is important because all objects weigh different things. Do they
Hey
not?
guys, can I interrupt you? I have the engineer on the phone, and Data. We're asking, how did Flat Earth Data leave? Oh no, he left. No, he's here. Okay, so we're asking about slowing down after reaching velocity speed. Will, thank you. Well, we're so confused about what escape velocity was, what orbital speeds were, and if Data, you had a specific question, we could ask him now in terms of your slowing down. If you'd like to phrase it, Will could answer it for you, I'm sure.
Well, what I'd like to say is it's been a long time, but my recollection is the following. When you launch something from the Earth with the biggest rocket you have, it gives you your initial push up through the atmosphere and into space. And then usually it runs out of poop and it gets recovered or blows up or whatever. It gets out of the way, but it releases the second stage. The second stage, it burns, and it goes for another so many feet per second to get you to the height that you want to go to, the orbit that you're looking for. And then it has a package on top of it called the satellite. If it was a communication satellite, the communication satellite also has its own propulsion system in it. So each one of these things can do vernier corrections. On the main rocket, all the different thrusters are burning, whether they're in parallel or whether they're incrementally staged internally. I don't recall. So
Do you know?
First stage go ahead.
Do you know when it gets to the satellite thrusting and things in low pressure environments? What the hell are they using for fuels, and how are they achieving thrust?
They used to. Hydrazine was one of the fuels I recollect. Okay, we built satellites that we put into synchronous orbit, and multiple things happen when you're up there. Particularly in what they call the stationary orbit, which is 22,000 miles away. The satellite is rotating around the Earth at the same rate that the Earth is rotating. So it appears to be stationary over a latitude and longitude that it was initially inserted. So if you're trying to cover Brazil, you would have a satellite up above Brazil, but the forces actually cause it to drift in that 22,000 mile orbit. So a satellite has to have propulsion on it, and it had hydrazine was one of the fuels that were used, and they have a vernier correction system on the satellite. And every so often, a pulse has to be made in the right direction in the equatorial plane. Okay, so it's in the plane, and you got to give it enough thrust to have it go back and forth, but to stay roughly, and I don't remember within a degree or whatever, but you have to stay roughly where you are because the satellite's antennas are pointed to a country or to a location, and it's being tracked by ground antennas in commercial business. For military stuff, they have antennas that move on the satellite, and they have antennas that move on the ground. So they can take care of rotation. But stationary satellites are all station kept with fuel.
Sure, that's great. I appreciate that. Here's the problem, though. Here's the problem: is that it's claimed that these satellites move in free fall, right?
He's
claimed that
asking a question, Will. Let's. Can you start over, Data?
So, Will, the problem is that a lot of these globers claim that these satellites are traveling at 17,500 miles an hour or 7,000 miles an hour. One is falling at free fall to maintain its orbit, and the other one is in a gravitational field to maintain its orbit.
Both in free fall.
What do you mean by
right?
free fall?
Well, I would like you to explain, because that's what's invoked for these particular elliptical paths. Is because if you have this gravitational field, well, you're not going to always line up with the gravitational field, right? You're going to, like you said, you're going to have other acting forces on it. You need to realign the forces, right?
Look, we built satellites that flew in highly elliptical orbits on classified missions. They're unclassified today, but I don't want to go into that. But those elliptical orbits go so far away from the Earth in their perigee versus their apogee, the high point of the orbit. At the high point of the orbit, they're going at very high speeds. They could be 20,000 miles away. Okay.
What high speeds are they going at 22,000 miles?
What I'm saying is the speed that they're going at is based on the gravitational force that is imposed on them after they're in their orbit. But in the orbit,
what's the speed of a satellite at 22,000 miles, though?
You got to let him finish so he can hear you. He was wondering what speeds we're talking about.
I don't recall now. I mean, I'd have to go back and look. It's 25 years since I screwed around with that
Cool.
stuff.
I don't want to give them too much of you right now. I just wanted to let them know that we had you as a resource when we had real questions, because I know you enjoy it. You know?
Well, see, the thing is, I know you guys are trying to do something near Earth. You're in the atmosphere trying to make these measurements.
Well, here's the contention, Will.
The other things, the satellites. Why don't you just get yourself a book that talks
Here's the contention, Will. Let me address the contention, Will. Here's the contention.
We're not looking.
The ISS is
We're not looking at our contentions to Will right now. Let me get.
The ISS is falling. The ISS is falling at free fall. It doesn't use propulsion, but yet satellites are 22,000 miles away use propulsion to maintain their equatorial orbit.
They both have adjustments.
They do use propulsion. Okay.
They have diurnal drift. They have all these things they have to actually adjust with propulsion. He's not saying they stay in orbit by a propulsion system. What he's saying is what I told you. They're both in free fall. They're both in orbit. In fact, they're very circular orbits, the geostationary and geosynchronous orbits. These are circular. One is a fixed position on the equator. The other is not on the equator. It's some other spot, but it's still rotating at the same angular velocity as the Earth. But it'll be doing like a figure 8 above maybe North America, even though it's making a full rotation around the Earth, because the Earth rotates and it's at a off-kiltered angle from the equator. It'll look like a figure 8 over some area of the Earth, right, Will?
So you just didn't listen to what Will said. He said that the satellite itself would use hydrazine,
And that to maintain, let me finish, calm down. So he claimed that these satellites would use a form of fuel, propulsion fuel called hydrazine at 22,000 miles. And it would be important to use this because they're traveling at really fast speeds, but they would fall out of orbit due to other forces. And therefore, they would have to use the propulsion to maintain the equatorial plane. That's what he just stated, Zanuck. Do you disagree with Will?
These are small adjustments. They're not always using it. Otherwise, it would run out of fuel. When you have a vernal drift of a satellite, and Will can back this up, they will make small adjustments to either raise or lower its orbit to make sure that it's at the right height above the Earth. Because if it's too low, it could start decaying the orbit and it'll crash to the Earth. And if it's too high, it'll start drifting up higher as well. These are just
Did I hear somebody say?
micro adjustments.
Did I hear somebody say orbital speed of 7,000 miles per hour?
He just said that. But
did nobody catch that?
Yes, orbital speed.
Will is our expert here on satellites.
Yep.
What's the minimal orbital speed for a satellite in your model?
It could be 7,000 miles an hour.
Can you show me some literature on that, please?
Absolutely. Just go look up geostationary orbits, and it'll show you clearly that it's per second.
So you don't bring evidence of your claims with you in here?
Oh, I can bring it to you. It's not. I thought you knew this. I thought we've talked about this, incessantly about this.
Because
kind of
everybody's always listening all the time, and they catch every word in every conversation. Why don't you go ahead and post it, please?
For years, that the 22,000 mile orbiting distance from the surface, circular orbit, near circular orbit of a geostationary
Look at
satellite.
a flat earther beat you to it in the text. That's funny.
Is about 7,000 miles an hour. Now, for somehow, SC's stuck on 17,500 miles an hour for orbit, but that's for low Earth.
No. Watch how you destroy their fantasy. Watch this. Watch how easy this is. So you're saying a geostationary satellite at approximately 22,000 miles an hour. It's traveling how fast?
22,000 miles above the Earth.
How many?
22,000 miles above the.
And it's traveling how fast?
7,000 miles an hour.
Okay, now listen to this, guys. How fast is your Earth spinning?
At the surface, tangential velocity of 1,000 miles.
1,000 miles an hour, and it's keeping in the same rotation as the Earth?
Yes.
He said
and the reason why it's going faster is because it's a greater distance, you're going to tell me now, right? It's all calculated, all fixed?
You're catching on. Good job.
But Essie,
Okay,
here's
now,
a question.
hold
You
on,
asked
hold
him this. No, Essie asked him this as well in the questioning. What is the
Hold
length of that
on, he's
tangential?
almost done. Jeez.
Let him go. He seems eager.
No,
Go
I just
ahead.
the tangential relationship as well is built into the spin. Where does that end?
No, come on. Go ahead, SC. Finish your thought.
So this satellite now is traveling at 7,000 miles an hour, right? But also in your model, it states that the minimal speed in which you have to reach to go to orbit is what? 17,500 miles an hour?
Low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit, but you have to reach that minimum though. You can't go any slower than that, or else you won't reach any orbit. Correct?
I give the same assignment I gave Flat Earth Data. Go open the
No, I'm
first
going to
chapter.
give you an assignment. You answer my question, smart man.
Orbital mechanics. You'll talk about these velocities. Why you don't just take off at 7,000 miles an hour and hope you go orbit. You actually have to go faster to go slower, which is a little counterintuitive. And this is part of orbital mechanics. Why it's a little bit more complicated than other subjects, but it's a little bit requires you to pay attention and to read through it, and then it makes sense. You just think about a skater's arms. Why, when you pull them in, that the person speeds up. Those basic elements of angular momentum are important here. If you don't understand them, it'll be a little bit confusing to think about how can.
Try to keep less preachy. Try not to take a half an hour. Smart man.
Something that is only 125 miles. Okay, forget.
Okay, now, smart man, you said that you have to go faster in order to go slower. You think I missed that one? Explain us that one. How do you go faster to go slower?
Well, anything's possible on the globe.
He was explaining it. You got that when he tried to explain it.
No, let him explain it. I mean, why is he quiet all of it? He was interrupting me all kinds. Why is he not talking now?
Actually, you interrupted him. He was explaining it, and you said use fewer words, and then you asked him the question that he was already explaining.
I explained it. You leave the surface of the Earth. You need to be at an angular velocity equal to the Earth. And you do this by taking off in a rocket that goes up to 17,000 miles an hour and continues to apply thrust to get into a higher orbit, which is only 7,000 miles. But you're not putting the brakes on to do this. You're using something called the laws of angular momentum to do this. And if you understand orbital mechanics, this is the fundamental foundation for mechanics, it'll make total sense. Think about it. Something really, if you're at the surface, you're going 1,000 miles an hour, right, with the Earth. But you're not leaving the Earth. Your weight is holding you to the ground. But if you want to now go fast enough to where you can actually be in the air and be in orbit and be in a free fall where you don't fall to the ground, you have to be going 22,000 miles near the surface. Now, if you want to be at 250 miles where there isn't any air, because that makes sense, we have to be at 17,000 miles an hour. Slower. That's weird. Now, if you go even further away, like 22,000 miles away, you only need to be going 6,000 miles an hour. That all allows you to maintain the free fall as well as an angular velocity, which is equal to the Earth.
Well, I'm glad you understand the story. Can you demonstrate that in reality?
Your fantasy, what you think, if you think that you convinced anybody by what you said there, you're sadly mistaken. Because you have to explain. Don't interrupt.
I want to hear you were interrupted by somebody. You had a problem with this 17,000 miles an hour.
Do we have to mute you, Zanuck, to talk?
SE?
We have to mute you?
You were interrupted by somebody else. They said you were talking about something going 17,000 miles an hour and then slowing down to 7,000 miles an hour, and that didn't make sense.
Did I cut somebody off? Let me rejoin because maybe I'm not hearing good.
You're hearing me or no?
Yeah, was anybody else talking besides you? That cut me off?
I am. If you guys have any real questions, let me know. The guy's available. I just didn't want to let him hear us act like idiots. You know?
Yeah, well, you asked.
Hey, man, bring up a topic. Let's go.
It might have been good to have me bridge the gap with Will, because what I was telling you, he was talking about his thrusters, and I think
my God, he just can't help himself, man. He just can't help himself.
I don't have to talk. It's
like God should have given him a mute button on his, on his.
By the way, I can't find
automatic
this guy
mute button
online.
for his
I'd send you
Anakin
his
life.
credentials. I'd send you that guy Will's credentials, but I can't find them. I think a lot of his stuff was heavily into security at the time. So if I find
let's
shit on
pick
him,
a topic.
I'll let you know. If you
let us
guys
know.
have something to ask him, I'll call him back. He's cool. I just don't want to fight in front of him.
Did when Xanax started talking, is that when you made sure to end the conversation with Will?
Well, yeah.
That
Plus,
was a good move.
They were looking to interrupt him. They didn't let him finish a sentence, so he couldn't hear their question. So that they were just talking for a reason.
Yeah, he doesn't. I understand. We don't want him to be a flat earther. We just want him to stay a glober and answer the questions correctly, not whatever anti-flat earthers want it to be. Yeah, that's fine with me.
I mean, it's live. He admits what he doesn't know. He tells you what he does, whatever. It's like, it was just tough to look at the guy and discount his entire, look him in the eye and go, "You've been fooled, dude. You're an idiot." I couldn't do that. I didn't believe it. I did not believe I could do that to him. In all honesty, and tell him he was being foolish. He had answers to everything that was within his range of information. He wasn't the rocket guy.
And I want you to recognize that I recognize your hard work, Dan, in trying to find somebody credible and bring them, to the forefront to answer a question. That's awesome of you. It really is.
Just good luck. I just have good luck. He was a customer. I found myself in the kitchen with him talking shop when I go, "What did you do?" He's engineer, and I'm all, "What kind of engineer?" And he goes, "Oh, it had to do with aerospace." And I'm like, "Huh?" really? What kind? And I'm going, really? You're like, I didn't want to tell him I was but by the time we were in conversation, I was aware of certain programs, certain speeds, and my questions were clearly within the framework of the subject. And he can't ever talk to his neighbors or anyone about that. Nobody cares. Velocity.
Dan, the problem is that the hydrazine answer was with the Saturn V rocket, not with satellites. But I can't find any other information when it comes to this. It all relies on orbital mechanics and the gravitational field. Nowhere does the hydrazine is presented for course correction. It's assumed.
What's really cool about knowing both sides of the argument, which is what Dan is demonstrating, is that you're able to hold a conversation no matter what side of the bag that person's sitting on. Well done, Dan.
Thanks. And he's going to be a little antiquated, because he was in earlier days, and he was also in secret programs, including programs with propulsion systems that didn't get to contract. So in competing systems and competing methods, didn't all make it to commercial practice. And he would have been aware of stuff that never made it. Literally, like, never made it.
Did he say, Dan, that it's the hydrazine that slows down the satellite from 17.5 to 7, whatever they're claiming the geostationary speed is?
No, of course not.
Yeah, I don't think he necessarily. He was more talking about.
That didn't sound like Dan. That sounded like
He was more
Zanuck.
like talking about adjustments in navigation, not speed.
He's talking about adjustment to the orbital drift, diurnal drift, for example, and other course corrections. They were using hydrogen to make those corrections, so it stays in the orbit they intended it to stay in. What I'm telling you is that the speeds that it slows down are due to conservation laws. Angular momentum, for example. This makes a lot of sense if you just do a quick search on orbital mechanics and how things take off and how things end up in orbit. You'll see that there's no slowing down like Data thinks.
You're invoking gravity as the mechanism slowing down. He said hydrazine and propulsion.
No, it's not. Look, you even were trying to put words in his mouth about a difference between a satellite and low Earth. First one is the geostationary orbit. Both are in free fall. You made it sound there was different. That's why he got confused. You gave him the wrong question.
Nobody got confused. The only one that's confused is you and the double speaking that you're doing right now. You were asked a simple question about what mechanism.
Take your time and bring him back in.
Why do you always interrupt, Zanuck? Why?
I thought I would respond to your accusations. Go ahead, SE, if you think take.
You were asked a simple question. What mechanism slows down the craft from 17.5 to 7,000?
Conservation of angular momentum.
And you think that's going to cut the mustard in here? You really think that?
It should.
So Zanuck, just so you know, if I had a string attached to a ball and I was rotating the ball and the string had an outward trajectory, you're saying that as the force gets weaker at the end of the string, I'm going to slow down. So
they just make stuff up. And they think that they're going to get away with it. It's amazing.
Is a ball into the string analogous to?
The ball is the analogous to the rotation of the Earth spinning. The string is the gravitational strength that holds the object to the center of mass, considered the gravitational field. You can call it centripetal, sure. The point is that it gets weaker as it gets out at the end. So if it was traveling at a certain velocity, which is called escape velocity, which means it has to break the gravitational field. It means that once it's broke the gravitational field, the force becomes weaker, not more. Thereby, the momentum shouldn't slow down. It should, if anything, maintain its momentum, and if bare minimum, if it does slow down, why does it slow down to 7,000?
Because you think about it, Data. If you're spinning a ball around at 1 revolution per second, for example, we have a ball spinning. You can do this yourself, and you started lengthening the string. Do you think that ball would still be able to keep tension on that string if you lengthen it to double the distance at that same rotational velocity? No, you'd have to increase the rotational velocity, right?
The idea is that you'd have to
Yes
transfer
or no?
the
Hold on.
energy.
Think about it.
The
If
idea
you're
is you'd
one
have to transfer the energy. You're
data,
invoking
I'm gonna walk you
conservation of
through. I'm gonna hold
momentum.
your hand through. If you allow me,
You're invoking conservation. I'm almost done, Zenik. You're invoking
Data,
you're almost letting me finish.
Please.
You're invoking conservation of momentum when the forces get weaker. So
You see,
when you're conserving
Danik, if you
momentum,
keep this up, I'm gonna mute you, and you're gonna stay muted.
when it's conserving momentum, it means it has unified forces on it. That's why the momentum's conserved. You are now the forces are getting less. So if the forces are getting less, you are not going to reduce in momentum for certain. If anything, you're going to maintain this momentum. But you're saying that the momentum is slowing down due to the angular momentum. So it's compensating. I'm saying it would be impossible to slow down because the forces are getting less, not equal.
It's just a bunch of words. You're just not even making it.
No, your conservation of momentum is based on equal.
That doesn't mean you get to interrupt him, Dada.
Sorry.
Thank you. So you gave me the analogy. I'll build on, walk you through the logic here. You're not allowing me to. If you have the ball that you're spinning one revolution every second, you have a ball that's taut on the string, and it's round and round it goes as you move one revolution per second, whatever that string length is, I don't know. Say it has to be like 5 feet long, and you got a little tennis ball or baseball at the end of it. What do you think happens if I double the length of that string and keep that same angular velocity? What do you think happens, Data? Would it still be in orbit? Would it still be orbiting you? Going around you?
Is it true that you have to
Force be
escape
the
the
same?
gravitational?
Okay, you're not
you have to
so
escape the gravitational
have a
field.
conversation because you won't even engage. I'm trying to walk you and hold your
Because
hand
you're
through
not
it.
invoking
You're
you're not
allowing
invoking your own
The
model.
answer is no, Data. The ball would be dribbling on the floor. You'd have to speed up the angular velocity in order to keep that ball in a taunt centripetal force with the string scenario. So this is why you don't understand why the object doesn't need a force to slow it down for the centripetal force, which is gravity in this Newtonian type of analysis, where it actually goes out further, and by conserving momentum, it would actually slow down. There's no need to apply a force to it. Just like the orbital mechanics dictate, if you're in an elliptical orbit, it'll almost come to a stop and then speed up as it comes around the Earth again, speed up and go at its apogee, go high speed, the highest speed, and its perigee, the slowest speed. No different than if I throw a ball. Why it goes up and slows down and then speeds up on the way down. It slows down on the way up and it speeds up on the way down. That's how, if I throw a ball straight up, same thing. It goes up and stops and comes back down.
It doesn't happen when I throw a ball down.
Does the ball when the ball slows down like that, does it transfer energy, or does the energy maintain inside the ball? Maintains inside the ball, doesn't transfer anywhere, right? So when it finally hits the ground, the energy transfers. So what you're doing is you're saying that this particular body has balanced forces on it. That's why the energy hasn't transferred. There's nothing acting on it. And then it's going to maintain an elliptical path by transferring energy, because it appears to slow down and speed up by what mechanism? The gravitational field, right? So if you have to remove yourself from the gravitational field, then that means there would be no elliptical path because you're outside of the gravitational field, which would indicate is once you broke that field, whatever momentum you finally achieved, zero resistance, which is weightlessness, right? Zero resistance. Then the momentum would maintain itself because there's no acting force to resist it. So if that's the case, your model is saying that it slows down due to the angular momentum it's traveling at, right? But the forces are not equal at the distance from where it left to where it's going. It means as it's moving, it should increase in speed. If the thrust is the same and the forces get less, then you would increase momentum, and that's what you have to do to break the escape velocity, right? So when you do so, you will have all that energy that still has to be transferred to something, and now you're outside of a gravitational field. So what are you going to invoke? The other guy said it was hydrazine and propulsion.
Well,
You're saying what?
Mouth. He didn't say that. He said hydrogen was used for these course corrections, for small adjustments, not to slow it down in an elliptical orbit where it's going faster at apogee and slower at perigee.
Well, Dan was invoking that. Dan said, "Well, do you think if I was a designer, I would create enough fuel to slow me down?"
Challenge me, bring an expert here, and he'll validate everything I'm telling you. Nothing I'm saying is wrong, and every physicist in the world, astrophysicist or other, will agree with me. You are confused. You don't understand it. I'm trying to help you. You're not allowing me to help you. You're fighting me, Data. There's no
It would
energy.
be true if I had the same amount of energy. If I had the same amount of energy, and I reached a constant speed due to the acting forces on me, but then I left that realm of acting forces, what would happen to my speed?
There are no forces. You're in free fall. Once that power is released, you're in free fall. Just like you throw a baseball. Once you let go of the baseball, you're in free fall, and it will slow down and speed up.
But the ISS uses propulsion to speed up and slow down.
Data, would you
They don't use the gravitational field.
Data, please control yourself. You're in free fall.
You're confused. You keep telling me that it's free fall, which is required, which is a gravity geodesic.
I'd like to help you. I really do, as a human being to another human being. You're not allowing me to, so I'm going to bow out.
Hey, FED, are you capable of answering a yes or no question with one word? Can you do it?
Well, of course. Who can't?
Maybe not. Apparently, it's either 0 words or 10 minutes.
I can answer.
So you have something traveling 17 times approximately the speed of a bullet, give or take. 10 for sure. High velocity bullet, right? And then it slows down to less than half of that speed in a place where there's no friction. And they think they can say, what did you say before?
Well, Dan.
What was that word you used?
Well, Dan said that if he was a designer, he would design the aircraft to have extra fuel when he got to that position, and that fuel would be responsible for slowing me down.
Why does it slow down?
Zanuck says it's due to the angular momentum and conservation.
That's the one. That's the one.
No, actually, Dad, I get this right. I posted citation of how they said I did it. They did it. While you were asking how to do it, I suggested bringing fuel. So it's not that I know what's going on. Now, I can show you pictures of these fuel tanks, these round tanks that they bring up there. I don't know what you think they're doing with these tanks up there.
You literally said if I was a designer, wouldn't you think that I would design a craft to have extra fuel?
At the same time, I posted their explanation of how it was done.
So their explanation again, Dan, is the craft just slows down.
Exactly.
Whereas Zanuck's response is
it needs to slow down, they'll bring fuel.
Sure. What Zanuck says is that the angular.
I still don't see it as an issue.
Zanuck says it's the
issue
conservation.
Is there's probably shit out there, and we need to address that as flat earthers. So
Zanuck says it's a conservation of momentum.
Up and down?
You say
up and down. Come on, man.
Actually, I've been
how
talking. He's been interrupting me constantly.
You're now an hour and a fucking later talking about how it slows down. Who gives a fuck? I called the guy, right? The guy says they bring fuels. I'm sorry. Can we move on?
So the guy said contradicts Zanuck's statement because Zanuck says it's free fall. And just like a ball you toss in the air, it speeds up and slows down just like an elliptical path.
My guy was worried about staying on course, so the fuels he was referring to had nothing to do with slowing down. So don't confuse it, even though that's what I asked him.
Yeah, so it's not about confusing anything. It's about what mechanism allows a body to travel in free space, unhindered with...
He told you, Data. He told you his guy said fuel. Now let him go. You have a beef with Zanuck? Talk with Zanuck.
No.
Come on, man.
You won't hear it. No, it's also not important. You're making a big deal and a fixation point because there's several explanations.
Yeah, the explanation is they're using a propulsion. They're using a propulsion system. 22,000. They're using a propulsion system 22,000 miles, where they claim that there's an extreme low pressure environment. I've never seen to this day.
They've done
the
it
only
with
thing
EPAs, and he does it for maneuvering. So yes, they could probably slow down with the same shit. Yeah.
The only
So,
thing I've ever seen
I don't know what you're denying because we've seen EVAs since Gemini, and they've been thrusting air about and moving themselves in space through air thrusts. I'm sorry, I'm just not busy doubting that right now because
Yeah,
you're
so
talking
if
about
that's
minor
true, then they can go to the
maneuvers.
moon.
You're talking about
No, you're
minor
not.
maneuvers.
You're talking about technology that works in a vacuum of space. And if that's the
Okay.
case, they can go to the moon. That's what you're talking about.
I don't equate that altogether, but thrust in general, I believe, is possible in space. I did not used to think so, but I now believe it's the pressure differential within the body where it nozzles, just like a power hose I played with as a kid. When I put it underwater, it didn't gain any more thrust or less thrust because of the medium being more dense. And if I put it up against a wall, if you're a fireman, you're going to thrust backwards alone. You don't need to be up against a wall. So skyrockets and rockets do not push off the ground, and they do not push off of air. They don't.
That's false, and it's a false equivalence again, because your hose and your water is coming from a source that's being propelled from something.
That's
pushing
fuel.
off.
That's fuel. Go ahead.
So
That's fuel.
here's something you have to think about, and
No,
I'll give you a
that's fuel.
simple
Go ahead.
analogy.
Keep
I'll give
going.
you a simple analogy.
You just stopped right in the middle of your
Here's an
analogy.
analogy, Dan. Here's an analogy.
You stopped.
Here's
We
an analogy, Dan.
compared the water
If
to
there's
fuel. Go on.
Here's the analogy, Dan. If you have a rocket and inside that rocket is fuel, let's imagine it as a man in a canoe. That is the rocket and that is the fuel. The man is the fuel. The canoe is the rocket. Now we have a paddle. Let me finish, please. Let me finish,
I
please.
lost you.
Let me finish, please.
Explain again.
This
I
is
lost
analogy.
you.
It's very
I'm not
simple.
a fucking canoe.
It's an
all right?
analogy. It's an analogy. It's very simple.
Right.
And I'm going to show you how the transfer of energy is really important to cause momentum, and how the analogy relates one to one.
The pressure
It's because
differential happens in the nozzle.
The paddle is the nozzle.
There is
The
no
paddle-
fucking paddle, man. Stop it.
Listen, it's an
Let's talk
analogy.
about cone-shaped
It's-
nozzles because
Yeah,
I
it's an
grew up
analogy.
as a kid thrusting myself
you afraid
around
of?
the swimming pool
What-
with a hose. There was
Sure.
power and it's vector thrusted. I get it.
Sure, you're pushing against interacting and transferring the energy to something. In
Okay,
the
but I
in the
didn't-
in the
it
in the the vacuum of
change.
space, there is no resistance and nothing to exchange energy with.
The
So if you're going to
exchange of
invoke
energy
it, if you're
happens
going to invoke
within
it,
the fucking rocket.
so pressure
Hey,
doesn't happen in space, right? Like actual physical pressure doesn't happen in space. This
It's
is what the
just
problem of
that
action at a distance
we
comes up
have
into play,
lots of
and
things
why
to
the theory
agree
of
upon.
gravitational fields come into play.
We have
It's
lots
because
of
there's no
things to agree upon. So
Well,
let's
there-
talk.
You're not letting
Let's
me. You're not
talk
letting
about
me finish,
Hey,
brother. You're
Dan.
not even letting me finish the analogy.
What?
Let me finish
No,
the analogy, and I'm done.
because we
The
don't want
analogy
if.
is.
You
The
started with
analogy
an if,
is.
and you had me
The
in a fucking
analogy
canoe.
is.
You had me in a
The
fucking
analogy.
canoe with an if.
Yeah, it's
And
an
you wanted to-
analogy. You like analogies and thought experiments. You're a flat earther, right, Dan? So the analogy is the rocket is the canoe. The man is the fuel inside the canoe, which is the rocket, and the
told you
rocket
that
fuel is in the
lost.
same.
I got
So
lost
hold
there.
on,
I lost
hold
again.
on. So the nozzle, the man has have a way to transfer his energy because he's
And
fuel inside the rocket. The
back
rocket
to
is
the
just
fire
a
hose.
shell.
Go back
The
to the fire
rocket is
hose.
just a
Mute you
shell.
both.
That's just a
I'm gonna
shell.
just mute you both, you
Dan,
guys, real
But I
quick.
can't even get the analogy out. I'm almost to go to finish it, and I can't get it out. Dan keeps
The
interrupting me.
comparison of how the nozzle
He keeps doing
has
it.
a
Look,
pressure
it won't let me
differential means
finish.
nothing to you.
I will finish my analogy, Dan.
Can't mute
I can
anyone.
mute myself, Jeremy. So.
Is there a mod here that can just mute both these guys for a
There's
minute?
no way
please?
to transfer energy.
You're
Mute
both
Data
gonna
and
get
Dan
muted.
real quick for like 20 seconds.
Yeah, but why can't I just finish my analogy with a?
I wanted to ask you a question, Dan. Like, what if you're still there? I don't know, let me see if you're still here.
Dude, I feel like Data's been talking for 6 weeks. Somebody else, please talk about something else. God damn it.
Well, I wanted to ask Dan a question about, like, he used the, I guess having some kind of propulsion underwater and then above water. I mean, wouldn't you need less fuel underwater, right? Like, because of that like underwater rather than in the air. Right? I feel like that's the issue for, the space travel is that you don't have enough, with that air to push off. You would need massive amounts of fuel. I mean, differential, sure, that works and everything, but at a point, right? But you would need massive amounts of fuel, and they're claiming to be able to go 238,000 miles and more. I mean, so that's kind of my issue with it. Like underwater, I could just do like one little, like kind of like little bit of fuel, whatever, in an underwater rocket, and it'll go for a long, long time, right? But in the air, it'll exhaust itself pretty quickly. Yeah. Yeah, in regards to like the pressure differential, I mean, it makes perfect sense with the all substances, energies, etc., seeking equilibrium. But in so you release these fuels or whatever, and at different pressures, and they're going to seek to equalize, right? But you would need an extraordinary amount in the vacuum of space that where these gases are expanding outward faster and faster as there's less, seeking something to bounce off of, as well as, to fill the container. Yeah. Well, these are the issues for me. Not that you can't have some kind of a rocket in a vacuum due to pressure differential, just that we don't have the means to do it with the amount of fuel that we can bring. Thanks. So Dan, get on that.
That's a good point. And there's actually no evidence of of them bringing up extra fuel to decelerate, like they're saying. So these are legitimate questions, actually.
Hey man, how much more money does it cost to take up a gorilla suit as extra cargo in those motherfucking missions, dog?
$5.
What's up?
Yeah, we're all
$5?
the shirts of the hockey teams, right?
$5,
And the
huh?
football teams. Yeah.
So just do a Google search on orbital mechanics,
You're not
and
gonna
then
do your homework,
animations
bitch.
of how this works.
You
It
need to
all makes
provide shit.
sense. Thanks for talking
Panic.
over me.
What do you expect? You're a dishonest Glober. Why don't you tell me the link? Well, show me the link. Show everybody the link. Hey, you need to go Google the shit that you're asking. I'm asking Zanuck. I'm not asking Google.
So I provided that link for the set orbital mechanics for geostationary and geosynchronous orbits and their speeds.
What's
You asked
the
for it.
timestamp?
I provided it.
What's
Already provided
timestamp?
it. I don't know, back about 15 minutes or so. That showed
Timestamp or posted again. Can you do it? Are you capable, dude?
I'll answer your question. 22,000 miles of altitude above the Earth and 7,000 miles an hour.
I didn't ask a question, bro.
That was posted for you. And
When?
now the orbital mechanics to actually calculate why we take off at 17,000 miles an hour.
You start talking about nonsense. Where can we see the link, sir?
How we increase our altitude
Wow,
above the
he won't
Earth.
provide the link, folks. Dancing around
Orbital
it.
velocity actually goes down. You're talking over me the entire time. Now, if you want that in the chat, I can put that in there as well.
Right now.
Right now, what?
This way, at least we can look into it instead of trust just you. Okay.
I am a
Thanks.
trustworthy source. I tell you, I am unapproachable.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. The link
I
is
am the
objective
agent.
compared to our opinion. My opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. Show us the link.
Just for you, I'll do it, Mr. Overtop.
Bro, again, I don't know what you expect at this point. Let us do the research on what you have an opinion about. Show us the link, please. Thank you, sir.
You'll see the recent declassified documents showing the operations to put satellites up in the air via balloons and the whole military operation behind it. Shane put up a good video on his channel. It's called Declassified Documents Prove All Satellites Are Balloons.
Thank you, Zanuck.
I think we should live stream this. Someone should share the screen. We should all watch it together. And that way, this object topic will never come up again because it is so flippin' simple. And I don't understand why.
We don't need your damage control, dude. Thanks for posting the link.
This will help.
You're breaking up, and we don't need your damage control. Thanks for posting the link. We will now develop our own opinion about it. You will no longer say anything about it. You will say nothing else about it, right? So that we can research without your bias. Thanks.
Imagine a world where you grew up learning all this stuff and you're excited about it, and then you get to a point where someone points out, like, hey, you know that they lied to you, right? And then you look into it and you're like, oh shit, that doesn't make sense. And oh my gosh, like this logical things aren't making sense. But there are these other things that I knew I read and they make sense, right? Like, we even did experiments in class and proved it. But with that being said, now imagine you still saying, well, wait, that they're confusing the real science with their fake science, and they made a new science, and then you get away from it. And then all of a sudden there's all these people are like, no, 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 come back, come back. It's real, it's real. Look at this is the way we do it. This is truth right here. This is truth. And you're like, nah, dude, that's a lie. Like something clicked and I get it now. And they're like, no, 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 you don't get it. You've been lied to. That we're lying. It's crazy, dude, because this is the world we live in right now. Bunch of people just like crabs trying to grab the other crabs and keep them in the bucket. That's all they're doing, dude.
Well, the three-body problem never went away. The orbital mechanics, physics cannot explain that.
Well, apparently Xanet can though. Like,
And it's not even three body; it's it's basically an infinite amount of bodies all pulling on each other. Yeah.
I feel like we could work it out if we assume that the lights in the sky are some kind of lights in the sky and not bodies with mass and gravity. I feel like we could figure it out.
I look forward to a time when as as more as we progress more and learn more things and are able to debunk the understandings, quote unquote, from decades ago that are relatively new in today's world. It's gonna be awesome to be like, yeah, remember back like in the in 2020s, like we used to argue this stuff, and but they were like screaming at us that we were wrong, but now we're proving them wrong. Like it's gonna be nice when we finally get when technology takes us even further. It's gonna be nice.
How you like me now?
Yeah, I don't even think that most of the people in here arguing realize that the Earth itself can be flat and curve in space-time. There's no need for it to be a sphere. That's not what space-time would require. Any object put into space would curve space. No need for the no need for the Earth to curve. But I think they'll get there.
Dude, they're not going to get there. They think Newtonian mechanics works with Einstein's mechanics, and it absolutely doesn't. They're never going to get there.
Like when people say you don't understand gravity was superseded by Einstein, that's what they're saying. There's no need for these things to be spheres, right? It curves space and time. Any object, doesn't matter, square, rectangle. Throw it in the air, it curves the space and the time.
They don't even know if that's happening for a fact.
No, I'm not saying it's happening or they know it's happening. It's just that's what they're supposed to be arguing. I don't know. They keep on saying no, density and orbital mechanics of physical objects on a plane, elliptical or whatever.
So I just want to bring up that video one more time. Declassified documents proving satellites are held up by balloons and that they travel through the jet stream. That's how they're able to maintain a high speed through the air.
Yeah, like a lot of times you'll hear the argument. They'll say, you know, I don't want the Earth to be a globe. They'll say it's just that whatever explanation is simplest, right? So it's like, don't you think that before you try to figure out gravity and Einstein and bending of space time and how to launch some kind of rocket and satellite into outer space where there's astrophysics and physics are different, you know, maybe just try, why not put them up in the known jet streams and then have a little bit of fuel, a couple thrusters to keep them in place? Isn't that a more reasonable thing to do? It doesn't cost nearly as much. It's like, throw this up there for 10,000, or we can do that one for like 25 million. Let's just go with like 5 of the $10,000 ones, cover the same amount of area. Isn't that the more reasonable explanation of satellites?
You know, Alex Jones started selling his own line of satellite phones, and you know, he personally swears by them, that they work and everything, regardless of what's going on the ground towers and all. But he can be telling you technically the truth 100%. But if those satellites are just high altitude air balloons, or you know, satellites connected to balloons, then he's propagating the globe lie.
No, I don't think so. If he's stated, it doesn't matter which one they are. These guys can just calculate run times and tell you this is what the signal is sending at, and just have it built into their computer based on a coordinate system of, you know, the globe, and you can still talk to somebody in the middle of the desert. What's the problem? I mean, if he's telling you up front, like, hey, I can make this thing work either way. And that's not propagating the globe, is it? How's that? If you said he said it up front, it doesn't matter
I guess
which
it's
one it
more
is.
of I guess it's more of his act, like decades on end of refusing to even talk about flat Earth.
Oh, is it him saying that the well, I don't know. He doesn't talk about it, so I don't know what he said. Like, I don't really know what he said, but yeah, it doesn't prove one way or the other, in my opinion. You know, like people love to argue the IS, like Glovers really love to argue the ISS, because it literally is their entire model. You know, latitudes, orbital, orbits, everything built into a fantasy of this ISS. It's everything in one. It's the whole model. The ISS is the globe model.
One point brought up in the video from on that declassified documents video is that balloons naturally decrease in altitude at night when the temperature goes down and the helium contracts, and then during the day they naturally rise because you know there's more energy introduced into the helium in the balloon, and therefore it expands. And the point was made that that's exactly what we're observing on the ISS through the night and day. It's actually changing in altitude.
Yeah, like you'll hear like a good friend of mine, you know, on here said before, he said these Glovers are so fucking crazy. They think that that you're literally lighter at different latitudes because of gravity, right? And I'm like, wow, they're saying something that I think is probably true, right? But they're you know, giving the credit to gravity, right? But just like you said, these things go down, you know, because then they say, well, because I say it's the sun. Yeah, the sun is closer at the equator, and et cetera, et cetera. Everything goes up. I see everything in nature going up. I don't see anything being pulled down. I think just about everything gets pulled up or goes up and then displaced down through density. But that's just what I see around me. Like, I don't see things going down. But yeah, the sun pulls these, you know, everything goes up, sun goes down, sun shoots down from above. So yeah, displacing those things, everything upward, you know. And then they said to me, well, if that was true, if it was the sun changing these weights at different latitudes, right? And then things would start to fall down at night and go back up during the day. That was their argument. So I appreciate that satellite info.
Yeah, there's really no study that actually proves that apparent weight changes based on traveling across latitudes. It only changes across altitudes because of barometric pressure. So if you have, if you're going to change latitudes to try to prove that gravity is, Coriolis is causing the apparent weight to change, then you have to make absolutely sure that your altitude did not also change, because otherwise that would nullify the effect.
Yes, I agree.
So Coriolis isn't doing that. Let's just be clear. Coriolis doesn't actually do anything. It's just an it's an optical illusion, basically. That's all. That's all. There's no force. It's not doing anything. It's just an apparent deviation.
Yeah, apparent deviation based on our latitudes that we gain using elevation angles to the things in the sky that are moving. It's like, yeah, I mean,
No,
real.
the centripetal force of the globe means that objects should weigh less at the equator and more at the poles.
Poles are flat though, so it fixed itself.
Right. What I'm saying is, on a globe, an object of known weight, it has to change in apparent weight as you travel latitude. It has to, because of the spin of the Earth. And yet, nobody can prove that it does.
Well, there's probably some glober who has some kind of evidence that they gathered from some guy off the internet who, they probably got something. But yeah, I mean, just like somebody, so like somebody likes in here likes to claim or that gyroscopes, like their deviation from north proves that spin, right? But there's a like somebody was talking about earlier, there's a transfer of energy, right? So you would need constant reference frame, right? So it'd have to be this. So you can't have then all these different orbits, different movements. If we have the gyroscope work, but my point about the gyroscope is that there is, so it does work, and it does. We don't know if it's friction, right? We can't figure it out. Maybe we can. Maybe we can assume it's friction. That is the number one cause of why it, deteriorates over time. But maybe there's something else, a transfer of energy. But you can't have that transfer, like somebody stated earlier, without some kind of containment. Yeah, so every single, all these things. So, all these things. The globe does take things that are observed in nature and puts this is what my point is really, is that the globe does take things that are observed, right, and then makes up a fantasy story of why they're happening, right. So they say, well, if the Earth is a globe, then the sun should set this way, right? Like they just do it with everything. Like if the Earth's a globe, then there should be, this Coriolis, right? Because it's some kind of observed phenomena of apparent deviation. So they just take something in reality. So most of the things that they're taking, you're not going to be like, oh, look, I showed you that it doesn't even exist. They're taking something that exists and wrapping their model around what exists, whatever they have to do to make it work.
Yeah, exactly. That's why as soon as you figure out what affirming the consequent is or begging the question fallacies, and then you try to look for globe proof, that's all you find.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. So all I'm saying is if they have evidence of something, I won't dismiss the evidence that it's something that happens in reality. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that's how they get you, is that, well, I have evidence for Santa Claus. Do I have proof for Santa Claus? No. But they're saying, are you denying the evidence? Well, no. I'm just saying that that's not proof.
Here's a video of the sun fading out above the horizon, even with a solar filter. There's been videos going around for years now, and showing the sun set above the horizon, and the glober immediately knee jerks with, oh, there's no sun filter, it's just sun glare.
Yeah, you know,
And
yeah, go ahead.
even with even without a filter, the fact that it it sets above the horizon and you see darkness form underneath the sun and between the sun and the horizon, it means that a filter is meaningless. But now we have actual video with the sun filter just to eliminate the argument.
Yeah, and with the sun filter, I believe the angular size does change of the sun, uh, but at the horizon for sure. But David Weiss, who's definitely a cool guy and should not be called any names. He's just a cool dude, right? So, but he was had a lot of those first sun fade out videos, right? And something I noticed on one of his first ones, right, was on July 8th, right? So this is what I mean about like there's some part of reality mixed into this, right? So so his was on July 8th, right? And I was like, wow, sun fade, that was his first one, right? So July 8th is also the day every year where 98% of the Earth, they say, of the globe experiences daylight or right? They say, and then they say the sun in July on July 8th is its furthest from the Earth, right? And then on July 8th, the sun was making such a circuit, maybe such a long circuit that he's able to view the fade out rather than it being cut off, on a shorter path. I mean, are they all coincidence? Maybe, right? But I do see the correlation. I thought it was kind of convenient.
Yeah. Well, there's been plenty of days, even on timeanddate.com, where up to 70% of the Earth was in daylight. How does that happen on a globe ever?
Yeah, it can't happen on the globe. But what's going on in real life? I don't know. Like what is actually going on? Like, is the sun charging up? Is it what somebody proposed was which was interesting. I think it was Eric Dubay proposed that was kind of aligns with another thought that I have, right? But what he proposed was that we only have, I think I was saying this to SE the other day, right? So about the fishbowl and expanding. I don't know if she's here, but so some people like to believe that we're in a container, right? So I don't really believe that, but I do believe that like a liquid would fill the container, right, from the sides, and then it would go up to the top, and then it would overflow and keep going to the sides until it hit the next container, and then go up, right, like, and then fill back up, and then go back up, flow up, right. So it would go out laterally before it went up and down, right. Anyway, the point is that Eric Dubay said something, had the idea, something along the lines of so we have this container, or we have this where all of the gases are more condensed at the ends of the Earth, right? Whatever, or at the end of where we're able to go towards the 60th parallel south, right? So we have more gases, right, that are either forming there due to the container, or just because they're made here on Earth and are first moving out left to right before they go up, and that those ionized gases, when the sun hits them, would allow longer daylight in the south than in the north, because there's such a dense accumulation where they're starting in the south, further from where they're made. If that makes any sense.
The biggest difference between Dubay, from what I've seen, and flat Earth people talking about it and researching it, like Witsit and Shane and others, is that Dubay rejects the Southern Star central point of rotation entirely. He claims that it's an utter fabrication, and that all videos of it are made are fraudulent. But whereas others have come up with what I think is a pretty rational way to explain the apparent central point of rotation in the south.
Well, I can't blame him. I mean, listen, I don't know. He's like a world traveler, so I don't know. Maybe he's been there. I don't know, but like I can't blame anybody for doubting what they haven't seen.
Yeah, I mean, I doubted it myself for a long time. But just learning more about the explanation of how the inverted stars reflect from the northern hemisphere, and seeing one-to-one videos of the same constellations inverted in the southern sky,
Mm-hmm.
and knowing how the I want to say like the curvature of the atmos, the way it makes light apparently bends, it actually does create the illusion of of a central point of rotation when looking south. And somebody made I have an amazing video on it. Somebody on here shared with me recently, um, and they actually programmed it. This is why it's so special. They
I
did
like
they
to
did
see it. Yeah.
yeah, they did a simulation, like just like programming a video game. And they said, all right, let's program a flat Earth and have these stars along some kind of firmament and have them all rotate together. And it's like, sure, it works in the north, but it does not work in the south. They just spread out. They just diverge, as Eric Dubé claims it does. And then they put in this equation for the an atmosphere or atmos filter that the light would be passed through according to the observer, and there was an actual center point of rotation immediately. Look, when you're in the south, looking to the south.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'd like to see that. So I
Yeah, let
agree
me
with
pull it up.
I agree with atmosphere, right? Like air moves in all directions, like omnidirectional, right? Gas moves omnidirectional until if I were to try to make gas, like if I had a little like needle of gas and try to put it into a container or something like that, it's not going to just go and it's going to go poof in a circle like all directions, right? If I try to slowly release it into that like another cloud of gas, right? It just goes in all directions. Right? So I can agree with atmosphere. I don't see a dome and I don't see it being curved, but I do see air and gases moving in all directions.
I just put the video in the live stream chat.
You see gases forming a sphere?
Yeah.
Where?
Like a bubble. Like a bubble.
Well, more like a azimuthal spherical grid of observation. In other words, it's to the observer, it's like a hemispherical grid, but it doesn't mean like it actually is a sphere.
No, I mean it's actually. Yeah, I know, but I mean it's actually. I mean, I see gas in a bubble actually being a sphere. But no, that's not what your video is for sure. I want to check it out.
Where have you seen this gas forming a sphere?
When I like blow a bubble.
That's water tension, no? The bubble?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, but if you were to blow smoke inside of it, yeah, it would move in all directions, not just one.
So you're saying there's a bubble tension around you up there?
No, just so if I put the if I blow a bubble with say smoke inside of it and I pop the bubble, the smoke doesn't just go left, right, down, up. It goes in all directions.
Yeah, but the gentleman said atmos and you said atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
So you can envision gas forming a sphere. Okay, all right. That's cool. You can envision that. That's okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, I see it. Yeah, I mean, I see it going in all directions. I don't see it just choosing one direction, going up to like fill space and going wider and available space wider and wider from a central point, however small that point or large that point is. So I see it. That's like a circle. All directions would be a sphere. So I just don't think it's impossible that. I mean, I don't want to be like some kind of sphere hater, right? Like I see I like basketballs. I like soccer balls. I see like bubbles, I guess. Not really, but
you're a sphere lover. Okay, we got duly noted.
Say don't fear the sphere. That's all.
Bro, I like all kinds of shapes.
I'm with the sphere.
Yeah, no, you love balls. It's cool.
You love to blow bubbles.
Uh-huh.
I didn't say that. But balls are in there, so I guess something.
Yeah, but No Tanks also is a sphere lover, from what I hear.
No, I'm just not a sphere hater. I just spheres exist. I mean, yeah, that's all.
You're a gas sphere lover. Okay, all right.
Okay, so what makes the sphere a perfect shape? That's what I want to know.
The outward pressure.
I guess that it
What I mean is, like, what makes it perfect? Like, why did he say perfect? What's that about?
the Greeks, like when they said the sphere is like the perfect shape. I don't know. I mean, I guess
Yeah,
because
like, what were they on? What's that about?
you can fit all shapes
Something of
within
the
the sphere.
volume. I'm pretty sure it has to do with the volume and surface area and its ability to like hold its rigidity or something. There's some kind of nerd thing to it there that makes it like this perfect shape.
So, but I thought the triangle was the strongest one in geometry.
You can put a triangle in a circle in a sphere.
Sure, does that make the overall thing stronger or see, I don't even
No,
know,
it's
like,
a triangle.
so, like, okay, check this out. There's circular bendy shit with how we view things. One camp says, yo, globe spinning. Another camp says, no, azimuth division. And it's the way it presents itself in the sky, not because we're spinning, but because the sky is doing what the sky's doing. So we got two camps that are both looking at this, like, roundish fucking activity. Word. Even though the ground measures flat, right? That's not, you know what I mean? Like, accepting that the earth measures flat, we got to now get past the fact that y'all are still looking up and thinking that because of that. I guess that's the problem.
It's because they couldn't measure the angular size change of the things in the sky, so the ground had to be curved.
I don't know, man. If it's so obvious that it's a globe, it should be easier to explain than that, right? I don't know. Call me crazy, because you will.
Yeah, so your headache could probably do that.
Have a good night.
You too, Jeremy. You're hot micing, bro.
Me, my bad.
He's just showing
No,
off how
no problem.
polite he is.
It's good to hear people being nice to other people, so that's no problem there.
I wish we were always nice to one another.
We just gotta chill out.
Well, I like to use Will Ferrell's motto off of Semi Pro. Everyone love everyone. ELE.
Yeah, I don't know, my favorite part of that movie might be when the drunk dude hit the shot. Like, shit, I don't have that fucking kind of money.
Yeah, I can't remember what the amount was, but we don't have that.
Yeah. I think it's all right. It's all right, buddy. He's like, the beer company will pay for it. I'm not fucking sponsor. I just don't look more professional. Yeah. It's exactly what like a startup business would do. Yeah, but as far as like the dome goes, like I thought there was like some kind of a contradiction with the stars keeping their angular relationship. on a curved surface. And as far as like Dubé goes, I mean I like Dubé a lot. I wish he was around more, but I thought he did show in a lot of his like little videos a counter rotation in the south due strictly to perspective.
From what I
You know,
remember,
through
he denied it, and he posted quotes from various explorers, various military people talking about how the stars only diverge in the south, looking south. I mean, but if he's like changed his view on it since then, I don't know.
Well, I heard you say before that he denied that there is a southern rotation. I would say that's absolutely false. I don't want to call you out and saying that you're absolutely wrong on that, but I highly doubt that Dubé has ever said there's not a rotation. Of course, there is the visible rotation that we see. I mean, he's talked about that for years, and I don't think he would ever deny that exists. Now, what the reason for it is, yeah, that's another question as to how the stars work in that larger sense. But did you say you thought he said that didn't exist or something? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, he definitely made the claim in at least one of his videos. He says that he asserted very firmly that the southern stars only appear to diverge, like waving across with no convergence point whatsoever. And then he posted quotes throughout history of people claiming that was their observation as well.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
I could look it up, but I mean, what?
Well, like in reality, they do diverge, right? Like from a center point. They only appear. They only appear. What?
I can see if I can find the video.
What'd you say? You let Gio go on? Go ahead, Gio. Sorry.
No, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to reach out to Gio, tell him to check his DMs. I sent him a message about wanting to interview me. That's all. Thanks, guys.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Okay, yeah, sure thing, mate. I'll check them. I'll take a look and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what I don't know, but I've heard him specify things along the lines of they only diverge in reality, like from a center point. They just go out from, but they appear to converge due to perspective. But in reality, like the way you use them is, one star from the next star from a central point. Like I don't know if a lot of people. I mean, there's 57 navigatable, navigation stars. Does anybody use the South Pole as a navigation point? I don't know. I'm not a navigator. Could you? I guess so.
No, Tanks, please don't ever suggest us that there is a South Pole. We know through the process of circumnavigation that the North Pole exists, and you circumnavigate south by observing north. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
What did I say again? I forget. Oh, the South Pole. Yeah. So, like, do people navigate by a South Pole? I don't know if that exists.
You can't navigate by the direction of north because north is just the unfortunate opposite of north. Or sorry, south is just the opposite of north. Right? North, we always have north compasses, I don't know. But with relation to actually there being a south hemisphere version type compass that actually points to a south pole, I don't know, folks. Is there one? I had a man in a boat race once tell me that he just has a south version of the compass. Kind of befuddled.
There isn't. The answer to that is no. There is no compass that points south.
My man, SC Montreal. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, man.
Anytime, brother.
Yeah, I wasn't referencing a magnetic South Pole. I was just saying a point, like a you can map it. You can just pretend it's a point. And navigate
You
from that
suggested a
point.
south pole being one point, right? And that's the problem because that is a thing that we commonly fight against, which is the idea of there being two poles. We need to be specific and almost to a point pedantic, realizing that we have north as a point through the process again of circumnavigation, just like on a dartboard, you have a bullseye, and yeah, south is just the out of bounds, much like the Antarctica Treaty, because if you go there, probably get your head cut off.
Yeah. So I mean, what in regards to Dubai saying, they're all used practically from the North Pole, diverging from the North Pole, but prospectively you could see a counter rotation point. Not everybody has, night at the same time, right? Yada yada yada. To be so, I guess, specific for you, but could you do the opposite? I don't know. I'm not a navigator.
Ask yourself, why does the compass never point south? And ask yourself, have you ever seen a single polar magnet before? Like a monopole?
What I want to know is, does the direction of north change as you travel south along a meridian or along a single line of longitude? Does the direction of north remain constant, or does it actually change? I've heard people claim that it does, but I haven't seen it.
Magnetic. You'd have to take their whoever does it. You have to take their word for it. If somebody else has answers for it, I don't know if it does. I mean, I know that they claim magnetic declination, where you have to keep turning and turning and turning, and then they say you went in a straight line, but they told you to turn.
Well, they say the Earth is like a bar magnet, right? North and south.
You would have to constantly turn to travel in a perfectly straight line on both models, globe or flat.
Not north to south. Isn't that what you just asked? A meridian?
Yeah, but with the exception of just traveling north to south or south to north, that should be the one case where you do not have any declination as you travel. But if you do, I would say that's a pretty big death knell to the globe.
I mean, the issue is like, if the magnetic field for the compass is changing, right? Like, then what you got to use what else are you going to use than the star? I mean, you could use the stars. You have to then really wait a long. It's going to take to confirm if you're going in a straight line or not. So they claim that the declination of the magnet is the magnetic field fluctuating, and then you have to adjust. Then they map it down. They say this is the true straight line. They write it down on a piece of paper saying when you get to this latitude, turn a little left. Turn a little bit to the left. Or west or east or whatever, right? And then you'll be on the straight line still because the field is messed up for whatever reason. So like, how do you, so we this is why people say like, well, we'd have to go travel the world to make our own map, because we just have to believe that that's what's happening, right? And then we'd have to sit there and like confirm it with the sun, stars, for more than, I mean, stars are always moving, right? Like, everything's always moving. So you gotta like repeatedly do that at that, along that latitude, that long longitude at that latitude for, I don't know, a week. I don't know, for each little movement to prove the declination exists or doesn't exist or whatever. Yeah, so it's like, trying to like that's why I said earlier, like the ISS is the ultimate like affirmation of their model and begs the question at every single turn. Every latitude it'll confirm their model. declination confirms every. It's the ultimate like creation for them. Yeah.
What you, I guess, if you had a gyroscope that did that was tuned to not change throughout the day, and it only uh and it would only have a measurable change if you actively turned it. I guess that could be used to travel without in a straight line without the need of a compass.
Yeah, but like that's what like you can like with those gyroscopes, you can aim that at anything. You know, they claim I haven't done it. They claim you can aim it at a star and it'll move with the star. I don't know how. Like I don't. That's what they claim.
So the fact that the compass doesn't flip when you cross the south, when you cross the equator, doesn't tell you guys anything. Just skim right by that and go into the sky and the space and inclination.
You got to get a compass. SC, you got to get a compass and do that thing we talked about. Remember, get the giant sphere magnet. I think it should point to the south. Yeah, you get closer to a pole. I don't know.
But it doesn't, bro.
I've seen examples of this happen with a bar magnet. The compass gets closer to the other pole and it starts pointing that way.
So if
You can see it with the iron. Hold on,
say
the one with the iron filings. Have you seen that one?
I think so, yeah. Where they align. Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't know. Anyways, what were you gonna say?
if you had a bar
Other
magnet,
guy?
if you had a bar magnet, say, and it's like 40 feet long, are you saying like if you were standing on top of it and it's laid out on the ground 40 feet long and you're standing on and you're standing towards one end of it where the north side of the pole is, you're saying a magnet would point to that north side, but then as you travel across to the other side of the bar magnet, you're saying in the middle of the bar, the needle on the compass you're holding, it would flip?
Not exactly in the middle, but as you get closer to the pole, to either pole, the compass has to flip. There's no way around that. Try it. Get a compass, get a magnet, and try it. See for yourself.
Well, I'd have to have a magnet at least several inches long, bare minimum.
Why do you think a size makes a difference? I don't understand. Why do you guys think that a size will make a difference? There's north, there's south,
Well, let me
there's
answer.
repelling, and there's
No,
attracting.
like, just let me answer. It's
Yeah,
because
well, it would be good if you
need
let
a
me
length.
finish my sentence, but yeah, go ahead.
I need a length of I need a bar magnet with a length that is at least a few times longer than the diameter of the compass that I have. Because otherwise, you're going to be the entire encapsulation of your compass is going to be over the like little 2-inch bar magnet, and you're not going to be able to really tell anything.
Okay, whatever satisfies you. Whatever satisfies you. You think that if you change the size, somehow when you go closer to that pole, that the compass will not flip? Is that what you think?
No, I just asked the question.
Yeah, so am I. I'm not being confrontational. I'm just asking because I find it weird that in this sphere that they say they live, the compass is always point north. And they tell us it's like a bar magnet. They tell us that's what keeps the radiation away. We see the, what do you call them? The aurora borealis and so on and so forth, right? So how is this? We have a monopole magnet on Earth? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying. It would just be a nice little visual aid to show that, like as a little GIF or something. of a compass moving back and forth along, like right on top of a bar magnet, and actually watching that needle flip back and forth.
Yeah, see, you have
Yo,
that
does
video,
anyone
don't
have
you?
the gift with the iron? Does anyone have the gift with the iron filings where they move the compass along it and it switches as it gets towards the other thing? No one's got that gift.
Where's Shane when you need him? Sounds like a Shane request.
You don't need nobody. All you need is to use your senses, look at the video I posted. And I mean, if you don't understand that, I mean, what else can I tell you, bro?
Well,
Like, how can you not understand north, south, repelling, attracting? How is that difficult?
I'm gonna have to run this by Shane. I need Shane to tell it to me.
Yeah, go ask Shane. Go ask another man your opinion.
Epic. Nah, it's my reference to him in that respect is it seems as though whenever somebody says, "Does anybody have XYZ in digital consumption?" he seems to pull it out of his library. That's all.
Yeah, he's very organized. But yeah, this is a good video, FC. Yeah, I knew you had it. Yeah. You're good too. You're just not. These youngsters are hip and jazzy, and they got these videos pretty quick.
Oh, I misunderstood. If you meant the video, I'm cool. I thought he meant for an opinion. My bad. My bad. Sorry. But this is not rocket science, right? You have north, you have south, right? Compass points in a direction. When you flip it, boom, it flips. But this does not happen on this place they call Earth, this ball of theirs. This does not happen. All magnets, I mean all compasses, point north. There is no compass that points to no south pole.
One way that they could possibly explain it, and I think some of them do try to, is that the compass is aligning with the actual field, like the flux lines of the magnetic field, rather than to the actual pole. I mean, that's a concept in and of itself. Just that, does the magnet actually point to a pole, or is it actually just aligning with the magnetic flux lines? Now, with the globe Earth, whether they try to assert that, I mean, that is one possible explanation for it. Is that it's aligning with the actual lines of rather than the actual pole direction. And if you have like
I heard that, Gio. Yeah, I heard that one before.
You have like a toroidal field around a sphere. Let's say you have a sphere Earth or whatever, and you have a toroidal field. Like those lines would be going one direction, north to south, in one direction. Go ahead, Jeremy.
My idea would be on if it's flat, would be to have the like some kind of bar magnet or whatever, just some magnet, but have the North Pole coming up from the ground, and then have the South Pole just be way, way, way underneath. You know what I mean? And then you basically wouldn't even have any influence from the South one. It would just be the one pole. Because they say you can't have a monopole, but I mean, could you get far enough away where it doesn't really affect it? I don't know.
It can, bro. It can, unless there's a monopole, right? Which I don't think it exists. Maybe somebody could correct me, but as far as I know, all magnets have two poles: south, north, and south. Right? Even if you break a magnet in half,
what about
right?
What about what I just said? Then? Yeah, I'm not
Uh,
saying there's one pole. I'm saying
I get what you're saying.
You're saying a distance.
Magnetic south is probably deep underground.
yeah, like dumb far away underground, stupid far.
Well, it would just be underground from the point of the current magnetic north.
Yeah, so there would be like one location. So yeah, once again, it comes to that one location. So that south would be far, like under, if that's what you're saying, like way, way, like way, way far.
Correct.
Like farther than 25,000 miles, or sorry, 8,000 miles. Let's say, yeah.
Yeah, that thought, Jeremy, reminds me of the old flat Earth argument from the Glovers that say, look, gravity would make everything get pulled to the center.
That and
We're
magnetic
talking magnetism here, not gravity.
and
I know, but that's sort of,
in terms of the magnetic force, that's true. Everything does get pulled to the center.
yeah, that's what it reminds me of. You know, when they had the pancake and they say, look, as you go south, you'd be going uphill. And, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, at least
Look, that alone.
When it comes to the magnetic north, if the moon map idea of the Earth is true, then that magnetic north changes with the precession of the equinox.
I think that's a big killer for their model. This constant north pointing just doesn't jive. You can say the alignment of the fields, like Gio said, but I can't see it. If you move towards one end or the other, there would have to be a greater attraction. I can't. Maybe in the center, yeah, but when you move closer or further away from north and closer to the other pole that they imagine, I can't see how it can just keep pointing north. It's not physically possible unless it's a monopole.
Yeah, it's all just broken because the magnetic field doesn't work on a sphere like that. You know, like magnetic fields don't form around a spherical structure in the way that they try to describe that it is in their model.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just doesn't jive.
How close, Essie, do you think humans have gotten to the North Pole? The actual center.
I have no clue, bro. There's no way for me to tell you that. I wouldn't even guess.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you thought they got maybe like 50 miles, 100 miles, or not even 5,000 miles or 10,000 miles.
Well, as a legend
said, if I had unlimited funds, my first quest would be get on a plane and follow the compass north. That would be my first quest. Number one. Well, maybe number two, because I'd want to go up. So I would fight between those two things. Go up and look down, or follow the compass north.
I was going to say, I mean, as legends have it, there's a giant maelstrom in the center, like like a lot of those ancient maps that show like the 4 rivers, the 4 islands, all going into the center. Now, it doesn't mean that Mount Meru is right at that center. Like if there's 4 islands and 4 rivers, 4 water lines that are all running into the center, it's not to say that Mount Meru is necessarily right at the center. It could be slightly off center. There's that question, like true north versus magnetic north. But when I said like a giant maelstrom, like the idea that sort of like a huge whirlpool, like that concept of a maelstrom, where sort of like when you open the drain on a bathtub and then the water, starts vortexing in the center. So if there is some kind of like a center drain or some kind of a center system,
dude,
you may not be able to like get to the center. Yeah, it may just be a massive whirlpool that you may die if you try to go right into.
I literally just opened my drain when you said open the drain. What the hell?
I think.
So listen, but I want to hold on. I want to take SE to task. Bro, I'm taking SE to task on the unlimited funds claim by stating, why would you go to the middle of the frozen tundra to discover more frozen shit? Why wouldn't you go launch a Go Fast rocket off the coast of New Zealand and get a look at that edge, baby? That's what I'm talking about. You're gonna go to the middle.
I hear you, brother, but I did say up too, right? I said I'd be
bro,
either go up or
advantageous standpoint, going up off that extreme point. Again, New Zealand, I'm telling you, that's where the key is. Okay, I'll withdraw now. That's my passion.
I hear you, bro.
Either New Zealand or South America. Start there and head directly south to get your way all the way north to prove 2 birds with 1 stone.
Wait. Why? I need to ask you, what are you basing a claim on South America for? What's your basis of that?
Get on your plane and start either at South America or New Zealand and head south.
But to make a claim
go
like
to
that,
no, to
you
fly
have to
over
orient
fly
yourself
over
on a
Antarctica.
basis to understand where South America actually is. Now,
Whatever,
I'm going to go
wherever
ahead
it
and
is.
clarify my stance on why I want to launch off the coast of New Zealand, because I'm a firm believer that the creator was so amazing in his plan that he left the floor plan in the sky, i.e. the moon. Yes, the moon map. Now, if you follow the moon map and look at where Australia is, you can see it's sticking out clear as a bell, usually around the 4 o'clock spot on the moon. Then you just look for New Zealand, which is just off the coast. And my friends, my folks, we have the potentiality of an edge versus exploring another frozen tundra. I'll withdraw now. Thanks, guys.
Well, no, but I'm saying to try to disprove two globe proofs right away. If you start at South America, New Zealand, somewhere down there, and head south to the South Pole via plane, and try to then, so therefore you're trying to go to the South Pole, but you're also trying to fly around the globe and come up from the other side to do a full globe rotation north to south or south to north. So if he wants to head north, fine, but start in the south and try to go over Antarctica all the way up.
Yeah.
Because then, you'll either right away know that you can't do anything about Antarctica, and in which case you'll immediately know if you can't do that, then you got much bigger problems.
I think the idea of a maelstrom would fit better in the true geographic north than the current magnetic
Well,
north.
sure, but but then I don't know.
Yeah, if you got
Antarctica solves so many other
hold on.
problems.
Maybe 6 words in.
Sorry, I thought if I stepped on you, I didn't hear.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I'm going next. I'm going after this guy. I'm next.
So,
Sorry.
let me continue my train of thought. I think the maelstrom makes more sense in a true geographic north, and it also makes sense that you could potentially have constant flowing water that's warm enough to not be ice, and specifically in the true geographic north, because if there is some kind of black sun, as it were, and it's in the true it's under the ground in the true geographic center, then the energy that's coming out of it to reflect off of the dome or whatever, to give us our luminaries, it would make sense that that energy would create friction and some kind of heat, and that actual rotation of energy coming from the geographic north could be what's actually causing the maelstrom, because it's causing a constant swirling of the water that it's moving through. That's all I was going to say.
Cool. So what you do is if you got a massive, I know you heard me call next. I know you did. So what you do if you got unlimited money is you start just sending drones out. That way no one gets hurt. You live stream the feed. You can have a drone relay thing going. Just send them off every continent and just see what's good.
You should definitely have drones, and yeah, no. If you find a maelstrom up there, people could just say, "Oh, that's melt water going into something." It proves nothing. It still could be in the North Pole, whatever. If no one has ever done a flight from south to north across the globe, you could try that in the very first day and disprove that day one. Can't go.
That's what we're doing with the drone. Yeah, that's what you do with the drones.
You don't have enough
You send the drones
battery
out.
for the drone. You don't have enough battery for drones.
There's
If you have
drones
unlimited money,
going around
you have
going around
fueling,
the
all that.
earth. You can
Can you
build
do
a
a gas-powered drone?
I mean, you'd need a crazy drone, but I mean, it's been easier just to do it on a plane and have drones in front of you if you need, but so you don't crash into
Well,
the
I don't want to
firmament.
put any pilots. You don't want to put any pilots in danger, though. I mean, this isn't like you're just flying over from New York to LA or something.
You're right. You're right. So that's the
I just
either
wanna
way,
fly
fly
over.
your drones south. But then people could say you're faking the footage. I'm just saying.
Well, they'll
Well,
say
you
that
have
no matter
several
what.
attempts. You keep doing it until you perfect it. You have a live feed several times. You keep flying the drone from New Zealand to Buenos Aires or whatever. You keep repeating the experiment.
Yeah.
How would you keep connection signal between you and the drone? If you're talking about thousands of miles.
Well,
You could have a relay. I'm glad you asked. You could have a
I know
relay.
you need to let
So you
Stu
have
and Goose overs and stuff, but you can propagate a signal 2,500 miles or something. I think is it that far from New Zealand to Buenos Aires? 2,500 miles?
To propagate
relax,
a
man.
radio signal?
Okay, so what you do is you have a relay of drones. You send one drone out, you wait an hour or something. You send another drone out to relay the signal back to you, and however many drones it takes, whatever.
So you can have this daisy chain of drones, like maybe 500 feet apart as they go, and just keep sending signals back and forth like a train through it.
500 feet.
No, it's about 500 miles apart.
I don't know if they need to be that close, but yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, 100 miles, whatever.
Yeah, there's technology that it can easily be done. I mean, it's ridiculous for any argument otherwise. There's technology that exists nowadays. We can fly jet aircraft for thousands of miles.
Yeah, I mean that's the way to do it. That way, no one's life is in danger, and you
Right.
could send a whole bunch of them at once. You could
Right,
send
that's
a
right.
whole bunch of them at once. You know what I'm saying? From every different, from all different angles.
Well, you go launch your drones in the south. I'm just going to go north and sit off of the coast of Canada or Alaska and just launch my drone. See if I can fly over the north. But I suggest you get permission, and I don't mean by permission. I mean you just give them notice. Let them know that you're going to do it.
Everywhere.
Put it in a business model that you're going to fly a drone over the south from New Zealand to, Buenos Aires or something, and draw up the plan that you're going to do and give them notice, and this is what you want to do, and let them respond to your proof of claims. Because they're just going to
Yeah,
remain
we'll put a
silent.
stamp on it. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah. Bind it too. If it's multiple pages, make sure you bind it because it's a 4-corner rule. And then just send the book to them. Say, here, this is the plan. Agree or not agree.
Yep.
If they just look at it, they agree with it because they're a government official. They're government.
The plan was to just launch drones off every continent in all the directions.
That's a brilliant idea.
Not just south.
Everybody should,
Not just south.
put
Yeah,
in
you
their
go
business
north.
plan of how many drones they want to launch.
That's really good.
Me, I want to launch 50 experiments. I want to keep repeating it. I want to keep going over it and over and over until it's, till it's science or provable, repeatable, science.
I don't know.
Somebody's robot.
Your robot in Jeremy.
Your mic ain't working,
Yeah.
Jeremy. Go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
I don't know if I would even tell anyone.
We still can't hear you, Jeremy. You might want to drop.
You're roboting like crazy.
Honestly, I would.
Could somebody temp mute Jeremy just until he stops roboting?
I mean, I would just bombard it with massive amounts of drones.
Look, I can't control what any other man does, but I'm sure looking forward to the show because it ought to be entertaining.
So, assuming we can clear the hurdle of communication with drones,
That's possible. It's easily done.
What's going to keep the drones fueled up for such long voyages?
Well, you can make them go slow. You don't have to have them super fast. You can just make them run off the sun. Solar power. You get them high enough, you can go. You can have good enough cameras on board where you can zoom into Antarctica and see what's below. And they're keeping us out of there. But I don't think they can do that. I don't think any treaty can keep a man from moving. He doesn't have to believe in that language or that treaty. I think he has equal power on Earth as long as he doesn't hurt nobody. So you might have to put an insurance policy up, They might want you to sign a non-disclosure agreement. A lot of people do. Hey, don't tell our secrets. But I want the whole world to know, both sides. Space story and the shape of the Earth. The actual shape of the Earth. The measurement. The dimensions. That's what I want to prove. I'm going to go east, west, north, and south. I'm going to go in all directions. And I'm going to do it any way I possibly can. But I'm going to start setting up experiments to see what's beyond.
What is this place shaped like? What is the dimension and measure of this place where I live? That's my only concern at this point. I hope that everybody has the same exact drive within their heart to go and do the same thing. I think we all crave it. That's what we really want.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just not convinced that we could power a series of drones, with all the equipment that it would need to keep flying and record through sheer solar power.
Well, there's other types of fuel systems that they've
Exactly.
been boycotted. They've been boycotted by the Roman Catholic Church. They've been called phonies, fakes, all kinds of crazy shit. You can just set up a generator motor that doesn't need anything. Just running off the generators like magnetism. You can get a wheel and spin it. There's designers out there that know there's alternative fuel sources that can provide enough power and energy to run cameras. You can set up they already do it. They have satelloons traveling around the east to west, like flying around on balloons in the jet stream.
Yeah,
I just looked it up. You can have 6 to 8 hours worth of a drone. Military drones can stay in the air for 6 to 8 hours, more than enough time.
Well,
Those are
perhaps.
the ones they tell you about. Those are the ones they tell you about.
Exactly. No, of course, but I'm saying even with that's enough to prove Antarctica is not what they claim it is.
You got to have not only the fuel expenditure to be able to make it there, but you have to be able to recall all of those drones too.
They can be refueled, and as long as you have a live feed for video, it doesn't matter. Let it crash as long as you're recording on an external hard drive.
That's a
I'm going to just prove that you cannot fly that way in order to get to New Zealand.
Well, that's all you need. Is that within 8 hours you'll know whether or not you actually make
Right. Are we going towards New Zealand or are we going somewhere else?
How fast does a drone fly?
Well, in their model, you can fly straight to New Zealand if you fly directly over Antarctica. Well, I don't know that. I want to see the experiment.
But how fast is this drone going to fly? 100 miles an hour, 500 miles an
As
hour?
fast as it wants, as fast as it likes. It could ride the jet stream for all we know. Who knows? It's out there. The winds get 200 miles an hour.
You'd have to utilize the jet stream, but to fully utilize the jet stream, you might have more problems with signal communication.
I mean, I want the airplane to do it, but just a drone in the front and drone in the back so no one gets hurt. But I want it repeated over and over and over again. There's military... Dude, there's planes flying out. I don't know what they're spraying out of them planes, but there's plenty of planes that they can use to perform that experiment going from leaving Santiago, heading directly south and hitting New Zealand. That's the hypothesis. Can you do it? Can you fly a plane from Santiago, Chile to Perth, Australia? Can you do it over and over and over and over again? Then you can shut my mouth. I'll never talk again. I want that experiment done. That's the one. And I prefer to have no one get harmed while that happens. So we can use drones. It's not a big deal.
That's why I would also start from New Zealand. If I could do it manually or through drones, I would fly directly south from New Zealand, or just really anywhere in Australia. That would be good enough.
Yeah, you don't want to be a terrorist though, because they might be hiding something crazy down there that maybe they don't want nobody to see, and they might just shoot you down or do something, just murder your ass.
Well, from what I've researched, that area of ocean, like around New Zealand and Australia going south, is apparently one of the most heavily militarized, patrolled area on Earth. So it's even though, and it's probably because that's the ideal location to prove a firmament from, or at least the ideal course.
I'm not saying to join the UPU, but there is a constitution there, and it's an international, it's worldwide treaty. So you just go under that authority instead of legal fiction, like those treaties that were signed by God knows who know. You know that the whatever the treaty for protecting Antarctica. It was a climate treaty or something. They wanted to preserve it so that it didn't get polluted and nothing. That's their like whole story. But
Well,
the mail can go anywhere. Maybe I decide that I'm a mailman and I need to deliver a package down there, and I need to keep headed on that same vector south
the issue
until I
is
find out I can't deliver a package down there. I want
when
to go
something
north,
is classified,
directly north.
even if you have clearance on paper, it's not going to stop some GI with a gun from turning you right around. In the video that I posted earlier, where it declassified the fact that all satellites are held up by balloons, there was an actual anecdote story in the documents themselves where a lieutenant colonel just happened to be in the area where they recovered one of these balloon satellites. He didn't know anything about the operation. He was just there in the area. Now, he was like several ranks above the captain who was heading the operation to go recover this balloon. And what happened was the lieutenant colonel tried to board the plane to figure out like what is going on in the area he was patrolling, and he massively outranks anybody on site. And they aimed their guns at him and told him to get stepping, because that's how the military actually works. If somebody's got like, even though he would have had above top secret clearance to be a lieutenant colonel in the first place, it don't matter. Guys with guns at the end of the day are gonna assert their will.
Well, you come in peace with clean hands. You're an ambassador to the earth. You don't here to hurt nobody. You're not here to cause a war or nothing like that. You're here to deliver mail. You're here to deliver the package. People think it's stupid that I put stamps on paper and stuff. Look, I'm just giving it value, and it's a gold authority, and the AU is the first. It's on first on the periodic table. It has authority, gold. As long as you possess some, they have to give you valuable consideration. They can't just do whatever they wish to you. But you can't go around causing nobody harm any either. But you mail yourself wherever you want to go. Just go to the post office, go notify or give the attorney general or not even the postmaster general. Notify him that you're going to be moving your property from here to here. That's all I want to do. That's who I have to ask, the postmaster general. What I'm doing is just noticing the whole world. Okay? Every man on earth. I'm going to go and fly a drone from Santiago, Chile to Auckland, New Zealand on a straight vector south and see if I get there or not. But I'm just giving the whole world notice, hey, if I go and do this, I have every right to as long as I don't hurt nobody. I'll put up a bond. I'll do the experiment, and as many times as I can afford it, I'll keep doing it until it's proven as a scientific fact that you can fly directly south and hit New Zealand from Santiago, Chile.
You get my point, though, right? I'm saying you can have the most flawless, airtight legal theory to protect you, but if there's goons with guns out there and they tell you to get stepping, you're gonna get stepping or you're gonna get dead. It's that simple.
Well, I mean, when you have millions of people that have the same beliefs as you and believe the law instead of legalese, and the rights of man have existed forever, man. Do you know the way I know I can move on Earth? Because God gave me 2 legs. And as long as I don't owe a bill or anything to any man for any damages, hey, I can move about upon the earth.
Sure, you can. You just
Tell
have
me
to.
I can't move.
It's just good to exercise some wisdom about it.
I even want to be nice about it. Hey, I'm going to put up a bond in case I wreck it in Antarctica and, it causes a wreckage or something. I'll put up a bond to go get it out of there. The whole point is you do have to
I
have.
believe you live in the States, right?
You want to
You
put
live
it
in
in
the States,
writing
right?
to the piece of paper. You got to give the piece of paper notice, and the people who are in charge,
Or
really,
answer your
of the post, the postal service, yeah, they want you to be respectful and be kind.
Explorer,
Say, look, yeah,
you live in the States, right, Explorer?
yeah, I live in Arizona.
Perfect. So you can just go to Area 51, and you're close to it, and just
Well, if I
move
ask
without any problem,
permission,
right?
if I ask permission and they tell
Oh,
me
so
no, listen. If I tell them I'm willing to accept that you can't let nobody in there because there's a bunch of secrets in there, I agree with you. But look, do I have a right to move on Earth? Yes or no? Are you a government, entity? Yes or no? I mean, they can't order. They can't tell you. They can't hide nothing from you.
so,
Now look. They can hold their
so
guns up and say, "You better
if
get
they're
out of here, kid. We think you're crazy." But if I bring 100,000 people with me, what do you think they're going to say then? Yeah, we
they're
might
not
want
gonna
to
let
show
you.
this place to them.
What do you think? They're gonna just let you go?
They're not in the habit of just killing innocent people out of airplanes, are they? Just trying to get into a military base peacefully?
That
Yeah,
if
they.
you crossing the, that's just they'll definitely shoot you in the head for that.
Well, how crazy would it be if everybody would started launching drones and they started just killing everybody for launching drones?
I'll
Damn,
just shoot the drone.
something looks suspicious. Something ain't right. Why are they doing that? Why are they doing that behavior? Why are they just killing people? For asking,
Dude,
hey,
they were to
asking a simple
launch
question. And you do it in
their
writing. Yeah, you don't
the
open your mouth with a piece of paper.
let me answer. But
Go ahead.
John F. Kennedy, they were going to do a false flag in America, and the only reason they didn't do it because John F. Kennedy didn't approve. So you think that they care?
I told you, I live in a society where everybody believes that cartoons are fucking real.
We live
I
in a
have to deal with that kind of shit on a daily basis. So can they make movies and make up all kinds of stories and run the news and do all kinds of crazy stuff? But they're doing it to people who believe that they're dead already. So they can do whatever they want over there. I don't want to be part of that. I don't believe I'm dead. I'm alive, man. I got blood circulating through my veins.
That doesn't address my
I know.
question. Just because,
Probably a
yeah.
red herring too. Can you repeat your question? I apologize.
Do you think they care whether if they were going to launch a false flag in America in John F. Kennedy time? The only reason why they did it is because John F. Kennedy said no, meaning they were going to destroy a few things, destroy a fake American plane, attack. They were gonna sink boats going that had people coming from Cuba to America, and I mean so many other things they were planning to do for the I forgot the name of the operation, which was a false flag operation. So, do you think they care about killing people if they? I mean, they were about to do something like that in was
Well,
1960s.
they have a covenant, and they said that they're patient, and they like to poison people, so people just drop dead, and they don't have to really do anything.
So on a
Do they
related
care? Do they care about the covenant that they swore an oath to? 100%. I have a covenant too. It's with my heavenly Father Yah, and I swear that He's the one Almighty God and Creator of this whole place. Well, I don't even
Okay.
like to use the word God, but yeah, He's the
All
Creator.
right. Okay. On a related note, there Robert F. Kennedy, that Democrat who's gonna apparently try to run for in the primaries against Biden for the next election. He just publicly said that he reiterated what was in those declassified CIA documents, and he publicly said that the CIA killed his uncle, John F. Kennedy, beyond a reasonable doubt. I thought that's interesting because somebody on like an actual member of a Kennedy family like that is probably not acting independently on his own accord, especially if he thinks he's going to run for president. And for him to say that openly, that CIA killed his uncle, I think that's really interesting.
I try not to be a television watching news believer. I apologize.
Okay, well, looking at it, just looking at the optics of that kind of statement with that much gravity behind it, behind, from John F. Kennedy's nephew. It just makes me think that they're revealing some things that's been, an open secret for decades. They're explicitly revealing things because it makes me think that they're planning some kind of big move in the next few months here, especially sometime this year. That's just what my gut tells me.
Well, I got some popcorn ready because I'm gonna make a big bites of popcorn. Enjoy the show.
Well, I'm not trying to.
I didn't have any choice in where I was born. I was born in Idaho, and I grew up in Salt Lake City, and now I live in Arizona. But I have a good inclination of who is running this place, and it ain't funny. It's not even a joke. But I can't fight them. Are you joking with me? You better be polite. You better be nice to them. Leave them, just tell them, hey, don't monkey with me. I won't monkey with you. How about that? How about you let me alone? I'll let you alone. Otherwise, if you keep bothering me, you're terrorizing me. Stop it.
I think the best.
I'm the only one of that opinion. Everybody else believes that Spaceballs and
do it in such a way where you're traveling not directly south, but maybe off angled from south so that you avoid most of the military patrols that would be in the most obvious southern seas. It's just it'd have to be a course plotted out, but I think that would be really a necessity. You would have to go out of your way to avoid any kind of military powers patrolling the oceans.
Look, this is the punchline of the whole thing. Okay, the whole drone thing, the whole contest going around the circumnavigation and with the drone. It's just the punchline is they're never going to let you do that. And I want them to say, no, you can't do that because I just want to bill them $100,000 for every day that they tell me that I can't go do that.
Are you saying
And
that
everybody needs to do that?
We're a bunch of idiots for awaiting the countdown of what is it, 2035 or 2034 when they finally lift the Antarctic Treaty? Are you saying we're a bunch of idiots for thinking that we just got to wait and count down to that day?
Hell no, I just think it's retarded to think that you're actually going to go where they say you can't go because they're military. It's the whole world. It's international law that they signed that treaty and they signed the postal treaty and they all agree. It's the whole world doing it.
Yeah, well, they have to. This is the thing. They either have to get the population under control, or they have to convince us all that we should live on top of each other. Because if it keeps on getting bigger and bigger exponentially, one person has two kids has two kids, those two kids each. There's 8 kids have 2 kids, right? We're gonna have to just move out to the south.
Well, you have to have every single couple on Earth would have to have an average of at least 2.1 kids just to sustain the population that is, assuming that nobody dies prematurely from disease or getting murdered. Taking that into account, realistically, just to maintain the population, every couple has to have about 3 kids. So we're not facing any kind of crisis of overpopulation. In fact, every country, even China, is having a massive depopulation right now because people just aren't having kids at that rate anymore.
So you're saying at work they did convince us to stop having kids. All right, well that works. They did it.
Yes, it's called feminism, and it was the most brilliant plan the devil ever devised, in my opinion.
And if they keep feminizing men too, we're fucked. Completely fucked.
We already are. I mean, it's not even just the trans thing. It's that they've emasculated men to the point where it's not. Well, it's more like they've feminized the women in terms of feminism to reject men to the point where people are no longer having families and having babies, and the most that are just out of wedlock from a single mother. So yeah, we've already passed threshold, and we're not going to have another generation of people. I don't think there's going to be a society, a civilization worldwide in the next 30 years like we know now.
So I think that we're very special to be, you know, here at this time in history when this is going to happen. It's like a lot of, you know, bad things are going to happen, but to me, not to be here and not experience what's going to happen here, yeah, I mean, with your own eyes, that's a pretty special time to be alive, actually.
I don't think anything bad is going to happen.
Okay.
World's just going to keep on spinning. We're all going to be all right. I mean, keep moving along. Keep moving along. I mean, it'll be all right.
That could be the case.
Bro, there's a lot of fear tactics going on, keeping people distracted. Gotta admit that.
Well, they keep talking about lights in the sky. That's what bothers me.
Doesn't bother me, man.
I
Watch
want to
these
go east
people
and
pay
west. Bro. I
attention
like
and laugh.
I,
Just laugh at these
I prefer to
fucking
go south.
general public. Come on now. Just laugh at these general public people. And, you know, be like, yo, if you come around, cool. If you don't, well, what are we going to do about it, right? People believe so much crazy shit's coming up, you know, ahead, and they talk about it, and I don't know if we should be preparing or not, but I'll tell you what, man. If I don't live, like each moment now is the most important one, then I don't, you know, I don't know. I'm not afraid of the future, I guess. I don't, come what may, I suppose.
So the Jesuit order, they're pretty tricky folks. I mean, they're some magicians, man. They're alchemists. They're mathematicians. They're so highly intelligent. They're very patient. Okay, extremely patient. But you know, they took over with the monetary system, but everything's a Federal Reserve note. It really doesn't have any value. So if they cause harm to a man or a woman by like not allowing them to move their property, then you can write a contract with them and say, okay, for every day that you don't allow me to move, I'm going to bill you $100,000. That's silver and gold.
Tell me the truth. Are you Cuddles' dad? Tell the truth.
No, I'm not. But anyways, so you could flip the script on them really fast if enough people wanted to do it. You could
Dude,
flip the
for real,
script.
I would say that has to be Cuddles. You sound a little bit like Cuddles, not quite exactly. I don't know, unless that is Cuddles.
Stop reading my mind. Stop reading my minds, man.
But yeah, dude, all about the legal contracts and charging,
Right,
dude. It's like exactly him.
Yeah, I almost feel like if there's like clones out there and they're cloning
They're
people,
not.
like Cuddles got cloned here, and here's his clone.
They're not legal contracts. They're registered mail contracts.
Yeah.
I said.
All right,
I said
shut
that
up. You are
last time.
definitely Cuddles. You.
I said, I said that last time. I said, dude, it's weird. He sounds like an older Cuddles. Like if Cuddles like grew like 10 years passed for Cuddles, but we stayed the same. And like he just sounds like an older Cuddles. He talks like him. He has the same raspy
Could it
voice as
be
him.
Cuddles
brothers?
ain't here to defend himself, man. Stop. Is Cuddles here?
Yeah, maybe it's his brother, or cousin. I don't know.
Making me re-question reincarnation over here.
Are you into like? Are you into like?
Is here.
Are you into girls that are too young for you, like Cuddles? That would be too weird.
Well, I mean, I believe what the word says, so you can have to
Start
study
talking
the
about
word.
law. Can you tell
I
us
don't
something
like
about law?
talking about. Can I tell you something about the law?
Yeah, then that would make you Cuddles. You have to teach us
What's
about law.
What's your question?
Oh, you. I don't have a question. I'm just
What
saying. You need
truly,
to
yeah. What truly makes you Cuddles, Mr. Cuddles, is that when somebody said stars, right? You were like you segued stars into the law, like somehow. You're like, yeah, the stars
Hey,
definitely
talking about the
violate
sky.
page 4. I know.
Cuddles
So.
wouldn't need a question to answer it.
he'll just jump in and be like, "You guys have to know the law." Then he'll just like go off on the law. Files, page, article 732. Like he's crazy.
You know, I had a lot of people run to me with
Files.
questions, run to me for help with the law, and a lot of them been pretty satisfied.
There we go.
See, I like
hasn't.
Yeah, I don't want you to get
This
it
is
wrong.
not
I like
legal
Cuddles.
advice, by the way.
I'll give you my buddy Omar. He's called a Black Protestant for a reason. He believes the words like I do, but That's his moniker or whatever is on YouTube and Discord and stuff. But anyways, he says, yeah, they're trying to give me a paternity test. They want my blood. And I said, okay, that's fairly easy to handle, but you got to get your authority. You got to tell them who you are first before you go sending them bills. So he got his live life claim done, and he got it all registered. All of his paperwork was done. I said, okay, now send them a bill for $1 billion and tell them you'll be glad to give over the blood anytime they like. Just pay me $500 million and beforehand, because I don't trust you folks, and $500 million when I give you the blood. Do you think they bother that man anymore? Do you think they bother Omar Dean, the Black Protestant, anymore? No, they don't. They don't want his blood now.
What do you want us to? Do you want to have a conversation with us, or do you want to just bark at us about this stuff? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of whatever.
I was just telling a story about Omar Dean, the Black Protestant. Go ahead.
I don't know who that is, or Protestantism is not necessarily Earth talk.
I agree.
Yeah, sir.
I was just describing who he was. That's all.
No problem. So we wouldn't be having this argument if Earth were a globe. It's kind of where we're at here. When they figured out, the general public figured out that professional wrestling was all fake and shit. A lot of people were butthurt about that, but that's where we're at with the globe right now. People are wilding out because they can't accept it.
Was there actually a time where people got butthurt about it? I mean, when I was a little kid in the 90s, at one point, I didn't know it was fake. But I wasn't even maybe 10 years old. But now, really? Was that really a thing?
Apparently. I didn't know either way. I wasn't really, but apparently it's a thing. It's talked about a lot. So it's a good comparison if it happened. I mean, either way you can imagine, right?
I don't think there was a specific time that the general population realized. I think a lot of people knew all along, but it's kind of like a Santa Claus thing, right? Like you had a time where you realized, and it was a big deal because all of you and your friends. Catch my drift?
Honestly, I was relieved. Yes, I do. Honestly, I was relieved that the Easter Bunny wasn't real because I did not want to see what that fucking thing looked like, right? Wow. What kind of creepy ass... Anyway.
I think
that's probably like 6 or
You're
7.
Right. No, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that's probably worse. And look, what you're doing is you're giving up body parts to a fucking fairy. It's like, what? For money.
For money.
It's like
6 or 7 years old, flipping through channels with my dad, and I was like, no, go back, I want to watch that. Like when wrestling was on, and he was like, no, we're not watching that. It's all fake anyway. Like it just never even had a chance to believe in wrestling. So
wrestling.
Check the live stream text. Is apparently that's a gif of some kid who just found out that wrestling wasn't real. Professional. I don't know if it is or not, but that's what I imagine is happening inside of each anti-flat earther's soul.
That is not a kid though. That's a grown ass child right there.
It does point out the difference though. Like most Globers would probably scream and yell at you and say, "Don't take childhood away from your kid. Let them have Christmas. It only lasts for a little while, then the magic is gone." Where me, I told my kids before the shit, Earth, right? But just my mindset, when they're little, there's no Santa Claus. We are Santa Claus. Appreciate it, and that's it, right? But a Glober would be the exact opposite. I think I'd imagine that a lot of, flat earthers don't sell their kids on Santa Claus very hard. Maybe let them decide on their own, but I don't think they would.
I would. Oh, I would so bad.
What you would what?
I'd dress up like Santa Claus and sneak around on Christmas Eve night and get the cookies. Oh yeah.
I mean, last Christmas I did do something special for my one kid. She's like 4 years old, and there she was. We decorated the tree. I saw the tree and everything, right? We decorated the tree. It looked beautiful, right? And there she was with little thoughts of gifts in her brain, and she kind of just fell asleep on this big beanbag, right? So, the great parents that we are, what we decided to do was bring the tree over to where she was sleeping scream the tree is falling and let it slowly tip over towards her as she woke up. I mean, those are the kind of parents who need to be like promoted, I think, in this world.
That's good.
I didn't have a Santa outfit though. We don't tell our Santa. You know, we do put up the tree. Yeah, I torture my kids. It's fun. It's good. It really is fun.
Be nice if they taught the proper origins of Yule, but they're not going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where history is getting rewritten so often, like right in front of. I don't know. I mean, if I'd have to ask your grandparents, like, what were they taught, right? But how often does it really get rewritten? But it's getting rewritten so fast that I don't know if I would. How is a new origin story coming out and the original, super original story coming out all the time? It's kind of annoying, regardless of if you're a flat earther or not. Like, how does just anybody just like kind of, I don't know, come to peace with every history being rewritten all the time?
And then if you don't go along with it, you get fined, you get imprisoned, you get in trouble.
Wow, maybe a different one. Yeah. Oh.
You get fined and arrested for making jokes now. You get fined and arrested for protesting. You get in trouble with the police for Facebook posts and Twitter posts. Yeah,
That's right. That's
Go
why
ahead.
it's important. That's why it's ultra important to stand up for your basic freedom of speech. If they try to pass something like that in the states where I live, I think the first thing I'm going to do is go out and protest and try to organize others to go with me to directly defy whatever it is they're trying to outlaw.
There aren't too many like you, though. That's the problem. You're few and far between, you know?
Let me give you an example. Governor DeSantis of Florida signed a curfew, like executive order or whatever in the state of Florida when the whole COVIDian nonsense broke out. And he thought he was going to tell people that they can't be outdoors after like 9 o'clock. And of course, that very night, I took a little walk around town, walked around the police station a few times after 9 o'clock just to make my points of how dare you. And they didn't bother me. Cops didn't bother me whatsoever. And then they were trying to continue that, and I was going to organize a protest that very weekend because they didn't even announce it till the middle of the week. So like I was working a full-time job that very weekend. I was going to go out there and protest, and then before Saturday morning even came, they repealed it because they knew that people were going to take to the streets, and actually many thousands of people did go take to the streets over the forced shutdowns of businesses, and they protested right there in front of the governor's mansion.
So Omar, he protested the family courts that thought they could just take him and drag him and steal his blood from him. And I showed him, well, no, that's not really the case. They really can't touch you.
Yeah, I don't see how a blood test could be made mandatory.
It's not. They have to pay for it. They have to pay for any of your property as long as you don't owe a bill to somebody.
Like even in a
And
DUI situation, you do not legally have to give them blood.
no, but they take it all the time. They don't care. It's just when you write them a contract afterwards and they realize that they were void from the beginning, they should have never even bothered you in the first place. Then it's called void ab initio. It's called void from the beginning. Yeah, it's just yeah, they really can't do much to you if they're a government like entity, as long as you don't have a bill or any damages from any other man on earth. Or person. I can't hurt persons or either property. I can't hurt none of that. I can't do that. If I did that, then I would go and settle with that man or woman right immediately. I wouldn't go to no courthouse and start begging or complaining and begging guys with guns to go do my business and handle my business. If I cause harm to somebody, yeah, then I'm liable. And the consequences of the law should be much greater nowadays than they are. I mean, I'd like to bring back tar and feathered for any judge that, starts judging the law. He can't practice law from the bench. You're only there to witness what the jury says, a jury of your peers. And they all got to be on the same level, not this petite stuff, none of that stuff. Meet on the square and the level, and you judge a man whether he did something wrong or not, whether he owes damages or a bill.
That's why I believe it was George Washington who said the right to a trial by a jury is more than a constitutional right. It is the very light by which liberty shines. Because at the end of the day, a jury nullification can override any level of corrupt, overzealous law.
So when I speak about governing yourself accordingly, and I like to govern myself accordingly, I like to give my fellow man just notice beforehand of who they're dealing with. This is who I am. Now I want to know who you are. And a lot of times they don't even want to give me their name. I've had so many run from me just because they didn't want to give me their full given name. And that's really the only question I'm asking. What's your full given name? And they refuse. Then you cooperate with everything they do because now you're under threat of violence because man's, he's trying to make business with you and he won't even identify himself and he's carrying a gun on your property. That's a threat of violence. So you got to go along with it, but you keep using the contract and a bill. The worst thing you can send the government to them is a bill with value, something bound, something that they can't. If they even just see it, they agree with it. They don't even have to see it to agree with it because it's the law. It's what juries have been making the laws for centuries. They're really the ones that they consider as annotated statutes. They're jury decisions. But until people, if people let a man in a black robe judge you, that's your choice.
Here's a question for the room. If the agenda is to keep the globe Earth paradigm and to do whatever is necessary to prevent, widespread questions about the shape of the Earth from propagating, wouldn't it somehow make sense to make Trump be president again, given that he founded Space Force and there would be no greater advocate, presumably, for space than Trump right now? Just a question for the room.
Well, you're saying that as if all Republicans are one way, like only flat earthers are Republicans are flat earthers or something.
Oh no. I'm just saying if they're gonna make if they're gonna select the person they want to be president and they don't give a damn what the public actually says through elections, doesn't it make sense that they would install Trump to be president again for the purpose of towing that line?
Yeah, I don't think Trump knows what's going on. I don't think. I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, he made this statement. He said, "What the fuck? We haven't been to the moon in 50 years. We got to get this shit going. Like, why aren't we going here? Like, you guys are doing nothing. We got to do this." So, I don't know if he really knows.
So you're saying they might think that Trump would be too gung ho about moving forward with Space Force.
Yeah,
for their own good.
That's what I think. Yeah, I do. I think that he was way too gung ho about it, and maybe that's why they, not why, definitely not why, but part of, like everything that he was doing may have been working against him. I don't know.
Fair point.
I think America doesn't matter. I think that the king is, what's his name? Sir Charles or whatever. He's in control. And the Pope backs him up. The Catholic Church, the Vatican, they all back him up. He's the king. No getting around that. The Queen just died, now Sir Charles is the king. They've pretty much set all the monetary policy, all that stuff, and worldwide. It's control every country.
But yeah, as soon as like the Trump stuff, like you saw, now they came after he started space. You know, they came in, they swooped in, they took over. They said, "Oh, you know what? No, let's sell it like to Elon. It should be a free. But you know, Elon's definitely controlled. But let's sell it to him and make it so that it, you know, obviously appears that it's like a free market. Whoever has the best space program wins, and you could do that too. Just start a small business and then sell some diamonds and then go to outer space and go to Mars." You know, but yeah, they as soon you know he started it, they swooped in hard and were like, "Yeah, let's take this thing over."
You
But it
ever
would just
heard
be
that London?
it would just be a common sense. It's just a common sense. I just want to point out, it's just a common sense thing that we should go. Like we haven't gone. You say we went, we should go. It doesn't take like somebody who's in on anything. Sorry, go ahead.
Do you think they might keep Biden in for the next presidency just because Biden never talks about space?
It'd be a lot. It'd be a lot. They could make anybody do it. They could distract anybody with anything. It's only when things were going good for Trump, like, you know, not really for Trump, but just for the U.S. Like everything was going really good, like money wise.
Oh yeah, it definitely
And
was.
yeah, that he was like, "Fuck it, we're doing so good. Let's go to the moon, motherfuckers. Let's go." You know, and then they hit him with all
Damn
this other shit.
force.
Hmm?
He was like, he started a task force, a space task force.
How do we get back in the sky again? We were talking about something else, weren't we, Jeremy?
Well, we're talking
I
about
don't-
Trump, about how he was like, you know, he's like a dude who's like you don't believe in wrestling, but Trump believes in wrestling, and he's like, let's get some fucking lasers up there, you know.
Lasers. We love the
Look,
lasers.
when they start building telescopes to look horizontally, then I'll start taking them serious. Any leader. Let's see what we can see down the way over there. Let's really see how far we can see. I mean, no, they can't see through, you know, atmosphere, but on a good day, they might be able to see, shoot, hundreds of miles on the top of a mountain.
Like, yeah, like if you want the public to like not vote for Donald Trump, you want to make him look really stupid, just have him up on stage talking about reference frames. You know, like have somebody from the audience be like, "Mr. Trump, how would you explain different reference frames around the rotating Earth?" You know, he's gonna
Like
look
to
real
tell
dumb.
people, we don't live in the sky. We live down here on Earth. We don't live in the sky. We quit looking at the sky. We're not talking about the sky. Talking about going north, south, east, and west. Not up. We don't care what's up. We know there's lights up there. That's all we know.
Dismissing the prospect because you would prefer to talk about experimentation on the ground is fine if that's your opinion, but
Well, how far we can move, east, west, north, south, any direction. Yeah, why not? Let's check it out.
do with sky observations.
Because that's not it's like a non sequitur. It doesn't follow to measure where I'm standing. I can't look at the sky and measure it. I have to go and move upon the surface and find out what it measures. What are the true measures?
It's not a non sequitur if the evidence of a sky observation refutes the globe.
Look, I don't believe you even know what they are. You make up distances and math problems and stuff. I don't want to talk about the sky. It's a non sequitur to the
maybe other
measure of the Earth you're standing on.
Tell people not to talk about something. Maybe.
Because I've been talking about it for 7 years.
You
don't live in the sky, dude. You don't live in the sky, man. You live on Earth.
Yeah, but Explorer, it's an open forum, and if people want to talk about things that you might not want to talk about, that's cool. And you can just like allow other people to have a conversation about other things,
I
right?
apologize.
Yeah.
Apologize. Go ahead. You can go back talking about the lights. I don't care.
I thought we were talking about like weapons of mass destruction, like laser beams.
Well, yeah, those are the do weapon. Those are crazy. I think they're microwaves, but
Seen a lot of photos of supposed melted vehicles on the spot where everything else around it was intact, like like a directed energy beam, like a laser. Who knows if those are actually real or if those are just fabrications or AI?
You mean like electromagnetic type fire versus fuel based fire?
Lighting aluminum on fire with millimeter microwaves. I've seen trees burning from the inside out.
Gross. Those
That's
California
not natural. I apologize.
No, I don't apologize, dude. I'm completely just agreeing with you that the essence of the fires were weird to see that cars got burnt up, melted, all kinds of stuff, but trees didn't seem to have the same type of burning.
Just be careful of this topic, guys. You know what this platform's like.
Bobbing for apples, I guess.
Yeah, tree burning people and things and living life from the inside. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Well, he threw a big party there. Trump threw a big party at Paradise, invited a big cardinal over there, and they had a little party. I was only 100 miles from him.
As I say, guys, just be careful of this topic because of the platform.
I apologize.
No worries.
I didn't mean to bring the Catholic and the cardinal into the story.
You're free to do as we tell you.
No, I agree with everything they're doing, except for just don't threaten me or harm me. Don't do anything to me that I didn't deserve in the first place. That's all.
Well, when you let psychopaths run things, this is what you get.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell people. You know, it's the Jesuits. They have a covenant. They believe in one thing. I believe in another. It's not like it's something very serious what they do. They're swearing a covenant, and it's not very nice. I apologize. That's not a flat earth subject. I apologize.
Okay, you're not Cuddles because he would never apologize, but otherwise you're fucking Cuddles.
And the other thing is, he said the word. I'm pretty sure he said the word "believe" in there, or "believe."
Shut the hell up,
Cuddles,
Lou, you big fat drunkard.
That word is antithetical to Cuddles. He doesn't do belief, guys.
I actually opened my mic to laugh out loud at that one. Well done.
Hey, where is Cuddles these days? I haven't seen him in a while. I saw him in another server.
ADL.
He's
on
hiding
ADL.
out in other servers, but not too much.
Yeah, not too much. Even like I think yesterday I saw him hanging out finally, but I haven't seen him for like a few weeks.
Where's Left Lane?
Lou, if your drunk interjections continue, I'm gonna have to mute you.
No, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk yet. I'm just being
I know.
funny. What the
I'm
fuck?
just fuck,
You're
dude. I thought you realized the joke. Come on.
No, I get the joke. I get the joke, but I can't let it start. See, like you say stuff like that. Next thing you know, I'm muted. You know, like I just can't have that.
You are the joke, Lou.
Oh
Notice
no,
he said yes. He did say
yeah,
yes.
I did say yeah. Yeah, give it some time, please.
So nobody wants to talk about our broken moon, huh? Nobody.
Oh man,
why is it broken? Who does it owe debt to?
Who broke the moon?
How do you
Who
break
does it
an
owe debt to?
Piccolo in season 1 of Dragon Ball Z.
How do you break an image? I don't understand. Especially
He shot it with a special beam cannon. Remember?
But that's a fable. My observables is that the thing actually disappears and reappears every 28 days and have this weird waxing and waning that happens every 14 days. Like, it just to even think that we should build something to go land on it, it just seemed to be a faulty idea right from the start. But I mean, that's just me.
Well, the I don't know if you guys were paying attention in chat earlier, Shines, and I forgot who it was. Was talking about the shadow or the moons of Jupiter, and then I asked like, "Hey, where are the shadows of the moons?" So then he presented that evidence, but the moons for Jupiter, their shadows are very visible. You can see them. They're even like, I mean, they're logical in the sense of like when you put a light and the light's going out in all directions, then it's going to take shape of that object once it's projected onto another object, right? But for some reason, I'm going to post this picture. Our moon's broken, and it's some reason it goes to like a focal point. It actually does the opposite of what logic and reason would tell you, and what's in our reality. But I think I have a theory of why they have to say that the shadow is only this small when it is recorded, because it has been like there is video evidence of it being a certain size, but it doesn't represent the same size as they say it is in the sky. Now my theory is, well, probably because they're lying about that size because they're trying to make it fit in the model of it all. So I don't know, that's my personal 2 cents. Would you probably throw it back, that's fine, but I'm just saying it doesn't make sense that our moon's broken and for some reason comes to a focal point on our Earth. But on Jupiter, look at their shadows. They're fucking huge. Sometimes even bigger than the moon, that shadow. So why is ours broken? Anybody care to jump in? I'll listen. I'll sit back. Let me grab a
Well,
beer.
I would just I don't know why it's broken, but I'd add in that the absence of light is not always a shadow. Right? Just because light is not present doesn't mean there's a shadow. But
I
what
want
is
to.
that?
Oh, sorry.
What is that? And also, I wanted to know, what is it? 32 miles? Is that is that the measurement they give of the
I thought it was
shadow?
57. I could be
Yeah,
wrong though.
all right. Me too. Well, I guess yeah.
I was just going to say, I'm going to throw in one possible idea as to why our moon is broken, because ours is real life and the others are fictitious. Thanks.
Oh, so you're saying that it's the moons on Jupiter are fake, and our moon is well, still though. I don't know, like why is that shadow getting so small when that doesn't make sense in reality? Like I've never, like if I took a flashlight right now and put an object in front of another object, never will the light, if it's shooting straight at it, it will never get smaller than the object itself. It will always be either equivalent or put on
Apocryphon, that graphic, that's something that the Globers tended to use when it came to the argument about the eclipse that a few years back, about umbra and penumbra, blah, 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 blah. But it's funny is, in this diagram, like, you have convergent rays coming from the sun, which is not what they have always used. Like, the sun, by its distance, should have parallel rays. That's the whole Eratosthenes argument and everything else too. So like this diagram is a really shitty one. Like
I agree. But it's the one that they use to explain why when the shadow of the moon is recorded on Earth, like if you're in a plane and there's video of like the moon's shadow on the ground, but it is way smaller than what it would be technically, like in with all the angles and everything. So it doesn't make sense, but it only doesn't make sense to the size that they're saying the moon is way up there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, how bad this diagram is. Like, the sun. Look at your. There's nothing scientific about this diagram. Like,
I know.
look at the distances. I mean, the sun is far too small and way, 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 way too close. The moon there is You know, and that's the only way that you can get these angles to show how it might create, like, because it was about the eclipse. What was the diameter of the shadow on Earth? It was like 70 miles or something like that. It was small,
Yeah,
right?
like I think
So that's
57. I think.
what they're doing is trying to address, like, say how you could get like a 70-mile fucking shadow. But they, in
Right.
order to do that, they put everything out of proportion and give you a
Right.
little cartoon drawing here.
But in fairness, they did put real small on the bottom, not to scale. So I mean,
Yeah, but you know that our moon is not broken because you can use a moon dial instead of a sundial and get the exact same shadows.
No. I meant that because it doesn't cast a shadow the way Jupiter's moons cast a shadow. So, like,
But it,
now if we want to go in a fairy tale world and like, oh yeah, look at those moons are casting a huge shadow. You saw
but
the
in
video
rea-
that
but
he's posted,
yeah,
right? Go ahead.
but
I'm
in
sorry.
reality, like the shadows that you can cast onto the ground from the moon perfectly align with the sun during the day. You can do the exact same shadows, tell the exact same time.
Yeah, no. That's not that. Hold on. That's not the argument. The argument isn't that like the direction of the greater light in the sky is hitting the moon and creating a certain, I know what you mean. Like there's like you can see that angle, and then if you took like a basketball and you put it up in your hand, and you're like, oh, look at the lights hitting the same angle as the basketball as it is the lesser light in the sky. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm
No,
talking
yeah,
about
you're talking about the eclipse and the shadow being small. But what I'm wondering, I guess, with the one thing being true and testable, right? That I mentioned, right? Not that you're lying. It's just it's not your claim, right? But is then how would the light be reflecting off of this sphere in the sky, casting a shadow, and
I'm sorry, you're
sorry,
falling off for me. What was that?
I was saying, would the light be coming off the moon parallel or divergent to cast that shadow at that distance?
Well, hold on. The shadow, maybe it's being misrepresented here. So the shadow would be what the moon is blocking out from the parallel lines or rays, right? So like if you threw like water at your body and you put your hands out against the wall, like you're gonna have an image of your body, right? Because your body blocked that spray of water, right? Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Hello? Can you hear me? Or maybe I fell off. Check 1, 2. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
The monologue is coming through.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to explain it to you. Like, if you put yourself against the wall and then threw something from head to toe, then your body's gonna leave that entire like it's gonna be like a footprint of you, right? I mean, a shadow, right? That's that makes sense. So
Not
then why does the moon
again.
not have the same thing? My apologies.
Not all shadows get bigger. Like they do. So like if I take a light source, like horizontally do this right, and like I take a flashlight and put it 1 foot above a I don't know, like a trash can, and I keep backing up with the flashlight. The shadow gets longer and then shorter and then smaller. Like at the tip, like depending on how close or far I am. It doesn't always get bigger. It does get smaller after it gets bigger.
No. But hold on though. But you're saying that you're taking something on the ground, right? We
Yeah.
got it. We got it. Now we have to take that and put it up off the ground, and then put something behind it because.
Right.
Go ahead.
That's true, but no, what he just said is like it was contradictory in the way that he said it. Even like he said, they don't all get bigger. Like they never get smaller. So you can never create a shadow of the trash can that you mentioned that is smaller than the trash can itself.
Right.
Unless you had more than one source of light.
No, I think I can. I think I can make it smaller than a trash can.
How?
I'd have to do it. I'd have to do it again. That's why I think I did it before to show that you could have upward, what appear to be upward casting shadows, at a certain distance, the way they kind of, some would say crawl up a wall or something like that. I've done it before, but what I remember, I wasn't focused on it at the time, but I do remember it, having to play with it, because the shadows seemed to be getting smaller as I got even really far away. It got
The more
smaller and smaller.
distance that you make between you, okay, yeah. So it has to do with kind of like what Apocryphon was saying. Like, if the trash can is resting on the ground, right? So you need to have the trash can, or let's use another object because the trash can sucks. Let's use a basketball, right? Let's have let's have a tether ball. It's dangling from a pole or something. It's high up. Now you put a light at the top of that pole that's holding the tether ball on a string. So you're talking about the distance from the ground to the ball and the distance from the ball to the top of the pole. It's a relationship in both cases. But in that situation, when you're shining a light down from the top of the pole to the top of the tether ball towards the ground, the shadow will be larger than the tether ball itself. There's no distance you can go farther away.
Correct.
To make it smaller than the tether ball.
Correct.
The only way that happens is if the light source is like larger widthwise, though, than the shadow. Like you can do it like if you have like a big fluorescent light bulb that's like a wide range of the light, it will make a smaller shadow.
Yeah, that's like having more than one source of light, though. But the sun appears as a tiny little dot compared to us, and anything would look at
We
it.
know that it lights up a larger area. Like I look up at the sky, it's the size of a quarter. I know it's not lighting up a quarter on the ground.
The only instance I've heard of that I haven't tested myself is that somebody was able to duplicate this with, I believe it was like a flat panel LED light. Like they were able to do it with something like that. But it's only hearsay. I've never seen it demonstrated or anything like that, but I've heard somebody say such a thing.
Well, the question goes beyond just how does the light work on our moon. This is why I said our moon's broken, because like you're saying, Gio, you're saying that the sun is really big, so it can make it smaller, but you have to have a really big source. Well, then why doesn't that same logic apply on the moons of Jupiter? Because they're not experiencing that, and they're farther away, by the way, and they're even like farther away from Jupiter itself. So if you look at that, go ahead.
I was just going to say one thing to think about before you get past just the sun and the moon relationship and the shadow on the earth is that if the sun is larger and the moon is smaller and the sun rays are coming in from the sun parallel, the shadow getting smaller would completely destroy the idea of sun rays hitting the surface of the earth at near parallel.
Correct. Yeah,
keep that in mind.
Right. No, that's
So
part of the
smaller
dilemma.
the smaller shadow on the moon debunks the parallel rays, so they can't have their cake and eat it too.
That's a good point.
Well stated, but also fits in with what I mentioned about how their argument about Aristosthenes, and the parallel rays. Like, yeah, they're conflicting, they're contradictory.
Right. And that's, it's either, that's why I told I forget who I was talking to about it, but that's why I told him, because he's like, oh, here's the shadows on Jupiter. And then I'm like, I'm so glad you posted this, because now you have two conflicting, contradicting stories. Because on our world, the sun somehow converges the shadow to a focal point, smaller than the moon itself. But on Jupiter, they're actually bigger than the moon. So it's conflicting. So I'm actually glad he posted that, because now it allows this conversation, because now we're realizing one or the other has to be false, right? It can't be both. Like you said, they can't have their cake and eat it too. So, yeah. Good point.
Hey.
Right, because the reason, like, when the light source is larger, the reason that it makes the smaller shadow, like, the way that Well, I mean, I'm not even going to claim that light necessarily travels in rays the way that they try to claim, but it does seem like what would be happening with it is like corpuscular rays, the way that they like focus to the sun. It's almost like maybe slightly reversed. It is a little bit like that image they show. Whereas let's say you have like a huge fluorescent light and then it's like, 6 feet above and you have a table and you have a little object on the table. You can make that shadow be smaller. But my thought is because the reason that's happening is because the light is so wide, like it's coming from such a wide array above you that some of that light is coming at angles, sort of like making a V shape, basically. Like the light's coming from the left part of the fluorescent light, the right part. It's coming from different parts, and it's angling in and kind of slicing it to make that kind of cone shape.
So you're saying it's washing
that's
out the shadow.
Apocryphon's diagram that he put up. But again, that's contradictory to what they claim about Eratosthenes.
Right, that's true too. And the sun is not. I mean, the sun is a tiny little half-degree thing in our sky. It's not a fluorescent light bulb that's taking up 80% of the sky.
Right.
And I just thought of a Glober argument. I love thinking of arguments for the NPC Globers who aren't really able to come up with shit. Dude, the gravity of the moon allows the light to bend around it, creating this like cone towards the Earth.
Oh yeah, some gravitational wave action.
Yeah, well, some gravity wells, like in action.
He called them NPCs.
Well, that reminds me when I asked, I think Zanuck, I said, "Does light have mass?" He's like, "No." I said, "Well, then how does it bend around? Magnetically? Then how does it bend? How is it bending around?" And then he's like, "Well, it's going through the space-time continuum." I was like, "Oh God, here we go."
I'm only calling, yeah. And it's not like all of them are NPCs, but dude, so many of them act like NPCs. Like they're just literally can only parrot things that they read on Wiki and shit like that. They're not good at coming up with like an original thought or like an argument.
They're limited. Okay, hold on. I was being polite. Finish. I'm gonna go ahead and keep walking with it because I want to go with this. But when I say NPC, what I'm saying is non-personality characters, meaning when you appeal to their intellect, they find every single which way to escape the appeal to intellect. Sorry, please, my friend, go ahead.
No, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't saying much. I was just saying, they're pigeonholed into a position. They can't really try to figure it out themselves. They don't have that authority in their own paradigm to try to figure it out themselves. Their whole paradigm is that somebody figured it out, and we now can go and test their hypothesis. So they can't try to say, well, what if gravity was like I don't know, just electricity? Well, how would that work? They can't do that. That's not allowed. It's a shame. Like they're stunted from. I mean, they're stunted from just like kind of like wondering, publicly at least, I guess. Hopefully they do it when they're.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, hopefully they do it when they're amongst themselves. I don't know.
After calling them NPCs, I got to check the YouTube for the comments on that. I want to hear what they got to say about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just things like that. I don't know. They don't make sense. They contradict, but I don't know if somehow ballers just kind of turn a blind eye and they're like, no, it's still a heliocentric model. They don't. I don't know. It's weird. Things don't add up.
By the way, King's Clown, you call them non-personality, which I like that, but typically NPC stands for non-player character. Like they're not actually in control of their own existence.
Non-playable, right?
Yeah, non-playable character.
Here's the thing, Lou. I'm fully aware of this, right? But when you say the term NPC to a Glober, folks that entertain that, they automatically go to the video game definition. And you know me, I always like to try to take the mental high ground whenever I can. So being able to slap them with something a little bit more creative than just a video game term excites me. But thanks for outlining that. Appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I liked non-personality. I think that's good too. But they do have. It's all right. See, they have a personality. Like each one of them is different in personality, but they're all like programmed to do the same thing: to disrupt, to antagonize, to freaking instigate. You know, whatever. I guess that's the same as antagonization, but to always just cast doubt in whatever it is that is being said by, you know, playable characters, so to speak. You know, like just, hey, we don't want people hearing like truth or like real original thought. This is not acceptable. And then they go on attack mode.
Yeah, to be a continual stick in the mud and not allow the progress of a conversation. I mean, that is the typical role of a contrarian when they step into any realm of debate. Observe what's being spoken about and assume the automatic opposite so that they can just stop the progress of the conversation, i.e., stick in the damn mud.
Well, according to McToon, they do it for our own good because when he was asked a question, I guess a couple of days ago on a podcast of his, is it dangerous to think, you know, that the Earth is flat? He went on to explain that it is dangerous to start thinking outside, because then you start to doubt certain facts, and then you doubt everything, and then, you know, so it is dangerous. They're trying to save us. You know?
So he takes a card straight from 1984, like wrong think and wrong speak is freaking dangerous, right? Like,
Here's the thing. Being somebody who understands level, I have a hard time with somebody who measures their shadow and then literally writes down the words spherical excess and publishes that on their website. I have a hard time with somebody white knighting for me. I can think for myself. He is not a good person.
I've heard multiple Globers try to paint flat earthers as potential terrorists.
You know, it's crazy is that's not too far from the, you know, what the media says, what they're saying now. Because they're, you know, you've seen that video, everyone's seen it by now, right? Like when they have like every news, you know, station network, and they're like all saying how misinformation is dangerous. And
Yeah.
like and they're all saying it's all a script. But I mean,
Well,
so he's not far off from it.
No, well, that's something that honestly, that's like 4 or 5 years old. Like that's a card. That's a card they were trying to play, you know, half a decade ago. Like trying to say that all flat earthers. I haven't really seen it too much recently, but I did a little bit in the. I mean, you see it a little bit still. Like there was a case in my state about like a pharmacist who purposefully left out you know, jibber jabbers, like so that they weren't refrigerated and couldn't be used. And then they had to mention always in the news that he was a flat earther, and or like yeah, they want to try to if you're part of the, you know, January 6th thing, in which I am definitely not. That's what's really funny is when they try to attach things to us that we aren't, like we're not a political like group. We're most of us are so like anti-political. But
Yeah,
they try to paint like right-wing extremist conservatives as flat earthers, and you're like, dude, there's so much wrong with that statement. Like, dude, like
poisoning the well, right? They're going to take the whole idea of flat Earth and poison the well by associating it with the shitty narrative.
It's really yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, Apple. Sorry, dude. I was being long. You go ahead, dude. I'm so sorry. Please.
All right, just real quick. It's very easy. This is why I don't even like the term flat earther, because I'm like, dude, I honestly don't know the size, the shape, the heights, the widths, the lengths. I don't know the shape of it, to be honest. But I mean, because I haven't even gone out of Northern America, bro. Like I've never even gone to Europe or Africa. Like I don't know the shape of it. But
Apple, let me check you on this for a quick sec.
Yeah,
right?
Go ahead.
Like it's becoming very, very relevant and prevalent. Prevalent, and we can damn well see it that it is what they refer to it in scripture as the time of the harvest. right?
Right.
We don't give a shit about convincing you of anything anymore. We're pointing it out to you, and we're saying, if you believe this, then these are all the things that you also believe, right?
It's
There's
more,
going to be
it's more
those
like
that are,
trying to.
and then there's the ones that understand it and see it, like the ones in this chat. You know who you are, right? So good is being, a line is being drawn. Good is there. If you want to serve ball, serve ball. You want to serve God, go ahead and serve.
Dude,
But
that is a good way to
More,
say it.
it's more like trying to grab you by the shoulders and just shake you, like wake the fuck up, motherfucker.
Yeah. But as I was gonna say though, obviously it's definitely not a 25,000 circumference ball spinning in an infinite vacuum. That's, I will say that all day. But that term flat earther, it's also a way for them to be like, once they tag you with that, they can tell everybody around them like, this guy flat earther, and it's almost like this guy retarded, and then they're all like, oh, flat
Yeah.
earther, oh yeah, he's stupid, he's dumb, don't
It's a
listen
way
to
to get us.
anything he says. You know
It's
what
a
I mean?
way to get us prove that we are wrong right from the beginning. As soon as you say
Mhm.
the Earth is flat, and then people are like, "It's obviously not flat." You're already living in a contradiction. You're wrong.
Right.
Yeah,
You're wrong right away.
I personally don't think that should be the way that you try to hit people that are like your normie or whatever. You shouldn't like hit them with the flat earth first. Like you gotta hit them with tons of other truths, and when you gain their respect and they're like, damn, this dude seems to know something, then you start slipping in little bits of flat earth, or like you like, yeah, and this also, yeah, by the way, that there's
Listen,
not,
I say we assemble
like,
like a whole like lineup, right? Like we all have like maybe like a bunch of $100 bills in our pocket, right? And we say like, well, if you point the magnet this way, you should be able to. Let me just dig under the ground here and you pull one out. You start impressing people with like ridiculous shit, and then maybe break it to them.
We need a red pill
the
curriculum.
flat earth thing is, for most people, the flat earth thing is like so far out there that they're going to be immediately turned off and think that you're a nutcase. Like,
That's why you need a red pill curriculum. You got to get.
binary choice.
Hold
one is
on, Killer
zero.
Clown. You got to
Please,
get a
sorry.
few conspiracies under your belt. You don't start with flat Earth because you have to understand the foundations of how they all work together, all the nations, all the people. You know what I mean? And once you get that, then it becomes a lot more easily understandable.
You know what's interesting is Flatty. So you know what's interesting is that I was talking to one of my foremen back when I was an apprentice, and we used to just shoot the shit all the time, and before work starts, because you get there, it starts at 6, so you get there like at 5:30, and I would be like spitting flat earth to them. And one foreman, he never would say anything, but he would listen though. He would just look at me like, "Get the fuck out."
if you're in construction, a foreman, he's got to be listening. He's got to be like, that kind of makes sense, like, but he's in his head, he's gonna try to justify it. He's gonna be like,
yeah,
but what if?
I'm sorry, I got a phone call, so it cut me off. Sorry about that. But just real quick, my foreman, yeah, he used to just listen to me like, dude, you're fucking stupid, right? Like, just go back to work now. But it took about almost a good 2.5 years later. I was we were over at the at Hollywood Retail Park, building Hollywood Retail Park, which is next to SoFi Stadium. And some new guys came from another job site. And then, so when we were introducing one another, my foreman goes, this guy believes the earth's flat. Go ahead, tell him how you believe in it. And I'm like, what? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, well, let's go. And I just started saying, I started listening all this shit. And then his name's Dave. But this time, Dave didn't say, shut the fuck up, you're stupid. This time, he was actually going, you know what? I've actually kind of been looking into it, and after hearing you, way back then, and he goes, you know what? You do make a lot of fucking good sense, dude, because a lot of shit isn't adding
Yeah,
up.
it doesn't mean he's convinced, but like, and I find this also. Oftentimes, when people put you on the spot like that, because it's happened to me, like pre flat Earth, even like 9/11 truth shit. Like, when people put you on the spot like that, it's because they're really trying to test your stones. You know what I mean? They want to see, like, okay, you believe in this? I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me what you got.
Right.
Lou, are you telling me you don't believe 2 planes took down 7 buildings? Are you retarded?
Exactly.
Yeah, on that,
also,
I mean, on
Apoc, I
that
want to
comment.
mention.
Yeah,
Apoc, I
on
do
that
want
comment,
to also.
I was not open, me personally, to a bunch of other conspiracies, and then flat Earth might be the first. I don't know. I'm just putting that out there.
That's
I'm
pretty
about to
rare.
throw
I mean, it does happen. We've seen it happen. Like some people, flat Earth is their first thing that opens their eyes to everything else. But usually, I think it's the other way around. They see all kinds of other, just inconsistencies in the narrative and the way things are going. They see patterns like, oh my god,
Yeah,
like
man,
this
it's a
is so
lifetime of
predictable.
smelling bullshit. Listen, I was raised by 2 fucking high-powered lawyers. I know how to smell bullshit before the bull even shits it. You feel me?
He's like, yo, that bull's eating a taco. He's gonna shit bad. Let's go.
so at the end of that conversation, it's kind of like during our lunch break, and then I tell him, I go, oh, so you've been looking into it, huh? He's like, yeah, you little fucker, you got me into that shit. He's all, dude, one night I just fucking dived into the fucking rabbit hole, dude, and I fucking couldn't come out of it. He's like, I spent like 6 hours straight just. He's like, man, that shit's pretty incredible.
Didn't sleep for 2 fucking days, motherfucker.
And you know what? The worst part about that is he carries a 6 to 8 foot level with him all the time. Like
Yeah,
this
he does.
bitch can measure level anytime he bloody well wants, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread." Bitch, are you kidding me?
He said one of the things that probably got him the most, he said, was the whole Antarctica. He's like, the fact that there isn't like a shitload of recorded flights. He goes, I don't know. He goes, that just doesn't sit well with me. Like that's not normal for that to be, that that fucking makes no sense to him.
That's a pretty good beginner one. I doubt that that's a common first though. Like the what got you thing. Ask anybody like what's the thing that got you. Like I doubt that would be the most common answer. It might be up there around.
Well, that we've never circumnavigated north to south is a pretty big deal right? Like, I once talked, I don't know, my friend talked himself into it. So we went through a bunch of different things. He said, no, that can't be fucking true. If that was true, there'd have to be like a border or something around us. And I was like, oh yeah, it just so happens to be one. Let me send you this link.
Yeah, it's called the
I'm done.
and they'll put you in jail and cut your head off if you try to go across the magic leash.
I mean, what kind of person? Like, what kind of person? Like, what kind of family? What kind of ties to humanity does a kind of person who just sails for months and months to the 60th parallel have? They cut off their head, nobody would fucking know them. Who are they? Got nobody.
It's starting to get lost because it's been like at least 5 minutes. But Apoc, when you say you don't like the term flat Earth, like I get that, because it is a weaponized term. Like they use it against us, but
right.
And that's why we've had a couple of different attempts to rebrand and shit. But the thing is you're never going to rebrand this thing. If you start saying you're a true earther, they're gonna be like, "Oh, what does that mean?" And you're gonna start explaining it, and they're gonna go, "Oh, you're a flat earther."
Right.
Does anybody here sell T-shirts?
I know a guy that makes shirts for the union.
Yeah.
I know a guy. He has a pretty.
Yeah. As far as like, some people have like, flat Earth shirts. I think a good idea for a flat Earth T-shirt would be to have just on the T-shirt say the Earth is not flat, right? Because it's not, right? And it would maybe be a nice conversation starter. They'd be like, what are you talking about?
I like the idea for a T-shirt, but yeah, as soon as they come to talk to you, what do you mean the Earth is not flat? Like, what's that about? You're gonna be like, you're gonna start sounding like a flat earther immediately.
There's topography.
The Earth is
But I mean, there's a lot of definitions of the word flat. Like, for example, you can have a beer that's flat, meaning it has very little, of the carbonation and the or like flat water, versus sparkling water. So obviously to say, oh, the Earth isn't flat, like, yeah, it's not, non-sparkling water. Yeah,
it's teeming with life.
That's not the use of it, but I mean, there's also like the term flat can mean like deflated or like collapsed, you know, something that's flattened out, like, you know, in that sense, like a flat tire, for example. So there's a ton of different terms of the ways to use the word flat, but one of the definitions, like one of the first ones, is horizontally level. So to say that the Earth is not that, you know, at least with that definition,
that would make a shitty T-shirt.
Flat, as in a deflated
Wait a minute,
ball.
you're telling me that the Earth is not carbonated, Geo? Oh shit! We
Plenty
got
of
problems.
carbon here. I think that would
Get
be a
it,
great
Tom. Let's
T-shirt.
go.
Really
Dude.
big across it. The Earth is not flat, and then put a little asterisk at the bottom and in very small print say, "It's a topographical stationary plane."
Or, you know, I kind of like the idea of just leaving it as the Earth is not flat. That like it's kind of like, don't press this button. It like, people might read something that says the Earth is flat and just not even let it register in their brain. But when they read something that says the Earth is not flat, they're gonna go, "The fuck does that mean?" And they're gonna think on it.
Like,
why wouldn't
this
you know,
March conversation, I
about
saw
it?
somebody that had a shirt that's mentioned something about the Earth not being flat. I can't remember the whole like breakdown of the shirt or whatever.
Who is John Galt?
Yeah,
I've seen
so
that so many times, and it made me actually go Google John Galt. So yeah, the concept is very sound. I like it.
What
yeah,
about
this
the Earth
gentleman's
is not
shirt that
flat?
said the Earth is not flat definitely sparked a conversation with me. Right.
What about the Earth is not flat? Asterisk. It has undulations.
You guys are gonna try to overcomplicate it. No, this is seriously like this. It's a meme. It's supposed to be extremely simple and get its point across very quick. Not too much thought. Like you have to leave it up to the person to do the thinking.
Listen, if it
You
takes
have
more
to-
than 5 seconds to read, you got to listen. It has to take less than 5 seconds to read, and it can't get people thinking too much. It's either they go, "Oh yeah," or whatever, and that's it.
It would have to be something simple like, "This is not what you live on," and then have just a baller. I would say like that would make more of a statement. And then
I like the Earth is not flat better than that.
Earth is not an inflated
but
frisbee.
then that's a baller shirt though. That could be like looked
No.
at as a baller
It could be taken that that's part of the beauty of it. So if you believe in the ball and you're let's say you're an anti-flat earther or a glober, you're gonna look at that and go like, "All right, brother," and give him a high five and walk on down your NPC merry way. But
It's diabolical.
Just put a question mark, like the Earth is not flat. That
NPC.
Ooh, that might work.
Yeah, just the Earth is not flat. Here's a good one. So you know how sometimes you'll see the pictures of like the blue marble, and it'll say like home, right? Like Earth is our home. Just have that on a shirt, blue marble with home and a question mark after the end of it.
Ooh. Pose the question without asking a word, or sorry, writing a word.
Well, that reminds me of Matthew Parlin's, photo or painting.
Yeah.
It just had a picture of the blue marble, thing, and it said photo or painting with a question mark.
Dang, that's good.
Have you seen my dodo or painting meme for Pete Shea? I'll post it. I had to get in on the Flat Earth comments here real quick while I'm at work. The Flat Earth T-shirt comments. You could have it be like the Earth is not flat, but ... and then on the back it says it sure ain't a spinning ball.
Yeah, see something like that.
Hold on. I got Earth is not flat question mark. Leave it at that. Keep it simple. Keep it super simple. The Earth is not flat question mark.
Yeah, I think putting it as a question would be better.
You realize that that's a poorly constructed sentence, though.
It doesn't matter.
Like,
No,
the structure,
Yeah,
it just doesn't work.
It's a graphical.
I'm trying to use the reverse psychology on it.
Would that be the Earth isn't flat question mark?
Yeah. Well, the Earth is not flat. ... question mark. Friggin',
But
like
you can't wear
like
that. Like where it's going to be all ... question mark on the left side of your body. It's going to look weird. It's like shorts.
Just get a tattoo on your face.
I'm just saying. Like, if you make it weird, the weirder you make it, the more it's going to make people actually think about it. And that's so. I'm trying to get into the psyche of the people, like the way I'm thinking about it. Like,
No, you're on the
you
right
don't want
road.
to, you don't want to try to like put an asterisk or a frickin' in parentheses. No, it's actually a topographical plane. Like, no, that's freaking that's shitty. You just go like, have. Or maybe is the Earth flat? Question mark. Or and then you might be able to like have a link or something, like
You're on the
discord.com,
right
blah
track,
blah
in my
blah.
understanding, because most people have never even thought about it once, right? It's only when you think about it, right? So just to put it out there and say the Earth is not flat, they're like, huh? Why am I even thinking about this flat, right? And then maybe they'll think about it, right? Because they never thought about it once.
What about 1,000 mph question mark?
No,
What about
dude, that's so obscure. Nobody will fucking get that.
what about all my wisest friends think the Earth is flat?
You need to get new friends.
I'll have to think on that one. I don't know. That's not bad. That's not bad.
Here's another one. That I thought would get people asking. And it just says, "I'm a non-believer," and they'll be like, "Are you what don't you? Are you believer, believer? What do you mean, believer?" Then they start asking.
I think that would appeal to a small group of people, the atheists. Like they would,
You just
and
say
they
non-believer.
would immediately be triggered when they realize that you're talking about flat Earth. So like,
Exactly. That's why, right? Because they'll be like, "Cool, non-believer," right? And they're like, "What is it?" So yeah, that whole religious shit. Yeah, I'm totally not into religions, not heliocentrism or any.
yeah, I don't know.
I like some of the.
That would work on a niche group, like possibly, but you're not going to convert anybody with that. They're not going to start looking into it because of that. They're going to just get angry at you and want to fight you. That's it.
I like a bunch of those uses of like switching around like ball, like for like the one impossible. That one's kind of cool too. Impossible. It's
Yeah,
like
I use that one a lot. Totally.
impossible with it.
If it just said non-believer, right? It might start conversations. Is the whole thing non-believer, and then you could have like
Or do you believe?
with some kind of like stupid, face on it or something.
I think maybe do you believe, but like believe might be better.
A ball lever on an impossible.
Well, and I guess on a t-shirt, fine. But like when it comes to that, like most flat earthers, not all, but most flat earthers, even though we make fun of people with beliefs and all that shit all the time, have a ton of them themselves. Like all of a sudden they're going to question you about a belief in the ice wall, a belief in a dome, a belief in, like just all kinds of things. All of a sudden, you're going to get into a biblical thing. Do you believe in the Bible? And
You could come to that, right? But it might get conversation started. The other thing that would be would kind of work is like when we were trying to come up with signs way back in the day with the IPS crew. What would be like a good sign? Research flat Earth is what it became, but some of the ideas I have would just don't be the last to find out. Or you could say, don't be the last believer. And then be like, wait a minute, the last believer, what does that mean?
That's a good one. I like that. Don't be the last believer. Yeah.
Well, why are we talking to you? Who's the guy that coined the research flat Earth? That's the guy we need to talk to with the slogans.
Hey, I like
because that dude has no creativity whatsoever.
I like.
I don't know if one person. I don't know if one person came up with that or not, but I do think Eric Dubé probably, had that.
Hey, I don't know who said it earlier, but somebody said, "Do you believe the Earth is flat or it's a Baal?" And I was like, I like that because Baal is, in the scripturally speaking, like that's, it's like the I guess the term for the enemy, the adversary.
That's right.
So it makes a lot of sense. That would be a cool, like I think that would be a cool shirt. Do you believe the Earth is flat or it's a Baal?
All
Like,
BA''AL.
yeah. That I like that. I like that.
You can get a shirt that says "Name 3
Dude, if
flat
you
things
start
and get
talking about
$1."
ball or whatever, however you pronounce it, and freaking what's the other one? Actually, I have a good meme saved. It's like vote for ball or vote for what's the other one? It's some other like bull or something like that. Some other like pagan god.
I don't know.
Hey, I cut out earlier. I don't know how much you heard of what I was saying, but real quick.
Beelzebub?
No, like with an M.
Moloch.
Moloch, yeah. Vote for Moloch or vote for Ball. You know, like, but this okay.
I like my
Funny
newest idea for a
if you know
T-shirt
what you're
though.
talking about. Funny if you know what you're talking about, but it won't appeal to anybody who sees it. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?"
I don't know that guy. Yeah.
Well, I think the whole idea, the best idea, is just somehow to get them to realize that what they think is totally a belief. It's not at all true. Like I
Well,
used to, like a shirt that says I used to believe in this nonsense, and it has the spinning ball going around the the spiral,
That'd
whatever.
be good too. I used to
I
believe
also
in this
used to see
fly.
it. Or I
So
also used
what
to
about
believe
my other
in this
T-shirt
nonsense.
idea? Are we not digging it? My second option is name 3 flat things and get $1, and they're obviously going to say water. They're going to be like,
No, dude, they won't even say water. It'll be like a pancake, a coin, a table.
Damn it! Name 4 flat things, get $1.
You're not very good. Don't ever apply for a marketing job. I'm just kidding.
12 things, you get $1.50.
Yeah. Jeez. I'd be like a bottle cap, a beer bottle cap.
You know the rumor's going to spread too. Everybody's going to say, "Don't say water."
Right.
Oh, you know what? That's a good add-on. Name 3 flat things and don't say water. Get $1.
It'd be funny to go up on the street.
Ooh, that's
like,
kind of tricky.
They do those like YouTube short TikTok things where people go up with like a wad of cash and they ask someone. It'd be funny to go up and have like $30,000 cash and be like, "All right, $30,000 cash if you can answer this question: Is the Earth a sphere?" And if they say yes, be like, sorry, you're wrong. You don't get the
See, Gio,
you don't get it.
You kind of glanced over what he just last said. I like that. That's the type of tactics I'm talking about, where you get into their subconscious. Like name 3 flat things and don't say water. Like, boom. Now water is in their head, and they're like, "Damn, water is flat, isn't it?"
Yeah, they have to decide these things.
I like that one Gio came up with though. That's funny. $30,000 to answer the simplest question ever. Is there a sphere? Oh, you're wrong. Sorry.
Make them. Why can't I use water?
And if they know it's flat already, they'll just like the joke. They won't demand the money. Just laugh.
I'm in a course for 2 weeks for work, and it's called The House. So we're learning about all the different components of a house and how it all goes together. So it's via Zoom. Nobody else has wallpapers enabled, but I decided to enable my wallpaper. The first day was my township, proudly displayed behind me, the name of my township. But at the lunch break, I flipped to a horizon where the sky is meeting the water and the word flat, period. And I've been running that wallpaper since the first day. So yeah, you just inserting, and that's the idea. You just want to insert that little small sliver that will splinter their mind.
Right.
Yeah, and then say, "Don't ask me. Check out this article." Don't ask me. Check this out.
Like
All it takes is to plant the seed.
Like for instance, Gio, like kind of like going along the lines of what you said. Let's say you're like on a street and you go, "Hey, for $100, and answer my question: Is the world, flat or is it a ball?" And then let's say they go a ball, and you go, wrong. Okay, for $500, is water flat or is it bending around a curve? And if they go like because they know that you're along the lines of it being flat, and they go, "Oh, well, it's flat." then you could be like, well, wait. So then, how did you say it's a ball then? And that
Dude,
can
if you're
restart a
paying people,
conversation.
if you're paying people with $500, you're not like you're just gonna get people who say what they think is gonna make the money. Like you gotta like not for money. You can't bribe people to say the right thing.
We know what Apocryphon would do with if he had a lot of money. He would just pay people to be flat earthers.
I like the Gleason's map shirt, dude. I think the conspiracy music guru does a good job just rocking that shirt all the time.
The Gleason's Rapture. I never even seen that.
No, yeah, just like that, the Gleason's map on a shirt, man. The azimuthal equidistant.
Oh, I thought you said the Gleason's Rapture. I was like, what is that? I don't even know what that is. My bad. You said Gleason shirt. My bad. What'd you say? I do what with all the money? I missed that.
I think he didn't quite finish, but we all got it. Like you would basically pay off a bunch of people to become flat earthers.
Hell yeah, just believe in it. Okay, here you go. Now you're a believer.
Yeah, for $1 million, shape is water, peasant.
Now, if you could figure out some way to maybe have a game show where you paid like The Price is Right or something, where you weren't dumping a bunch of money, but there was kind of incentive to play and for people to watch, that might be interesting.
There's so much stuff that people do, like these content creators. There's so much different stuff.
I like the way again. Go ahead.
I was just going to say it kind of goes back to what we're talking about now. It has to be fun. It can't be miserable and angry all the time. It should be learning should be fun. Yeah.
Dude, yeah, like a pie in the face if you get the answer wrong, or like, you know what I mean, like smack them.
I don't think that's fun for most people. Getting a pie in the face for answering wrong. You know what I mean?
When
Like,
whoa. Not fun for them, but for the audience, it's awesome, bro. Like it's like think about
no.
Remember that old show on
No,
Nickelodeon?
hold on. Pause. Look, what I'm saying is you don't want to embarrass people. You don't want to make them a target or a subject or
but you do.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Look at this guy hit with pie, and look at what he's doing now. He's still pissed.
You gotta go. Andy Kaufman is the way, man. Come on, everyone knows it.
Well, look at here's the deal. Look at if you're old enough.
Why would you want to make somebody a target of laughter in order to try to win?
Because that's what sells. Again, don't ever go into marketing. You don't know what sells. Okay, hold on. If you remember, in Nickelodeon, there was a show where they slimed everybody, right? In the game.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, your parents are stupid. You're smart, and now you're woke.
There was two shows. Hold on, there was two shows on Nickelodeon where they slime people. One of them was called Double Dare. Obviously, we're all familiar with that.
Right.
The other one was called You Can't Do That on Television. That's actually where the sliming originated.
All right.
Yeah,
but that only works. That only works to try to attract like preteens, like and young teenagers. Like,
well, that's who you want to get, indoctrinated, right? Because that's where it starts.
No, are you trying to indoctrinate people or educate people?
No.
Bro.
What I'm saying is you got to call them out of the indoctrination, because by that time they're already indoctrinated.
No, but they don't. No, look, they don't give a fuck about who's indoctrinating them. They just give a fuck about who's trying to control them. And if you are admitting that you're trying to fucking control them through mind tricks and shit like that, they're gonna hate you. They're gonna rebel against you.
Well, I meant I'm looking out for the viewers. I think viewers want to see people get slimed again.
Look, no. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a shit about stupid viewers. I don't want to get dumb masses who don't understand what they're on board for. I want people to actually understand the truth of the situation. So I'm looking for young adults and older adults. Like I don't really give a shit about trying to indoctrinate kids.
Well, I don't know about you, but nothing would be more satisfying than seeing a bunch of ballers answer those questions wrong and watching them get dunked in slime. I don't know about you, but I would love that.
It's important to teach the kids the truth. I distinctly remember in
Yeah,
elementary.
teach though. Teach. Don't indoctrinate. Don't use.
Would talk about the globe Earth, and they would talk about how stupid flat Earth was, and they would actually encourage the class to just laugh at the idea of flat Earth and anybody who believes in the flat Earth. They actively taught us to laugh at it, to despise it.
Yeah,
So
they did that. They did use that tactic against us, but it doesn't mean that that's what's right. We need to have we need to keep our chin up and have a fucking higher fucking moral set. We need to do better than that.
Oh yeah, we don't need to be immature about it, but it is important to educate the little ones.
Yeah, through education, not through indoctrination, not through societal shaming and freaking like, dude, that's a tactic that they're already playing the double factor on that. They're
kids
trying to
love
say they're
school.
trying to say that shaming is wrong while they do it to everybody. That's gaslighting.
Yeah, kids love school, and every single like adult woman and half of the adult males, they say, "When I'm done school, I want to be a teacher." Right? Like everybody wants to be in school.
No, they all
Forever.
want to be
Love
they
school.
all want to be an astronaut. Actually, that's what's totally fucked up. I've got a 9-year-old daughter, and she was all on board with flat Earth up until 3rd grade, and now 3rd grade happened this year, and all of a sudden she has to do a book report on Sally Ride, the first woman who ever went into space, and now she disagrees with me. Now she's like, no, people did go to space, and there's a woman who blah 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 blah. Like there, and I told her, I was like, I disagree, but you're gonna have to figure this out for yourself. Like I can't fight with her. That'll break my bond with her. You know.
Yeah, no, I had the same experience with my niece. Who, I mean, listen, she was in 2nd grade, and I was talking to her dad, right? And I was saying, I said something simple like, during the full moon, on a new moon, you don't see the moon for 3 days, and she's like that, she just starts screaming in, chiming in. That's because it's blocked out by the sun and all this shit, right? And I'm just like, man, dude, like 2nd grade, she's got this thing down. Like they must have just taught her like that.
Yeah,
Like
man.
that much.
So homeschool if you can. Homeschool if you can.
Yeah, but no, dude, here's the thing. I think what would be even more effective, though, is to let them go to public school, but do a killer job at home. Like, because they need that socialization. And if you can win over the public school system, if you can, like where they're going
That's
there.
your dreaming, bud. You can provide your children with relationships that matter without exposing them to any of the things that happen in a public school. Sorry.
Look, I'm just saying, no, dude. I mean, if you're gonna homeschool, your kids are most likely going to be very limited with their interaction with their peers. They're not going to fit that.
Not if I don't let them.
They're not going to fit into that social structure of, the pecking order of like who's dominant and who's submissive and all of that stuff.
Well, that's okay, right? Better than that.
No, it's not okay, because when they get into the real world as an adult, they're going to be lost if they don't have that. They need to figure out how to
teach them without sending them to school, Lou. It's okay.
There's been plenty
What
of
happened
studies.
before school? What happened before school, kiddos? We did fine.
They loved their mom and their dad, and they were their entire world. And then you send them to school, and they're like, "Fuck mom and dad. I got friends now."
Look, I'm 90% on board with the homeschooling thing, but 10% is like literally like the biggest component, in my opinion, of public schooling your child. Like, is like literally they're getting introduced to the public and figuring out a pecking order and how to control. Like literally, you want your kid to control others, not to be controlled, right?
No, I don't want. If I had a child, I wouldn't want them to think about in terms of control at all. I'd want them to understand defense.
I understand that. I understand that as like a philosophy, but do you want them? Okay, that was a dichotomy that might not necessarily be true. So like, there's let's call it a try thing. Like, Do you want them to be passive? Because that's the third. Like, do you want them to be passive about it?
First thing is I don't want you to talk over me.
My bad. Sorry.
I'm trying to put into practice the very idea that I'm talking about not being controlled, but without controlling others.
All right.
What's number two?
But do you disagree that there are leaders and followers in society?
There are tyrants and there are free men.
They're not all tyrants, but there are people who can lead. And a strong leader with good morals is a good leader, right?
The best leader is somebody who does not want to lead.
Yes, but how do you create that without having them exposed to the peers on a mass level early on?
Listen, I'm on board. I'm on board with you. I don't think it needs to go that deep. It's good that the shape of the earth is not the end all be all. If the whole world was like, we have no idea what the shape of the earth is, the whole world was in agreement, so we don't know nothing. Right? We would have better things to do, and putting your kids together with other kids would be one of those things to do.
Yeah. I think it's very important. Social structure, like knowing your place, that. I think it's very important.
Just to give like from another viewpoint real quick. So I have an uncle and an aunt that they had 6 kids, and not all of them were homeschooled, because there came a point to where then they put their younger ones into the public system. And it's interesting though, because it could have been like an experiment, because when you compare the 3 older ones compared to the 3 younger ones, like the 3 younger ones are a bunch of little shits. Like they're little pieces of shits, bro. Like they were, because the public system got to them and infiltrated their minds and directed them and manipulated them, and they learned all these things that go along with the public system, right? That you're trying to say that no, we got to put our kids there so that way they can learn the pecking order.
No. I'm not saying you
better.
have to. I'm not saying you have to.
Okay.
All right. So go ahead. Go ahead and homeschool, because, like I said, I'm 90% on board with the homeschooling thing. I think homeschooling is great. But
I just want to say real quick. I just think that my 3 older cousins that were homeschooled, they turned out better as a person. Like maybe in the sense of, I get what you're saying as far as like in leadership, because they are more passive. They're kind. They're respectful. They're not as aggressive. But in the real world, you kind of have to be that way sometimes. I get what you're saying on that aspect.
Yeah. All right. So you do. Let me finish what I'm saying then. Okay. Because so let's say you do have homeschooled children who are excelling above their peers.
Definitely where they were smarter. That's for sure.
Hold on. Because you're going to. Socially, most homeschooled children are lacking when it comes to social things. It's just a statistic. It's true. But if you can also train them to be very confident and you give them a lot of interaction with their peers, maybe you keep them in lots of, soccer programs or baseball or whatever else it is. And you also train them to be a leader on the field, where I'm now a homeschool child who is the captain of the baseball team. That is how you get a well-rounded child. You're going to have somebody who knows how to organize other people or possibly even have to manipulate them. As bad as it sounds, that's a major part of life.
You're missing the other correlation too. You have to be able to do something. Sorry.
Yeah, you have to be able to understand other people and how to, as bad as it sounds, manipulate or use them. You have to be able to convince them and put them in their place and all of that stuff.
Yeah. So
you're not going to learn that shit being sheltered in with you and your sister in a fucking house.
Yeah, well, so just to carry on the story. So my 3 older cousins, they were clearly way more farther advanced, like educational wise, like educationally speaking. They were much smarter than the three others because they were able to in the homeschooling program, they were able to shoot through things quicker and learn more and more and more. And so they weren't held back, because in the public system, you're held back in the sense of, if you already get it, you understand it, but now you're having to wait for the slowest guy in the class to get it. So then the
No, they
teacher will
move you
spend
up.
more time trying to make sure that everybody's on the same page before they flip to the next page. And
That's
for
only in like that's only in like elementary or
no,
something like
that
that. But
actually happens in high schools around here. Believe it or not, that happens in high schools around here. I know because
well,
my
I mean, I
own
believe that
cousin.
it does happen if you don't have like
Dude,
if you don't have
the
like
biggest learning, the biggest
if
thing
you
that
don't have
makes you a
the
person is those
if
high
you don't
school
if
ages.
you don't
Right.
yeah if you don't
So when you
I
have
mean,
when
man,
you're
breaking up. I don't know.
like for instance, my cousins that were on a homeschooling
Guys,
program.
yo, what the fuck, guys?
What?
Yeah,
You're the one
no.
asking.
APOC, yes, I slipped something in quick, but yes, let him speak. You know he was trying to speak.
Yeah. So
Oh, you guys did hear me? I don't know if you did or didn't.
Yeah.
No,
what'd you
no
say?
problem. I wasn't sure if you heard me.
Can you guys hear
One
No
thing
Tanks?
I can hear him now. What happened? Go no thanks.
I was just going to add in on the, so you got the one correlation going on only, right? But there's another correlation, right, that I had mentioned earlier, right? Is that your younger cousins, right? So something happened with their parents, right, where they had the time and the dedication to pay towards the older kids. Then
Right.
what happened? Then they get full-time jobs, and now
Yeah.
well,
Yeah. My
we
aunt
went
went to
to
work.
yeah, didn't spend as much time with them, and now they're looking at it like, and the older siblings are saying, yeah, we spend every day with mom and dad, and they're saying, well, we never see mom and dad.
Right.
There's other things that correlate to why are they such fuck ups, and why are they so good, because they were loved way more
You know,
often.
that is very, very true. That's a huge part of it. And it wasn't let me open it up for you. It wasn't my uncle and my aunt, because my uncle always had the job, and my aunt was always staying home doing the homeschooling. But so it was when she went to work, when she got a job, and then that happened to where, oh, you got it? Okay.
I want to make a quick point also. With what I was saying about go ahead and homeschool your kids, but if you're gonna do that, be responsible and make sure that they are well socialized, just like a dog. Like, let's say you adopted a pit bull, you adopted a pit bull that came from a fucking bunch of people that were trying to raise them as fighting dogs and shit. Like, how are you going to fix that dog? You're
Right.
gonna show them love. You're gonna show them responsibility. You're gonna socialize. You're gonna put them with other dogs. You're gonna put them with children. But watching him very closely, right?
You might bite somebody.
You know, um,
So you can
you
put
know,
your around the other children. There's plenty of ways to do that in just your own neighborhood.
Right. And
yeah.
I think that was
You don't have to have a pit bull for a child. I'm just using an extreme scenario, like an analogy, right?
Well,
the
yeah, but you're
big
saying, like, imagine you had a kid and you beat them for like 2 years and made them miserable, and then then you'd have to take them back out and re-socialize
Yeah,
them.
no. It's an analogy. So, like, let's say you want to make sure that you create a strong, independent leader, like, because this is what we actually want. Like, if we're gonna raise flat earthers, we want them to be leaders and to know how to deal with people around them, know how to influence them, to know
You can
how
do that
to.
but you can do that one-on-one. You can do that by teaching the child that they should have their convictions and hold to them. Just you and them, like, for 8 years of living in the woods,
No, you
you can
can't
show them what. Yeah.
if they don't know their own peers.
They don't need to know their peers. They need to know themselves and not doubt themselves. You can teach them not to doubt themselves, and you've taught them not to follow their peers.
You can give them you can give them the basics, but they have to have experience growing up to be able to actually put it in action and do it.
Well, for my cousins, a lot of their interaction with other kids was mainly their church. They did a lot of they my uncle, my aunt, the kids, they used to go to church like 2 or 3 times a week, and they always had a lot of events for the kids to always. They had like a soccer program where amongst the church where they can play against each other, like as kids for all the different ages. They had just all these different like sporting events for kids because they were focused on that to giving kids let's say an avenue to where they can be amongst equally yoked people, for lack of better words, as opposed to joining like the YMCA, or all the other different public sports that you can join into. But when you do that, you're kind of like going into a world, like you said, where there's like the people of the public, and that's not always a good
Yeah,
thing.
and that's why I use the pitbull analogy too, is because like in the real world, when you actually get released to the real world, like everybody's a fucking pitbull. Like it's a fucking fight.
This is the hard thing
You're
about like when
you're
you
not
watch your
gonna
kid
have a
get older.
sheltered life.
Like one of the things that is like a hard realization for a kid as they get older and start to leave the house is them experiencing not only the stuff that you're really describing, but liars. They're not used to people lying to them. They're like lying. This can't be a lie.
Yeah,
Like
that's
I
a
don't have much
great point.
experience.
I love that point.
Yeah, that's one of the harder things. Watching your kid get like lied to, and then kind of like believing it. Like, wait, no, they're not lying. They're making excuses for their friend that they just met or whatever. They're just not understanding that they're being lied to.
Yeah, you really can't trust anybody but yourself and your family, assuming that you have a good family. Like even your family could be corrupt, even your own family could be lying to you. Like, can you trust your own parents? Can you trust like I know a lot of people in here would probably say like you have to trust your own parents. Like
No, my
bullshit.
parents were like selfish liars. Yeah.
Yeah. Your parents are fucking bigger assholes than you are. Fucking learn how to be better than them.
Yeah, there's truth to that.
But yeah, like that's the thing that's tough. You have all your like the kid can have all the stuff, like all the convictions, knowing themselves, right? But they don't know what a liar is, and then they go out and they meet these other kids or adults or whoever who are saying things. They can see the manipulation. They get so frustrated, and you watch their innocence just kind of like leave them in like a week. And now they know how to deal with liars. Yeah, it's fucked up.
Now, another way to look at it too is like I can go over to my cousins, that grew up in South Central, like the hardest parts of LA, and like my cousin Robert, like his kids, he and his wife raised them. They're very intelligent. They went off to college, and they lived in an environment to where, I mean, every day someone was getting shot, killed, sirens, just a bad area. They did go through the school system, the LA city school, system. But luckily they had parents that cared and was more focused on their education, pushing them. And we went camping one year down to San Diego to Campland, and we invited Robert and Ray, my cousins and their families, and then we invited our my other cousins, the ones that were homeschooled and non homeschooled. And I'll tell you this, that in Campland, it was clear. It was very, very like it was very, very clear. You can see that Ray and Robert's kids are very dominant. They're leaders, like natural born leaders. But because they grew up in an environment where you like had to fight for yours in South Central LA, no doubt you had to fight for yours. But they were also smart, so they were street smart and they were book smart. To where my other cousins that were just homeschooled, they were just book smart. They weren't street smart. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but in both your guys' situations, like you have the op. Yeah, sorry. Can't hear you. You saying something?
Yes, I said I think that a young man learns assertiveness more from his father than anybody else, anybody his own age.
In most cases, absolutely true. Yeah, that is typically a male trait that a father will carry. There are very assertive, like this is actually masculine and females. There's even marriages where like the woman wears the pants. You know what I mean? Like you know, like that happens.
Which reminds me of my cousin, because his daughter, who's the oldest, was like the leader of the whole campsite that weekend when we went. She's like very, very headstrong, and you can see she gets it from her mom. Like you said, she obviously, her mom wears the pants, and in my cousin's marriage, right? In their marriage. Funny you say that.
Yeah, but so as long as that ideal is being instilled properly, like so be it. You know, like you can't say, you know, because it might work for a submissive male and a dominant female for them to get married and have children. You know, like at least they're still teaching, you know, like heterosexual relationships and shit like that. You know.
You shouldn't have to teach that. Should come
But-
naturally. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, you should teach your kid, right? Always, like, you don't need to dominate a situation. You can literally walk away, and that person is no longer dominant over you. You don't need to like be in a circle and make sure you're asserting your dominance. You can just turn around, walk away, and that's over. They're no longer
yeah, but you also have to
being assertive
respect
over you.
there's a certain part about respecting authority. Like, unfortunately, like this is going to be a very tough topic in here. But like, in that situation that you just mentioned, like you are respecting the authority of the more dominant person, correct?
You just don't want to deal with it, so you leave. You don't want to play. You don't want to play a game.
But you can't just leave your mom and dad.
Oh, right. I thought this was about like the public versus the like putting them in social situations.
So,
but yeah, I guess you can't just leave your mom and dad exactly. But yeah, that sometimes the kids will leave, like walk to their room, and then the mom or dad will chase them down. Yeah, like don't you walk away from me. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and this is where I think a major problem that we have today with a lot of children is like parents, especially with millennial parents, they're very I don't know, you know, coddling and hovering. It's all about your protection, and they want to give you all this freedom, and you get to choose, and you know, like you can be anything that you want, and like you know, like it all of a sudden it puts all of the authority into the child instead of the parent.
Right. And an effeminate or emasculated husband is just teaching his son to be the same way, which then leads to a rise of homosexuality. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but that is the truth.
I don't know. The way that homosexuality has risen is just not natural, right? Like if you saw all of a sudden, right? Like it's hard to see it from the inside, I guess, right? But if all of a sudden all the boy deers everywhere you went were fucking other boy deers, you'd be like, something's going on here. Something's fucking wrong. There's something wrong. All the girl deers are just like, where the hell are all the boy deers? They're all having sex over there together. You'd be like, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, even though we hated it as children, you know, like I'm the oldest millennial in existence. Like I graduated 2000, which makes me like the first millennial class, right? And my parents were separated. I dealt with a whole lot of that shit, you know, and this is what happened to a lot of millennials is that they had the broken family, and that they got to play their parents.
That's right.
So, but I still had a father who he was active in my life, and he did take the strong role when needed be. You know, like he would just lay down the line, and you have to fucking do that. You have to fucking do that. Somebody has to lay down the line. It's better probably coming from the father than the mother, because mothers are, well, more emotional. They're gonna, You know what I mean? They're gonna be wishy washy when it comes to the fucking punishment or whatever else.
And it's also teaching the boy that he does not have to be the leader in the household.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I kind of snuck in. Like, even though I came from a similar situation, like I snuck in at a time where what was right and what was wrong, and like all of a sudden now it's like there is no structure, like to any of these kids growing up.
Mm-hmm. You're from the same generation as me, and they changed the definition of our very generation because they hate our generation that much. And that's not just my opinion. Even in college, the marketing textbooks correctly labeled our generation as Generation Y, that
Yeah,
generation that
no,
came
exactly.
before the millennials.
We've
And
been renamed like 3 times. We were
right.
first.
You're right.
I lost my headset. You guys hear me right?
Yeah. But the reason they hate our generation in particular is because, my own marketing professor said, our generation is the worst in history for researching every single purchase we make and not being fooled. Like companies just don't get it over on us like they do with previous and even the subsequent generations.
Dude, we were probably the most abused and the most least trusting. Like we question everything.
Right.
Like,
yeah. We question everything. That's what my professor said.
dude, because we've seen ourselves being played over and over and over again.
Yep.
Trying to use us as a tool and all that shit early on. And what's fucked up to me is that these newer generations, they don't recognize that they're being used. Like, what is up with that?
They crack down harder on the indoctrination. See, when I was in grade school, I had the luxury, the good blessing to have teachers who still believed in the founding fathers, who still believed in the Constitution and taught us, even if it wasn't all factually correct, they at least taught us the ideals of this country that makes it special. The kids after that, no, they crack down hard on that. They stopped letting the teachers teach that.
Yeah, the state came in and said, we're going to raise your children, leave them to us, and the parents were pretty much like, cool, like, awesome. That's less responsibility for me.
Yeah, I'm a father of 4 children under 4 years old right now, and I can tell you that I don't want any of them stepping foot in a public school.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah, dude, I don't either. That's why, like I said, that's how this started. I'm like 90% on board with the homeschooling, but like there is a major thing that most homeschooled kids are missing, and you have to fill that void.
Yeah, I think, for me, if public school didn't have so much propaganda and a feeling of being in prison, it's like the social skills, you're interacting with so many different people and that feeling of community and groups and connection. But unfortunately, you never know what other parents are teaching other children or not teaching them. And so then they get exposed to, all kinds of other ideologies or disrespectfulness or but I get the real world part too. No matter what, when they get hit with the real world, they need to have the tools to interact with evil people. Not just good people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, so my opinion, I traveled a lot. Like we moved a lot, like not like far, but I changed schools like 6 times throughout my fucking like districts. I went to like 6 different school districts throughout my
like public schooling career, and I personally think that I actually learned a lot by doing that. But it's all social shit. Like, I learned how to be the new guy, learned how to get picked on and fucking beat my way basically through that and become the cool guy instead of the new guy. Like how do you manipulate the people or convince them of your like your right to be there. Like when you're the new guy, you're fucked. You're fucked. But I moved around a lot, and I was the new guy very often. And so for that reason, yeah, I mean, I don't have any like lifelong friends, like people that I knew since in kindergarten. I don't have any of that. But I made a lot of connections and figured out how to find my place in a new situation.
Valuable skill. And I can tell you that people you've known all your life, it's those are the people who are mostly the most inclined to betray you, from my own experience.
Right. And so the biggest skill that I learned by moving around like that was learning how they will pick on you and how you will defeat that. It's huge. That is a huge fucking thing to learn. Like as a juvenile, as a child, whatever, like you're because I mean, you can have your kid that went through 1st through 5th grade, like in one school, and then they have to move, and then they get picked on, and all of a sudden they deteriorate. They like, I have no friends, and I can't do this, and I can't do that. It's like, no, man up. Like, I don't care if it's a daughter or a son. Just what? Put them in their place. Show them who's boss. That's what you have to fucking do. And you won't learn that going to homeschool.
Yeah, but you can, like you said it earlier, you can learn it by joining a sport. So what's the problem?
Yeah. No, this is what I'm saying. I was encouraging. I said, look, I'm all on board, like 90% on board with the homeschool. But if you're going to do it, you have to make sure that they are very socially integrated. Like
they definitely need, practical skills, and I think social skills being one of them for sure. I mean, just the lack of real education in public schools. It's like I want them to be able to know, how to build things, how to create things, how to be entrepreneurial, and maybe instead of sports, maybe more like martial arts or something. But sports is still fun too, Hey, we all played sports when we were young, and it had its value for sure, especially team building.
Well,
not martial arts. Martial arts goes against
shit. Even if you put them in extracurricular shit, I can tell you this. Because we had homeschooled kids that came in to play with us, like in sports and stuff like that. And they were still outsiders. They were still different. They were still talked about in the locker room or in the background. They were still, so like, they're still not getting like the full experience. They don't know the shit that's being talked about
the
them.
foreign exchange student was talked about too. I mean, they went to a public school where they came from.
So who's responsible?
Private schools yet?
Who's responsible though? Is it the child who's homeschooled being picked on just because he's new? He's part of the other crowd.
Yeah, he's an outsider from the beginning, and it's very hard for him to.
Or
get
is
to the
the
inside.
responsibility with the adults who hear the other children picking on them literally because they are the other, and failing to do their part as the adult and educate them children on why it's wrong to make fun of somebody just because they're not from your group? Who's really at fault? Could it be an entire generation of adults that failed their children?
I would say it'd be the parents' fault for not putting their kids through some sort of a
teaching of self-defense and self-worth, and to accept abuse.
Well, no. A lot of them did that. They were in karate and shit, but it's like, oh, he's the karate dude. He's gonna karate chop us. You know, like you made fun of the karate dude. You know, like, oh, he thinks he's the karate kid.
If you actually did some form of martial arts or some form of discipline and physical training in that area, you're not gonna go around telling people what you know. Like my kid's been in jiu-jitsu for the last 6 years. He doesn't run around telling everybody that he's in jiu-jitsu
No. Well,
because
when
I've
it
already
comes down
warned
to
him.
it, I get it. When it comes down to it, if he needs to defend himself, he'll use it and win. But that's a thing that won't happen if you're the outsider. So, like, if you like that, like honestly, like they give special treatment. Like your peers give special treatment to you if you're the outsider. They think of you as a foreigner. Like they don't get you. They don't. It's kind of messed up that way.
Yeah, that's natural. That's normal. That's where you know you've got your fucking place in the pack, dude. Respect isn't given; it's earned, bro. And all that takes time.
But look, if you're the foreigner, you won't be at the top of the pack. You won't be the alpha in that team or whatever else. You won't be the captain. You have to fucking know how to put all of those public school kids in their place and say, look, bitch, I'll put you in a fucking Boston Crab if you don't fucking listen to me right now. Like you gotta be assertive. You gotta be in a way where like when the time comes, you gotta be able to literally destroy anybody who comes to your face, or at least talk them down with your confidence. And the confidence is very hard to build from a homeschooled aspect.
It is with a weak-willed father.
Well, it doesn't even take a weak-willed father. What if your father is an engineer? He didn't ever play in any sports. He didn't, and we love in these communities to talk shit about sports. Like, fuck the media and fuck professional sports and all that. Like, dude, athleticism and sports are a major part of figuring out the pecking order. Look at the people who become bakers and make a ton of money. Most of them played on some team somewhere.
Do you think that's something to be proud of?
No, dude, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that it means that they're better. I'm saying that they succeed more.
Oh, the age-old question of what is success.
Dude, success literally in our world anyway has to do with like how much money you make, how much property you own, how many like if you want to do well, and dude, if you want to do well for yourself or your family or anybody else, you have to make money. That's something that you cannot avoid.
Agree. But the measure of success for a man is living an honorable life free of shame. Being financially independent, as in not living like welfare leeches or mooching off somebody, is just one part of that.
Dude, I have a daughter. Do you have any children?
No, I don't.
All right. When you have a child, you'll start to understand a little bit more of what I'm saying. You want to give them,
notion, and I don't agree with it. My entire life, people have said, "Oh, are you somehow like not at the same age or level in your career as me? Oh, well then you will just have to take my word that you'll understand what it." No, that's a very poor argument.
Here's the disconnect. Once you have a child, if you're a good father, once you have a child, your life no longer matters. You're trying to create a better life for your children. It's about the future.
I
right?
agree. Yes.
So you want to give them the most opportunity, but you don't want to shelter them also. So like you have to play that game. It's a fine line. But you want to raise them to teach them the most they can learn, but you don't want to coddle them and silver spoon them, right?
Yes. Yeah, I agree. What
I
I would
believe the
probably
children
do
are the future.
if I had a child, I'd probably put them in private school, just so that like you say, they do get the social experience, but without the pure day in day out indoctrination of the public school.
I
And
went to private school for a little while too.
I understand a lot of those are indoctrination camps too, but that's why I would be extremely picky and choosy about it.
I went to a Catholic school for 2 years, and even though I know there's a lot of talk about against the Catholics in here, yeah, that was probably the best education that I got, because when I went back to public school, I was like 2 years ahead of all of my peers, and it was only. You know what I mean?
I had the exact same experience. Yeah, I went to a private Catholic college preparatory school for middle school and 2 years of high school, and then I went back to a public high school the last 2 years of high school, and it was like a joke. Like,
I got kicked out of a Catholic high school. How's that grab you?
well, that may or may not be why I went back.
So yeah, I mean, like private schooling is a good alternative to homeschooling, because most parents are not in a situation where they can afford to homeschool. Now, in today's economics, like you kind of need two parents to be working in order to raise a child. So, you know, who's going to do the homeschooling? You're going to have to put somewhere.
It depends. What kind of job you have, what kind of income.
Okay, if you're making a really good living, good for you, man.
Well, I mean,
But
I'm talking about even a modest income, depending on what kind of lifestyle you live. It can be done with just one.
yeah, no,
one
it
income.
can be done, but it's not feasible for most families, right?
There's that old saying that it takes parents to raise a child, but it takes the community to raise a man. Am I coming through? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
So I'm just saying, like, I really feel that we lost the community aspect. Like, everything is like so blended together. Like, I'm not sure where you guys live, but I'm over here in LA, and there's no like dividing lines when it comes to cities and everything. Everything's just kind of like blended in together to where it's like,
Yeah, all of your cities have blended together. Yeah, you got one big ass city.
Well, yeah. Well, it's not even a big ass city anymore. I don't even know what you want to call it. But the point is we've lost the aspect of what it means to have community. And I mean, a big part of that is like the diversity and the fact that there's a large demographic that's not really willing to assimilate properly. So there's a huge disconnect in tradition and all sorts of other things. But at the end of the day, like, I feel that community is very important, and you don't get that in a big city. So if you're in a small town somewhere listening to this, like, cherish the fact that you have that, because it's important.
Well, dude, we today's day and age, like most of us that live in one and that grew up in one or whatever, or on the outskirts or had that experience, like we see those differences, because I lived in the city and I lived in the suburbs and I lived, you know, like, and there's a huge difference, an absolutely gigantic difference. And, when the place that I live in now, like there's so much I mean, just how friendly people are. You know, when it's so easy to see. You know, like in the city, when you're in somebody's way, they say "fuck you," and in the country, if you're in somebody's way, they go "excuse me." You know, like it's like a huge fucking difference.
Yeah. Well, you have a much higher percentage of Christians in those types of environments than in the major cities too.
But yeah, I mean, people drive slower in the suburbs. You know, like you get into a a subdivision, and the sign says 25, and they do like 15. It's like it's kind of annoying sometimes. But you go into the city, and the speed limit is 35, and they do fucking 55. You know, like and they cut you off, and they like. Fuck the city, dude. The city is fucking horrible.
Like, with that being said, like I was driving the other day, and I saw somebody laying face down in the gutter, like off in the bike lane, and they had gotten hit by a car, and it didn't look like they were doing too good. Like it definitely looked like it was fatal, and I didn't get a long chance to look. Not that I was trying to really inquire. I just kind of glanced over and seen it. But point is that like you're going to see a lot of that living in like a huge city full of millions of people. And
well, we talked about that today at work even.
Yeah.
So like in the city, the reason why people drive like assholes is because the cops are underfunded and have a lot more bigger shit to worry about than ticketing you for speeding. In the suburbs, they're just sitting and waiting and preying on you. Like when it's a 35, as soon as you do 45, they're gonna pull you over. But in the city, they're like, it's a 35. I'm gonna wait till they do 60. They got other shit. They don't give a fuck about you in the city. They don't give a fuck about you or your kids in the city. They don't have enough resources to give a fuck.
I tend to drive fast, and I live in the suburbs. But of course, if there's kids around, obviously I'm going to slow down. But some people I do think, are just overly cautious in the way they drive.
Yeah, no, dude. The suburbs, it does get annoying. Those people who do like 5 under.
Yeah,
it's like, dude, it gets annoying.
A kid in the neighborhood over from me was getting off the bus. This is in a cul-de-sac, like a court, right? The kid was getting off the bus. The landscaper in his truck tried to go around the bus, ran over the kid, broke him in half, critical condition. This was like 6 months ago.
Right. I mean, but we have on the news, we have like Capitol Drive in Milwaukee. Like it's a major busy road. It is the most deadly road in Wisconsin. They have children who are getting dropped off on the bus, like on Capitol Drive, and people are, dude, you get off the bus and you get plowed over by a fucking car because, like, it's really bad. Like we have on average, and Milwaukee's like not a big city; it's a medium-sized city, like almost a small city.
Yeah, these little kids, they trust that. Like grown-ups know I'm in the street; they're not going to hit me.
If you
no,
go around the
exactly.
bus and run a child over, that should be an automatic death penalty. The first thing you learn in driver's ed is not to go around a bus with the stop sign out. The first thing you learn.
Nobody gives a shit in the city.
They would if you started started making their executions public. That's what I would do.
That was the whole point that I was trying to make. Was that like in a community, like in a smaller town, like everybody would know about that. Like you'd be on your way to work, you'd see that. Like more than likely, you'd probably pull over, say a few words for the person, or ask even who he was, and then be on your way and have a valid excuse for being late. Whereas out here in the city, you say that you were late because you pulled over to say a few words for somebody that passed away in the road that you didn't know. And they're gonna look at you like you're crazy. Like so what? Like why? You know what I mean? Like people just have a whole different mentality and perspective and value for life out here, and it's all about them. Long-lasting relationships don't matter because everything's replaceable like immediately. I mean, it's just when you have overabundance in that regard, like you just kind of lose the value for a lot of things and take for
You
granted.
might, yeah. But I tell my kids, I say these friends that you're making right now are your only childhood friends that you're gonna have for the rest of your life. You only get this once, so pick good ones. Yeah.
You are the company that you keep.
It's just that you can't make those like I don't know if everybody here, but maybe everybody here has like, well, we've been friends since we were little kids, or like maybe you have like since middle school or something, right? And you only right, so you might have had 5 best friends since middle school, but now you only have like 3 or maybe 2, and it's gonna you'll never be able to replace them. You'll try to meet another friend that's like them, you won't be able to get them again.
Well, there's that
So it's
saying,
value.
it's not about what you know sometimes, but about who you know, depending on what it is you're doing and where you're trying to get to. But yeah.
Connections are good, but like I said earlier, like I moved around a lot. Like I learned to not rely on anybody. Like nobody is trustworthy. Nobody is a friend. Nobody is real. They're all replaceable. Not they're not NPCs necessarily, but they're all replaceable. And I've lost friendships off of little shit. Like it's like people don't really care about you or where you're coming from. A small little instance, and all of a sudden, because of my moving around, I've had tons of friends. But it doesn't take much to break that friendship. Like so you will be you and I will be me, and we only have to worry about ourselves. Now that's the city mentality also. Like I only have to worry about me. Go and fuck yourself.
Yeah. There's a lot of good, even though I don't like read too much into the Greek philosophers. Like the things like Aristotle writes about what friendship is, especially between men. That is so good. That's so true.
I mean, I love community. I love it when people are nice to me and when they're friendly and I'm not worried about having my daughter adopt my daughter. I can send her to the park on her skateboard where I don't have to worry about somebody friggin', abducting her and all that. Like, or I can go with her, whatever else. I just check in every so often. That's the way I was raised. I had free roam of the streets. I traveled so far, I want her to have that. I want her to go and have those experiences. But dude, the way that society is in the city, there's no way. Like, luckily, I'm sticking to the suburbs. There's no way that I would allow my daughter to go have free roam of the fucking city. Like, do you want your daughter to be a prostitute? Do you want your daughter to fucking you know what I mean? Like
that doesn't happen. I mean, there's tons of people in the city, right? That I go to, right? And not a lot of good prostitutes. So, I mean, the odds of becoming a prostitute seem really low because there's tons of people in the city, not a lot of prostitutes.
No, I'm just saying I had plenty of experience. I moved back and forth. I had plenty of experience in the city and in the suburbs, and like, okay, the word prostitute. Like, are you gonna go sell yourself for it? But no, like,
You guys getting for an hour out there, by the way?
prostitution is you become easy. A female becomes easier if she lives in the city. No doubt.
The suburban prostitutes are more expensive.
What's an hour going for where you're at?
Is it the hourly rate or the half hour that you're typically using, or?
Yeah, what's that running?
Rephrase. I didn't hear it exactly because I don't
you
have
heard it. You heard it.
Yeah,
no, I didn't.
You don't ask a man about his finances. We know that's not cool.
Yeah,
You
you
just
know,
got to make
look,
sure
I make
make sure you
I
get
make a
the right
good living.
gender.
I'm a construction worker, and I recently joined the union. I make a according to the country, like I make a very high living actually for what I do. But like,
according to Google, we're the economy is the best it's ever been in the last foreverness. So watch out.
But like either way, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm a nitty gritty dude that came from nitty gritty like upraising, and I don't want to shelter my daughter in any way, shape, or form. I want her to experience some of that, not all of it, because some of it was not good. Some of it was really not good.
I mean, to the point earlier about how connections may not be the most important thing, right? So, like, if I had all the money in the world, where would I go? Ooh, like, would I go to Hawaii? Would I go, like, where would I go, right? Brazil? Where would I go, right? So, but at some point, it's just dirt and water, right? It's all the same. It's the people that make something worth going, that make it a place worth going to. It's just dirt and water. How's that?
I would say the laws probably play at least 30% of that factor, minimum.
Yeah,
God,
you're gonna get your fucking ass caned for spitting on the ground or something stupid. I don't know. I might not go there, dude. Despite how good the people are.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. The people are playing the factor. Like the trees and the dirt isn't going to lock you up. It's about the people that are at these places. It has to be because there's no difference. I could drop you off in the middle of a suburb, like drug you up, blindfold you, throw a prostitute in there with you, drop you off in the middle of nowhere. You wouldn't know if you're in, on the East Coast or West
Kazakhstan
Coast.
you're talking about?
What if the dirt sucks and the soil's not fertile?
You might know.
Here's the thing: is the way that jobs are going, like, you don't get paid much. Like the sex industry is extremely like it's going to be booming. It's already booming, but like wait and see. Like women are look at things like OnlyFans or whatever else. Like this is your suburban girl who was never exposed in the past to this type of living is going to be selling her body online.
I've never.
How do you think that turns out? Like now we're talking about a new world where all of a sudden suburban spoiled girls are selling their bodies because it's lucrative, because you need a
whole new world.
I know how it turns out. No one marries them and makes them a mother.
Right. I just can't believe somebody would pay money, like money out of their actual paycheck, to look at some bimbo on a live cam. I just don't get it. Can somebody explain it to me?
The idea for those fucking pervs is to fucking pay them enough to get them to meet them in real life. Like they literally are trying to fuck that person.
Do they really think that's ever going to happen? Like the things that I would.
It does happen. It does happen.
Well, that's.
How much is that running you?
I don't do it.
He gets paid high. In his industry, he gets paid really well. But yeah, I mean, as far in regards to the soil, I was watching this TV show with Ragnar in it, right? And apparently, these Vikings went to England because they heard rumors that the soil, the dirt, the earth was just so much more pliable. Yeah. So yeah, they might know according to the soil where they are. Yeah.
There's a village in Africa that makes dirt cookies. Or they do have some form of nutrition in them. I don't know. Maybe that's a good place to stake your flag.
Yeah, and then like America was like they were like, look at all the dirt. Like the dirt is so rich, it's so great. This is awesome. It's really the dirt is good, good dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there, I guess it's not just the people. I guess I got shown up. It is the dirt.
Where do they get that dirt from that they build up the mound at the Major League Baseball pitching mound? It's like I don't know. I remember watching some special documentary on it. Like they pay a shit ton of money for this dirt from some special place that's like got some unique properties to it, and they use it in the Major League Baseball.
They're probably running out of that dirt. That's why that whole pitch clock thing is just because they're running out of dirt. You know, so they sped up the pitch clock because then the dirt lasts longer on the mound.
You know what the difference between dirt and soil is?
What?
What?
Well, I think Witsit said it. The fertility, the microbial life within it is what makes something fertile, like soil, versus just plain old dirt that isn't really gonna harbor any nutrient for the uptake of the plant.
That's
so,
like a
and
huge
that
part of where you live, actually. Like how fertile the soil is if you wanting to grow food. That would be like a major factor.
right, and it's so fragile. Like it only resides within the 2 to 3 top feet of that soil. And like if you were to dig up, like let's just say the 2 to 3 feet of topsoil and flip it upside down and dump it back in that hole, all those microbials within that one area will die off and take time to like reconstitute themselves like within that portion. So it's super fragile, so fragile that like science is like racing to figure it out before we just completely decimate.
I'm not a gardener. I do know this though. I know that I can stick a shovel in the ground and get some worms, and that shows that it's pretty good dirt. And if I don't get any worms, then it's not good.
Yeah, that might be a good indicator. Not too sure.
Well, in the Midwest, around the Lake Michigan area or Great Lakes area, like, dude, we have the most fertile soil in the world. Like, it's black topsoil, like almost everywhere. Almost everywhere.
My
buddy, the Fertile Crescent is the Gulf of Mexico, man. Calm down.
No, dude, seriously, around the Great Lakes with fresh water, and all of the natural springs that spawn up, like literally in the Great Lakes area, like all of this is. Go ahead and look at it on Google Earth. It's all pockmarked. It looks like it's a sponge. Like it's literally like
how many worms you got?
Yeah, but you can't really grow much there, Lou.
Are you kidding?
Worm count, Lou.
Well, I mean, you have the winter.
When you
have the winter months.
buy
Lou, just
topsoil,
because you're
you buy it
wasted, you
from
can't
us.
just interrupt everyone all the time, bro. Please.
That's not what I'm doing.
Yes, that's exactly what you've been doing for the last 3 hours.
No,
I was just trying to say one
interacting.
thing. I was just trying to say one thing, and you just have to bowl over everyone because you have to speak, and you don't care and have any respect that someone else was actually speaking.
I literally didn't even hear you speaking before I spoke.
How many worms you got though? Like, what's your worm count over there?
Dude, we got tons of worms, man. It's black soil, like, and you don't like the top layer is black soil. We sit lower to the water table because the Great Lakes, like, it's not just what you see on the map. It's an entire region that is very high in water content. You understand?
Yeah, no, there is a lot of the water table. I do hear you on that. I was just saying that that you can't grow in the winter months, so it limits what you can grow.
Of course, during the winter months, yeah, when it freezes, yeah, but when you go further north, you'll find a higher yield of vegetables or whatever you're growing. Your agriculture will be of a higher yield and larger and more nutritious product than in soils that are of clay or lighter soil. Sorry. So like we have very black soil where we are. It just naturally replenishes.
So is your counter argument to Geo that your soil grows things twice as big, twice as fast, just to make up for that winter freeze?
Yes. Essentially, yeah. That's not what I said, but yeah, essentially that is what it is.
What about
black
the fact
soil
that the
doesn't
northern what about the fact that northern latitudes get like less sun in general for growing things versus like
the biggest vegetables ever grown were grown in like Alaska.
That's interesting, though. You got a reason for that, Geo? Like an idea?
why the biggest ones are in Alaska? Yeah, it is interesting. I don't know. Is there like a particular soil or environment that allowed for one like crazy huge pumpkin or something, or do all things grow larger?
Yes. It has to do with the freeze and thaw. That's why our soil is aerated. So like we have a more oxygenated soil that is blacker and darker and less dense. Like it's ready to grow. It's naturally tilled.
That does make sense with the sun that he was talking about. Gio was saying, yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, your northern climate's gonna have really rich soil, especially if you're in like floodplains and things like that. You know, throughout the like Missouri River valleys and Mississippi River valleys. That's where a lot of stuff is grown in the floodplains, right? Because you get nutrients that are washed down the streams with floods, and then that silt will coat the soils of the floodplains, and then you get really rich soil. You just do have a limited amount of time that you can grow. So where that kind of comes into play, it's like, yeah, you can get bigger, better stuff probably in the northern climates or the further north you go. The only issue you have is from, I don't know, a certain aspect would be a survivability thing, meaning what you have to stock up for the winter should you be in some type of like subsistence farming situation. Whereas like, you know, where I'm at, I can grow things all year round constantly. Never have to worry about something not growing.
You're kind of lucky in Florida where you're in almost a floodplain. So you're getting natural water always introduced to the soil because you're a lowland. It's similar to what we have near the Great Lakes.
I think of Florida as having like toxic soil. Is that, you know, just because of like the
very
proximity?
sandy.
Sandy?
Yeah, really sandy. Everything is sand. I mean, if I go in my backyard and I decide I want to dig a hole, it's more than 50% sand.
And in the Southwest, it's all clay, and in the North, it's all black topsoil. Like literally, we bag and ship out our topsoil to the rest of you when you want to fucking feed your garden.
I just think of Florida being more like it's so packed, you know, because the weather's so good and a lot of people want to be there. So I just think of it like there's like a lot more runoff and then the way the water table is like, just seems like it's not as like it's like the opposite of untouched, I guess, in a sense.
Yeah, so most of the runoff.
Have you ever flown over the country?
Well, most of the runoff that we get in the state, a lot of it has to do with our like the mining practices. And ironically, what is mined for lots of times is what most people would consider fertilizer, phosphates, and things like that. But the byproducts of that mining can be pretty toxic. So,
all right, I want to point out. So, like, if you look at farming across the United States, most of the United States, they really rely on like the watering system, and so they have these big sprinkler systems and shit. So they have like circular fields where they where they're sprinkling like water on the crops daily in a circular pattern. from a central source. We don't get that in the Midwest. We rely purely on the weather itself and the groundwater. We can take any plot of land and make it growing land. Whereas in the Midwest, like further down in the Midwest and in the Southwest and everything else, like they have to actually bring in water in order to have a crop. Like for us, it doesn't matter if it's hilly. It doesn't matter if it's, like got trees or if it's, we don't have these square or round crops. We got whatever, any soil that you want to plant in, it will grow, and it will grow heartily everywhere here, everywhere, because we're near a freshwater source that fills our soil with moisture, and we have black soil everywhere. We literally bag and sell our topsoil to you guys in order.
Lou, do you guys have black soil around where you're at?
Everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. A lot of fresh water too.
Yeah.
All right, just making sure.
Hey, I got a good idea, dude. You should bag that shit up and start trying to sell some of that.
Yeah, we do that too, man. I can tell you like 3 more times.
I bet worms like that shit too, huh?
Yeah, we got a lot of worms, dude. You guys want to buy some worms? I got a bag of worms.
How many bags of this fertilizer would I need to get myself like a decent prostitute?
Look, I'm just telling you, like you could flood the Mississippi, like or the Missouri, and you could try to like whatever. You could try to redirect water. Here, it springs out of the water or out of the soil. Like we literally have natural springs all over the place in the Midwest. That's and Canada. Like that's why we have such like fertile soil.
I can imagine water springing out of the water. I can just imagine the amount of water that you guys would have.
All right, don't make fun of me, man. Look, listen.
Water.
Water literally springs out of the ground here, and then you guys are jealous of it. Like California
I've got a
wants
spring
to.
about 2 miles from my house, by the way.
Well, you in Florida, that's different. But I'm talking about the Southwest. Like the Southwest, they literally want to create a pipeline for fresh water from the Great Lakes in order to give them water, like a reliable source of fresh water.
What they got to do is they got to grade the country out, right? We got to just like get a big rake and just kind of make it all the same level. Something's going on. We just got to level it out. We all get the same water. That'll be good.
The thing is that okay, so the Great Lakes comprise of like approximately 70% of the world's fresh water. Like all of the fresh water is sitting right here.
Yeah, until it's not, and then somebody else is gonna have the best water. You're being used.
No, y'all are being gouged. Y'all are being fucking charged a major fortune in order to get fresh water and good soil and good the thing is like you want to live on the coast. You want to live where things are happening. But the truth is that near in the Great Lakes region, flyover country, like that's where the like life sustaining water resides.
Maybe somebody said there was water found underneath the ground recently. I don't know if it was fresh water. Like a large body of water beneath the surface. And I mean, every time I dig, I mean, if I dig a hole, it'll fill with water pretty quick. I think there's water under the ground for sure.
How good is that water? Like how, dude, if it's coming bubbling up all around you in a natural spring, it's fresher than the shit that you got to dig deeper for through a layer of clay. Like, yeah, you can get water. Yes, you can get water, but it takes more work, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's like I watch these inspirational videos sometimes where it's like a mission of church going people go to like a place in Africa. I'm just naming some in Africa where these generations of people are just starving and thirsting to death, and they literally just go there and build and dig a hole for them, and then set up like a little filtration system that carries the water around. It seems like it's like underneath of everybody, and they just don't get it. They,
Yeah,
you know,
look, I don't disagree. Like, water is everywhere, but how fresh is it? How good of a quality of a water is it? Like, if you can get it from directly from a natural spring where it bubbles from deep in the
Well,
earth.
let me correct you real quick, because that doesn't necessarily mean that it's potable or drinkable. But you got to remember, because they do a lot of fracking, and a lot of those underground streams interconnect and branch off, and then reconnect and do all sorts of shit. So depending on what it's been exposed to along the way, is gonna.
Yeah, I'm not saying that like man-made intervention can't like spoil that, but
yeah, you heard
this
about
is where it
you
comes
heard
from
about
on the earth.
you heard about your boy Gaddafi. He made a man-made one, right? You heard about him? Yeah, he like he dug out man-made found man-made water underneath the entire deserts of what is it? Used to be called something else, and now it's called anyway. That was the entire country, and
Go ahead
it
and
started
take a
feeding the water.
sample of that water. Like, when you take all that effort and all that work, like literally it's readily available here. Like, we never worry about like burning. We never worry about we never
Yeah, but
worry about
you're
running
just.
out.
I
Like,
get it. You're not worried about it, but are you saying that you know for a fact you'll never run out of it? Where is it coming from? Is it reproducing
it's
under there?
literally bubbling. It's bubbling up from the earth, like in all
Right.
of
So
these
there's
big
a
ass lakes.
yeah. So there's some kind of like you're saying it's like shooting up like a spring. It's springing up. So there's
Yeah,
some
we
kind
have
of
we have tons of natural springs. Yeah.
right. So there's
Hey,
some kind of pressure, right? So where is it coming from? So because if you have a certain amount of volume and a certain amount of space, and you just perfectly fill it, there won't be any like crazy amount of pressure. But if it keeps continuing to fill, then you'll get a spring, right? It'll spring out. So where is it coming from?
I want to throw a fact at you. Did you know that? Like, go ahead and look at for the source of the Mississippi River. You know how big and fucking raging the Mississippi River can be?
Right.
It comes from a tiny, tiny little lake where a whole bunch of water just bubbles up from who knows where. Like,
Most
it
of it,
doesn't come.
most of it's from the Missouri River, so everything south of St. Louis. The really wide parts of the Mississippi, that's mainly from the Missouri River, which goes all the way
Well,
across
yeah,
the
yeah. The
entire country.
Missouri feeds into the Mississippi, right? But
Yeah, all of those basins right there feed the entire country.
that's not for 1,000 more miles. Like, at least.
Yeah. So speaking of all this water that you have up there, Lou, are you sure that you always drink Wisconsinably while you're dealing with this water?
I have a well. I literally get my own water straight from the ground.
Okay.
I thought you just told me not that you shouldn't have to dig for water. That's like a chore that you.
No, our wells
Well,
are more shallow. They don't need to be as deep in order to get that water. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I don't know how deep the deepest well would be, like actually, for a person. I don't know how deep they go. I don't think they go that. I don't think they go amazingly deep.
the water table in at the gun club I worked at when I was like a teenager, the water table was like 4 feet below some of the traps, and they would once in a while flood, like literally 4 feet underground. They would flood because that's where the water table was.
Yeah, so like what you're saying is all we gotta do is plug up your holes, and it'll pop up over here. So we'll just steal your water.
Yeah, yeah. You guys are actually, the Southwest has been trying to steal our water for a long time. Like, like that's we got to be more social. We got to be more communistic. We got to think for the whole. We got to spread the world's fresh water around. Like where you're suffering, we have to supply it.
And hopefully nobody saw. I mean, that's a horrible thing. I mean, horrible thing to think that somebody doesn't have water to drink. You know, it'd be terrible.
That is terrible. That is terrible. And you guys, it is terrible to think that people pay through the ass to get water. But you need fresh water, and you need natural fresh water that bubbles up from the fucking ground. And where does it happen? It happens at natural springs. It happens in Colorado a little bit. You know, you have some of those, but they got a lot of mountains. Like it's hard to reach. In the Midwest, around the Great Lakes, you got a ton of it. That's a huge region.
Yeah, it's almost like it'd be great. You could just pull it out of thin air. Like I think that like when you want to grow grass, right, that it needs nitrogen, right? And I think what you have to do is you just get a little bit of like I don't know dog shit or something, tiny little bit of water, and kind of just shake it around in a bottle for a day. Let it sit there and it pulls stuff out of the air. And you can pour it on your grass and your grass grows. It's just pulling out. It just pulls right out of the air, right into the ground. Again, I'm not really like a landscaping guy though. You know. I can appreciate it, but you know, I mostly just do the worm test.
Yeah, I'm kind of hearing a lot of pride. Like people they're from the South, they want to take Southern pride. People from the West, they want to take Western pride. Like all I'm saying is that when it comes to the agricultural belt and easy growing, like the Midwest is the most fertile place on earth. And I'm sorry if you take offense to that, but it is.
Another thing I've noticed in my very elementary skill level is that weeds, like this is how I can detect like something that's good, like to eat, or that's like going to be a beautiful plant, right, from a weed, right. I walk around the yard, and if it's difficult to pull out of the ground, it's a weed, right? If it just comes out real easy, like, oh shit, I probably just pulled out something really nice, you know, like the flowers and the fruit and everything just like falls out of the ground.
Yeah, the weeds really like to grab the invasive species and everything else. Yeah, they take hold of everything very hard.
There's something to them though. They're like there's something to them. I mean, it's pretty wild. Like we had to do work on the road over here, and we flipped the dirt over, right, and nothing but weeds grew out of it. So like pretty much to like kind of turn it back into the dirt, it was like just fucked up, right? It was all fucked up, right? And then just by kind of like ripping it up and trucks tearing at it and everything, thousands and thousands of weeds just started growing like the next day out of it. Yeah, it's like there's some kind of purpose.
That might be the problem. Is that you exposed the land, you got rid of the natural vegetation, and you exposed it, and the invasive species in the weeds, they can fertilize faster, they can grow faster, and so they'll take advantage of an open spot and they will dominate it.
Got to be some kind of purpose for these weeds. That's all I'm saying. It's like the like the terrain theory, maybe it's something to these weeds, similar to
there is
to that.
something to the weeds. They actually bring the nitrogen hold plants. That's pH.
I didn't catch anything, but it might have been me breaking up. I'm not sure.
They actually work to bring the soil back to.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody else would have to say
Well,
for breaking up.
Yeah, but
leave
if you're saying the weeds might have a purpose, like it sounded like you were saying that it sounded like you were saying that the weeds are doing their job, but I doubt that because they tend to leave the soil in a state of like non-nutrition. They bring the soil to clay, sand, whatever. Like they rob the nutrients out of the soil very fast, and they give you nothing to offer.
Yeah, you're roboting Linda, by the way, so we can't hear anything you're saying. But yeah, what she might be talking about is lots of times you can have certain plants that are what you would call nitrogen fixers, meaning that once they're dead or the leaves are falling down from them, you'll get actual
I watched this
that goes to the soil. You're roboting
Nitrates in the soil. Yeah,
gardener.
Yeah, they're called nitrogen fixing plants. Linda, you're gonna need to probably go out and come back in.
Yeah.
Like literally, you're just roboting all over everybody.
Yeah, weeds are not like a natural thing. Like they get spread because of I mean, here's where you can go with the mainstream narrative. Like they get spread because of transportation in a world connected environment. Like
Did you just say that contrary to my right, like that there has to be some kind of purpose to these weeds? That no, we have to, because this is the only thing the mainstream narrative tells us is correct. Weeds are bad, so that's the reason weeds are bad.
Well, one
No,
man's weed is another man's lettuce.
Well, I mean, sort of, but not necessarily. What I'm saying is that like a weed there's no difference really between a weed and a flower, other than one is considered beneficial and one is considered like something that it takes away, right? Like weeds are non beneficial. That's why we call them weeds.
Yeah,
They gotta
but
benefit somebody.
dandelions per se are actually healthy for you. You can eat them, and they give you very much nutrition. So even though it's a weed, it's very beneficial.
But if it takes over the natural species in an environment and cuts them out, where those things have
but
even
just
more,
because you want a
even more
green
benefit.
yard. Yeah, but just because you're wanting this pretty green yard and the dandelions decide to come in.
Not about your lawn. I'm not talking about dandelions. I'm talking about like barberry, like which is an invasive species. It kills the trees around you. It will kill your maples. It will kill your oaks. It will kill your pines. It'll kill all that stuff because it will take over and have nothing to offer. Its fruits are poisonous. It's an ugly.
Yeah, but this is kind of the way this place is set up. Everything is not. Yeah, but everything is not built in this place to be a utopian world, which is what everybody wants.
Right. No,
There
what we want is fertile soil.
opposites in everything. Right.
Well,
You have to create the fertile soil, though.
Yeah, I was trying to draw
You
the
have to
parallel.
you have to work with it and tend to it and nurture it to make it fertile to to what you want it to be.
Look, barberry didn't exist in North America. It brought here from Europe. Okay, and
what's the difference though? Like where you're segregating land, like you would segregate the oceans. Like it's one ocean, it's one land. What do you mean?
Well, on our island, it didn't expect barberry. Barberry grows without being hindered and robs all the nutrients from the soil and produces nothing but a poisonous plant.
Well, that
and,
that was my
kills
parallel that I
and
was.
it kills the trees that surround it. So if you get barberry that grows early and late in the season and robs the nutrients, it will kill your indigenous species.
I mean, aren't they all indigenous, right? But my parallel was going to be the to that terrain theory, right? Was all, so now are we naming weeds as the problem, or are they the symptom? Right? Are they the cause, or are they the symptom?
Do you want a one world fucking biome for the fucking plants?
One world plant. I just want one tree. Like, why do we need all these different things? One fruit, one vegetable.
All right. Well, that's a great ideal that you have, but it's not good for the earth.
Yeah, I mean, but like along that sentiment that one man's weed is another man's something, right? But like, are they the
So
symptom, or are
do you
the
think that
cause? I don't know.
the barberry let's say barberry is the most aggressive of all plant life. Do you think it should dominate the entire earth?
I don't. I would have to see it. Like, what would happen once it did that? I'd have to see.
No,
And
Tanks.
why?
I like the direction
Yeah, but
you're going
isn't
there. Could it tell you
that
something
what
about the
sickles are
soil?
for? Is to cut that shit out that you don't want? Sorry. But isn't that what gardening tools are for? Sickles and everything else, or
Yeah,
whatever
we should
that
kill
people
all
use,
the barberry. You're right.
is
We should
to
kill
get rid
all
of
of the barberry.
whatever that. No, I'm not saying that. You
No,
kill it in your space
leave it
because you
where it
want a
came
different
from.
space.
Wherever it came from. If it's in Europe, leave it in Europe. Like let it do its thing. But it shouldn't be here in the United States. That's why it's called invasive. That's why it's an invasive species.
Yeah, who cares
It
about Europe?
kills off our native plants.
You know, I looked up this barberry just now. Just typed in the word barberry, and everything that you're describing of it, saying it's ugly. Right? There's people selling it on Amazon right here, $14.99, free
Suckers everywhere,
shipping.
man.
Yeah, no, actually there is a certain benefit to it. Like barberine is actually a supplement that you can take
Here it
that
is,
comes from barberry.
barberry root right here.
So like
Barberry root,
barberine is
2
a
ounces.
supplement that you can take from barberry that helps with like diabetes and shit like that. So like heart health and stuff like that. It's not like it has no use. I'm just saying it shouldn't dominate the earth, and it's very invasive. It likes to take over other plant life.
Maybe so much of it's growing because so many people need to take it because their heart disease is #1 illness. Maybe there it's like, man, get plenty of this stuff out there. They need to start eating it.
It says right here, 9 most impressive benefits of barberry: high nutrition, contain beneficial plant compounds, may manage diabetes, can help treat diarrhea, may protect against metabolic syndrome, good for dental health.
Yeah,
Anti-cancer
there's
effects, and what
there's
are you
plenty
talking?
of
What are you telling
barberry,
up
dude.
barberry with this scary name and telling me it's ugly and terrible? It's
So
I'm
I'm
getting
telling
About
you,
it like
look,
it was sentient and like malevolent, like it was the super villain of plants or something, and it had like malevolent intent. It was like
no,
conspiring
dude,
against us.
it's not like it has like thought like that. But what it does is it cuts out the other beneficial plants as well. So because it's more dominant, it can grow almost anywhere, kind of like a weed, right? So like what it does is it sucks the nutrients out of the soil and it kills your old growth trees. It kills all of the other like it takes over an area.
What's
So
it
like
called?
it needs to be controlled. Not that it needs to be extinguished, but it needs to be controlled, especially when it's an invasive species that doesn't naturally grow here. It was brought over and then it's killing the native species.
How do you spell it?
Barberry. It's BARBERRIE, something like that.
He's trying to get you to misspell it to not find that it cures cancer by sucking up all the other plants, combining it into one. and then curing human
Dude,
cancer.
it's not like,
Why'd
dude,
you say it was ugly?
you want to live in a world? Do you want to live in a world where you have only barberry bushes?
Where we have only anti-cancer bushes around us everywhere we go.
Yeah, anti-cancer bushes. How dare them? Dare
No,
them
but I get you.
fix
I get you.
cancer.
It literally says it on there.
We probably need some more flowers from Home Depot. How dare these plants try to cure cancer?
Yeah, that's the only thing that matters.
Well, the tulips. There's probably something in tulips too.
I thought I was gonna like literally see like demon eyes on the plant or something. The way you talked about it.
I'm not trying to say, dude. I'm not actually, as a cider, I kind of hate the bush because it has thorns, and people plant. You might have one in your own yard and not know it. They plant barberry. They plant barberry bushes in front of windows and doors, or not doors, but in front of windows around the house. That because the thorny, it keeps like peeping toms and friggin'
You're villainizing.
Feel their
whatever.
emotion.
Like,
Tell me where the
might not
barberry
have
touched
one.
you. Just show us where the barberry touched you when you were young, because obviously you had.
Dude, I crawl through bushes every day while I'm siding houses, man. I hate barberry bushes. I will be forefront about that. Like, barberry bushes are the worst, and almost every yard has them. They have they can be red or green. There's two different versions of them. They have thorns. They do create berries during the fall.
Hey, do they grow so because of the black soil that you guys may or may not have in that area?
Well,
Dude,
everything grows well here because of that.
Dude, I was leaving this going, man, barberries are bad. Like, I gotta make sure I don't have this weed in
No,
my
I'm
yard
not.
and everything.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You guys are being stupid.
I'm just
He
kidding.
wants people to die from cancer. Is pretty much the summary here.
Yeah. Kill all the barberry. I want you to die of cancer.
It looks kind of cool.
No, it's a nice. It's used as like a decorative bush that you put in your
But it was
yard.
ugly. You literally said it was ugly.
Yeah.
It is when it's in the wild and it gets out of control. Yeah, it's very ugly. Yeah.
Dude, doesn't it sound like he's describing like a girl that cheated on him or something?
It sounds like he's describing like
Yes.
When it gets out in the wild, it's really ugly.
Yeah. Like Fox News, CNN type propaganda. Like, you could have barberry growing in your yard and not even know it.
Did you make commission on whoever?
All right, you guys live in a world that all the plants are barberry bushes. Go fucking ahead.
I would love to live in a
Flat Earth
cancer-free
with
world.
barberry.
Yeah.
I ain't even heard of barberry till today, boy.
I don't know if you guys have ever heard of kudzu vine. It's Wissa, you're probably aware of it. It's in South Carolina around you. It's all over the place. It's supposedly an invasive plant, and yeah, I would say it is. But it's highly nutritious for people, for animals. If your cows get a hold of that stuff, man, they'll go through a fence to get to it. And you could actually control the grow, and you could bell it like, hey, if people would go back to, raising animals and being self-sufficient so they wouldn't have a high feed cost, they could grow this stuff and bell it like, hey, and they could either sell it or they could, use it for food.
Yeah, here's the thing with the barberry bush. Like, it's poisonous to humans. So like, it's not any beneficial to us, right? And it didn't come from here. It just landed here, and it's taking over all of our land. Like, it in the Midwest anyway, or in the north. In the north, right?
We need a reinvestigation into invasive species, is what this is sounding like.
What it sounds like is that what you really need to do
it's no good for humans.
No, it's not. It's poisonous to you. Now you can take it into a lab and extract certain things that are good for you, but it's at a moderated level. So like, you can't just go out there and eat the berries.
Why?
If you eat
build a
berries,
wall,
if you eat the berries, you will have diarrhea at the very least. Okay,
It cures
Like,
diarrhea.
Maybe that's good.
Diarrhea.
Maybe that's good.
Yeah, that could be good. That's what I mean. Call if it's the symptom or is it the cause, right? But it sounds like what we should do is, Lou, is just build a wall, right, and then only let like a certain amount of these barberries in, and just make sure that if we maybe put a tracking number on them, and we get to see that they're putting in their fair share, right? And
Lou is just Eeyore though. Like you got to give him a break.
No, I'm an Eeyore because I don't want barberry killing the oaks and maples.
Oh yeah, it's that you're virtuous. That's why you're pessimistic.
No, do I want to live in a fucking world where we had tons of majestic fucking trees that are now being killed by an invasive species that is fucking ugly to look at and gives you diarrhea?
Yeah,
You
trying to
made it
take down all
abundantly clear.
all the
You
white
don't
oak.
want to live in a world without cancer. We fully understand that, Lou. You don't have to keep saying
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Barberry is going to cure cancer. Show me that before you fucking make this argument.
And diarrhea, it says here on the
Diarrhea out your system. Maybe that's some toxins.
on healthline.com. It says cures diarrhea and cancer.
Cancer.
Look, I've been taking supplements and lost a lot of weight, but like barberine is one of the things that I've been taking. It's good for heart health and so on, and it does come from the barberry plant. It does come from the barberry plant, but it has to be synthesized. Like, and so
This dude's been taking it the whole time, bro.
The whole time. Yeah.
Wait a second. I thought this thing was invasive and it's gonna like kill all my mango.
No, I didn't say that it has no benefits. I said that it's invasive and it kills native species.
So you gotta put that stuff behind a fence or something.
You have
but
to keep
still
it
grow.
in check. You have to keep it in check. Yes.
Hey, are we talking about Hispanics? I just got in here. What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, he's like pulling like a Dave Chappelle right now. Like, about to pull up the hoodie and be like, "Yeah, I take barberine every day."
Yeah, it's so funny. He's like, "Don't
No, dude,
smoke
I
weed. It does so
I
bad."
literally shut the fuck up. You want to try to fucking laugh at me because you need somebody to laugh at. Dude, I started this conversation saying such a thing. Like, it has certain uses, but it is something that cannot be controlled. It takes over the native life and it kills off other life.
Oh, I'm sold, man. Tell me where I sign the petition.
I'm not laughing at you or with you. I'm literally cry laughing.
All right, go ahead and try laugh about like when your entire yard is nothing but barberine and all of your oak trees die.
Doesn't he sound like an 80-year-old man on the porch that's so pissed about this weed? It's like,
Yeah, you're hilarious, dude. You're fucking doing great.
So
You're
what is
killing
it?
it.
Is it a weed or something or what?
Yes, it's a weed. It's an invasive species. It doesn't
okay.
live here naturally.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a lot of nasty weeds out there, like foxtails. There's that shit gets in like dogs' freaking noses and ears and eyes, and this shit's like it's a nightmare, dude. There's a lot of like really nasty fucking weeds out there. But what you gonna do, you know?
Well, mainly if you live in the United States and you find a barberry plant in your yard, and let's say you have a wooded yard, you need to keep that in check. You need to take it out. You need to cut it down and get rid of it because it will kill all of your nice trees.
Well, if you got time to invite Kosho's mom over, she likes to graze a lot in the backyard, and she usually takes care of that shit around
here. Yikes.
So, or you just get a goat. I don't know, man. Go get a goat.
Goats are actually perfect for that. Yeah, goats because they have their digestive system. They're able to like take all kinds of poisonous plants and stuff like that most other mammals wouldn't be able to take. Yeah, if you have goats in your yard, they will eat the barberine or not barberine, but the barberry plant, and
they'll never get cancer.
They will naturally keep it in check. Yeah, like goats are actually really good for that. That's one of like the big like tips actually when it comes to like barberry infestation in a yard is
Maybe we need a petition for the city or the counties to start having a goat crew that comes around, does local grazing.
I mean, if it was up to Lou, I mean, we'd have to really petition the cities for like a barbarine safe place for the refugees that
Dude,
don't belong here.
if you guys choose to actually look into it instead of laugh at me, you'll find out that almost every municipality has like a crew of people looking for volunteers trying to eradicate barbary plants from their fucking like ecosystem.
Cancer, dude.
I mean, listen. Maybe you're onto something. I don't know, but I just keep picturing like border patrol with cowboy hats and rifles chasing
Public
down.
enemy number
It's kind of
one.
like that. No, it's volunteers. That's the problem. We don't have enough volunteers to try to eradicate this thing.
You would think you're talking about something like so serious, like a country being invaded or something. Like we don't have enough hands on deck. It's going down. The ship's going down.
I think we got like over 1 million illegals at the border right now, trying to get in once Title 42 ends. With
When
only
the
like
ship goes down, you better be ready.
there's only like 1,500 troops or something there to like deal with that. I don't know, man.
I don't know how much that plant grows down there, and maybe it's laughable to you. What I'm telling you is, we live in a part of the earth that is filled with like a lot of like, you know, oaks, maples, fucking, you know, like you get your maple syrup and all that shit. You got your old growth trees. We got a lot of fresh water. We got a lot of fucking. We have the highest amount. I mean, other than the Amazon rainforest, of course, but like we have a lot of diversity when it comes to plant life here in the Midwest. And when this plant comes in, it kills off a ton of that diversity.
Maybe the creator's just mad about Milwaukee.
No, you're just being a fucking asshole right now.
I
Seriously,
mean,
like
Lou, to your point, in a serious way, right? Like I mean, you said like to trust the mainstream was right on something you said, right? But I look around and I watch all these. I look at all these beautiful yards. They have these great trees, right? Growing these beautiful trees, all these flowers, right? All these things that they have us investing in, and all we're doing them for is aesthetics, right? And when we could be doing the same amount of work or less work with food, and
that's only in your yard. That's only in your yard.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, we're all being sold on the idea to go buy these pretty flowers that literally give us not much back. Like, we don't eat the flowers, right? We don't. We just grow these trees and these different bushes and we don't do anything with them.
Yeah, but maybe you don't have a forest type region, but we do here. So like, we might have that in our yard, but we also we love to hunt. We love to have a forest. We love to have a healthy forest. We love to have natural plants growing in our forest. We don't like to see our forest dying. Okay, so like, when it comes to this, it's a major problem. Like, we do have volunteers who go out and try to eradicate invasive species that kill off our natural forests. Like, this is part of the ecosystem and the biome, basically, that helps the earth to fucking live. And I know it might sound a little Greta Thunberg, but she would never say a thing like this. Like, it's the truth. Like even your hunters who go out and kill for a living, or maybe not for a living, but for, you know, they kill for sport. But they are what's the right word? Not economists, but they're eco-friendly. They don't want to. If you kill something, you use it. If you do it, it's because there's a plentiful amount. You know, like the way the DNR works, like they try to give you a certain amount of licenses based off the herd for a living. We have a ton of deer. We have a ton, and if we didn't kill some of them, you know, basically they would eat too much of the vegetation. You have to try to keep things in check. That's the idea anyway. I don't know.
That's not why they fucking go open season on deer. It's because they'll start interbreeding and shit, and then it'll like screw up the whole gene pool.
It screws up a ton of shit. Like, but the idea is to try to be responsible. Like, they want to learn more about it and do the right thing. You know, like
Lou, the boy in the hat, is that you?
Sorry? The white
The boy
hat?
in the hat.
No, it's not me wearing the white hat. No.
Racist. I'm dropping all these articles about how it looks like it could prevent cancer, bro.
Yes, it can. Dude, you can take
Diet from barberry.
Barberine is a good supplement to take. It's good for keeping cancer from getting into your body. It's good for diabetes. It's good for heart health, essentially. Like, yeah, barberine is good. I'm not saying get rid of all barberine. I'm saying get rid of it in the United States. Like, it's
All right,
not.
hey, hold on. I'm going to suggest we move on from the barberine topic. I've heard you guys are in the weeds on this weeds talk about the barberine. Please, I've been listening at work. I just want to hear something else. No offense, Lou. You've been dominating like 90% of the airtime the whole time.
Yeah, fine. Shut up. But Whitson's poking at me. He's trying
I know.
to.
I hear it. I understand. It's interesting. It's just it'd be cool to move on to something else more interesting.
No, I do agree. It's interesting that a plant that so readily grows cures cancer. I find that very interesting as well.
Yeah, good. Let's utilize
All right,
it.
That's the end of it. No more barberine.
No more trips around the mulberry bush, guys. Let's just talk about something else.
Yo, so
You ever heard of,
have you ever heard of this?
hogweed?
Have you ever heard this weed that grows? It's pretty invasive.
Yeah, there's one called hogweed. It literally requires a hazmat suit to remove it because it'll like burn your skin and your lungs and all sorts of shit.
Okay, wait. He
Pretty
was
nasty.
kidding. Whitsit was kidding there. He was just kidding. No more weed talk.
Oh no, dude, we're on the weed, bro.
So I use weed like
I'm just
all day.
listening. I can't really participate, but.
Well, like speaking of weeds, I will say a lot of them. Like, it is funny though that like we're so illiterate when it comes to how the earth works. Not only what it is, but how everything works and grows on it. That we are very deluded when it comes to what all the earth provides for us. It's pretty much a reason for everything. This is just a giant, beautiful, stationary, geocentric like masterpiece.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of like what I proposed originally. That there has to be some reason for, and then Linda was, I think, trying to. She was just breaking up so bad, but nobody could really hear it. But there's got to be a reason that I kind of contrasted to the terrain and germ theory. Are weeds the symptom, or are they the cause of the disease? Right? Yeah.
You know what, guys? No, it's not. There's no design in any of this. It's all natural forces, just chemical processes. Oh, these Globers have convinced me, guys. You guys are all on the wrong side. It's evolution, dude. But it's chemical evolution. Enough forces and time. This is all it's just chemicals, dude. Come on.
I'm gonna send you a video you'll probably like. I'm gonna drop in the chat. This dude just like starts to bury. Well, it's about original life though.
Who cares, man? It's just.
Yeah, I mean, there's people who spend
Marina.
decades of their life. Okay.
Now?
No.
No, you're still breaking up.
Oh, I'm gonna have to.
There you go. Oh.
I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
Get out of
It's intermittent.
Discord and.
Jump out, jump back in, see if it makes it better.
You're like 10 seconds delayed.
Yeah, I did.
That's some pretty trippy robot though, dude. I gotta admit this.
It's probably my Wi-Fi. Might have to. But anyway, I'll go out.
All right. Yo, Extremistus thinks that 99.999999999% of the population is Globers. That is just incorrect.
Oh,
Let's go ahead and see that citation.
That's very incorrect.
Yeah, bro. Because like one of the last little compilations of surveys they did, there's like hundreds of millions of flat earthers.
Yeah,
Well,
that's a
when
lot
you
of percentage.
when you
They're like
account,
as much as what, like 30 or 40% of the United States might be flat earthers. Like, and that's in this indoctrinated world. Like, look, try to take the rest of the world.
when you account for all of humanity, like from the beginning, I would say that the majority would be flat earthers. It's only been like what, the last 500 years or so.
Oh, I mean,
Like
even
70,
like
80.
now, like right now, I think the number I saw was not nearly 30 or 40%, but the survey said, and this is just a mainstream survey, so it's obviously lowballing it. It said 12%. So that's like 40, 50 million people. You start to add all the numbers up of the different countries, and it was like gotten to the hundreds of millions, and that was only a few countries, right?
I'd like to know what they're saying about what makes a person a flat earther. I kind of think that they might be saying that they don't believe in what the experts say or the mainstream says. Like they're just like, if you are anti-vax, you're a flat earther. If you are 9/11 truth, you're a flat earther. If you are, you know what I mean. If you don't believe the narrative, then you are a flat earther.
You know how many Globers I've heard talk about fucking Bigfoot might be real?
Bigfoot might
That
be
is what
real.
it is. Lou's right. It's like a conspiracy versus science survey.
But even if his statistics are right, it doesn't make it right. Right? Ad populum is not an argument. It's because there's a bunch of Globers out there.
I mean, what would the difference be? I mean, what is the point that 99.99% of people are wrong or right?
So it says charts the responses to 4 of these questions: 3 false conspiracy claims, jab microchips, flat Earth, moon landings faked, and 1 scientific claim or 1 scientific fact: the Earth is very old. Agreement with the conspiracy claim is not high, ranging from 9 to 12%, and disagreement from 71 to 80%. This is not the one I saw, I don't think, though. I just typed it in. This is what popped up. University of New Hampshire.
In studies like that, like I like the specifics you just gave, but like I kind of feel like they're basically gauging whether or not you believe the experts or not, and then they're lumping you into something else. Like it's I kind of doubt that 12% of Americans are flat earthers. Well,
That's 10%, right? Yeah, so figure 2. I'll drop the paper. I'll drop the survey, but it tells you the results for the different questions. It says 10%, and 10% think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that might be true, but like, yeah, I mean, okay, so that's admittedly 10% of Americans
Well,
believe
obviously
that
it's a survey, right? So it's always going to be extrapolated. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right there it says 10%.
I don't doubt that 10% is not that bad. Especially seeing as how like stories we've heard about like the St. Louis Cardinals where half their team was flat earthers and shit like that. It's like, okay, maybe, but they're closet flat earthers. Like, why did they
9%
answer?
are unsure, dude. 9% unsure. So that's 20% basically like not buying the globe. So you just got dunked on, extremists, talking about this weird talking point. 99.9999999% of the world. No, that's incorrect.
The more nines he puts on there, the better it makes him feel about his false.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, we're
it's
on your
so
ground.
funny.
We're on your ground. We can add more nines if it makes it better.
There's the chart right there. You might want to delete it in a second. Actually, I didn't realize the top left question.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I might. Yeah, that those keywords or whatever. Might want to delete that after. But and those numbers are not even counting all the people who, like in I guess what we would call like third world or even second world countries where they don't have the level of indoctrination in the school systems. So like a lot of those people either like very lightly believe the globe, you know, like they're like, if you ask them, they'd be like, yeah, I guess it's a globe, but they don't really necessarily like fully believe it. And especially in some other countries, like I've been to certain areas where it's like you ask people and they're like the indoctrination system is so much weaker there that it really didn't hold with them, you know, the globe thing. And a lot of them have so much distrust for like the American, you know, system and the government to where they, you know, they'll like shake their heads and be like, oh yeah, that space stuff is all Hollywood, you know, that kind of thing. And then there's there's a lot of people that very lightly believe it, even though they, you know, it's part of their education. And then there's a whole another group of people that like in tribal areas, like there's like still pygmies in Africa that are like hundreds and hundreds of miles from any civilization. Like you have to hike for weeks to even get into the jungle from where they are. So they're definitely not globe believers. And there's a lot of other areas like that. You know, how many does that account for? It's a good question. But I'm just saying there's a lot of people that are on Earth right now that just don't even believe the globe at all.
It says, it
Here's another factor.
3% think the Earth revolves around the sun.
So
there's another factor.
If you go in the city, almost everybody will believe in their indoctrination. If you go further out, it'll become less and less and less the farther you go out. Like the more rural you are, the more you're going to find people who are going to say, "Yeah, I don't know if I really believe that. I've heard that. I don't know if I believe that." Like, you know, they're not going to be as sold, and that's just in the United States. So, like, if you go to those third world countries, like you said, Gio, like, yeah, I imagine that the governments are projecting a fucking statistic for them, but they've never polled anybody. And that if you actually went there, they'd go, yeah, I don't believe any of that shit.
Yeah, I just think it's funny. Like there's such a coping mechanism to like that. Actually, they show their cards. That's why they're in here so much. Is because they're like, this is like in their mind, they've convinced themselves a surefire way to be a part of the vast majority. That's why they are obsessed with flat Earth.
Well, here's another factor in this discussion. Have you ever heard of the like the tent? Like I know I'm not talking about Nathan's show, but he's actually I know why he does that. But the role of the 10th man, right? Like in a jury or in a like or actually I was thinking of the movie World War Z. Remember when they were in? Have you guys ever seen it? When he was in Israel and he was talking to the Israeli government, and they said there's always going to be one person that's the contrary one. You know, the one guy that thinks this, you know, because you can't have everybody agree. Because if you have everybody agreement, then there's, you know, you can be blind to something ultimately. And so in that movie, the one guy suggested that the reason all this stuff is happening is these are zombies. Well, come to find out, he was right. You know, or if you go to the movie 10 Angry Men, and it's about a jury, and there was 10 men. But there's one person did not think that the guy was guilty, and the whole movie's about him convincing the whole 12 other or 9 other jurors that the guy was innocent. So you need you need those conspiracy people, no matter whether they're right or wrong, because they help keep in check the other 90% of people, no matter what. So if it's 12%, let it be 12%. Be thankful, because it could be the ones exposing things that need to be exposed. I always seem to shut down a conversation. Why do I do that? What happens?
I was just reading. Someone made my Atmos argument a meme and then put a huge caption. It's fire. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna drop the picture real fast, and then I'm gonna read what this dude posted on Facebook. He tagged me and said, "Thanks for teaching me about this." All right, he said, "A basic understanding of fluid dynamics is all you need to decimate the current globe model. The globe claim is that the Atmos around Earth is moving lockstep with the globe. The claim is that at 1 inch, 100 feet, 1 mile, 10 miles, or 50 miles, or 250 miles, the Atmos is all moving together as a single unit. Why is this a problem? At higher altitudes, you'll have an increased radius. Anything at higher altitudes will need to move faster than the Atmos below it in order to remain lockstep with it. Similar to runners on a track and field course. Runners on the outer lanes of the track will need to exert more energy and run faster than runners on the inner lanes to complete one circuit at the same time. If you have water in a blender and spin the blender up, the further the water is from the center, the slower it will go. If you spin a basketball in the middle of a lake, the further you are from the ball, the slower the water will be moving. To be moving faster, the further you are from the center, you will need additional energy. Where's the globe getting that energy? Definitely not the higher Atmos level. They go from hot to cold to hot to cold. This is in direct contradiction to the globe model. On the globe, everything is moving faster the further you are from the center. In the first diagram, we see the outer black circle has a larger radius or increased distance than the inner blue circle. For the arrows in the diagram, to complete one revolution all at the same time, the outer arrow must be moving faster than the inner arrow. It's literally impossible, breaks natural law, and is a nuclear bomb to the globe model. Debunking the globe is too easy.
Nice comment. Where did that come from?
Facebook, because I covered this in my Skull and the Globers a couple weeks ago, and I guess he typed that whole caption out in the Globebusters Facebook, and he tagged me and said thanks. I did catch the comment. Yeah.
Well stated. He covered. He was very full. He covered everything.
That boy good. I like him. He good.
When he asked a question, he basically answered it with his next. You know, like he did a good job.
Yeah. It's very true, obviously, too. Like when I found out the the drastic temperature fluctuation from hot to cold going up in the atmosphere in the globe model, they can't explain it. That's like the nail in the coffin. They want to just say, oh, just energy exchanges from layer to layer. Oh, well, the lower layers are more dense. Now we have a problem, though. We have a problem. The temperatures go from hot to cold as they go up.
All right, I'll tell him he shouldn't be on Facebook because that's the truth. Also, like he's very awakened. I don't want to say woke. Awakened to all the bullshit, but like, dude, social media is a trap. It's like literally fucking terrible.
Yeah, so one of the comments says, so instead of trying to prove the globe model wrong, explain to me how the flat earth works. Like, let me just pretend I didn't just read the whole comment that dismantles my entire belief. You know, so weird.
How many of you guys, percentage wise, I just kind of want to get a gauge, actually still use Facebook or any of that stuff, like Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, friggin' like. I know if you're an influencer, which I'll give you a pass. Like you have to outreach, but like your normal flat earther, like who uses that crap?
Yeah, you got out in front of it. I was gonna immediately be like, I have to.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah, I get it for you. You're trying to be an influencer, like, and so how are you going to reach people? Well, through social media. But you understand the poison of it, right? And now I'm asking those others, and nobody spoke up. Like literally, nobody uses it.
I know a lot of truthers that use it though, because they're trying to wake other people up, so they are constantly posting stuff.
Do they use a real name, the same one that their fucking grandma and mom fucking reach them on?
I do. I just kept the same one. I think it's hilarious. I think it's like 50-50. People have like truther names. They'll have like their name with FE beside it, so that they don't jeopardize their profession and stuff like that. I have like just their first name FE or something. I think a lot of people do it to try to wake their family up too. It's like posting truther memes. You can't have the direct conversation with them. It's too awkward. It's too confrontational. But you know they're your Facebook friends, so they have to see some truth. It's like this indirect way. I used to do that too when I first became a flat earther. I would just post a bunch of memes. I'm like, I know like all my cousins and my grandma is like forced to see this.
Yeah, using it for the reasons if you're awake to that, to what it is actually being used for. If you're awake, it's good for advertisement. It's good for a couple of things.
Yeah.
Like my whole name, lunatic, whatever. It was because I started this in like 2002. Okay, like it was because I was on to, and this is pre loose change and all that shit. I knew the moment fucking those towers fell, that was fucked up. Like I started truthing in 2001, 2000, whatever. Like in fact, I was already looking into the stuff with Oklahoma City and Waco and all that shit. Like once 9/11 happened, it was like there was nothing you could say to me to convince me I was wrong. Like it's like, no, this isn't crazy. You're crazy. It took a long time before like the truth movement really took off. But like even then, I was always being ridiculed. I was always being called a lunatic, and when I saw it came from Upright Citizens Brigade. Actually, there was a narc cop who was trolling the high school kids, and like he was anyway, this is where the name came from, lunatic. Anyway, like so more specifically, like the kids would call him lunatic, and he'd be like, it's lunatic.
I was like 9.
But I'm just saying this is way back in the day, way back in the day. I knew that this shit was bullshit long before almost all of you. I guarantee it. Flat Earth came along, and it took a little while, but yeah, like it's all part of it.
Are you cool if I keep picking on you?
Yeah. Oh, dude, you're a fucking prick. For somebody who I thought was a friend that I met in real life to have a beer and a burger with, like, dude, you act like a fucking prick to me these days.
Did we eat a burger?
Dude, let's get another burger, dude. But
but I hate you.
But dude, when you want to try to out me as like some kind of like anti-truther or anything like that, go and fuck yourself. Seriously, I will.
No, I just gotta call you out for being so pessimistic, man.
Dude, I've been at this game a lot longer than you. Like it's not a very positive fucking game to be in. There's not a lot of fucking things to look forward to when you actually look into all this.
I don't know. I'm having a blast, Lou.
Well, that's what you've been doing. What are you kidding me? You're not gonna fucking blast? That's what you just did like 20 minutes ago.
I'm saying I've been having a blast. I'm having a blast. You know? Just about how you look at it, man.
It ain't all about your entertainment, man.
Dude, what I'm saying is that, like, being a truther, I'm having a blast. Like, I just disagree with you. I don't think it's, I don't know. I look at it, like, positively. Yeah.
Right, well, in the meantime, put me on blast while you just laugh. Go have a good time.
Just for you, I will continue to do that. If that's what you're asking me to do, like
that's what you've been doing. So fucking just keep it up.
All right, as a friend, I will oblige your request.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'll take one for the team.
I appreciate a lot of the work that you're doing, but you're also one to kind of use the audience and so on and so forth. And if you think that I'm a target, then you're going to do it.
No, my dick's bigger.
I've just always done that with you. Like, I mean, before we even hung
No,
out in
you
person.
didn't get it before.
Before we hung out in person, I used to call you Eeyore, dude.
No, it wasn't until after we met that you started doing that.
No, I called you Eeyore 24/7 OG days, man. Yeah.
Whatever, y'all two can keep doing this, but my dick's bigger. So, what's up?
No, it's not about bigger dicks. It's just about like who's trying to play the audience and who's trying to freaking like, dude. If you want to try to play me down, like I don't know what I'm talking about, go and fuck yourself. Okay, like
Okay, chill out, dude. Chill.
Fucking
Jesus Christ. I hadn't. Dude,
laughing. How about an actual coherent explanation for your behavior when it comes to that?
No problem. I'm trying. I already did. Like I just view it as good fun. I didn't know you were actually personally offended by the Eeyore joke.
No, dude, you and I were getting along great for a long time. We met, everything was good. It wasn't until after where you decided to start calling me Eeyore and throwing me under the bus. So get fucked with that.
Well, you can admit that you are negative though, right?
Yeah, no, I do admit that I'm not an always glass half full kind of person. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So I just make a joke about it, man. Like you don't. It's not like.
Dude, what about this conversation is glass more than fucking half full?
Oh, like the Marbury is a good example. Like I don't know anything about it.
You're not educated on that, but that's not good. It's literally a very invasive species. It kills a lot of even more beneficial plants.
Yeah, fucking believe it. We're back here. We're back to this.
I wasn't really trying to open it back. I was just like, I don't know anything about the plant. You obviously know way more than me, but I was just like messing with you, man. You know, like
Yeah, I know. And what I'm saying is you just want to mess with somebody to try to gain an audience, to laugh at somebody.
No, dude, I do that. I go back and forth with people that I'm friends with all the time, bro. I mean,
yeah, it's just razzing, Lou. It's just razzing. It's fine. No worries, bud.
I did go as far as to make a meme about you, though, so I will apologize for that.
Hey, you right. How many other people did you make a meme out of?
Not many. So I will give you that.
Hey, Witsit, has the book arrived yet?
I don't know. I checked Tuesday; it wasn't there, so I plan on going back tomorrow. It's like a drive for me, so I can't go every day.
No worries. Yeah.
When you say not many, is that like
just to preface it, it's full of spelling issues, dude. So it's like I said, it's being refined. The reason why I sent it to you just to see if you do pick up on the story and if you have some critiquing about the story. The grammar is obvious. It needs work, but that is being worked on. It's just mostly the story.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, Lou. Yeah, like I don't like other true earther wise.
Yeah. How many other truthers have you fucking made memes out of?
Honestly, I can't think of anyone.
No, just me, right?
Yeah, but it's because it's so it's so funny, dude. Like I was so proud of the joke. Like there's a cloud. I thought that was so funny.
At the same time, I've heard you in your videos fucking basically shout me out without calling me by name. I'm the one, I know for a fact, I am the one who really woke you up to the whole Donald Trump fucking conspiracy. You were a Q-tard up before you and I talked.
All right, this is blatant revisionist history, man. Like we definitely disagreed where I thought Trump was going to win, but I was doing streams about how I think that he could be the Antichrist. Like, I wasn't like a Trump fan, but I think I did tell you about how I did.
You're putting it down. You might not have been a great fan, but you believed in the plan until we talked.
No, I do remember. I know what you're talking about, though. Like, you can go check my channel. It's like all recorded, right? I was talking about how it looks like there could be something real to this, being as I thought it was going to be like a psyop, right? Like I thought they were going to show like something like Q coming true, to everybody so that they would fall for it, and then that would be the big trick. So I was wrong about that. I thought that they were gonna like make it actually come true, right?
I don't watch your shit like religiously or anything, but like I tune in, and it's amazing how often I hear something and it's like, dude, that's a point of view that he got from our conversations. But yet you want to throw me under the bus when there's an audience.
I need receipts. I do remember you calling that Trump wouldn't win, and we even had like a friendly bet on it. But I wasn't pulling for Trump though. My prediction was that he's going to win.
Oh, I know. I'll admit that. Yeah, no, you just, but you've even admitted in your videos, like I didn't see. In fact, you often say this. You'll say, "I didn't see the bigger agenda," or "I didn't see the bigger plan or bigger picture."
Well,
right?
Specific to that, I didn't. It was very short sighted to not realize that after the pandemic, the economy had to crash, and so if Trump is like the hero, he can't be in office when it crashes. How can he be the hero? So I feel like I should have seen that they were going to put someone else in to be the bad guy,
Right.
and then him.
Who is the only person who told you that during a time where everybody in this fucking community was all like, Trump's got this in the bag, blah 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 blah? Who is the one person who spoke out and got argued with all the fucking time?
Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean, you didn't say what I just said. Like, you didn't say that, but you did say, like, I think they always do the opposite of what we expect them to do.
Yeah.
No, I remember it all very well. I also remember calling you EO before we hung out.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, dude, you and I fucking had a lot of good conversations. Don't try to throw me under the fucking bus, man.
Wait, Lou, are
Like,
you asking me to retire the Eeyore joke? Because that's gonna be like a sad day for me.
no, dude, do the Eeyore joke. That's fine. But like, don't fucking do the little like nitpicky shit, like trying to laugh at me about barbering. You know what I mean? Like,
God, that was funny, man. Like, actually, it was no tanks that came with the joke. I just thought it was so golden. I kind of beat it to death. I'm like, yeah, we get it. You don't want to cure cancer.
All right, yeah, you win. We should allow barbering. We should allow barber plant in order to invade all of our natural forests and kill them off. We should do that.
One less cancer case. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Well, we're gonna be cancer free, but we'll have no fucking vitamins and nutrients to take from the fucking wild.
No, in reality, I'm 100% agreeing with you because I love trees. So I was 100% trolling you. Like, I love trees.
Yeah, I know you were. That's why I'm calling you out. You can't now, an hour later, fucking be like, yeah, I was just trolling you. You were trying to make an example out of me in front of an audience.
I got 3 DMs too. No, I'm just kidding. But no, like, I agree and disagree. So like, I love trees. So if there's something that kills trees, I would get rid of it. At the same time, I know nothing grows on this earth unless there's a purpose. Even what we call weeds are normally like medicinally beneficial.
All right. I'm glad I actually pointed this out. Like, dude, like you and I are cool. I'm a fan of yours. Like, you're super. You're really good at bringing it to them and everything else. And I feel like you and I have connected many times, and that I've actually had some influence in the things that you say. But when you all of a sudden try to make an example out of me, I feel like you're kind of like stepping on toes. You know what I mean?
I guess. I mean, now that you brought it to my attention, yeah. I mean, I never thought of it that way. But like the way that me and my friends are, it's like if you heard me and like my best friend talking for a second, you would have no idea, right? Like that we're like best friends. I mean, you would, right? Because like that's just, to me, that's just how it is. It's like, honestly, it's just a battle of wits to see who can be funnier, checking the other one in like good sport.
All right. Well, like I can take a bit of a razzing, but when you make it like a sport, like go fuck yourself. I will bring it back to you.
As long as you can acknowledge that I got the gold medal, like I'm happy to retire.
I don't know.
Can
I'm
you?
not going to challenge you for a gold medal. If you want to say you've got the gold, I'm going to fucking fight for gold.
Can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I heard you go on what you call it, Flatoids earlier. I was trying to join, but I couldn't. You probably see me in chat. I was driving through most of it, so I couldn't say but a couple things. But I asked a couple key questions. But there at the end, when you went in, calm, and discussed things, man, that went over so much better, with them. And Flatoid toned it down a notch. You toned it down a notch. That was so much better. But I feel like if I mean, I don't know how much you give a shit about it, but to me, it's a big time unifying topic. And if you could keep it laying it down for them, like it took a lot of us to understand, if you could keep breaking it down for them, if you have the time and the want to, then you could you can make them understand that it's not against their paradigm. It's mostly, RDD is still the key argument. It's just like you broke it down great when you said, what's the cause of the electrostatic? Like, what's cause of density?
Yeah.
Like that was good. Taking it, I never would have thought of that.
A
That
lot
was
of energy,
really good.
a lot of energy, right? Because like while I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh man, like so many misconceptions that are gonna take like 30-minute back and forth for each one, and like I already have like a million things to do. What I know is that was probably edifying for the room. I wanted to challenge myself to go in there and like be really calm and try to be the bigger person. So that's why I went in there. But yeah, like I don't know, like there is 0% chance FED will ever walk it back, right? So it's like I don't know what I would hope to gain. Flatzoid seems like he will kind of be honest about some of the stuff, but I think that when I'm being really calm like that and I'm making such logical points, there's not much you can do. I think that that's why you have to. That's why they normally interrupt me and stuff, right? So
Well, he's one of the people in between. Like they don't have to bring it back to loosen up the reins a little bit. And on the other half of your fucking whole brethren, there's a big, probably more of us who consider the possibility of what you're saying than that don't. And it is an explanation to me. I'll ask them. Here's what opened my mind up to it is because as much as I argue for RDD, and I still can, like I said, to a certain extent, but up and down are different. They're fucking different, and I never could get that out of my mind. Like when I asked them the question, like they say it's just the air can't support it, and I texted them. I chatted that the air can't support it in any direction. So it's not going to support it down, but it's not going to support it in any direction. So there could be that could be the cause, and I think it is. I ain't 100% sold on it, but it damn sure kills their model. And I think once they understand that, like, then they'll have to at least lighten up. Like I said, lighten up the reins instead of just jumping down anybody's throat who tries to join with a fucking idea.
that's what's so frustrating, bro. Because like, yeah, the way they say it, it's as if they don't understand that. They paint it like I'm acknowledging gravity and helping the ballers out and all that stuff. But that's like nowhere close to what's happening. And I know for a fact that like QE knows that. QE jumped against the electrostatics as a tactical maneuver once we got into it with the ether. Because QE's the one that he used to hear me talk about it a lot and would never say anything. He saw me disagreeing with Oakley, right? Going on a show disagreeing, getting like screamed and cussed out and stuff like that. And QE's the one that slipped me the all molecular and intermolecular attractive force electrostatic in nature citation. And he's like, I think this will help your argument out. He admitted to me that he's not a density only guy, never has been. So it's really ironic.
You got instigators too, bro. Like Neil instigating QE and stuff. Like, dude, what kills me is Neil whined for like a couple months, dude. Like literally, when the show got a little bit slow, like he was whining about, let's do something. Why ain't we doing anything? We're talking the talk, but nobody's walking the walk. Literally, you go out. This is while you're out,
covering the fucking whole country, trying to fight for our rights, and you're sitting there, putting together audit NASA, going on mainstream channels debating and shit, bro. And I'm like, dude, he's literally bitching and wanting action to be taken, but he's jumping down the fucking throat of the young men who are taking action and going around doing shit, dude. That just kills me, bro. How he could be like that. Like, he wants action to be taken, but he wants to slander the fucking people doing it.
Well, it's so weird. Is like they'll all say like Nils told me, he's like, I used to be such a big fan of you, and then one of the other guys on the thing was like, I used to think Witsa could do no wrong and stuff. And it's like, it's weird. It's like they're like, that's why they're so emotional about it, I think, right? Because
they don't have to agree with you, bro, to understand. They don't have to be polar opposite, opposed against you, to disagree. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they understand. They still think that it should just take a little bit of current or like electrical storm and shit should float. So that just right there on its face shows me they don't understand the argument. So they definitely need to understand it better before they can make an informed decision. If they think shit should float during a fucking rain cloud or electric storm, that's ridiculous.
Or even in a Faraday cage, or in a vacuum. Like, it's so weird. Like, they're like, well, then things should float with the Faraday cage. Like, no. Then, like, diamagnetic material should float. No. Like, oh, then a thunderstorm thing should float. No. Oh, so if I introduce charge or something, then it should float. No. No. You can't just introduce a little bit of charge to something with a lot of matter and expect it to float.
Right, you got to overcome a fucking giant field that's around us and everywhere that exists above us, below us, beside us, and the only way to get shit to float is to use a massive amount of volt, not even hardly any current, just a lot of voltage, just a lot of potential with a measly little bit of current, and that may be your point of topic. Just get the current in the Van de Graaff generator because it's barely any, bro. It's like microamps of current, and show them just how much current it is. Just say fuck the volts. Show them how much current it takes to flip something, which by scale, like I said, makes a piece of iron filing like bigger than Mount Everest if you look at the scale of it. So maybe we should look into that about the actual amps that the Van de Graaff generator is producing, because it ain't much. It ain't much at all.
Yeah, this is another part of it too. It's like, I bring up the electric current because I think it's important. It's not the whole answer. It's just like that everything's electric. So like all energy tries to go down to the earth to equalize. That's why we ground things. That's why there's a
right.
Yeah, so it's like,
see, I don't.
The downward electric current on the earth is just kind of like evidence for that. It's evidence that that's happening. I mean, it should be obvious already because we ground things, but people don't seem to get it. So it's like, well,
Austin, do they even fully understand? Like they have a description of the difference between volts and amps, and they got Ohm's law and whatnot. But do they really understand? Like, because like when people hear volts, they think, like I said, I actually have a fucking 12.8, a full battery that won't even turn the starter over, bro, because it's fucked up and it won't give me shit for current, but I'll get the amps out of it. But that's not the electricity. It takes volts and amps. And I was wondering, is that what the dielectric is, like volts and amps, or could it be, or is that, I mean, how do they describe, because you can have a gajillion volts and not power nothing at all if you don't have any amps to go with it. So that's what goes up in the atmosphere, is the potential. And so I think we need to look more into that, man. Maybe do some type of experiments and shit.
Yeah, so like the dielectric is electrostatics. Electrostatics is volts and amps, right? I mean, it has potential and it also has like amps as well. And so the same with on the Earth, like you have 100 volts per meter increase. We also have a current in microamps, 10 microamps. So yeah, but like volt is potential, right? And an amp is the current. So like electrical discharge, you have amps. You can get a few amps off electrical discharge with thousands of volts, right? Like we have 250,000 volts in that little demonstration I did, but just a small amount of amps, right? So, but yeah, I guess you could measure the amps to show them, right? That's what you're saying. Like measure the amps, like the current that happens in the plates. I don't know. It's just so weird, and like their talking points are so. It's just so exhausting and time consuming, honestly. So like,
Look at that, bro.
we don't live in a Van de Graaff generator. It's like, oh my god.
I just looked it up, and if you produce 200,000 volts, if a Van de Graaff generator produces up to 200,000 volts, when used properly, it's only producing about 200 milliamps. So a normal Van de Graaff generator, like a ideal one, you're talking about fucking milliamps, bro. You're talking milliamps. So it's not a lot. Like I don't know.
That's
correct. Probably microamps.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
one?
that's what I was thinking. To me, it'd be microamps, because if you took and applied Ohm's law, if it was milliamps, bro, that'd be dangerous. I don't know. So what they're saying, so basically, the Van de Graaff generator, like, it's a gajillion volts, Hey, who cares, bro? The volts is just the potential, bro. It's the amps, so the current that we're saying is causing it in a Van de Graaff generator is minimal. It's minimal fucking current. So there's something else going on that I don't think. Jesse, what's the mainstream explanation for the difference between volts and
You
amps?
heard a little bit of an electric background. I would agree. Like amps is really where it's at. Like that's where you have your true power. Like that's what you gain power from. Like it like amps literally could be described as, in a layman term, power. Amps is power. So how much power do you have?
Yeah, barely any. See, this is what they kind of tell everyone. That's what they don't understand, is that it's like barely anything. It just is there, though. So like barely anything doesn't equate to nothing. So that sets the up and down. That's what it does. It sets up and down. It's barely anything, right? So it's like, it's that simple. When an object is more dense in the air, then the force resultant of that pressure mediation between the object and the medium is so much stronger than that bias. Things are going to go up and or down. Doesn't matter that that's there. It's super, 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 super weak. In order to test it, you would have to have incredibly precise measurement and introduce a good amount of electrostatics, and then you could measure like drop rate changes. That's the way you would want to test it. You want to test in different mediums based on the electrostatic charge.
Yeah, so it'd be minimal, very, very minimal. It's just setting a bias, and I think that I pretty much, dude. I showed that one video a long time ago. I don't know if anybody remembers it or seen it, but how they took and they put air, like they use frequency, a vibration, a certain frequency, they in a fish tank, like a thin fish tank, and they had a boat, a little tiny toy boat, and they compressed them. They blew some air at the bottom of the water, but under the water, instead of it bubbling up, it literally formed a layer, like a sky, an upside down sky. So there was like air below it and air above it. So the water was floating on the air. What that frequency did is it made everything upside down. So then he took the boat and pulled it under toward the bottom into the air, and the boat fell back up and floated upside down. Like if you could picture somebody pulling a boat down, it's almost like Pirates of the Caribbean, bro. Like they pulled the bitch down into the air and it floated back up. It fell back up onto the water and was just sitting there floating upside down. It was the weirdest shit, dude. And that's where I knew you might have been onto something, because that's just a type of frequency, and everything, especially electricity given is like a sort of frequency, and that could be what's setting the bias. So that's when I opened my mind up to it, when I seen that.
Well,
So
the easiest way, you can refute their entire position with one question. So it's like, what is density? Density is the compactness of matter, the amount of matter in a certain volume. So if you compact it down,
mass over volume or something.
Yeah, it's like packing down some dirt. That now it's more dense, right? You're just compacting more matter in a set amount of volume. It's more dense. So compactness of matter. So what causes the compactness of matter? Okay, so compactness of matter. How tightly held together that the matter is. Okay, well then what holds the matter together, however tightly it's held together?
That sounds like density again. So like,
Yeah.
you're often talking about like electrostatic potential and shit like that, but it has to do with again density. Like
Yeah, you're not getting the question. Density is the compactness of matter. So what causes the compactness of matter? What causes density?
Okay,
Electrostatic force.
you want us to answer gravity. So like, what causes things to be?
No, he wants you to answer what it is. Electrostatic force, bro.
It's
even when shit's sitting still, it's still held together.
No, hold on. What they call gravity. I'm not saying gravity by their terms. I'm saying this idea that more dense things, like in more of a flat Earth term, like so, like
Yeah,
more
not even
dense
in their
things-
model, bro. Gravity doesn't even hold things together in their model. It's until you get to like a planetary scale or
Static in their model as well.
No, I'm trying to get you to abandon all of that. Like, don't. When I speak on these terms, don't think that I'm talking on a globe Earth paradigm. Get me?
Yeah, but you just stated that gravity is the answer he's looking for, and that's not even the mainstream answer, bro.
What is gravity on a flat Earth term?
He's not talking about gravity, brother.
No, he is. That's what I'm pointing out. He's talking
That's
about
not what holds things together, bro. Just listen for a second. That's not what holds things together.
Wait. He's saying like flat Earth gravity, basically. Like I am saying it's not just density. What they call gravity isn't completely made up. There is something else there, but they made up what it is. So yes, in that sense, yeah, gravitas means heavy. So how heavy something is, what is weight, what causes weight. Yeah, they're like you can call it gravity if you want. I personally am a fan of taking the word back from them, but I've already figured out it's not even an option with flat earthers. Just saying downward bias makes them freak out. So like there's just no way in hell we can take the word gravity back yet. We're not even close.
Yeah, I'm talking about what causes things to become more dense at the lower layer. Like the lower you go, the more dense they become. The higher up you go, the more spread out molecules, if you want to go with that structure, become. You know, like density. It mostly describes things, but the electrostatics that you talk about could fill in the gaps, right?
Well, yeah, it's the primary causal agent. Like right here, you have the American Chemical Society. Electric field strength around the surface of the charged material increases when the material becomes more compact.
Yeah, and Rachel made a video, and I like Rachel, and I really like her videos, so I don't want to anybody to think I'm talking shit about her, but I did disagree with her when she was saying that she was saying that which it destroyed in her video, and she wasn't a bitch about it. She's a professional about everything she does. I appreciate that, but she stated her case, and she was saying that shit should float in a vacuum in a Van de Graaff generator or during an electric storm, right? So that showed me she didn't understand it, but she fuck, I forgot my point. Oh yeah, that showed me that she definitely didn't understand it.
Dude, she was asking questions in the chat the whole time. And every one of her questions, I just dunked on. Every, like, 30, 40 questions.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, then when it's all said and over, she's like, that's why you can't answer my questions. I answered every question, like literally every question from like 7 different people all at once the whole time, including responding to the stream. Because it's just a bunch of misconceptions. It's just like what the ballers do to me when I bring this up. They're saying the same thing ballers say. That object should float in a
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Like they think ether is a threat for some reason. I couldn't get it out of them because they were like too triggered when I went on Nathan's show. But for some reason, they think it's a threat, and I thought maybe I was missing something. Like, what am I missing, dude? Is the ether a threat? Because I was under the idea that if the ether existed, then their whole fucking model's destroyed basically because of Mickelson and Morty. Like, what am I missing? And nobody ever told me, and I still don't know if I'm missing something. But to them, the ether is threatening to their model or to the flat Earth.
Because they all
why else would they be so adamantly against it?
Because they all just listen to QE. QE told them that it's a globe model thing. QE showed them an out of context quote from Einstein without proper interpretation, and they all think that like it's a globe thing. The speed of light travels, light needs a medium to travel, and they think it's a globe idea, even though it existed thousands of years ago.
They think the Michelson-Morley is a parlor trick, like interferometers used fucking every day throughout the world is a parlor trick, and the same type of device with basically I've never even seen, but they think like the argon pulse lasers, proven fucking the delayed choice quantum eraser is like they just overlooked that whole thing. They ask you, is that natural?
Well, that's the irony in it is the quantum eraser experiment is literally interferometry. So if they call Michelson-Morley like a parlor trick, then that would be interesting.
Look, truth be told, I think that they pounced on with this idea of electrostatics, calling it bullshit in order to gain basically like more views. I think that they rely too much on throwing people under the bus. They were out of globers to use, and they decided to use a fucking flat earther with a new idea.
Yeah, maybe some of them, Lou, but some of them are adamantly 38 fucking hot about even hearing it. Like,
yeah,
they
it's
get
the
upset,
ether.
like
It's
literally
the ether.
upset about it.
It's like in the realm of controlled opposition. To be honest, it's like the ether is too big of an exposing of the globe model, and using the Michelson-Morley against globers is a big step towards the flat Earth actually, being like the norm. And I don't know. I'm not saying they're controlled opposition, but whoever's whispering in their ears is making them act like it at least.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Whitsitt is 100% correct, but he's on the right line of questioning. Like, why not question this? And if you're a truther, like, accept all fucking possibility. If you're gonna limit your your reality, your realm, and everything else based off of things that are given to you by particle science, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, here, bro. Here. That's what I say. Open your mind up to any possibility. If we're all to be honest about everything.
But they went after Bob. They went after Ken Wheeler. It's not just Whitsitt. It's the ether. Anybody that considers the ether is like enemy number one.
Yeah,
that should tell you
because
something.
a lot of flat earthers did kind of run around this arena speaking so matter of factly about the ether when it was like they were really, really speculating and they were speaking about it so matter of factly as if it was right there with anything else flat earth related scientifically. With
that's part of it.
Well, that's what happened. Like everyone was building this armor up to defend against pseudoscience and call them out, and then you have people running around in that arena like not being specific about what they could or couldn't verify scientifically, and the ether fell underneath that scope.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah.
I don't care, man. Like no one's gonna stop me from talking about like what the truth is. I mean, that's what it is. It's abundantly obvious.
There's got to be some explanation, dude. There's got to be an explanation of when you're talking about up and down. Like it might not be even if I don't agree with that, I'm still going to keep searching for ideas because like frequency and whatnot. Because up is different than down. Period. RDD it explains everything in our realm, but still, that doesn't mean we can't figure out the cause of it. The cause that up is different than down. Because they're different.
I'm not exaggerating here. Go into my head. I have 10 seconds to answer, and I have to answer correctly. Is there an ether? I answer under 5 seconds. Yes. I'm not exaggerating. I know that there is an ether. If you don't want to call it.
Yeah, there's got to be something like that. Yeah. I'd have to say. If I'm betting my life, I'm betting yes.
In less than 5 seconds, can you define the ether?
It's just the background medium that sustains electromagnetic energy.
All the globers do is kick the can further down the road. I mean, there's got to be a point where metaphysics, or for a lack of better words, like metaphysics, are the point we don't understand and do anything but theorize. But I mean, at some point, you're going to hit that level, and like they go down with photons and then muons and gluons and all this little tiny shit that's just a model. Fine, you got a model, but you know, to me, they're just kicking the can down the road of running into a fucking etheric type of substance anyway, bro. Because you wind up with fields on that level too. You're gonna want, no matter what level you kick it down to, you're gonna wind up with where everything is not solid particle, not mass particles, or fields of electricity.
Pure potential state that energy comes from. It's pure potential. That's what it is. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred. So where's the energy coming from? There's a pure potential.
Potential. Can I extrapolate on this? So like the idea of potential, I think most people don't quite get it. So like, you live in a dynamic environment. There's like always pros and cons to everything. So like, it's like, what is your potential in any given environment that might vary, right? So depending on all of these other factors, you could have a positive experience or a negative, or I don't even know really how to describe that part of it, but like,
it's the amount of work that can be done. Really crude layman terms.
Potentially, this could happen.
Yeah, just like a person can sit on their couch all day, every day, but they have the potential to go work out every day and get jacked. You know, they are capable of going and doing that work.
It will happen. It doesn't mean that it always is, right? Like,
but in order for that person to actually, say you see him go work out every day, he obviously had to have the ability to get off the couch and go do that. You're seeing him do it, right? It's like, yeah, it's really crude, but the energy is coming from somewhere. I mean, even quantum mechanics is acknowledging this. That's why QE is like such a like walking, talking contradiction. It's weird to me. It's like, I doubt he doesn't get it, because he's all about quantum mechanics. All quantum mechanics has done is show that the energy is coming from somewhere else. It's coming from somewhere. You know, they call it quantum fields because they can't say ether.
when it comes to the quantum field, like all they need to get is like one or two like positive results, and then they're like, "This is verified. It's true." Even though it took many experiments to get them there, like it wasn't always there. Just like you have the potential to do something, you have the potential to eat right, you have the potential to exercise, you have the potential to, it doesn't mean you're going to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like inertia. Inertia means unchanging. So you can be like going a certain speed and be unchanging, right? Like constant velocity, that's like inertial. It's unchanging. But like obviously like rest is inertial. Like the ether is
never a rest. By the way, you're never a rest.
Yeah, I know, but the ether is. The ether's the only thing that exists that is truly at rest. Nothing that exists.
It's always moving. No, that's a contradiction. It's always moving.
No, there's movement within it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be moving, right?
No, there's movement within it. So that means there has to be some other source of energy that's moving within it. But the ether isn't moving. There's something moving in it.
Okay, so that you're saying the energy from the ether is circulating, but see, that's where I think they don't understand, but they're actually arguing for materialism. I don't know if they understand that if you break it down to its roots, they're arguing for fucking materialism, which is, we're against that, right?
Yeah, and I actually think that what's causing the movement within is the creator. So whatever. The only other type of energy we even know about, it's coming from the ether. And there's some other source of energy that's within the ether. That's like what sets everything into motion. I mean, this is like not religious. This has nothing to do with spirituality. This is just like physics. Like in terms of physics, there has to be something that set everything into motion. Even just looking at the sky, something is making it move, dude.
All right, let me ask you this. if you're saying the ether is never moving, does that mean that the ether is basically the absence of what everything that we calculate, like everything that we keep track of and calculate and measure, like we're just basing it off of a reference frame of nothingness? Like it never ever moves. It's always
Yeah, but it's not. It's not. No, it's not that. No, when it moves, it ends up becoming materially manifest. Like that's what. Like I just agree with what Tesla said and his reasoning. And he's saying that when the ether is put under stress, so as in like pushing down on it, like if you had a gas container and then you started to compress it, well, the gas is going to get tighter and tighter. It's under stress. When that happens to the ether, you get static electricity. And then when it's thrown into motion, it becomes
but it was dynamic. It was dynamic like that. Like we can manipulate it, or it just happens to do it on its own naturally. But like that means it would have to be in a constant state of movement, like our weather, high pressure, low pressure zones, and so on and so forth.
Well, no,
Like
something's causing it to be excited and then pop into our world, basically. So, like, what's causing it to do that? I mean, it's whatever source of energy or whatever force is setting everything into motion. So, I don't really know how that wouldn't be God, but that's for each.
I mean, are you saying God keeps things in stasis until you observe them?
I think that God's presence is such an immense energy and force that it makes the material world become manifest. Right? Like what holds our world together physically? Electrostatics. Like I agree with Tesla that what causes that is the life-giving force pressing down and pushing down the ether, thus causing stress or strain on the ether, and that becomes static electricity in our world. So, I mean, I get this stuff is super deep. Like, I don't even claim to know all the answers. All I know is that like ether is just potential.
Yeah, we're going into a speculation realm. Like,
Yeah, it's intrinsically.
You're in a place where like everything that you say, somebody's going to hang on, and they're going to say like, "This is what Witches says. This is the truth according to him." I'm not.
I don't. I guess I like to just say it's just.
I want to know your opinion. You know, like, I want to know your opinion.
It's the pure potential state, man. It's like the initial state of what we call energy. It's where the energy comes from. It's just pure potential. Like that's what it is. It's unimpeded, pure potential. It seems to be fluid-like in the sense that it has some type of substantive value, but simultaneously doesn't really impede things. It's kind of beyond our comprehension. I mean, that's why it's not in this material world, though. Like to think the ether would be confined to like materialistic physics is ignorant. It's fluid, like it's basically like a superfluid. That's as close as we get to it.
My question then is it fluid, like it's moving on its own, like regardless what we do, or is it in stasis? It's static,
yeah,
on its own unless we do something to it.
Well, it's not really us who do something to it. I mean, we can try to, but yeah, it's just whatever's in that realm. But I would say it's in stasis. It's like an ocean of superfluid that's like perfectly in equilibrium, like it's fluid statics, right? Like not fluid dynamics, rather static.
So it's like a fluid, but like how is it affected if that's the case?
How's it affected?
Yeah. Like what can we do to keep it? Like what can we do that it won't be affected by, and what can we do that we will affect it?
Well, I think that when we shoot light, we affect it. That's what light is. Light is just like disturbing that stasis. And that's what light is. Light is a disturbance in the ether, and so then it makes it kind of like illuminate. It's excited, it's disturbed, perturbation, and then it's just trying to go back into its state. That's why as soon as you remove the disturbance, say turn your laser off, boom, it's gone. You know what I'm saying?
This is how you challenge Witsit. You fucking like make him actually think of new shit. Again, because he will throw you on your shit. Like,
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think, but like I've been very clear from the beginning, right? I'm like, yo, I just want to figure it out. I don't know all the answers about this, but the worst thing anyone can do is try to like shut down the convo. It's just retarded.
yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm trying to figure out how to think how you think. Like, it's like if you think you've got a lot of answers, I want to know the things that I'm missing.
Yeah, I mean, just like the energy has to come from somewhere, bro. Like if energy can't be created nor destroyed, then it can only be transferred. So where's it transferred from? And you can even answer this. You can establish ether philosophically, like what exists beyond the material world. Nothing cannot exist, which means something exists. If you don't want to call it ether, I don't care. Like something exists outside the material world. The alternative is nothing. And that's a true dichotomy. And that's what started this whole thing. I hit Oakley with that. He couldn't respond and he freaked out.
Yeah, people are that's the thing. Is like where I want to dig into you to figure out what am I missing. Like, other people are offended and not just offended, but they feel like they've been attacked if you say things that go against what they believe or think.
How weird is that, bro? How weird is it to be offended that someone else thinks something?
Yeah, I don't understand that myself. Like, but they are. There's no doubt about it. They are.
It's actually kind of disrespectful. It's almost like they're talking to me like, how dare this guy think he like have the audacity to think he can think for himself. It's just disrespectful. It's
Well, that's what proves that it's got to be that they have a very deep sense that we might be right, and there's too many of us saying it, so they've got to get offended because it's like so obvious once you think about it.
We're trying to big bro me. They're like, Witsit needs to know his place.
Oh yeah, you're talking about. I think you're talking about ballers, but yeah, Nathan, yeah.
Yeah, Oakley and QE. Like that's what it started it all. They're like, Witsit needs to know his place. Yeah, we'll prop him up. He's good. We can pass the torch to him, but he needs to know his place. QE's like, I taught him everything he knows. What'd you do?
Well, it really seemed like the ether was the big thing. They went after Ken Wheeler and Bob for that before you.
No, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. But when it's like QE felt betrayed. He had messaged me and he's like, step away.
Yeah.
You must not know who you're talking to, bro. Like
right. Yeah, that's pretty shady.
The whole 24/7 server was scared to talk when QE was in there, but I wasn't. I'm like the photon pseudoscience, dude.
I was one of those people that was there.
I antagonized them. Don't worry. I antagonized them.
Actually, you know what? You want to know the truth? Me and QE got off to a very, very rough start. He hated me and I hated him. What's funny is because of those arguments that I challenged him with, he gained respect for me and I gained respect for him. I got to know him more as a person.
Anyway, but the ether thing became like a topic that they didn't even want to say was a topic to discuss. It's one thing to say you don't think the ether is the background medium, but another thing to say that's off the table for discussion in the context of the whole flat Earth topic. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, what's
so
funny is
important.
like what Lou just said. The same thing that happened with me and QE, because I went at him with the light thing. I remember it very vividly. It was like midnight. It's late for him, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good for him. And he left. He got like mad and left, and then messaged me the next day and said, "You know what? I was thinking about it, and you may be right. It looks like light may actually be instant." I'm like, yeah, it's already there.
The thing is with QE is like, as a person, he is a lot more agreeable, like a real person. When he's John, he's a person, When he's QE, he's a character.
I know that's 100% true. It's like, yeah, it's like don't challenge me in this mode. Yeah, it's gay though. That's gay.
Dude, like, why are you playing an internet character? Just be yourself, you know?
Yeah. Like my channel name is my name.
That's the funny thing. Like, maybe I don't know. I didn't realize I had to give QE respect in the 24/7 server because I didn't know who the hell he was until I got on Discord. Like, I didn't know he had a YouTube channel. I've been looking into Flat Earth since 2012, 13. Like, I didn't know who Quantum Earth. I might have seen one of his videos or something prior to getting on Discord like a year or two ago. Like, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
But like, talking to him as a person, like, he's not a bad guy. Like, I don't know. I've had really good conversations with him on a personal level. Him and I share a lot in common. I'll leave it at that, with certain aspects of his life or whatever. So I don't know, but it's the character, right? It's kind of like what Oakley does. Put out your tail feathers, talk shit, mute people, and just call people names. Like, what is that really accomplishing? Giving people toe tags. Yeah, you beat them up real good with ad homs. Like, it's not productive.
But the
At least it's
ironic
not
part
creative.
is like that's the opposite of how you ensure longevity. Like it's like making a hit song that's real like cliche and kind of cheesy, but it's everyone plays on the radio, it's catchy. But like then they disappear. It's like the person that's in a few movies but then disappears, and it's like the opposite of how you would attain longevity. If you want to like attain longevity, make content, then you have to be like transparently like real, and people have to like resonate with it, because that way you ensure that you are there to stay. Because even if you change, you grow, like it's just been you the whole time, and people stuck around to see you, so you're good. Now if you play a character or role, now you can't change, now you can't adapt. People are only there for your character. So now you're going to end up hating it and being miserable and looking for confrontation if that's the character you chose. So now it's going to come off really disingenuous and forced and redundant. So it's actually very ironic. If they were just like real chill, like who they are, because I've heard Oakley be super chill too. Like I think they'd have way more success.
Yeah, it was weird. They started coming after you and Dysel and whatnot right at a time where I think they just couldn't beat the curved adjacent dead horse enough, so they needed something else.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, and they're still bringing that up to me too. It's like the elevation angle thing. Look, I'm just going to say it right here, bro. I don't think that's a good argument. I don't think that's a good argument.
No. How you visually see the space is a much better argument.
Dude,
like
that's so retarded. Like the Earth, if the fact we take elevation angles proves the Earth is flat. That's dumb. No, it doesn't. Like I get it. I mean, there's something to it. Like, yeah, the Earth is flat. So in reality, of course, we go out there, we take elevation measurements, we do everything like the Earth is flat. But if the Earth is a pretty big ball relative to our position we're making a measurement from, it doesn't matter. You could treat it like it was flat to take the measurement. Now, when you extend it out to different circles of altitude and start cross-referencing them, and they all remain the same altitude, parallel to the ground, then you start to have something, right? You start to extend the baseline of the elevation angles out to great distances, out to the horizon, but horizontally, and you do this in different places. Well, that's a decent argument. That's not what they say. Let's say the fact that you can even take an elevation angle measurement in the first place is only possible on a flat Earth.
Yep. It's stupidity. It doesn't actually get to the root of the issue, because then it comes, the circles of equal altitude is similar to what they try to do with the spherical excess. They want to take 3 triangles that are on 3 different planes, blend them together, right? And say, oh, there's excess because there's 3 different triangles. It's not actually one spherical triangle. Yeah. It's just like the circles of equal altitude.
It's goofy. You can see where it would make sense. It's like you're standing here and this is kind of what the best stillmen, they just say all of it wrong. But I think Oakley will occasionally say it kind of right. I don't know. I haven't listened to him in a year, and I didn't listen to him then either, to be honest. So, but from my understanding, basically, like you take your elevation angle and you extend it all the way out to the horizon, assumed horizontal. But then they're like, well, they make dip correction, and that doesn't really matter because they're just getting elevation. They just need the initial tangent point. So like in reality, yeah, like if you're on a globe and then you take an elevation angle and you extend that baseline all the way out to the horizon horizontally, like that's not possible on a globe. But they claim that they make a dip angle correction and it doesn't really matter because they're just getting the angle from the tangent. I don't know. Anyway, long story short, I think that that's a retarded argument. I've bit my tongue on that. I haven't gone around and told them they're an embarrassment to flat Earth and they're not allowed to say it. I think it's legitimately retarded though. So that's just I brought that up for that point, right? Like I don't get it. Like now if I see something that like I will correct the flat earther if what they're saying is just like patently wrong. They get away with it in the sense that they talk about extending it all the way out to the horizon. So it's like whatever. Whatever. But it's like, yo, okay, well, you can't believe in the ether, which got thrown out because it debunked the heliocentric model, but you must believe in subatomic particles and photons. Yikes. But yeah, I remember Napalm, you were here when that was all going on. We were talking about it all day, every day for a couple weeks.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I hadn't really followed Nathan Oakley's show or any of that either, and I just started going over there. Actually, Dicelo initially sent me an invite to that server to go in, and I think it might have been Hammer's show or something like that, just to go in and discuss things about the ether, right? Just have a conversation. So I was on that server, and then I realized it was Nathan Oakley's, and I went to the shows a couple times or whatever, but it wasn't much that I was there at all. And then the whole thing started, and I was like, hold on a second. Like I tried to speak, and I was like, wait a minute. I'm just asking like very simple, legitimate questions that you shouldn't try to come at somebody else and mute them and not let them talk with a very simple questions regarding like the nature of light and what is a photon, electron, what are these things, how do you guys define them? And then it's just ad hom. I'm like, wow, it was interesting.
Yeah, it's like just like what Flatso was doing the first time. They have very anti-flat earther-esque tactics, but like saying here, it's easier to kind of stay chill because they don't have like supreme mod power. But there they did. At gyms they do. So like,
right.
If you stay in there long enough trying to fight through it, you're gonna like come out like tainted by the beast. You know what I mean? Like
Dude, people that don't go into places where they don't have the ability to mute people, like I don't really care to have a conversation with anyways, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, QE came here for like 5 minutes early on. He didn't last very long though.
I have a lot to say about all of that. So like, yeah, I mean, when you're dealing with anti-flat earthers, like that, you got to understand. Put your mind in the set of being an anti-flat earther. Like your whole goal is to always shut them down, no matter what. Like it doesn't matter what they're talking about, no matter how true it rings, you shut them down because they're flat earthers, right?
Yeah, but like this is the thing, bro. It's like it's not convincing or edifying for any audience to not get to hear the other person speak. Like, you know what I mean? Like they wouldn't even debate me, bro. I'm like,
Doesn't matter as long as they think they're winning. So it's like Charlie Sheen mentality. Like I'm here winning. I got a jaw made of methamphetamine. You know, like dude, I'm winning. Fucking tiger blood. You know, like I'm winning. I got the people on my side. And all I have to do is convince you, the audience, that the person I'm arguing against doesn't have a point. So it doesn't matter how logical their point is or how well constructed their point is. All I have to do is cast doubt. That's all I have to do.
yeah, when you go to the extent where you're tactically straw manning and omitting and twisting to paint narratives and you're doing it on purpose, like that's such a bad vibration to be in. I challenged Oakley to a debate. I'm like, just debate me 1v1 about it then. Fairly moderated. 1v1. He like asked me how much I was gonna pay him. I told Kiwi, I'm like, yo, I'll debate me 1v1, bro. Fairly moderated. Wouldn't do it. I told him I would debate them 2v1. Fairly moderated. Wouldn't do it. I then told Oakley, okay, name your price. Wouldn't do it. So there's a reason that they won't fairly debate me. And if someone can't put that together, I don't know what to tell you.
You're talking about Oakley. See, here, this is flat Earth versus flat Earth. Like, this is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about anti-flat Earth. Like, anti-flat Earthers, their entire goal is to always interject and always intercept and always cast doubt. Like, those are, like, if you wanted to give them a CIA tactic, like, always do those three things, right? Like, it's done. To any audience who's listening, in, you will always win if you can do one of these three things.
Yeah, well, what's even funnier, it's like they know they do it though. So like if we're in here and there's a baller that's just like interrupting, changing the subject, never actually answering the question, avoiding it, then just like going into vague, like baseless claims of victory and insults and like never answering the question over and over and over, dragging you to the mud, then they're jumping in one by one. Like you do this all the time, projection, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They all know it's going on. That's what's
They
so
call
crazy.
it, like, left lane is notorious. As soon as you put one of them to fucking fire, right? Like, then left lane comes in or somebody like him and tries to save them. You know, like they will distract. They will use other tactics that I mentioned. They will come in to try to give, no matter how ignorant their point of argument is, it's just to cast doubt every single time.
Dude, that's the part that's crazy, right? So it's like I can empathize to an extent, right? If I'm in here and I'm listening to a flat earther and the baller's getting the best of them, I'll sit back, I'll listen for a while. If the flat earther can't answer the question or like is avoiding the question, I'll jump in and answer the question. I get that. But I'll jump in and answer the question though. I will never jump in and pretend that he's winning the debate or anything like that. And if it's just really absurd, I will jump in and call them out. I will agree with the baller. No problem. I can't even fathom the idea of like knowing my dude is like being dishonest and avoiding the question and like wrong, and then like jumping in against the baller pretending he's actually right. To me, that's like wild. Like I can't even imagine. Like it. I
Well,
just dirty
especially
thinking
in
about it.
the flat earth community, we're tooth and nail, like fighting each other every single day. Like, and that's probably our downfall. We need to have an indoctrination and a religion and a fucking government that we fucking all agree with, like, in order to convince these fuckers. You know, these fuckheads that come in here and fight us. The only way is if we are all willing to lie for our system.
Yeah, but I think it's important
Not
that we
gonna
don't all
have.
agree. I think it's exact opposite. It's very important we don't all agree, and then there's no one person in charge. You know, that's why it's so hard to shut down. There's so many different little branches of it, and but the disagreements, yeah. As far as the attacking, yeah, that's a little bit overboard. I agree.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but if somebody's saying something ridiculous, like I did this the other day on a different server, like there was a flat earther that was like browbeating this person who seemed like legitimately interested, whether he was or not, who knows, right? But I'll certainly have a conversation and try to at least express what I think about the subject to the best of my ability, especially if somebody's wanting to listen and seems like they're willing to learn. And this flat earther was just like browbeating the heck out of this person with a horrible argument, like not a good argument at all, shouldn't even be used. And I kept basically calling him out on it, trying to divert him away from it, and he just kept going at it and at it. And then I don't know. But it's like, if somebody's saying an argument that's incorrect, regardless of what side they're on, if I feel that it's incorrect and I have better information or knowledge to share, I'm going to let them know that they're incorrect about it. I don't care what side they're on.
Yeah, I'll fight for the globe when it's necessary. Like, dude, that's not what
That's
they're
not
claiming.
even it, though. That's not even it, though.
That's
You know
not
what
what they
I'm saying?
claim.
But that's not even it. It's not like you're fighting for the globe. There's many times that you can just step in and be like, first of all, you got that completely wrong. Like, if a flat earther comes into this server and is like, space is fake, bro. No, and that's their whole argument is space is fake, and they have no knowledge to put behind it. Like, I will have a discussion with that flat earther way before like a baller or anything like that, and be like, what do you mean that space is fake? That's a stupid argument. Why are you even using that? That kind of makes us look stupid to say space is fake.
Yeah, like
People look up and say, I see stars. What do you mean space is fake, you freaking idiot, stupid flat earther? Like, it's a horrible way to lead it, and then just guide them in a different direction.
Yeah, like, but think about this. Have you ever seen one of the anti-flat earthers go against one of McToon's claims? Like, have you ever seen it? Have you ever seen one of them call FTFE out and go? That's the point. Now, FTFE's been demonstrably and provably wrong about many things to an extent that he's even had to come out and admit it. Just patently wrong, ignorant, remedial things.
Yep.
No anti-flat earther will ever call him out. They'll never call Ed Freeze out. They'll never call McToon out. They never call any of their own out. It's a cult, dude. Because, like, say, like what we're talking about here, like Flatzoid disagreeing with me about this and this and this, and Oakley disagreeing with me about this and this and this. I disagree with Jaron about this. We discuss it live that we disagree, right? Like, they never do that. They act like all these anti-flat earthers claims are just legit. At the least, they're just not going to say anything, even if they know they're wrong. And I just find that to be very telling in and of itself, to be honest.
Yeah, they're very malleable and willing to bend as the knee. Whatever the authority says, that's what I believe.
Yeah, and there's people that always want to say, like, we need to be in a united front, which 100% we do, but we need to be in united front in the truth, regardless, no matter what. Like, you can't just not be truthful about the information just because we all want to be on the same page. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, I don't like, I didn't bring electrostatics up because I got bored and wanted to, like, start some disconnect between people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's what the evidence shows.
Yeah, you did. I saw you do it.
Yeah, like, it's literally just what the evidence shows, you know? Like, I started looking through Oliver Heaviside and Nikola Tesla. I started like, oh, well, Charles Produce Steinmetz was a freaking genius, and he gave us a lot of the stuff we have today. He perfected the AC generator, actually. And he's like, he explains some of the misunderstandings people have to this day regarding electricity. And it actually makes sense. He's defining the stuff, like the actual phenomena. He's defining it. He's explaining how it works. Whereas today, they don't even do that at all. They say stuff like positive and negative. And he's like, people overly complicate this, and this is what it is. You know, the dielectric and the magnetic are, you know, joined at the hip, basically. And together, they make electricity. Anyway, and like people think that the energy stored on the outside of, like, say, a capacitor, but in fact it's not. It's in the area around it. And it explains the dielectric. Anyway, so I started reading this, started looking into it, and then I started going back over to the mainstream, and I started looking and finding out, like, oh wow, everything this guy said is true. They just can't say it that way. And then that led me down this path where I'm like, well, everything's electric. And why do they not talk about this? Why is not one of the first things you're told in school, like, dude, everything that exists is electric?
A major part of the reason why they don't talk about it is because the electric universe is not very well understood. So, like, the experts, they don't want to talk about things they don't quite grasp. Like, they admittedly know that the electric universe and electricity, magnetism, all that stuff, they don't really grasp it.
Yeah,
but they don't.
why? Like, that's what woke me up, was that what you said's true. They don't really understand it, admittedly, at the top levels of academia. But it used to be understood. They used to have explanations. Now they just say, I don't know. And you never hear about the explanations.
I would have to argue with you about that. I don't think it was truly understood. There might be, like, if you want to say Tesla got it, like, maybe he did. I have no real proof to say he did. There's a lot of problems. Like, it's just that a lot of this stuff was considered to be, like we had a better model. Let's say, like we thought we did, but even in that model, they knew that, like, this is just like the understanding that we have now within our grasp, and people are just inherently like more able to, they're more broad about the way they speak out and their stuff. Like, it's like, this is what I know. Like, when it comes to electricity and magnetism, it is true that, like, everybody who's deep in the field doesn't quite understand it. They know that there's mysteries to be solved. I don't know. I don't want to ramble. Go ahead. Like, I don't think that, like, if you ask the experts, like, I don't think that you're gonna actually get, like, a definitive answer. Like, these people will tell you, like, yeah, it's a mystery. We have a work knowledge of these things, but we don't know how it really works. That dude, when I took electronics classes, that's the way that my teachers taught it to me. They said, like, look, this is the law. Now, as far as the law goes, like, this is just our general understanding of how this works. Doesn't, like, it's still a mystery. Like, all of I had, whatever, dude. I took classes in high school. I took classes in college towards electrical engineering, and all of my teachers, like, all of them, when it came to, like, the fundamentals, like, about how it works, they told you that they didn't know. Like, they were like, look, this is how we register it, this is how we understand it, but it could be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't know what magnetism is, bro. They don't know what any of this stuff is, and it's 2023, so I think virtual particles are a thing. They literally think it makes them smart to believe in virtual particles. So,
Austin, did you see my video or catch it on Globebusters about the evidences that the South is bigger? Like, I put 10 of them together. Like, there's literally a lot of them I didn't even put in there because I didn't want to go too long before I put my new one in there. And I went on Google Earth and looked at all the main highways in the north. The further north I got, the reason I did all this is because I was trying to find a stretch of highway along I-10. It stretches from Atlantic Ocean to Pacific Ocean almost, clear across the country, right? And I went, like, the last time I traveled east, I traveled like 5 hours down it, and I couldn't find one fucking stretch that was even 3 or 4 miles long, much less 5 miles. I was trying to find a spot to see how far a cloud is away that's on the horizon, and to get an idea, not get an exact number, but get an idea of about how far a cloud away it is, if it's sitting just above the trees or if it's close, lower than the trees, you know. And there's no straight stretches, bro. It was literally zigzagging. And I got to thinking, dude, that would make sense, bro. I bet you, and it's a prediction I made. I made it in this Discord server. If I look in the south, the further south I go, the straighter the fucking highways are going to be. And I'm not talking about little roads and shit. I'm talking about like the main stretches. And sure enough, bro, it was fucking even crazier than I thought, dude. At first, I was like, I'm going to go further north. So I went up toward the Pittsburgh area to one of the main highways that goes like toward the Great Lakes and on toward the Pacific Ocean. And that bitch was even windier than I-10, which is by me in Florida, South United States. Then I
Bro,
went up in
I-90.
Canada, and it was more windy. But then I went down to the to Argentina, down south, and there was stretches of road of highway that I never even had to I only had to reorient my screen one time, and I just scrolled across the entire continent, dude. Same thing in South Africa, and then I went to North South America, and the road started getting windy again, like toward the top of Africa, toward the top of South America. Like I couldn't believe it, bro. Then I went into Northern Europe, all windy, dude. It's like, man, this is what they would have to do, or what they would do if the Southern Hemisphere is bigger. It's exactly what we would expect, just to go along with all the other shit.
Bro, I-90 is the longest highway in America. It goes all the way from, it goes coast to coast, I think.
Is it further north?
Yeah, it's north. It's the north one, yeah.
Yeah.
It bypasses the Great Lakes, all of that I was talking about. Yeah, it intersects, I should say. All roads lead to here. It's where all the industry is. Like you need fresh water for everything. It's why the North was powerful during the Confederate, like the North versus South war. All industry relies on like fresh water and industry and that was redundant, but like you can have agriculture, you can build certain things, but you can't do it without water.
Witsit, I still can't find that video. I checked all the Glowbusters ones. Where'd you go over that argument, the Coriolis one again?
It might be on
Rockfin.
Rockfin. Yeah, you know, I also mentioned it in my last modern day debate.
Did they have any rebuttal for it? Who'd you debate?
No, it was such a shit show. I didn't get to anything like that.
Did y'all see the poll? The fucking poll, modern day debate did with like I think 500 or 600 votes. I don't know. It was a lot of votes, and saying is the Earth a level plane or whatever, and it was like I think 58% flat, bro. It's like modern day debates is a pretty big poll, you know, on the spot. And
at this point, the modern day debate is getting most of its views from flat earthers.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, you look at the stats, dude. Like my debate with Mr. Sensible on Modern Day Debate got like almost 30,000 views. There are so many debates that aren't flat earth that didn't get like 10,000 less than that, bro. Like I think he's getting more live viewers. It's a better topic, man. It should be this way, bro. We should all be fucking talking about it, no matter what side you're on.
Dude, that's why they're always bringing in Witsit and Nathan Thompson and whoever else. Like they're always bringing in a flat earther. They're trying to draw in the crowd. That's where they're getting their funding.
Yeah, I've made 4 appearances on that bitch, man.
Yeah, like I was told that the analytics in my debates on there are pretty crazy, as in the interaction.
Dude, me and you killed fucking Conspiracy Cats and Sensible, bro. I went back and watched it, bro. We fucking demolished them, bro.
Brian, I gotta say, the one that I watched that had you in it, you sort of like. I'm sorry, but you didn't do well for us, honestly.
I've only seen one with me in it, bro.
Yeah, I only watched one, but you were antagonistic, and also
No, that wasn't me, bro.
yeah.
No, I don't bring attitude on that show.
Yeah, you're confusing him with Nathan Thompson, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm literally talking about Brian, you, like in the one that I watched with you in it. And I was wishing the entire time that we had somebody else there.
That's pretty nice
Yeah,
to
but
say
you-
to him, but you should get specific. Who was he debating?
What, it didn't happen unless I can say that?
Not saying that. I'm saying I've seen him. I didn't get that impression.
Yeah, I've never been. Yeah, I think you're thinking of somebody else because I've never gone on there with any kind of attitude, or I've always kept it polite and shit, man. Because there's a lot of people watching, man. You know, and I don't got a million people interrupted and stuff. So I've always kept it. I've always toned it down a notch. So you got to be thinking of somebody else, bro. I've never been antagonistic, even unless I'm just totally warped on my frame of thought. I don't know.
Yeah, that's not the word. That's definitely not the word at all. No, he just got excited a little bit in the debate that he did with me, maybe.
Yeah, it was the one with you where like it was like the whole time I was like, God, let witches speak. You don't have to have the floor. It was kind of like
I did talk like 90% of the time, so I kind of understand because like if Brian didn't jump in, he would.
It was kind of like, man, like it's not that you're wrong. It's just that you're doing it the wrong way.
No, I told him the only critique I had was that it comes off like you're yelling, even though you're just high energy. And I think he did good. And then whenever he did the debate against Bacon, he did really good. He actually saved that debate. He saved Thompson multiple times. The Rua Bacon debate. I didn't see who else did you say you debated? Mr. Sensible? I didn't see that. I
debated Mr. Sensible.
Yeah,
twice.
next to Nathan
Part
Thompson,
one and two.
You look like a chill, calm, perfectly mannered dude next to that guy.
Yeah, that dude made you look like a freaking saint.
Yeah.
That dude made you look like the most chill person ever.
You got a lot of comments too. I saw some chicks in there saying that you were hot.
Yeah, man. Oh my God, dude, that was so embarrassing. In the middle of the poll, he says he gets a super, or he says, he's like, I ain't trying to embarrass you, but he runs a poll, and how many people think Brian's hot? He runs a fucking poll. I'm like, oh my God, dude, he's fucking with me so hard, dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brian. I like you and everything. Like, I don't mean to talk shit, but like in that debate, you were the guy that stood out, in my opinion, anyway. You know,
Well,
obviously.
I will in my behalf, dude. Anybody like I agree that you're debating with Austin, then you definitely want to kick back, and because he's fucking on point, dude. He's really, really good, dude. Like I thought I was good. Like I was embarrassed over some people debating on McToons and on that channel. Like I felt like we need more veterans doing it, and like the way he come off, dude, he's really really good, really really quick minded, dude. It's fascinating how fucking good he is at that, and spitting topics, spitting facts, dude. And his retention of facts are just incredible, dude. He outthinks fucking everybody, including his teammate, bro. It's amazing to be a part of. I will say that. But I am a veteran though, so I try not to shoot bullshit at him. I try to come clean, come correct. I try to, man.
It literally might be a thing where I'm like comparing like who could speak versus who is speaking. Like where because off during that debate, when you spoke up, it felt like it was forced. Okay, that's what it felt like to me. Like you just had to get your time in or your point in, but it was not necessarily congruent with what was being said.
Well, one thing I did do in that debate, man, is half of my opener I just threw straight. I threw straight evidences in. I said, "This is evidence, whether they call it evidence or not." I said, because I know they're going to bring any evidence, so I'm going to spend, half of my opener and just showing pure flat Earth evidence, and they're still going to say we didn't bring evidence, and that prediction came true. So I think that went in my favor. I showed the long distance laser test. I showed the radar. I showed Marconi. I showed just I didn't really want to have to waste my time in that, but I know Conspiracy Cat's tactics. And he sure enough fell for my prediction at the end. They didn't bring any evidence. Yeah, okay. I already covered that one. So there's a couple of things I did good, man. But yeah, like I said, if you're putting me up against Austin, that's a tough one, bro. He's fucking. I'll even concede. I won't concede to very many people. He's one of the few I'll concede to and feel comfortable watching him. Some people I watch and I'm like worried and shit. Not with him.
In that spot, I'm just saying, like in that particular debate, I kind of wished that you would have bit your tongue a little bit, like once or twice more.
Antagonistic wasn't the word for it. That's for sure. I mean, you might get excited, but it's not. Whitsett did take most of the floor, so Brian had to speak up at least a little bit. Come on.
Yeah, we actually had an agreement though. He was like, "Dude, I'm gonna be there and just you talk," because James will not let me do a 2v1.
Yeah,
he won't let me do one. I'm like, dude, what's actually needed is a 2v1.
It was at the end though. It was like right before they went to the comments and shit. Like, and if you didn't like, I get you, Brian. Like, look, you were there for the debate, and you sort of like wanted to put in your 2 cents, right? Like, but it wasn't really focused around you. The conversation was focused around Whitsett as usual.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like I said, and I accept your criticism, bro. Your polite criticism is fine and all that. And but I'm gonna say this, dude. You go back and watch it, bro. We've destroyed them, dude. I made a highlight out of that where Conspiracy Cats literally stomped on Mr. Sensible's argument. They stomped back and forth on each other's argument like we had them so flustered by the end of it, dude. I think we did great, dude. I think we kicked their ass.
I agree. Overall, it was a pretty good fucking flat Earth win. Like, but I'm just saying, man, I don't want to be fucking rude. I'm just saying, Austin pretty much could.
Hey, Lou, you keep repeating yourself, and you've been doing it all day. Speaking of people that shouldn't be talking as much as others, I think you're falling into that category all day long, bro. Come on. You don't need to
Even
keep
that guy
repeating
who was
yourself.
just on with Austin, Luke, like that guy who was just on with Austin, like we all agreed, he was he was a little bit crazy and all that. It was funny listening to and everything. It's like he's the type I would like rather have on my team than against me. For some reason, that shit does catch people's attention. It's stupid that it does, but it does attract a certain type. But I don't agree with it. But like Platzoid and them did a show that's kind of and then Austin wound up joining, but they started that show like criticizing Austin for his teammate shit, dude. And Platzoid's been on Modern Day Debates. He should understand that you get teamed up with somebody and you're not in control of what the fuck they say or do. What are you going to do? Have an intervention in the middle of the debate? I thought that was very uncalled for. And that guy was off the chain, but he wasn't a veteran. You could tell he wasn't a veteran. He's the way he's speaking about certain things. And I'm not saying he wasn't accurate or on point, but he was speaking of some of the older arguments, some of the more mainstream flat Earth, if that's such a thing, more like Admiral Byrd, shit like that. Some of the older arguments, and but even them, I thought they destroyed freaking. I think every debate, the last since Kai and Austin's debate against MC Toon when he got beat face red and shit. Since that debate, Flat Earthers has been all over it, dude. And to me, MC Toon's never been the same since that debate. It exposed his attitude, and he's just man. I think since then, Flat Earth has been smushing it, especially on MDD.
That may be true. I would never know. I don't pay any attention to Mick Toon or Fight the Flat Earth or any of these guys. Like, I literally pay no attention to them, and none of us as Flat Earthers should.
I disagree, man.
They're not experts in their field. They're just anti-flat earthers, internet personalities who want to go against what we have to say. They're not credentialed in the way that they think that they are. Those people are literally just here to drag on our thing that we have going on, like our movement, our wave, our, you know. And to the guy who said
they're the best the globe has, though, bro. They're the best the globe has to offer. And like I said, there's no globe scientists out there, bro. So MC Toon and like Kosho and sorry, go ahead.
That's all they are.
Hey, Brian, how does that work? Do they give you like a cut of the super chats or what?
Yeah, right.
Fuck no.
You don't get anything?
No.
Nothing. That's
No, I'd be making bank, bro.
I know.
Yeah. I make that channel so much money, dude.
Look, you
Guess
guys,
what? The more this shit gets popular, and like I said, it's been twice as many viewers as one of them as like Christian debate, twice as many live viewers, twice as many super chats. As this shit gets live, you know, as this shit spreads and people realize it's a great topic, a great debate, it is the debate, and then maybe people will be able to make money at it. But unfortunately, you know, we don't make any money going on there. I certainly didn't.
because Mick Toon didn't fight the flat earth, even though they're internet nobodies with no credentials that actually matter. Like, they will be monetized and you will not be. Okay. So the more you give them a forum, the more you debate them, the more you give them money, the more you empower them, the more of an audience you give them. They will be. So like, dude, don't go thinking whoever that was that said that they are the best the globe has to offer. Like, no. They're literally low lining fucking nothings that only rely on us to exist.
They're the opposition, though, bro, and I think they get more views. Like I don't get hardly any new viewers, bro. Just the people who know me and like my material, but so
you know what?
the
Their
only way I'm
views are
reaching
people-
new people is to go on some of them channels, bro. To be
But
honest,
you know what? Their views are people that just hate flat earthers or just want to like reify their belief in the globe. Like, but the new people that come in, they're making more flat earthers out of anybody. You know, like there should be a campaign on the baller side for those guys to stop what they're doing because they're making more flat earthers every single time they do anything.
I agree. I think it's hilarious.
That's where I get hung up, because like I really want to blacklist all of them, where no flat earther ever pays attention to any of them ever again. Therefore, making them starve because they're living off of flat earth. They are fucking feeding their families. They are freaking off of flat earth, off of talking shit about you and me. That is their job, and that's how they're feeding their family. Go and make their family starve. Fuck them.
It's almost like you have to think that they know it's flat and they just know the arguments on the other side, and they realize that there's going to be a lot more interest in keeping it around for a while until it's too late. So they might as well cash in on the people that really want it to be a globe still. That must be where
you underestimate like delusion, dude.
I guess I do sometimes.
Yeah, you're underestimating.
I give them too much credit for thinking they might have common sense. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely do not. They absolutely do not have that. So
it's ridiculous.
Here's my contradiction. So like,
well, when they're tactical though, it's almost like they know what the argument is on our side, and if they know what the argument is, it's just a complete annihilation of what they think. So they use tactics to make their argument, and once you start doing that, then you're not really arguing for something you think is true. You're just tactically trying to get around the truth.
Well, somebody already pointed out, like, it's people like McToon and the Flat Earth that made them a flat earther. And it's the same with me. It honestly wasn't all of the good. It wasn't all of the good flat earth proofs. It was all of the bad globe earth proofs that made me go, what? That's your answer?
Yeah, just the personalities, Brenda and people like that are just, it's almost like if you cast the movie and in the end, you know, flat earth is going to win, but you want to cast the characters on their side that are just like totally dweeby and totally insane and totally unreasonable and completely like straw manning and tactically trying to get around things. It's just so obvious. Anybody that's just a regular person's got to see it.
That's what woke Kai up actually was. She heard Eddie Bravo talk about it. She went and looked into flat Earth videos, and she saw like these douchebags on the internet.
Yeah,
these literally like all the videos they pop up. She's like the Sideman dance and stuff, and they're like,
yeah,
people are so
What?
lame and so
So lame.
clearly dishonest, and they're not actually even like saying anything. Like, why can't they say anything? And so that's what made me really look into
That's
it.
what got me off the fence was Brenda and Rumpus and such and Fight the Flat Earth. Like listening to them, bro. I'm like, dude, they're literally just disagreeing with everything this dude says. No matter what he says, they're disagreeing with it, and they won't answer certain questions. Like they're just like mules, bro.
And they know there's things that nobody on our side thinks. Like they're still trying to straw man it, saying that gravity's the center of the whole disc and weird shit like that with their videos or like stuff that nobody thinks. Like, oh, you just think this because you're a flat earther.
Yeah,
why
but
are you
you
doing
just
that?
said that the other day, like that the Earth can't be flat because gravity would make the entire Earth folded on itself.
That's ridiculous.
When I say it was, I don't really know. Someone told me. Like, I don't watch that. I actually kind of adopted Lou's tactic here.
Well,
Like,
Professor Dave did a video like that, where the center of gravity would have to be like if there's a pole in the middle, and all the gravity would go to the center that way. Like, it's so stupid. Like they have to keep the idea that it's all going in towards the center still, and they just adopt. They just apply that to the flat Earth disc. It's so stupid.
I started doing what Lou's talking about, where I just like ignored McToon for so long. I mean, that dude. Yeah, I should actually go right now to my messages and screenshot him, dude. It's like an ex-girlfriend, dude. He was spamming my messenger like for a year and a half straight, no response. It's so funny.
The last guy do for a living. Fuck him. Make him starve.
Yeah, but like so, and I even had to tell like what happened was, James kept on like setting me up with him without letting me know. I'm like, look, dude, next time it happens, I'm gonna leave. Like I don't debate him out of principle anymore. The only time I have since then is like I did a favor to Shane and exposed him, but on his server. But yeah, I think that is kind of the move. But they're very good. They're just like the anti-flat earthers. They're just like FED, where they were trying to bait me in. Like I know if I misrepresent Austin enough and make him sound dumb enough and call him a liar and create all these big elaborate stories that aren't true that slander him, he may eventually take the bait to come defend himself. They do it on purpose. And sometimes it is difficult. So I learned the best way is to just literally ignore it so you don't even have a chance to fall for the trap.
Don't worry, he's still gonna find flat earthers to debate.
Yeah.
They get wrecked. They get fucking absolutely wrecked.
Yeah, the flat earthers he finds.
Yeah, dude, they get fucking just. It's hard to watch.
I know, I couldn't do it. I couldn't watch it. He commented on my last stream. Like, this dude watches all my videos. He's like a fan. This dude sent me like a present for my baby. So.
Well, you should.
He tried to claim that the my own citation debunks me and it objectively doesn't. It's like it just to this point it's just gross. Gross. They even do this in this channel too. I'll correct someone, they'll lie about what I said and what I said, and I'll correct them. And then they'll just keep saying it every day. Big, long, elaborate pictures, videos. They'll say they timestamp stuff. Like, it's crazy, bro. So, what do you do with
There's
that?
gonna be a flat Earth movie that's gonna be like Revenge of the Nerds, but in the end, the cool people win instead. The flat Earthers.
Yeah, like it's just weird, bro. At this point, I don't even care. I just don't even care about them. They're so lame. So that's what I was even. That's what everyone was making fun of me because I said I said they're gonna get excommunicated from True Earth, to Flatwood. Everyone's like, oh, Witsit thinks he's like a priest and all this stuff. It's like, that's not, the word excommunicate doesn't just mean religion. I said, this is why you guys are going to get excommunicated when True Earth blows up. I didn't say I was going to do it, right? But my point is, it's like, when you talk about like normal people, dude, like when you're like, whenever True Earth blows up and they find these videos of these flat earthers that are like bashing me because I talk about the ether and stuff, 99% of them are going to think they're so lame, right? And the only way they've got the little attention they do right now is because people like, you know, they've been in it for years. They learned a bunch of their arguments from them, so they're loyal. So they just kind of follow along. But it's the same thing with McToon and them. Like when True Earth blows up, people are just like just normal people. There's gonna be so many more people, right? Are just gonna look at like FTFE and MC Toon as like super, super lame and gay. So it's just like who cares about them? That's what I think.
Yeah, you're right. And then I saw whoever that chick what you guys were talking about earlier. I'd never seen her. For some reason it popped up on my feed, and I watched her thing that said something about your understanding of the dielectric acceleration. And she said, what
Bro,
you
your
don't
mic
understand is
is
that it won't work
absolutely
in a Faraday.
horrible, bro.
Okay. She said
Dave.
Faraday cage. Faraday cage. I'll just say that.
Yeah, your mic is like crazy messed
That's
up.
all we heard was Faraday cage. Great. Now what?
Great. No. What?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh my
driving.
god.
Can you
Oh
hear
my
me now?
God. No, it sounds like you're in the pool with something shorting out.
Anyway, she said it wouldn't work in a Faraday cage. That was her big criticism.
Get out of the Faraday cage and your phone will work better. New perspective.
Yo, that's why I robot so much at work while I'm at work. I'm in a friggin' Faraday cage over here. There's just wires and metal everywhere. The whole ceiling above me is just this amalgamation of wires and pipes and shit.